Host, farewell. My one and only master. A voice rang out in his mind, the system sounding as though a great burden had been lifted. Ye Sifan leapt about anxiously, darting up and down in panic. No, absolutely not. System, you cannot leave. You brought me to this lightless world of gods and demons, yet never allowed me to cultivate. To this day I remain a mere mortal. If you go, how am I supposed to survive? If you leave, I'm finished. Not to mention those gods and demons who kill without blinking. Just the savage ancient beasts in this desolate forbidden zone alone would be enough to swallow him alive and tear him limb from limb. For the first time in his life, Ye Sifan felt utterly helpless. He had not been born into this world. It was the system that had brought him here. Here sects rose like forests and divine dynasties carved out their own domains. The strong reigned supreme while demons ran rampant. Cultivators soared through the heavens and burrowed through the earth. Malevolent spirits feasted on humans, and stirred up calamities, their methods defying the very heavens, and capable of annihilating worlds. Ye Sifan had once believed that with a peerless system bound to him, he was surely destined to climb to the pinnacle of life, break all limits, sweep across the other world, and rule it entire. However, the damned cheating mutt of a system had made its very first move by forging a bronze coffin for him, and even attached to it an expanse of vast burial earth, elegantly calling it an auspicious feng shui land. Before he could ever rise, the system had already laid his grave in advance. Whenever Ye Sifan walked over that burial ground, his whole body felt ill at ease. In these 18 years, the only place he truly favored was the pond in the front courtyard. And needless to say, that too was a creation of the system. By the pond grew a willow tree beneath which sat a stone chessboard. In the clear water swam several hundred carp. It was Ye Sifan's only place to enjoy meat. Unfortunately, the 9 golden-scaled fish that had been raised there for 18 years were far too clever. He could never manage to hook even one. He could see them but not eat them, and the torment left him ravenous with longing. You 9 little things, just wait until I catch you. They'll have you hauling that coffin. Ye Sifan muttered inwardly day after day, constantly plotting against the golden-scaled fish. Besides the coffin and the pond, the system had also built a waterfall and several acres of fertile fields. In those fields grew fruits and vegetables provided by the system. Varieties he had never seen or heard of yet, each tasted remarkably delicious. Yet what Ye Sifan cherished most were the few chickens raised upon the burial earth. Naturally, they too were gifts from the system. The system's creations were, without exception, extraordinary. Even the chickens were strikingly beautiful, their fiery red feathers dazzling to behold. The eggs they laid were delicacies beyond compare. Yet they only laid once every 3 to 5 years, making them perpetually in short supply. Over these 18 years Ye Sifan had been unable to cultivate yet under the system's care. His days had passed in leisurely comfort. The only drawbacks were the blood-chilling roars and howls of wild beasts in the dead of night, and the absence of anyone he could talk to. For 18 years Ye Sifan had lived alone in this ancient, desolate, forbidden zone. Spring passed into winter, the 4 seasons cycled, yet he never once stepped beyond this tiny patch of land. It was not that he did not wish to go out and see the world, it was that every time he took a single step beyond, the ferocious ancient beasts lurking around would frighten him into trembling, and he would gladly turn back. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts within the woods seemed to fear something, and did not dare approach his small domain. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly live without the system? The answer was obvious: he could not. System, I forbid you to leave. System. System. His voice grew weaker. Dad. Dad. Yet only silence answered him. He called for a long time, but there was no response. Ye Sifan fell into despair. This was far too cruel. In the past, whenever he called the system, it had always answered his every request. But this time the system was gone, utterly gone. The sun set in the west. The vast, boundless, ancient, forbidden zone was gradually swallowed by dusk, shrouded in hazy gloom. From its unknown depths came faint roars and howls of beasts that sent chills creeping down the spine. Ye Sifan swallowed hard. The beasts of this world were far from mere lions and tigers. He had personally witnessed a towering old green-furred monstrosity, as tall as a mountain, slap apart a powerful cultivator flying on a sword, and had seen colossal birds and beasts blot out the sky as they tore each other apart in a frenzy of blood and violence. Compared to this world, he was pitifully insignificant, like an ant hiding away and clinging to life in secret. Any passing ancient aberration could crush him beneath its heel. Sooner or later I'll die. In the end, it's death all the same. I might as well die on a full stomach. Having accepted the fact that the system had left, Ye Sifan suddenly felt hungry. At the same time, on the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone, 3 figures moved cautiously through the endless primeval forest.
2 men and 1 woman all on high alert. "Junior sister, are you sure you saw a spirit beast here?" Gu Luo's face brimmed with doubt. Xianxia had only come to the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone once before, and according to her she had chanced upon a spirit beast here. The trio's purpose this time was simple: to capture it as a birthday tribute for Xianxia's father. "Senior brother Gu Luo, why do you never believe me? Once we see the spirit beast you'll understand." Xianxia wore a pink dress, her figure graceful, and willowy, a rare little beauty. 3 months earlier, when she had passed this place with several elders, she had indeed caught sight of a fiery red spirit beast. That spirit beast had the form of a rare fowl, incomparably gorgeous and radiant. Though she had seen it only in passing, Xianxia remembered it with searing clarity, convinced it was no ordinary wild beast. For she had never seen an animal with eyes so brimming with spirit. "It's getting dark. If we don't find it soon, we should leave. Though this is only the outer rim of the Forbidden Zone, it is still fraught with danger. With our strength, if we meet even a single 100-year fiend beast at the Spirit Awakening realm, we'll likely not live to tell the tale." Gu Luo kept a wary eye on their surroundings, nerves taut. The ancient Forbidden Zone was a taboo land for all races, riddled with unknowns and crises. The slightest misstep could spell eternal doom. The only reason they dared venture this far was the beastwarding disc in Xianxia's hand, an acquired spiritual artifact left behind by the Xiantian sect of ancient times. It could sense powerful beast kings within several li and allow them to steer clear. "Strange. I clearly saw it here last time. Why can't we find it now?" Xianxia muttered to herself. By rights, whether fiend beast or spirit beast, most would mark out their own territory and rarely leave it. Yet the 3 of them had searched this region for days and found nothing at all. Just as they were about to discuss retreating to avoid the night, suddenly, flutter, flutter, birds on the branches all around them thrashed their wings violently and tumbled to the ground with crackling crashes. The 3 shuddered as one jolted by fright. Forcing themselves to calm down, they looked more closely and realized the birds had not died and fallen. They were trembling uncontrollably, as though terrified and suppressed by some unseen force, their ability to fly completely stripped away. Looking further, they saw that all the beasts around them were crouched low against the earth, eyes filled with pain. From colossal creatures to tiny ants, all were in upheaval. They were terrified, they were trembling, they were submitting. Every one of them prostrating in the same direction, as if welcoming some terrifying existence about to descend. The 3 were struck with horror, faces draining of color. This phenomenon was far too bizarre. Not even the emergence of a beast king could inspire such universal dread. "Over there!" Xianxia's sharp eyes were the first to catch the anomaly. The Gu Luo brothers followed her gaze, and saw deep within the dense forest, not far away, a blood-red flame, rising into the air. At the heart of that flame, a spirit bird was being born. It spread its wings and floated in the sky, its entire body wreathed in blazing fire that dyed the surrounding forest into a sea of flames. When that sacred, incomparable figure at the center of the flames entered their sight, the Gu Luo brothers shuddered from head to toe, their faces filled with shock. This is... Gu Luo's mouth went dry, his mind roaring. Xianxia's lips parted in disbelief. Heavens! That's actually a phoenix undergoing nirvana. The 3 of them stood rooted to the spot like clay statues. A heaven and earth phoenix, a creature not seen in 10,000 years. And they had nearly missed such a divine beast by a hair's breadth. In an instant, the Nirvana Phoenix sensed something, turned its head to sweep the 3, with a glance, then suddenly soared into the heavens and fled at high speed. Xianxia and the Gu Luo brothers snapped back to themselves, trading glances of mutual understanding. "It's a young phoenix. If we can obtain it, it will be a fortune beyond measure." After, the Gu Luo brothers no longer cared whether night was falling. This was a sacred spirit that appeared once in 10,000 years, and not to mention them. Even if the 4 human emperors were here, they would fight to the bitter end over it. They chased the phoenix's trail at full speed as the sky grew steadily darker, and the sun sank completely. They had no idea how long or how far they had pursued, when the phoenix suddenly dove headlong into a certain patch of thicket and vanished from sight. When they burst out of the thicket, their vision cleared in an instant. It turned out that beyond the trees lay an open expanse. "Ha! Where did it go?" The Gu Luo brothers fumed, scanning in all directions. All of a sudden, the 3 of them were struck by a breathtaking sight. A few hundred meters away, a blurred silhouette took shape. It was a white-robed man standing within the dying glow of dusk, using heaven and earth as his canvas, and the setting sun as his backdrop, sketching a dreamlike tableau beyond comprehension. Mysterious and unfathomable. At the man's feet, 9 tiny figures shifted and stilled within the afterglow of the setting sun. He seemed to be feeding them something. When they looked more closely, the Gu Luo brothers were utterly petrified. For those 9 small silhouettes were clearly 9 phoenixes undergoing nirvana. The very phoenix they had chased was among them. And the man casually raising phoenixes there. Who could he be but Ye Sifan? Stunned, xianxia and the Gu Luo brothers were utterly petrified. The 3 of them exchanged a look, seeing the same profound shock mirrored in one another's eyes. Are those all phoenixes? Gu Xian's words tangled on his tongue as though his throat were clogged. Gu Luo's heart was also in turmoil. It seems so. With Gu Luo's confirmation, Gu Xian's heart instantly fell into chaos. 9 phoenixes appearing in the world. Such a thing had never been heard of since ancient times. The Phoenix King of sacred spirits protected by heaven and earth could be called the favored offspring of the heavens. For one to be born in several hundred years was already the limit. For 9 to appear at once was something truly beyond comprehension. And that was not even the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was the white-robed figure standing within that setting sun. Senior brother Gu Luo, is he feeding the phoenixes? Xianxia's beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she subconsciously asked the question. Only then did the 3 of them shift their attention away from the phoenixes, their Tao hearts once again violently shaken. It seems so as well. Gu Luo's tongue had already gone stiff, his mind with their cultivation, their sight and hearing were more than enough to discern what was happening hundreds of meters away. That figure was indeed feeding the phoenixes. Before him, the 9 phoenixes were so gentle and obedient. The man would sometimes toss them food, sometimes bend down to gently stroke their heads, treating them entirely as pets. Not only did the phoenixes not resist, they even showed a fawning demeanor. It was simply inconceivable. It was hard to imagine that phoenixes, noble kings of sacred spirits, would willingly allow themselves to be raised as someone's pets. At that thought, towering waves surged in the hearts of Xianxia and the other 2. Just what kind of existence possessed the qualifications to keep phoenixes at will? None of them dared to speculate. Yet the scene that followed completely overturned their understanding. They saw that figure feeding for a while, then suddenly crouch down to fumble among the phoenixes, finally drawing out a bright 5-colored egg. The hearts of the 3 Gu siblings tightened at once. They did not even need to think to know that this was a phoenix egg. On the other side, Ye Sifan swallowed hard, examining the intricately patterned phoenix egg for a moment, before casually reaching behind himself to fetch a chipped bowl. After all these years, they finally laid another one. Unable to wait any longer, he tapped the egg against the rim of the broken bowl, his face full of bliss. I'll be eating well again tonight. Boom! The moment those words left his mouth, Xianxia and the others hundreds of meters away heard every syllable clearly. The 3 of them felt as if struck by lightning, countless thunderclaps exploding in their hearts. That man, he was actually going to eat a phoenix egg. Heavens, what on earth was he doing? What kind of monster was this person? Could it be that the purpose of keeping these phoenixes was simply to eat phoenix eggs? Madness, this world had gone mad. That was a genuine phoenix egg. If it were allowed to hatch in the near future, a phoenix divine beast capable of sweeping across the 4 quarters and 8 desolations would be born. At this moment, the 3 of them were somewhat dumbfounded. By the time they regained their senses, Ye Sifan had already turned and left his figure disappearing at the far end of a small courtyard. It was a simple courtyard where ancient-style wooden houses rose from the ground, pavilions and lofts, small bridges and flowing streams. Set against the landscape of this primordial forbidden zone, the place possessed an indescribable serenity and peace. Only long after Ye Sifan departed did Gu Luo and the others gradually calm their hearts. What they had seen today would likely be believed by no one should they speak of it. Heavens, what have I just witnessed? This? Gu Xian muttered blankly, wanting to express something, yet finding that the shallow learning in his belly could not furnish the words to describe his present state of mind. Gu Luo, however, stared at that courtyard with a complicated expression. We may very well have encountered a supreme existence of unimaginable terror, a power our minds cannot grasp. Or perhaps we have run into an ancient taboo. Xianxia and Gu Xian had no doubt about Gu Luo's conjecture. The scenes they had just witnessed had already shocked them, as though struck by gods and spirits, etching an indelible brand upon their hearts. To raise phoenixes, to eat phoenix eggs, and to dwell in a primordial forbidden zone. If such things were spread, even the 4 human emperors would likely shake their heads in doubt, perhaps even laugh themselves to tears. Of course, had the 3 of them not seen it with their own eyes, not to mention the human emperors, even they would not believe it, nor would anyone else in the entire eastern wilderness. It would be dismissed as sheer nonsense. By all accounts this person was an unsurpassable existence. Of that there was no doubt. Thinking of this, Gu Xian grew deeply anxious and spoke up. We should leave this place at once. If he takes displeasure at our intrusion, would our lives not hang by a thread? Xianxia nodded in agreement. Even reclusive giants were fickle of temperament. How much more so an unknown existence? This was no place to linger. Yet Gu Luo did not move at all. Leave? Why should we leave? If the senior harbored killing intent, do you think we could still be standing here speaking? For such an existence to take a life would require no more than a single thought. Having said this, Gu Luo gazed deeply at the courtyard, a fiery light rising in his eyes. Since the senior has not shown anger, perhaps this is an opportunity. An enormous opportunity that belongs to us both. If we can acknowledge such an existence as master, our lives will not be ordinary. Seeking immortality and the Tao, our future would be boundless. Gu Luo's attitude was resolute. Due to certain matters of his past, his thirst for strength bordered on madness. Watching this, Gu Luo, who had nearly lost himself, Xianxia, could not help but feel some pity. The two brothers bore a sea of blood-deep hatred, and were overly desperate for success. Yet for Xianxia as well this was indeed a fatal temptation. She was simply still hesitating. If you fear death, you may well turn back the way you came. Such chances do not come twice. So long as there is even a sliver of hope, Gu Luo must stake everything. With those words, Gu Luo took a deep breath as he looked toward the courtyard, then became the first to stride ahead. Gu Xian, stirred by his elder brother, followed without hesitation. Before them lay the chance for the two brothers to avenge their sea of blood-deep hatred. If they missed it, they might never see hope in this lifetime. Their enemies were simply too powerful. Seeing the two of them set off, Xianxia hesitated again, and again, yet in the end she still followed. She too did not wish to let this pass. In this era strength was supreme. It was worth the gamble. The three of them were stirred to their cores, their blood boiling as they walked. When they passed by the burial grounds and drew close enough to look directly at the 9 phoenixes, their hearts were once more shaken beyond measure, and their reverence deepened further. Before long they arrived at a front courtyard, yet none of them dared to enter rashly. Their eyes merely swept timidly inside. There a single willow tree had been planted, its branches lush, its drooping twigs numbering in the thousands. Beneath the willow sat a stone chessboard and 2 ancient stone chairs. Upon the board lay an unfinished game, its arrangement mysterious upon mysterious. Beside the chessboard was a pond encircled by flowers, plants, and rocks. On the far side of the pond stood a simple pavilion within which there was a table and chairs. It looked to be a place for taking meals. The entire courtyard was simple yet harmonious, its arrangement calming to the heart at a single glance, and yet there was no sign of the supreme existence who kept phoenixes. Little did they know. Ye Sifan was hiding inside the house, secretly peeking through the window at the 3 people approaching from the front, panic-stricken. He had noticed Xianxia and the others long ago. It was obvious at a glance that they were no ordinary folk. Ordinary people could not even reach this place, just as he himself could not leave it. Anyone able to roam the primordial forbidden zone was undoubtedly a cultivator. He had heard that cultivators regarded mortal lives as no more than ants. If these 3 were displeased, what if they casually slapped him to death? For safety, Sake hiding was the only option. He prayed only that the 3 would not come inside. He was just a mere mortal, utterly unrelated to them. Surely they would not go so far as to kill him. Could it be that they had set their sights on the chickens the system had given him? The way they had just looked at those chickens had been off. If it was those chickens they wanted, they could take them. At worst he would simply stop eating eggs from now on. But on second thought that made no sense. How could dignified cultivators fancy a few ordinary chickens and their eggs? Though their feathers were resplendent and the eggs quite good, the system had clearly stated that they were just common barnyard fowl. Phoenixes they were not. Could it be that they coveted his residence, wanting to cultivate in seclusion here? Ye Sifan found this latter idea more plausible, and could not help but think of murder for land and a corpse cast into the wilds. Calm. He must not go out, absolutely must not. Meanwhile, Gu Luo and the other 2 advanced on edge, terrified that any movement might anger the supreme existence. At this point they had thrown caution to the wind. If they did not meet the reclusive supreme today, they would rather die than turn back. Standing before the unpretentious courtyard gate, their hearts were in their throats as they suppressed their inner trepidation and forced out the words, "This junior Gu Luo, this junior Gu Xianxia. We seek an audience with the revered elder." Their anxious voices echoed in the void as they bowed deeply, striving to appear sincere and humble. Inside the house Ye Sifan's heart trembled upon hearing their words. Revered Elder. Who were they addressing? It couldn't be him, a mere mortal unworthy of being called a senior by cultivators. If not him, did that mean someone else lurked in this courtyard? The thought of a revered elder hiding nearby sent chills down his spine, raising goosebumps all over. Someone had sneaked into the yard without his knowledge. This world was terrifying, but since they sought that elder, it had nothing to do with him. As long as they're not after me. Whoever they wanted to see, let them see and leave quickly. Ye Sifan breathed a long sigh of relief, patting his chest to calm himself. His suspended heart finally settled, but going out was out of the question. At least not now. He had to wait until these cultivators left. Who knew if they'd clash with the hidden elder and harm an innocent bystander? He touched his neck, feeling a chill. Outside the gate, Gu Luo and the others remained bowed, waiting for the Supreme Being's response. Yet all was tranquil, the door shut tight as if the yard was empty. Time ticked by and the trio grew bewildered. Revered Elder, we did not intend to disturb you. We merely glimpsed your aura and filled with awe, seek but a single meeting. Gu Luo spoke again, but the yard remained eerily silent. They exchanged glances, heads bowed, and could only wait in silence. After a long while, Senior Brother Shu. As xianxia began to speak, Gu Luo quickly interrupted, lowering his voice. The elder owes us nothing, ignoring us is only natural. Besides, how easily can one meet such a being? Xianxia and Gu Xian nodded in agreement. Senior Brother is right. The elder must be testing us. It had to be so. Great masters always had their heirs testing the younger generation. They resolved to maintain their posture, determined to show their sincerity. Time flew and the setting sun faded. The desolate ancient forbidden zone slipped into night as a bright moon rose, casting a silver glow. As darkness enveloped the land, the most terrifying hours began. Vast mountain-like silhouettes emerged on the horizon, drifting aimlessly like lost souls and malevolent spirits, filling the zone with eerie shadows. From deep within the mountains came the roars of ancient beasts. Tigers howling, ghosts wailing. A ghastly symphony, as if the earth's evil was awakening. Xianxia, raised in comfort, was terrified, her beauty pale with fear. Gu Luo and his brother also turned ashen. They had just witnessed a horrifying sight. A creature's half-head gliding past distant peaks, its body buried in the endless mountain range. The mere glimpse of its blurred head hinted at its colossal size. An enormous centipede king, as large as a mountain range, writhed along the horizon, spanning several ancient peaks. Was this the world deep within the forbidden zone? Utterly terrifying. Trembling with fear, a chill shot through their spines, making them shiver. As the zone's horrors unfolded, countless death legends flooded their minds, nearly shattering their Dao heart. The oppression was unbearable. After an unknown time, xianxia finally broke. Revered Elder, this junior xianxia seeks an audience. Gu Luo seeks an audience. Gu Xen seeks an audience. The brothers joined in, desperate to enter the yard for safety. Inside, Ye Sifan felt weak and weary, struggling to endure until they left. Having parted with the system that day, he hadn't eaten in a day and was starving. He thought they'd leave after one look, but they wouldn't stop. Damn it, can't cultivators get tired? Are they crazy standing there so long? Oh, hidden elder, I beg you to see these immortals and get them out of here. I can't hold on. Time flew. 2 hours passed. xianxia and the others were terrified by the zone's increasingly nightmarish sights. This place was hell after dark. Ye Sifan, dizzy with hunger, felt his limbs go weak. Man is iron, rice is steel. A missed meal makes you feel like a ghost. His patience wore thin. Just then the trio's pleas rang out again. Finally, to hell with it. I can't take this anymore. Ye Sifan yanked open the door, stormed outside, and glared at them. Seeking an audience, seeking an audience. Aren't you tired? Don't you need to sleep? Can't a man eat in peace? They looked up, their faces flushed with excitement. Finally, the elder was moved by us. Elder, you've agreed to see us. They gazed at him from across the yard, more thrilled than meeting long. Elder. Ye Sifan was taken aback, looking around. There was no one behind him. Who are these idiots calling elder? Before he could react, this junior Gu Luo Gu xianxia pays respects to the elder. They bowed deeply to him. Utterly confused, Ye Sifan asked hesitantly, Are you talking to me? Yes, elder. They replied in unison. He waved his hands frantically. You've got the wrong person. I'm not the elder you seek. You're lofty cultivators. If anything, you should be my seniors. How could we be wrong, elder? At night, this forbidden zone is empty save for us and you. We seek you and only you, Gu Xian said earnestly. Just then a loud gurgle echoed through the night. Ye Sifan patted his hollow stomach and rolled his eyes. "I'm no elder, just a simple country bumpkin. And I'm hungry. I need to make some food. Make yourselves at home." He walked to a humble pavilion by the pond and picked up a chipped bowl. His honest words, however, filled xianxia and the others with awe. A supreme being calling himself a rustic indifferent to fame and desire. Such a heart was beyond even the 4 human sovereigns. This was a true hidden master. Yet why would a supreme being feel hunger? Recalling the food in his bowl, they dismissed the thought. "Elder, may we come in?" Xianxia asked timidly, dreading the outside. "Of course." Ye Sifan agreed readily, knowing he couldn't stop them. Overjoyed, the trio rushed in, afraid he'd change his mind. Once inside, they saw him sniff the egg white in the chipped bowl, grimace, and head to the pond to pour it out. Xianxia's heart raced as she instinctively stopped him. "Elder, such a precious treasure. How can you discard it?" Gu Luo and Gu Xian stared wide-eyed. They recognized that bowl. It held a phoenix egg. Ye Sifan was exasperated, laughing. "Precious? It's just a chicken egg and it's gone bad." "Eh? Chicken egg?" They were stunned, jaws nearly dropping. In their eyes, the phoenix egg sought for eons was merely a rotten chicken egg to him. Under the dazed gazes of the 3, Ye Sifan tilted her small hand and the egg whites in the bowl poured out like a waterfall. The moment the phoenix egg juice merged with the pond, the fish rejoiced, gathering eagerly to devour the essence within the egg. Among them 9 golden-scaled fish were the most domineering, seizing the egg juice with force, and in the blink of an eye it was completely devoured. After consuming all the egg juice, the 9 golden-scaled fish surfaced, gazing longingly at Ye Sifan, exuding a distinctly human-like demeanor, as if still yearning for more. Seeing these 9 golden-scaled fish, Ye Sifan felt anger rise within her. She turned and walked into the open kitchen in the northeast corner, throwing the broken bowl onto the stove with a bang. "One day I will eat you all." Upon hearing this, the 9 golden-scaled fish displayed a hint of fear, diving underwater and disappearing without a trace. Standing at the edge of the pond, the Gu Luo brothers and Xianxia looked on in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Had these 9 golden-scaled fish become sentient? Wait, this is... Gu Luo suddenly realized something was amiss. Xianxia also caught on to the clue, her pupils widening. Spiritual liquid. This is spiritual liquid. Spiritual liquid. The water in the pond is all spiritual liquid. A whole pond full of spiritual liquid. This is not just a pond, it is a spiritual pool. The 3 of them exchanged glances, stunned to an unimaginable extent. It is known that while this world is abundant in spiritual energy, the unpurified energy is exceedingly coarse with less than 1% efficiency. Spiritual liquid, on the other hand, is a refined liquid produced by powerful beings through countless extractions, a concentration of the essence of spiritual energy. To produce a single drop of spiritual liquid, one must gather all the spiritual energy within 100 miles, and the refining process is not completed overnight. Only elders or above can wield it. Speaking of refining, let's discuss the uses of spiritual liquid. First and foremost, it is an essential item for cultivators during breakthroughs, providing the necessary spiritual energy to support temporary breakthroughs and prevent failures due to insufficient supply. Secondly, spiritual liquid is also a treasure in battle. For those below a certain realm, the essence of combat lies in spiritual energy. Without it, all techniques and skills become meaningless. A single drop of spiritual liquid can restore a fighter's depleted energy in an instant, turning the tide in critical moments and determining life and death. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a drop of spiritual liquid could very well be a cultivator's second life, cherished like a treasure. And here there is a whole pond of such treasures. This is not the key point. The key is that while others might fight bloody battles for a single drop of spiritual liquid, you are using this entire pond to raise fish. Such wastefulness. Xianxia and the others couldn't help but turn to look at Ye Sifan, who was busy in the kitchen. This kind of extravagance is terrifying. Treating a phoenix like a chicken and using spiritual liquid as a pond is chilling to contemplate. 4. Elder. Xianxia exclaimed, suddenly pointing at the pond, while looking at Ye Sifan in the kitchen. Her face filled with astonishment, wanting to confirm if this was indeed spiritual liquid. Ye Sifan was startled by the exclamation, completely unaware of the trio's thoughts. While fiddling with the stove, she replied, "Miss, if you have something to say, just say it. Can you not be so jumpy all the time? Also, I am not an elder or anything. My name is Ye Sifan. As for how to address me, Xianxia was about to ask, but Gu Luo quickly interrupted her, shaking his head to signal her to say no more, and then smiled. Elder, we have no particular matter. My little junior sister is just a bit hungry, and is wondering if you could add some dishes for us to fill our stomachs. Gu Luo tried to change the subject. Since the elder was unwilling to bring certain matters to the forefront, discussing them further might only cause annoyance, much like how the 9 phoenixes were referred to as native chickens. Let them be considered as such. Do cultivators also get hungry? Hadn't cultivators all transcended the need for food? Do they still need to eat? After muttering a comment, Ye Sifan replied grandly. It is possible, but as for meals for 4 people, I can't manage it alone. How about this? I have a basket of vegetables here. If you don't mind, could you help me wash them? The 3 of them looked down at the exquisite basket at Ye Sifan's feet, which indeed contained some green plants. We don't mind at all. Well, do this rough work. Gu Luo exclaimed excitedly. Being able to wash vegetables for such a supreme being is the first step to forming a good bond. The 3 nearly jogged over, but when they saw what was in the basket labeled as vegetables, their hearts dropped suddenly. Is this what the elder referred to as vegetables? Senior brother, these are? Xianxia was the first to freeze, already numb. The Gu Luo brothers also gaped in shock. Their identities were not ordinary, and they knew much about this world. At a glance, they recognized these were not ordinary items. However, the 3 calmed down somewhat and began to examine the vegetable basket. Despite their mental preparation, they remained stunned into silence as they recognized what lay before them. These priceless spiritual herbs were viewed by the elder as mere vegetables. Indeed, the basket was filled with priceless spiritual herbs, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, overflowing with spiritual energy, refreshing to the mind. Especially among them, a dozen or so were particularly terrifying, brimming with medicinal power, exuding a holy aura. Are these holy herbs? Xianxia's heart raced, her beautiful face flushed. Though she didn't recognize most of the holy herbs, 2 of them were particularly familiar to her. Instinctively, she looked up at the Gu Luo brothers, who clearly recognized them as well. The Guhun flower, the national holy herb of the great Yen Empire. Moreover, there were 2 of them. Even if these 2 holy herbs were not as mature as the national treasure of the great Yen, they were still in the growth stage. If this were to get out, the commotion would be unimaginable. Simply throwing this basket of spiritual herbs and holy herbs into the world would likely cause chaos throughout the East Wilderness. These are the foundations that the immortal empires and ancient holy lands regard as essential, and even the 4 ancient empires may not possess many holy herbs. The more they interacted with Ye Sifan, the more terrifying they felt, and their gazes towards her shift. At the same time, in the death line of the ancient forbidden zone, boom! Unmatched violent power shattered the mountains and forests, with countless beasts roaring and ancient trees collapsing. Hundreds of figures clad in golden robes guarded a man in a yellow robe as they fled rapidly. Protect the 8th prince, protect the 8th prince. A figure resembling a eunuch was flustered, ordering hundreds of golden-armored warriors to protect the carriage. Behind them, a massive silver-scaled beast towering like a mountain stood upright, roaring continuously. Its colossal body was concealed within the forest, only half of it, and 2 claws visible, having 9 heads, looking fearsome. It was roaring and rampaging, swinging its gigantic claws to attack an old man with an ethereal demeanor. The old man, holding a long sword, attempted to block the advance of the silver-scaled beast in the forest to buy time for everyone. Jun Bujian, drenched in sweat, glanced back anxiously and urgently said, Li Gonggong, did you retrieve the 9-headed silver-scaled beast's eggs? 8th prince, this old servant has retrieved them. Retrieving them is not enough. The key is whether we can bring them out of the ancient forbidden zone. The master won't hold up much longer. You and I will escape with the beast eggs from different directions. Remember, do not fly, and take care. Jun Bujian was flustered. Although they were only on the death line of the ancient forbidden zone, he still underestimated its horror and the terror of the 9-headed silver-scaled king. At this moment, the silver-scaled king went berserk and savage beasts from all directions swarmed in. Even his master was showing signs of fatigue, and everyone's lives were in danger. Most terrifyingly, a single disturbance could set off a chain reaction. The silver-scaled king's rampage triggered chaos throughout the ancient forbidden zone, with countless ferocious beasts and sinister creatures beginning to stir. Even the depths of the ancient forbidden zone showed signs of movement. Over 100 golden-armored warriors marched east with Jun Bujian, while Gonggong Li led his men westward. The death line of the ancient forbidden zone was thoroughly awakened, with countless ancient ferocious beasts visible everywhere, sending chills down the spine. Jun Bujian's face turned pale, as he sprinted, the chilling cries of his fallen subordinates echoing. The ferocious beasts here were of various kinds, bloodthirsty, by nature, slaughtering the group led by Jun Bujian, with many golden armored warriors becoming prey for these beasts. Among them, a vividly colored venomous spider stood out the most, its body covered in fur, 8 legs several meters long, resembling steel, supporting a massive spider body, making it nearly impossible for Jun Bujian's men to inflict any harm. Some ferocious beasts, when enraged, even attacked their companions, leaving one shivering in fear. Suddenly a roar came from the northeast corner. A disturbed 100-foot giant python reared up, roaring in anger. Along with this roar, countless snakes emerged from the forest like a locust swarm, overwhelming in number. Not good, we've intruded into another Beast King's territory. Jun Bujian's face turned grim as the crisis escalated. Now the only option was to flee. However, as the group fled, they inadvertently stepped into yet another Beast King's domain, triggering a new wave of beast tide. Moreover, the 9-headed Silver Eel King had already locked its sights on Jun Bujian, charging forth with countless ferocious beasts. The Silver Eel King went completely berserk, having its eggs stolen, and was utterly enraged, disregarding any Beast King's territory, hellbent on killing Jun Bujian and his companions. However, the reckless rampage of the Silver Eel King enraged the other Beast Kings in the area, leading to a chaotic battle among the beasts. Even Jun Bujian's teacher had to evade and flee. "Jenner, follow your teacher." Cao Youde descended quickly, grabbing Jun Bujian and accelerating their escape, instantly leaving the golden armored warriors behind. "Teacher, what about them?" Jun Bujian felt guilty. These were his loyal death servants. Compassion is not the way to achieve great things. After raising soldiers for 1,000 days, now is the time for them to serve the prince. Cao Youde, with a heart of stone, had his eyes only on Jun Bujian, disregarding the golden armored warriors. Jun Bujian naturally understood this principle, only able to watch helplessly as over 100 warriors fell to the beasts. Although the master and disciple flew through the air, they maintained a low altitude, flickering through the dense forest. Even Cao Youde dared not rush through the ancient forest. Who knew if a Beast King lurked below, ready to deliver a fatal blow? Damn it, I underestimated the strength of this Silver Eel King. Cao Youde cursed, his brow furrowing, as he realized they couldn't shake off the Silver Eel King behind them. Truly, it was a distant relative of the ancient species, the Golden Eel Clan, with power far exceeding that of ordinary Beast Kings. As the situation developed, the perimeter of the ancient Forbidden Zone became chaotic. The 9-headed Silver Eel King pursued relentlessly, causing the beast tide to snowball, growing larger and larger, even leading to a situation where dozens of Beast Kings were fighting. Roar! The master and disciple pushed their speed to the limit, but the 9-headed Silver Eel King still caught up, fierce and unmatched. "Jenner, hurry and go." Cao Youde turned back to intercept, pushing Jun Bujian away. "Teacher, go. Bring back the silver eel eggs." Jun Bujian hesitated, but finally gritted his teeth and continued fleeing eastward. Unbeknownst to him, the direction he fled was exactly towards Ye Sifan's residence. In another direction, so fragrant, xianxia looked at the 4 dishes and soup on the table, unable to resist swallowing her saliva. The Gu Luo brothers were eager to try. The taste was secondary, but the fact that this was a table of sacred herbs made it all the more exciting. Ye Sifan also took off his apron and walked over, but instead of eating, he placed several bowls of pre-divided food at the gazebo entrance, and then whistled at the night sky. Xianxia and the others looked on in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Just then, the rustling sound broke the silence. A disturbance arose in the darkness, and the next moment dozens of figures rushed in, some walking, and some flying, all arriving at the gazebo. Only then did Xianxia and the others realize that Ye Sifan was feeding small animals. Upon closer inspection, they found that among these figures were 2 mice, 1 turtle, 1 3-legged toad, 1 golden ant, 1 big black dog, and a sparrow, among others. And not far away in the corner there was also a cute little rabbit. These small animals behaved as if they were at home, coming to the gazebo to eat, except for the rabbit, which was different from the sparrow. The sparrow landed directly on Ye Sifan's shoulder, chirping non-stop, while the rabbit stood in the corner, watching Ye Sifan from a distance, refusing to approach. Ye Sifan seemed accustomed to this, approaching the dining table, breaking off half a braised carp from the dish and tossing it over. The little rabbit humanizedly hugged half the braised carp, turning around in satisfaction and scampering away in a flash. After feeding these small animals, "You all eat too. They are all little guys without homes, and I feed them every day." Ye Sifan sighed as he picked up a bowl of rice, preparing to eat. Xianxia and the others looked at these small animals with envy, hardly able to imagine that being fed sacred herbs every day these little creatures mentioned by the senior had probably become great demons. Envy aside, the three couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks, drooling with anticipation. However, just as they picked up a chopstick of food, and had yet to bring it to their mouths, suddenly, boom! The ground trembled, violently shaking the mountains. The four were stunned, and then, roar! Roars erupted one after another, and the originally tranquil ancient forbidden zone suddenly erupted. What happened? What's going on? The Gu Luo trio was taken aback, quickly rushing to the courtyard to look out. They saw the entire perimeter of the ancient forbidden zone filled with the roars of beasts, the flames of war raging, countless tall and powerful figures battling fiercely as far as the eye could see. Oh no, it's the Beast King tide! Gu Luo's face changed drastically, panic setting in. Faced with such a massive Beast King tide, not only Gu Luo but the entire Dian Empire wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, what a fuss, no need to worry about them. They'll just make a ruckus for a while. Ye Sifan said, dismissively picking a piece of food for the sparrow on his shoulder. He had seen this kind of scene many times. Over the past 18 years, there were always reckless cultivators who, without knowing their limits, provoked the beast tide. If he were outside, Ye Sifan would have surely been scared out of his wits, but in the courtyard, he was completely unperturbed. Senior, this is the Beast King tide. Even Dian, Gu Luo wanted to say something, but his gaze suddenly froze, because Ye Sifan was too calm. Not only was he calm, but even the sparrow on his shoulder remained unfazed. The Gu Luo trio subconsciously looked at those small animals at the gazebo. They too acted as if nothing was wrong, eating as usual, even too lazy to lift their heads. Seeing this, the three couldn't help but steady their emotions, feeling a lingering fear as they returned to their seats, still somewhat anxious. Was everything really okay? Just then, boom! Teacher! A loud crash resounded. Jun Bujian and Nan Gongyu were sent flying by the pursuing nine-headed silver eel king, crashing 100 meters away into the courtyard. Roar! A woo! Accompanying them were over 100 raging beast kings and countless ferocious beasts surrounding Ye Sifan's dwelling tightly. Ye Sifan and the others were also startled by the loud noise, hearing Jun Bujian's shout, exchanging glances before heading outside together. The loud crash also startled the small animals at the gazebo, and the 9 phoenixes resting in the burial soil. They all stopped their actions and sleep, looking up. On the other side, Nan Gongyu spat blood covered in wounds, looking as if he had no strength left to fight. Jun Bujian was even more despairing, scanning the endless tide of beasts before him, his heart deadened. They were still over 100 miles away from leaving the perimeter of the ancient forbidden zone, yet he and his teacher were heavily surrounded by the beast tide with nowhere to escape. A rough estimate showed that there were likely tens of millions of ferocious beasts here, or even more, with no end in sight. Even if the entire Dian Empire were to be mobilized, it would be of no help. Could it be that heaven wants to destroy Jun Bujian? At this moment, Nan Gongyu also sighed, and the master and disciple chose to give up resisting, waiting for death to descend. No. Suddenly, Nan Gongyu sensed something and abruptly opened his eyes. The old man has practiced for 100 years, and has never misjudged. With confusion and astonishment in his eyes, Nan Gongyu opened his eyes wide, because the furious 9-headed Silver Frog's king actually stopped. Not only the 9-headed Silver Frog's king, but all the ferocious beasts suddenly fell silent, only the distant roars continued. Master, what? What is going on here? Jun Bujian also sensed something unusual, his face filled with questions. The master and disciple were both astonished to find that all the ferocious beasts had chased to this point and suddenly stopped. Even the rampaging Beast King was eerily quiet at this moment. This feeling was as if there were an invisible boundary of life and death, causing the beast herd to behave unusually. They seemed to not dare to cross over. Even Nan Gongyu exclaimed, his pupils constricting infinitely. Under close observation, his face grew even more horrified. He captured a terrifying piece of information from the beast herd. All the beasts were in fear. That kind of fear was a terror that originated from the depths of their souls, and it was this fear that kept the army-like wave of beasts at bay. Jun Bujian suddenly realized, looking at Nan Gongyu, his face turning pale with fright. Both master and disciple secretly thought it was bad. No matter where or what realm, beasts are always sensitive. They can sense potential dangers that humans cannot perceive. The place that could make the beast wave not dare to cross even half a step is mostly only one possibility. A dead zone. This place is highly likely to be a dead zone that terrifies all beasts. In the unknown territory of the ancient Forbidden Zone, even on the outskirts, the chances of accidentally entering a strange dead zone are still quite high. Could it be that they unintentionally trespassed into a dead zone? Thinking of this, both master and disciple felt a chill run down their spines with the wind howling, as if the Grim Reaper was beckoning them from behind. There are rumors in the East Wilderness that the ancient dead zone is a place where the living should not enter, and the dead should not be buried, otherwise ominous events will occur. After a long time, Jun Bujian and his disciple finally regained their composure, and slowly turned around, preparing to face the unknown terror. However, what came into their view were actually 4 young people. The leader, dressed in white, stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an ethereal quality, and his exquisitely handsome face was captivating. Yet Nan Gongyu and Jun Bujian were still somewhat startled, truly scaring themselves, until they saw the other party clearly. Only then did they feel a sense of relief. They had thought there would be great terror behind them, but unexpectedly it was just 4 young humans. Ye Sifan frowned slightly. What kind of day was it today? In a place that is usually desolate, there were unexpectedly 2 batches of guests visiting consecutively. Gu Luo and his companions were the first batch, and this old and young pair counted as the second batch. How strange. On the other hand, xianxia and her companions had already been frightened to the point of trembling legs by the densely packed ferocious beasts, especially the one with 9 heads, whose visual impact was too strong. If it weren't for Ye Sifan standing in front of them, the 3 would have likely fled in panic. But soon their gazes fell on Jun Bujian and his disciple. The former was first stunned, then his face showed surprise. Eight Prince! Gu Luo exclaimed, instinctively realizing that the person before him was actually the 8th prince of the Dian dynasty, as well as the sword master Nan Gongyu. Xianxia and Gu Luo also snapped back to reality, repeatedly bowing. We have seen the 8th prince, seen the sword master. Jun Bujian, upon hearing this, looked at the 3 of them with equal astonishment. Xianxia, what are you doing here? Seeing Xianxia, Jun Bujian was quite surprised. This was the ancient Forbidden Zone, and it was deep night. If it weren't for the matter of the silver frog eggs concerning the stability of Dian, Jun Bujian and his disciple would never have lingered until nightfall. Moreover, Xianxia and her companions had low cultivation, and their presence here was quite unusual. Xianxia smiled wryly at the sound. Both sides never expected to meet in the ancient Forbidden Zone. That's a long story. By the way, 8 Prince Swordmaster, how did you end up being attacked by the beast wave? Xianxia's pure thoughts immediately led her to this. Jun Bujian and his disciple exchanged glances at the sound, not responding directly, as if it were inconvenient. Gu Luo and his brother instantly understood the situation. Dian citizens should not pry into royal matters. In this world, the hierarchy is strict and the order of respect and inferiority is clear. Xianxia also became alert, knowing she had misspoken, suddenly feeling a bit flustered. Fortunately, the roars of the Beast King still echoed in the distance, slightly easing the tension. Upon hearing the distant roars, Jun Bujian and his disciple turned to look at the nearby 9-headed silver frogs, king, their hearts still filled with trepidation. Seeing the two's worry, Xianxia wanted to take the opportunity to ease the awkwardness and quickly said, 8 Prince Swordmaster, you don't have to worry. With Senior Yi around, there should be no major issues. Nan Gongyu and his disciple turned around at the sound, only then having the thought to scrutinize Ye Sifan. Senior Yi. Hearing Xianxia's address to Ye Sifan, Jun Bujian was first taken aback. Senior. You all call this young man senior? Ye Sifan felt a jolt in his heart, as he noticed the gaze of Jun Bujian and his disciple upon him. From the conversation among the few, it was not hard to guess the identities of this old and young pair. The 8th Prince. Good heavens! Isn't this equivalent to the status of a crown prince in ancient times? A person who has the potential to become an emperor in the future. And that blood-stained old man at first glance clearly wasn't a kind person. He must be ruthless, or otherwise how could he be worthy of being the prince's master? I cannot afford to provoke them. As the saying goes, accompanying the king is like accompanying a tiger. It is better not to get involved with such big figures. And this Miss Yue, I really am not a senior. If you want to commit the crime of deceiving the king, don't involve me. Such arrogance is no different than putting others in danger. Although Ye Sifan never acknowledged himself as a senior, such matters were not easy to explain, better to slip away. Especially seeing Nan Gong's piercing gaze, Ye Sifan felt even more uneasy. Since you all know each other, then I shall not disturb you. The food is all ready, please help yourselves. With that, Ye Sifan turned and walked towards the house. Senior. The Gu Luo brothers wanted to keep him for a moment, but Ye Sifan waved his hand repeatedly. I am but an ordinary person, not a senior. You all the spring night is short sweet dreams. As soon as the voice fell, Ye Sifan had already entered the courtyard. After leaving the view of the five, he dashed into the house, closed the door, locked it from the inside, and let out a breath of relief. The cultivation world is too dangerous. I should just bide my time. Looking at Ye Sifan disappearing from sight, Jun Bujian was filled with doubt. Xianxia, who is that senior you mentioned? What kind of person is he? Xianxia and the others became excited again at the sound, just about to recount the terrifying deeds of that person. But they were interrupted first by Nan Gongyu. Jenner, how did your master teach you? Those who undertake great matters should be most cautious of hearing the wind and mistaking it for rain. As he spoke, Nan Gongyu cast a casual glance at Ye Sifan's courtyard and said calmly, the world is complicated and swindlers are rampant. Miss Xine, you all should be more vigilant and do not fall for the traps of the crooked path. That's not it, sword master, you must listen to our explanation. This senior is truly as terrifying as that. He not only. Xianxia tried to explain. Enough, this old man has practiced for 100 years, and has never misjudged. That young man has no cultivation, just an ordinary ant. Nan Gongyu stated firmly and confidently. He had already probed with his divine sense, and the other party was indeed immortal without a doubt. Master, could you be mistaken? If this person is truly immortal, then what about the beast wave? Jun Bujian was half convinced. If there were no high-level beings here, and it was not a dead zone, then what were the nine-headed silver frogs king, and the beast wave afraid of? Nan Gongyu furrowed his brows upon hearing this and pondered. If I am not mistaken, this place is not a dead zone but a living one, and in a living zone there must be a heavy treasure. They fear not some high-level being but that heavy treasure. Jenner, protect your master while I recover my peak strength, and seek out the treasure to plan an opportunity. Nan Gongyu finished speaking and sat cross-legged, carefully taking out a delicate porcelain bottle, the size of a fingertip, which contained half a bottle of incredibly precious spiritual liquid. He painfully poured out a drop to consume, then treasured the bottle, beginning to meditate to heal his. With 100 years of experience, Nan Gongyu firmly believed that there was a treasure here. As long as he regained his strength, he would start searching for treasure for Jun Bujian. Xianxia and her companions stood aside in silence, not daring to argue due to their identities. Only when Nan Gongyu painfully consumed the spiritual liquid did the three of them sneak a glance at the large pond nearby, their expressions revealing strange looks. Even the small animals and the big black dog eating at the gazebo looked at Nan Gongyu with disdain before continuing to munch away. The new book is on the road seeking collections, adding to the bookshelf seeking recommendations. On the burial ground 9 phoenixes buried their heads into their wings, fast asleep. Jun Bujian kept a watchful eye on the 9-headed silver beast and other ferocious creatures guarding Nan Gongyu. On the burial ground 9 phoenixes buried their heads into their wings, fast asleep. Jun Bujian kept a watchful eye on the 9-headed silver beast and other ferocious creatures guarding Nan Gongyu. Of course, Jun Bujian did not worry about the beasts acting up, since his master stated that there were powerful artifacts to restrain the beast kings. Such artifacts must exist. As for what Xianxia and the others said about some senior, it seemed merely superficial. Compared to Xianxia and the others, Jun Bujian naturally chose to trust the esteemed Nan Gongyu and directly ignored Ye Sifan. As a result, Xianxia and the others found themselves in a particularly awkward position. They could neither leave nor stay, their minds in turmoil. One must note that there were delicious dishes made from holy herbs in the courtyard, a deadly temptation for. However, the person before them was the 8th prince of Dian. As subjects of Dian, the 3 of them felt it inappropriate to abandon the prince for their own enjoyment of the delicacies. Furthermore, out of selfishness, the 3 were unwilling to inform Jun Bujian about the holy herbs. If the 8th prince were to discover that the food in the courtyard was a feast of holy herbs, they would probably end up with nothing to drink, as the royal family would certainly claim it for themselves. Xianxia and the others were both anxious and conflicted, their gazes occasionally darting toward the pavilion. Just then, a dramatic scene was unfolding. The 3 saw that the spirited big black dog, after finishing its portion, was climbing onto the dining table with lingering desire. Oh no, what was it going to do? Xianxia's expression turned ugly. This mutt was truly insatiable, not only eating its own share, but also wanting to devour all the holy herbs. Ugh ugh. Dead dog, what are you doing? Get down now. The Gu Luo brothers watched anxiously, hurriedly trying to drive the black dog away from a distance, but they dared not raise their voices too much. Meanwhile, Jun Bujian naturally noticed the trio's subtle movements and couldn't help but frown slightly. What are you doing? Don't you know that Master cannot be disturbed during his meditation and healing? Upon hearing this xianxia, and the others turned bright red in embarrassment. In their urgency, they put aside their selfish thoughts. If they didn't stop that big black dog soon, they feared there would be nothing left to eat. 8th Prince. Xianxia intended to speak frankly, thinking that even if the 8th Prince learned about the holy herbs, they couldn't let the big dog benefit, and perhaps they could still get a little for themselves, which was better than nothing. However, as soon as Xianxia opened her mouth, Jun Bujian declared, "This prince has said do not disturb the master." His imperial authority was undeniable and left no room for rebuttal. 8th Prince, please listen to me. Xianxia, do you not understand what this prince is saying? Or is my meaning not clear enough? Jun Bujian coldly stared at Xianxia, his expression slightly angry. As a prince, was it so useless to speak? Xianxia hesitated at his words. She did know the 8th Prince, but that was merely due to her exceptionally beautiful brother. They had only met a handful of times. Setting aside her brother, the disparity in status between her and Jun Bujian was indeed like heaven and earth. The Gu Luo brothers dared not provoke the imperial authority, only able to watch helplessly as the black dog ran amok. Time passed slowly, until that wretched big black dog licked its lips and turned to leave. The three could only accept the cruel reality with dark expressions. Xianxia tiptoed left and right, silently praying that the black dog would leave some scraps. Time flew by like an arrow. Nan Gongyu had sustained severe injuries this time, and after several hours had passed there were no signs of waking. With no other choice, the few of them had to sit together to cultivate. Unexpectedly, this meditation continued straight through to daylight. At the horizon the sun rose in the east. "Who?" Nan Gongyu exhaled deeply, slowly awakening from his meditation. "Master, how are you?" Jun Bujian opened his eyes and asked eagerly. Nan Gongyu smiled as he rose, stroking his beard, and said, "Although I am not fully recovered, I am no longer in serious danger." While the master and disciple were conversing, Xianxia and the others also opened their eyes and suddenly remembered something. "Oh no, my holy herbs." The three rushed towards the courtyard, heading straight for the pavilion. Seeing this, Nan Gongyu and his disciple were astonished, exchanging glances before following closely behind. Inside the pavilion, "Food, my food!" The Gu Luo brothers were the first to cry out in despair, holding empty plates in utter sorrow. When the three arrived at the pavilion, they found that the 4 dishes and 1 soup had long been devoured, with only a few green leaves remaining to show the former glory. Jun Bujian and his master were left bewildered, shaking their heads, helplessly, their expressions resembling that of a decayed wood that could not be sculpted. "It's just a table of food, why such a fuss?" Nan Gongyu spoke with a sense of superiority, his gaze filled with disdain. Being siblings, the disparity in talent between this Xian family young lady and her brother Xian Wushuang was immense, and her pursuits seemed so vulgar, utterly beneath notice. Once Nan Gongye's words were spoken, they happened to provoke the Gu Luo brothers. Gu Luo held a grudge, thinking that if these two hadn't shown up, how could the holy herbs have been fed to dogs? He coldly sneered, "Just a table of food. That's easy for you to say, sword master. You have cultivated for a century. Have you ever eaten a feast like this? I was born in the imperial palace. What kind of delicacies have I not tasted?" Nan Gongyu dismissed him, feeling that the dignity of the swordmaster was being challenged. Gu Luo's chest heaved and he blurted out, "Oh really? So that means you have eaten delicacies made from holy herbs, right?" Nan Gongyu sneered, "Holy herbs are supreme spiritual roots. Who would turn them into dishes? Even I, the Emperor of Dian." Suddenly, Nan Gongye's words halted abruptly as he looked at the broken plate in Gu Luo's hands, his expression changing dramatically as he exclaimed, "Could it be that you were talking about?" Nan Gongyu trembled all over as he snatched the dish from Gu Luo, carefully examining the few remnants at the bottom of the plate. In the next moment, he froze, his scalp tingling. This is holy herb." Nan Gongye's eyes widened, his pupils dilating infinitely. From those remnants, he could sense the aura of the holy herb. "This is impossible. How could this be a holy herb?" Upon hearing Nan Gongye's words, Jun Bujian was equally shocked, stepping forward to pick up another plate to investigate. Upon investigation, an overwhelming sound echoed in his mind. "This? What is this?" The aura of Gu Hunhua. Jun Bujian was completely stunned. He could actually sense the aura of one of the holy herbs from the Dian Empire among the remnants. "Jian what did you say?" "Gu Hunhua." Nan Gongyu was similarly struck by lightning. Gu Hunhua was the national holy herb of the Dian Empire, and even he was not qualified to approach it. At this moment, hearing Jun Bujian's words, his heart surged with waves. That's right, I was fortunate enough to come into contact with Guhanhua once, and I can distinguish it by its aura. This is indeed the aura of Guhanhua. Jun Bujian affirmed. Given his status, he had only seen it from afar once, which showed how precious the holy herb was. Holy herbs are the sacred creations of heaven and earth, both spirit and medicine possessing autonomous consciousness. The Guhanhua of the Dayan Empire had once killed a powerful being from the Transcendence realm who attempted to steal it. Nan Gongyu, upon hearing this, was utterly stunned, his mind filled with the three words Guhanhua. Could it be that the national treasure of the Dayan Empire was not only stolen but made into food to feed dogs? Xianxia and the others observed the changes in the master and disciple, realizing the severity of the situation, and repeatedly explained, "Eighth Prince, this is not a Dayan holy herb, but rather two Guhanhua that are in their growing phase." "What did you say? Two?" Jun Bujian's face changed drastically, his hand holding the plate trembling. Even in Dayan there were only 3 holy herbs. How could 2 appear here? Nan Gongyu also regained his senses, his gaze suddenly piercing. Where did these holy herbs come from? Gu Luo and his brother remained extraordinarily calm, seemingly unbothered. Of course they were a gift from a senior. If it weren't for you, the holy herbs would not have been fed to that black dog. Jun Bujian and his master felt a jolt in their hearts, and exclaimed in unison, "Senior." "Which senior?" "The one that the sword master referred to as Immortal." Gu Luo replied irritably. Upon hearing this, Nan Gongyu felt a chill run down his spine, his heart racing and his mouth dry. However, this was merely the beginning, or what followed was even more terrifying. The events that unfolded next were unimaginable even for Xianxia and the others who had previously encountered Ye Sifan. After standing in a daze for a while, the master and disciple finally reacted, suddenly looking towards Ye Sifan's residence. They saw the door wide open, but Ye Sifan was not in the room, having already disappeared. Xianxia and the other 2 also looked, but Ye Sifan was nowhere to be seen, leaving a bitter taste in their hearts. It seemed that as long as Ye Sifan was present, he would still provide them with sacred medicine. Where has the senior gone? Xianxia and the other 2 searched around, realizing that true experts were indeed elusive, showing only a glimpse of themselves. Nan Gongyu and his disciple finally sensed something was amiss and hurriedly followed. Where has the senior gone? Xianxia and the other 2 searched around, realizing that true experts were indeed elusive, showing only a glimpse of themselves. Nan Gongyu and his disciple finally sensed something. As if stirred by the spiritual liquid, the special cultivation technique within Jun Bujian began to operate on its own. His eyes filled with disbelief, he was utterly astounded. Born into royalty, how could Jun Bujian be unfamiliar with spiritual liquid? Master, is this spiritual liquid? An entire pond of spiritual liquid. Jun Bujian could not believe his eyes. Nan Gongyu did not answer Jun Bujian, for he himself was already deeply shaken. Indeed, this was spiritual liquid without a doubt, but it must be prefaced with 2 forbidden words: 9 heavens. 9 heavens spiritual liquid. An entire pond of 9 heavens spiritual liquid. Nan Gongye's eyes blazed with excitement and terror. He never imagined that after 100 years of cultivation, he would live to see 9 heavens spiritual liquid and could die content. Recalling the past, Nan Gongye's aged eyes gradually grew moist. Now a teacher himself, he too once had his own master. If only my master were still alive, he would surely be weeping with joy. But fate is cruel. My master lacked great fortune and died without finding a single drop of 9 heavens spiritual liquid to break through. Nan Gongye's master was a being on the verge of the human sovereign level. Had he found a single drop of 9 heavens spiritual liquid back then, he would not have died young, perishing in the tribulation of the human sovereign. Now, seeing the 9 heavens spiritual liquid, he missed his late master even more, his shock beyond measure. As for what the 9 heavens spiritual liquid was, Nan Gongyu did not wish to explain to them, for they had not yet reached that level. An entire pond of 9 heavens spiritual liquid. How many human sovereign realm experts could this create? It was too terrifying. Just as Nan Gongye's heart was churning with turmoil. Strange, where did the senior go? Guluo brothers and Xianxia had nearly scoured the front yard, but there was no trace of Ye Sifan. Nan Gongyu and his disciple also began observing the yard. Though the 9 heavens spiritual liquid was fatally tempting, they dared not act rashly. The more he observed, the more Nan Gongyu felt this place was terrifyingly extraordinary. For instance, he approached the willow tree and gently stroked its branches. Instantly, an intangible Tao began to resonate, enlightening him. The cultivation methods he had struggled to comprehend became crystal clear in that moment. And that unfinished chess game. A mere glance nearly sent him into chi deviation. He knew nothing of chess, yet it could affect his Tao heart. What kind of chess game was this? Nan Gongyu, still shaken, experienced this terror for the first time and hastily averted his gaze. This yard was far from ordinary. Though it appeared simple, it was fraught with great dread. Whether it was the turtle in the corner lounging with its legs crossed and head pillowed basking in the sun, or the drowsy sparrow on the branch, or the golden ants strolling in the pavilion. These seemingly ordinary little creatures all exerted an inexplicable pressure on Nan Gongyu. Unbelievable, extraordinary. The master of this yard was terrifying beyond measure. After circling the front yard, Nan Gongyu returned to the pavilion. His gaze inadvertently swept over something, and he suddenly froze, his pupils contracting sharply. "Master, what's wrong?" Jun Bujian asked repeatedly, noticing his teacher's extremely unusual expression. Xianxia and the other two naturally sensed Nan Gongyu's anomaly and approached in unison. Nan Gongyu's mind was in chaos, breathing heavily. He staggered to the dining table, his trembling hand slowly moving aside the cups, plates, and bowls covering it. Suddenly 2 lines of characters came into view, awe-inspiring and timeless. Xianxia, the other two, and Jun Bujian also widened their eyes, stunned into silence. On the stone table were carved 12 characters in a dragon-flying phoenix dancing script: billion beings as soldiers, million demons as generals. The 12 characters were vigorous and majestic, exuding an aura of supreme dominance, and a soul-stirring spirit as if bearing witness to a grand history. More terrifying was that within those 12 characters they seemed to see a supreme being who could swallow heaven and earth, standing above all beings and demons, issuing decrees to gods and demons and commanding billions of lives and deaths. Faced with such an existence, even Nan Gongyu felt an urge to worship from the depths of his soul. "Don't look, it will devour your mind." With a single push, he shoved aside the dazed Jun Bujian, and the others swiftly retreating from the pavilion, filled with reverence. After a long while he murmured, "Billion beings as soldiers, million demons as generals." What kind of being wrote these words? Do demons truly exist in the world? And what lies beyond demons? Is it immortals? Nan Gongyu muttered to himself. The sights and sounds of today repeatedly shocked their hearts. "Swordmaster, if you wish to know who wrote these words, why not find that senior?" Xianxia kindly reminded him. The senior resided here, and must be intimately familiar with every flower and blade of grass. Nan Gongyu looked up abruptly at the sound, and though he uttered not a word, he began to search. The 5 of them, understanding each other, without words, looked around, all hoping to see Ye Sifan once more. This time Guluo was the first to spot him. "The senior is over there." Guluo pointed excitedly at the burial ground outside the yard. Following his gaze, they saw Ye Sifan emerging from the burial ground, carrying a medium-sized unnamed tree on his shoulder. The 5 of them rushed out in a flurry. "Senior! Senior, wait for us." But the moment they stepped onto the burial ground, boom! An unknown force descended. Countless pressures crushed down. The 5 suddenly felt their bodies sink, as if weighed down by billions of tons of boulders. Their bones cracked and groaned on the verge of shattering. "Not good, it's 9 heavens burial soil." In the nick of time, Nan Gongyu acted swiftly, pulling everyone back and out of the burial ground to avert the crisis. The retreating Jun Bujian and the other 3 were drenched in sweat, terrified, as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. It truly is 9 heavens burial soil. How can something that only exists in ancient texts be real? A jolt of bioelectricity coursed through Nan Gongyu, numbing him from head to toe. The Guluo brothers looked bewildered. 9 heavens burial soil. What is that? On the other side, Jun Bujian, well-versed in royal ancient texts, was dumbfounded, and instinctively explained, "Ancient records say 9 heavens burial soil, eternal and unending. Death and burial cycle. Long burial brings revival. The prime soil land is untraceable. The soil weighs billions of June. It nurtures celestial stones. A single grain of sand can collapse the mountains and rivers of a motherland. A single stone can sever the sun, moon, and stars." What? Xianxia and the other 2 were instantly dumbfounded. Gazing into the distance at the center of the burial ground, wasn't a divine stone being nurtured? Could this be the prime soil land? Nan Gongyu's chest heaved with agitation, unable to calm himself. He added, "Legend has it that the power of 9 heavens burial soil cannot be moved by anything below the level of gods and demons. Not only can we not set foot on such a large patch of burial soil, but even the 8 ancestors of the eastern wasteland cannot move a single grain of sand here. Nangong's words struck the three like a thunderbolt. The 8 ancestors of the eastern wasteland. Such terrifying existences. Couldn't move a single grain of sand here. It seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, just as Nangongyu finished speaking, Gu Xan pointed timidly at the center of the burial ground and said, "Sword Master, if that's the case, is the senior even more powerful than the 8 ancestors of the eastern wasteland?" The others looked toward the center of the burial ground, all frozen like statues. For at that very moment Ye Sifan was planting a tree there. He effortlessly lifted a hoe, digging one hole after another with casual ease. Nangongyu was truly stupefied. Utterly inconceivable. Who on earth is this person? Nangongyu felt as if he were in a dream. Jun Bujian stood there, his face a mask of utter stupefaction. The 8 patriarchs of the eastern wastelands couldn't even move a single grain of sand, yet this man before them was planting trees in the 9 heavens soil. Just as the master and disciple were reeling in shock, a phoenix's cry echoed from the burial ground. 9 phoenixes danced together, instantly capturing their attention. The expressions of Nangongyu and his disciple upon seeing the 9 phoenixes mirrored those of xianxia and her companions. "I assume the Sword Master and the 8th Prince have also recognized them. Indeed, they are 9 phoenixes. However, the senior only keeps them as common chickens, his sole purpose being to eat a phoenix egg." Gulyuo began to explain. "What? Chickens? Eat phoenix eggs?" Jun Bujian's jaw dropped to the ground. Nangongyu also stared at Gulyuo in disbelief. Seeing their expressions, Gulyuo felt a hint of satisfaction and added a follow-up question. "I wonder, Swordmaster, do you still believe the senior is merely immortal?" Nangongyu smiled bitterly, deeply filled with trepidation. What a joke! Immortal! If such a terrifying existence were called immortal, then wouldn't everyone under heaven be mere ants? This old man failed to recognize a true titan. The senior's methods are heaven-defying, inspiring despair. Nangongyu looked with difficulty towards the center of the burial ground. In that instant he felt Ye Sifan was unattainably lofty. The other seemed like a majestic sovereign from the highest heavens, controlling past and present, viewing all living beings as mere weeds. Just imagine, using the spiritual liquid of the 9 heavens to raise fish, feeding them the sacred herbs of heaven and earth. What kind of status is that? Planting trees deep in the soil, keeping phoenixes at his doorstep. What level of power is that? Commanding billions of living beings as soldiers with millions of demons and gods as generals. What kind of vision is that? Setting up an abstruse chessboard, shaping a divine willow of Tao resonance. What kind of means is that? Even the common dog and sparrow by his side possessed terrifying intelligence. Everything revealed earth-shattering information. Faced with such an existence, you simply couldn't fathom his horror. Compared to Nangongyu, the younger Jun Bujian was far less composed, exclaiming in alarm, "This is bad. Such a supreme being hiding in the ancient wasteland Forbidden Zone is an unimaginable threat to our great Yearn and the entire eastern wastelands. We must immediately report this to the royal family. Such a terrifying overlord living in seclusion in the ancient wasteland Forbidden Zone. They needed to inform the human sovereigns of the 4 dynasties, announce it to all clans, and warn the world. Everyone must be cautious. One misstep and the entire eastern wastelands would face eternal damnation." Hearing this, Nangongyu let out a self-deprecating laugh and sighed. "Ere you worry too much. The supreme being has clearly lived in the ancient wasteland for a long time. If he wanted to harm the eastern wastelands, it would have changed long ago. Do you think anyone in the east could suppress him? Was there?" The answer was obvious: no. Searching through all the ancient texts of the eastern wastelands, one would not find such a figure. Jun Bujian, awakened by this reasoning, felt a profound sense of powerlessness. After speaking, Nangongyu pondered for a moment, then guessed. This great figure is likely tired of the fighting and killing in the cultivation world, or perhaps has lost interest in it. Hence he chose to live in seclusion among mortals to experience life. The eastern wastelands are simply beneath his notice. Nangong's words were met with agreement, especially from xianxia, who analyzed, "My master once told me that there exists a kind of person in this world. They are terrifyingly powerful, with heaven-defying cultivation, the pinnacle of their era. Finding no match in life, they grow lonely and yearn for their former mortal life, thus choosing to retreat from the world." Hearing their words, the Gulyuo brothers seemed to understand. Slapping his thigh in agreement, Gulyuo said, "Exactly. The senior claims his surname is Yi and his given name is Sifan. Sifan means longing for the mortal world, doesn't it? No wonder the senior dislikes it when we call him senior. He wants to live the life of an ordinary person." Jun Bujian also nodded in agreement. From the words of the Exalted One, it was not hard to see that this was most likely the truth. Master, you have seen much in your life. Based on your experience, what cultivation level do you think this reclusive supreme being has reached? Jun Bujin voiced a question that concerned everyone. Through various clues they knew the senior was extremely terrifying, but they could hardly fathom his true strength. Nan Gongyu also addressed this question seriously, murmuring to himself, commanding billions of living beings as soldiers with millions of demons and gods as generals. Such boldness means his strength has already surpassed the limits this world can touch. If he wrote this and it is a true description, then his cultivation. I dare not imagine. If I must set a limit, this old man would say that such an existence should not belong to this epoch. As these words fell, the hearts of the four trembled. Not belong to this epoch. Swordmaster, do you mean the senior might have lived for more than one epoch? Guluo was utterly shocked. One epoch? How long a period was that? It could also be 2 epochs or even 3. What? The four exclaimed in surprise. Nan Gongyu himself couldn't believe he would say such a thing, but it wasn't nonsense. There were clues to follow. In the current world, breaking through was as hard as reaching the heavens. Demons and gods only existed in ruins, nowhere to be found in the world. And to have millions of demons and gods as generals. What a brilliant era that must have been. And how terrifying must a person be to be qualified to command millions of demons and gods. The more they thought about it, the more frightening it became. The more they looked at Ye Sifan's figure, the more they felt his origins were terrifying, each one mentally conjuring an ultimate time-worn overlord. Inside the burial ground, Ye Sifan was planting trees under the scorching sun. He finally finished planting a 2-meter-tall tea tree. The tree's leaves were verdant, swaying in the wind as if cheering in joy. Done. You won't have to endure the wind and sun anymore. Eat well and lay many eggs. Ye Sifan muttered to the 9 phoenixes for a while, then sat down on a stone under the tea tree to rest. He didn't notice that the moment he sat down, the stone flashed with a strange light, as if it had tried to move away but was a fraction too slow. This was a stone of peculiar color, unique in the entire burial ground. Beside the stone lay a large black dog which had been staring at the 9 phoenixes the whole time, drooling all over the ground. Ye Sifan glanced at the big black dog and gave it a sharp rap on the head. You big black. All you think about is eating. They are not your food. If you keep coveting them, it'll chop you up and feed you to the fish. The big black dog yelped in pain, got up with a whimper, and shot him a resentful white-eyed glare. Ye Sifan stood up and walked away, saying as he went, instead of coveting them, why not think about how to catch those 9 goldfish in the pond? They must taste good. I've been thinking about them for years, but I've never seen you catch one. The big black dog gave him another white-eyed glare, reluctantly took one last look at the 9 phoenixes, and followed Ye Sifan away. Nan Gongyu and the others were stunned when they saw the black dog and Ye Sifan approaching. The black dog had been blocked by the stone, so they hadn't seen it before. Now that they saw it, their hearts trembled. This black dog could enter and leave the 9 heavens soil. It was likely some divine beast or great fiend. Their gazes towards it subtly changed. Ye Sifan naturally saw the group and inwardly groaned, wishing they would just vanish. These big shots were all people he couldn't afford to provoke. The group, however, was all business, their postures humble, almost groveling in the dust. In truth, I too yearn for friendship. As Ye Sifan stepped out, just as his feet left the burial ground, Nan Gongyu and the others rushed over. The 5 were anxious and cautious. Senior, let me help you. Xianxia thought to herself that as a woman it was unwise to provoke a powerful figure. So she took the initiative to step forward and offered to take the hoe from Ye Sifan's shoulder. She had just carefully inspected the hoe and confirmed that there wasn't a single grain of 9 heavens soil on it. If there had been even 1 grain, she would not have dared to approach, for not only could she not lift it, but she might even suffer backlash and perish. Clearly, she did not want to miss this opportunity to please Ye Sifan. Upon hearing this, Ye Sifan looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. What is wrong with these big shots? Do they think that cultivating immortality is boring, so they take pleasure in messing with a mere mortal like me? Thinking of this, Ye Sifan could not help but glance at Nan Gongyu and Jun Bujin, wondering if these 2 esteemed figures had also lost their minds. Unexpectedly, when Jun Bujin saw Ye Sifan looking at him, his heart raced, and he hurriedly bowed, saying, Old 8 pays his respects to the senior. As soon as these words fell, Ye Sifan's expression darkened. Old 8, you, a prince of the great Yen, are calling yourself Old 8 in front of a mere mortal. It's over. If word of this got out, wouldn't I be charged with contempt of royal authority? Wouldn't the rulers of the great Yen tear me apart and feed me to the dogs? Ye Sifan felt that his future was bleak, as if he could already see himself wishing for death. He looked at Jun Bujian, who seemed to hesitate, wanting to say something, but not knowing where to start, and could only turn his head and glare fiercely at xianxia. I have never met you before, and we are complete strangers with no grievances or hatred. Why do you keep trying to harm me? The more Ye Sifan thought about it, the angrier he became. Do mere mortals really have no temper? Thinking of this, he could not help but become emotional, his words coming out sharply. I have said many times that I am not a senior. I am just a mere mortal. Remember, a mere mortal. If you continue to call me that, then please leave this place at once. You are not welcome here. Ye Sifan's outburst frightened xianxia, her face losing all color. The Gu Luo brothers were also terrified, trembling in fear, nearly losing control of themselves. The senior is not pleased. The three watched Ye Sifan walk away, not daring to breathe. Fortunately, the eighth prince, being well-read and experienced in grand occasions, combined with the previous guesses of the others, immediately tried to probe Ye. Ye Gongzi is absolutely right, you are indeed just a mere mortal. We mean no harm. We just want to be friends with you. A powerful figure hiding in seclusion, wanting to live a mortal life, how could he keep calling someone senior? Jun Bujian said this and felt parched, fearing that his misunderstanding would anger Ye Sifan and cost him his life. The Gu Luo brothers also quickly understood and echoed, yes, the eighth prince is right. That's right, we know that Ye Gongzi is a mere mortal, but we are sincere. The three were insincere in their words, claiming he was a mortal, yet their expressions deeply betrayed their true feelings. Ye Sifan turned around in surprise. Cultivators want to be friends with mortals. What a novel idea. But looking at their expressions, it didn't seem like they were lying. But is it really appropriate to be friends with cultivators? Is this for real? Absolutely. No lies. I swear. The four spoke with utmost sincerity, their expressions resolute. Rather, Nangong Yu seemed somewhat out of place. At my old age, I can't really find common ground with the young ones. This excuse to be friends is too forced. Seeing the four so determined, and even swearing an oath, Ye Sifan found it hard not to believe them. Oaths are no trifling matter. Ye Gongzi. The four were stirred and anxious. Ye Sifan took his time, putting down the hoe to ponder. Being in a different world with no strength to lift a chicken, and no backing, it wouldn't be bad to make a few friends among cultivators, especially since one of them is a prince of the great Yen. This transaction is undoubtedly a gain, and a substantial one at that. Hey, if you had said this earlier, we wouldn't have had any issues. Ye Sifan smiled brightly, looking at Jun Bujian with sparkling eyes. The four were overjoyed, mistakenly believing that Ye Sifan's words meant he was acknowledging his identity as a mere mortal. Ye Gongzi, I am Nangong Yu, and actually, I too would like to be friends with you. I assure you I am sincerely committed and can make an oath. I wonder if Ye Gongzi could. Nangong Ye's face turned red and he coughed twice. All friends under heaven, of course. Ye Sifan readily agreed. After all, you are the eighth prince. How could I treat you as a fool? Nangong Yu was more excited than Jun Bujian, and the others like a 3-year-old child who found candy. He eagerly stepped forward to take the hoe from Ye Sifan's hands. Ye Gongzi, let me do this. The others were momentarily dumbfounded. Jun Bujian stared blankly at his teacher, suddenly feeling a bit unfamiliar. So it turns out the teacher has this side. Xianxia's pretty face also turned stern. Sword Master, where is your dignity? I thought of this first, stealing credit from a junior, how shameless. Seeing that the others were sincere and polite, Ye Sifan also let down his guard. These people could easily kill him. Why put on an act? I must be incredibly lucky. In that case, I won't be polite. Ye Sifan then picked up the hoe and handed it to Nangong Yu. Since they are all so sincere and polite, I shouldn't act ungratefully, right? However, the moment the hoe fell into Nangong Ye's hands, boom! Nangong Yu felt the hoe was as heavy as a mountain. As soon as he grasped it, it thudded to the ground. The five were taken aback. Indeed, he is a high-level being. This hoe is no ordinary tool. What's wrong? Is it heavy? You can lift it, right? Ye Sifan looked confused, lifting the hoe himself with a puzzled expression. A cultivator unable to lift a hoe. It's not heavy, I can lift it. Nangong Yu repeatedly assured. If I can't even lift a hoe, how embarrassing would that be? I absolutely cannot let a powerful figure look down on me. Though old, I can still be sculpted. Indeed, after practicing for 100 years, how could I not lift it? I misunderstood. Ye Sifan with a serious demeanor then said to xianxia and the others, since we are friends, let's not stand outside. Please come inside. The 5 of them walked toward the courtyard, leaving Nan Gongyu licking his lips in vain. "Teacher, good luck." Jun Bujin lightly patted Nan Gongya's shoulder, before leaving as a form of encouragement. Watching the 5 walk away, Nan Gongyu felt like crying without tears, spitting a couple of times to moisten his hands, and prepared to give it his all. "I truly don't believe that I can't lift this mere hoe." After thinking this, Nan Gongyu sank his chi, beginning to operate his technique, his spiritual power surging wildly. However, to his dismay, he could not move it. The more Nan Gongyu tried, the more shocked he became, almost using all his strength, his face turning red. Finally, he moved it a little. Meanwhile, as Nan Gongyu persevered, at the very edge of the ancient forbidden zone, "Cao Youde, you despicable scoundrel, dare not run. Fatty, you dog, digging up ancestral tombs and stealing graves, your ancestors must have been wicked. Amitabha, Master Cao, you don't even spare monks' graves. You are guilty beyond measure. I advise you to turn back and let me help you atone for your ancestors." Dozens of peerless experts dressed differently flew through the air, relentlessly pursuing a fat old man and a young fat boy. Some rode flying swords, others sat on beasts or walked in midair filled with murderous intent. The 2 sides darted through the forest like arrows, moving like lightning, disturbing the mountains and forests. The old fat man pulled the young fat boy and fled, occasionally glancing back, saying while escaping, "You dare to fight over dead people's belongings. How shameless! If not for my cultivation dropping drastically, I would have slapped you little ants to death. Dead people's belongings. Those are my ancestors' burial goods. Who is being shameless here? I am furious, truly furious." The Tongguan Luowang, a figure of national elegance, an elder with an ethereal presence, was seething with rage, desperately unleashing his flying sword, pushing forward relentlessly, the sword energy spanning 100 zhongs, slicing towards Cao Youde and his son like a torrential rain. The 2 plump figures appeared cumbersome, but were as light as swallows, evading the attacks with astonishing speed. "Ziki, old Taoist, why not simply call yourself the miserly Taoist? Is it not just a broken sword used by the dead? Do you really need to chase us from the Jilong dynasty to the Dian dynasty?" Cao Youde scoffed. The old man had been pursuing the father and son for over half a year, tracking them from the borders of the Jilong dynasty to the outskirts of the Dian dynasty, truly a relentless spirit. Ziki Taoist followed the voice, his originally ethereal face trembling with anger. "What a broken sword! Does he not fear the wind will slip his tongue? This is the Jilong Liuli sword, a treasured heirloom of my ancestors, a Kwaisahali artifact-level existence, nearly reaching the ranks of holy artifacts." What is a Kwaisahali artifact? A weighty instrument that can intimidate a nation. A sect possessing a Kwaisahali artifact can make even a royal family like Dian cautious. "Chao scum, as long as you do not return my ancestors' relic, I shall pursue you endlessly." Ziki Taoist referred to it as a relic, not mentioning the Jilong Liuli sword at all. Though he was burning with rage, he did not lose his rationality. The matter of the Kwaisahali artifact was crucial. Once leaked, it would lead to a bloodbath, and even the 4 great royal families might get involved. One must know the power of a holy artifact is difficult to control. The weapons of holy artifacts can intimidate all directions. Even among the 4 great dynasties, only the ancient Xia dynasty in the eastern wasteland possesses a complete holy artifact. While the other dynasties possess them, they are incomplete and difficult to unleash the might of a holy artifact. Ancient records from the East Wasteland mention that in the long river of time, the East Wasteland dynasty was originally 5 dynasties. Apart from the 4 great dynasties of ancient Xia, Dian, Jilong, and Zhuqiu, there was also an unknown demon clan dynasty. However, according to the ancient texts, the demon clan dynasty once waged war against ancient Xia, leaving the people in despair and suffering. The wrath of the ancient Xia's heavenly might was ignited. The 3 generations of emperors held complete holy artifacts for blood sacrifice, shattering the incomplete holy artifacts of the demon clan dynasty, swallowing the vast demon army, annihilating the demon royal family, and showcasing the power of holy artifacts once more. It is said that during that battle, the entire East Wasteland witnessed it, as if it were the end of the world, a purgatory. The demon clan dynasty subsequently declined, falling apart into 3,000 small nations, becoming a land of sin, with even its name forgotten in the annals of history. From this one can see that the might of a holy artifact is akin to heavenly punishment. Even a Kwaisahali artifact is a taboo item in the cultivation world. Of course, this Kwaisahali artifact from the Ziki sect is not a holy artifact and cannot be confused with one. It does not even meet the standards of a complete Kwaisahali artifact. It is a flawed item at best, capable of unleashing 1% of the peak power of a complete Kwaisahali artifact. However, this 1% is enough to ensure the Ziki sect's invincibility in the East Wasteland, allowing it to endure through the ages. Cao Daoist friend, as long as you return my ancestors' relic, I vow on the Tao, the Ziki sect will maintain a good relationship with you for generations. In the future, you and your descendants entering the Ziki sect's domain, the Ziki sect is willing to protect you and your descendants from all enemies. Ziki Daoist employed both soft and hard tactics. Only the Ziki sect knew the method to activate the Jilong Lili sword. With the Jilong Lili sword in hand, he truly had confidence to intimidate the myriad clans and royal families of the East Wasteland, at least to intimidate. On the other side, Cao Youde laughed heartily, while dodging the sword energy with his son. Ha ha ha, Ziki old Daoist, you and your ancestors are equally shameless. When was the Jilong Lili sword ever yours? This sword was originally from the Demon Clan dynasty. Later, when the Demon Clan dynasty was destroyed by ancient Xia, it was schemed away by your shameless ancestor. This was never a possession of your Ziki sect. Furthermore, it is clear that you possess no discernment and mistook the Jilong Lili sword for a useless item to be buried with, thus falling into such a great joke. Speaking of which, you should thank my son and me. If it weren't for us, the Jilong Lili sword would never have seen the light of day. At these words, everyone was astonished. What? Jilong Lili sword? Isn't that the Ziki sect's Kwaisahali artifact? It turns out to be a relic of the Demon Clan dynasty. What did you say? A Kwaisahali artifact? Indeed, it is a genuine Kwaisahali artifact rumored to have been lost for thousands of years. How did it become a burial item? And it also appeared in Cao Youde's possession. As numerous powerful beings expressed their astonishment, their gazes towards Ziki Daoist became peculiar. Good you Ziki old Daoist, everyone is uniting against a common enemy, pursuing together, and yet you promised to be honest. You actually concealed something. As everyone was shocked by the Kwaisahali artifact, their eyes began to blaze with excitement. This unexpected joy was truly a windfall obtained without effort. A Kwaisahali artifact, a supreme killing weapon. Meanwhile, behind everyone, a man with a majestic appearance was also stunned upon hearing this, his pupils contracting infinitely. The man donned a yellow robe and a purple gold crown, exuding a royal aura that commanded respect. This man was none other than one of the 8 princes of Dian, the younger brother of the Dian Emperor Tongguan Luowang. Luowang did not come to hunt down Cao Youde and his son, but was accompanying the monitoring of Ziki Daoist and other powerful beings. Behind Luowang were 100,000 first-class forbidden troops of Dian. Though this was the realm of the ancient Forbidden Zone, it was not far from the borders of Dian. With so many external powers appearing, Dian could not help but take precautions. Luowang. The Dian general hesitated, having heard Cao Youde's words about the Kwaisahali artifact appearing at the national boundary. Dian might be able to plot something. Upon hearing this, Luowang's brows furrowed tightly. According to Dian's regulations, if Cao Youde and others entered the Forbidden Zone, he could only lead the army to establish a defense outside. Without the emperor's order, the Dian army could never step into the ancient lands. However, at this moment Luowang hesitated. The might of the Kwaisahali artifact must not be underestimated. If he could acquire the Kwaisahali artifact, it would not only weaken the opposing force of the Jilong dynasty but also elevate Dian's status. Issue my command, the army should be on alert, continue forward. Luowang acted decisively, pondering for only a moment before issuing the royal decree. A Dian general could not help but worry, and reminded, Luowang, if we move forward, we will enter the ancient Forbidden Zone. Luowang did not respond. As a member of the royal family, he was best at weighing the pros and cons. The loss of 100,000 elite forbidden troops was indeed heavy, but compared to the Jilong Lili sword, it was worth the risk. Yet there were always those who stubbornly held onto their views. Among the ranks of the generals, someone stood up. Luowang, according to the teachings of the former Dian emperor, the Dian army may not step into the ancient lands without the emperor's order. I cannot. Buzz. Before the former could finish speaking, Luowang suddenly drew his sword southeastward, sweeping horizontally, and the head of the general fell to the ground. In the army, the king's order prevails, the emperor's command is often beyond reach. I have said before, except for treason and rebellion, anyone harboring dissent in the army is a great taboo and shall be executed. The vast lands of Dian, the emperor's command is not to be disobeyed. In the army, the king is the ruler. First strike, then report, displaying the elegance of the nation. The other generals felt a tremor in their hearts upon witnessing this, fully aware that Luowang had made up his mind and dared not defy him in the slightest, hastily conveying orders. The 3 armies heed the command, advance. Yes. At the command, the clashing of metal and the sound of galloping steeds arose as the 100,000 Dian forbidden troops marched forward in unison, a truly spectacular scene. At the time of the army pressing forward, deep within the outer regions of the ancient Forbidden Zone. What a pity we couldn't obtain the Jotian Spirit Liquid. Nan Gongyu looked at the liquid in his hand, shaking his head and sighing. The five had to leave the ancient Forbidden Zone before dusk, so they bid farewell to Ye Sifan early. Before leaving they intended to ask for some Jotian Spirit Liquid under the pretext of thirst. But Ye Sifan felt that the pond water was unclean, and instead gave each of them a bottle of drinking water. Initially the five believed this was Jotian Spirit Liquid, but it turned out to be absolutely not looking like ordinary water. Nan Gongyu even constantly scanned with his divine sense, finding nothing. Useless water, let it serve as a souvenir. Jun Bujin looked at the big characters on the bottle, and smiled bitterly. What mountain spring, this name was unheard of. Xianxia however held a different view, filled with fantasies, said, "What is there to worry about? Did not young Master Yi say that we can come back to see him any time? Compared to Jotian Spirit Liquid, this is a tremendous opportunity, is it not?" "That's right, I thought that supreme beings were all fickle, but I did not expect young Master Yi to be so easygoing. However, many of his words are too profound for us to comprehend." The five exchanged knowing smiles, each contemplating something. Today, having met young Master Yi for the first time, many words were inconvenient to express, but surely there would be many opportunities in the future. While the five were daydreaming, suddenly, a commotion erupted in the beast forest ahead. They saw two plump figures, an old and a young, charging towards them along with Ziki Taoist and other powerful beings. In the distant thicket of the jungle, an overwhelming army followed closely behind, with some forbidden troops already engaged in fierce collisions with the ferocious beasts. Forbidden troops. Jun Bujin and his disciple were the first to lock onto Luowang's army, immediately recognizing the origin of the troops, their faces turning pale. How could the Dayan forbidden troops step into the ancient lands? What has happened? Who are these people? Wait, with the army advancing so boldly, could it be that they are passing by the residence of a powerful being? Jun Bujin and his disciple internally cried out that something was amiss. The master and apprentice were blocked, and the confidence of King Luo was unwavering. Without giving the two a moment to think, Cao Youde and his son had already approached. At the same time, countless sword energies, as well as ripples formed from various weapons, dazzled the eyes. Nan Gongyu felt the chilling sword energy, and the searing power, his pupils gradually constricting. Such power, is it among the strongest? Be careful, they are the strongest from the eastern wasteland. In the next moment, Nan Gongye's expression changed slightly, his face like frost, as he quickly shielded Jun Bujin, and the others retreating rapidly. The strongest are a collective term for the most powerful figures of humanity in the eastern wasteland, generally referring to leaders of various sects. Of course, super large sects and those with unparalleled legacies are not included. Firstly, the unparalleled legacies are the most mysterious. For instance, the Guiyun sect of the Great Yan dynasty, the Human Emperor Hall of the Zhilong dynasty, and the Emperor Sword sect of the ancient Xia dynasty, among others, possess such unparalleled legacies. Their backgrounds are terrifying, filled with hidden talents, and any disciple could potentially step into the realm of the strongest of humanity. As for their sect leaders, patriarchs, and ancestors, their depths are even more unfathomable, often including pinnacle figures of humanity, and even concealing transcendent beings occupying unknown existences. Such unparalleled legacies cannot be generalized. Fortunately, such unparalleled legacies are few and far between. One could say they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and their sects are extremely limited in number. Next are the super large sects. These sects generally have intricate ties to royal power, producing talents aplenty within their ranks, with experts abounding, where the strongest of humanity are mostly elder-level figures. The Ziki sect, where the Ziki Taoist resides, was originally a super-large sect, but unfortunately a catastrophe struck 7,000 years ago, causing successive falls of its elders and relegating it to a first-rate sect. As an elder of the Ziki sect, the Ziki Taoist's strength naturally reached the realm of the strongest of humanity for many years, and his reputation was far-reaching. The destructive power of the strongest of humanity is unimaginable. Although there is a vast difference between them and the pinnacle of humanity, wherever they are it signifies something extraordinary. One could say that a single figure of the strongest of humanity is enough to be conferred titles and lands, and even the four great human emperors at the pinnacle of humanity would not dare to offend the strongest lightly. It is worth noting that the gap between the strongest is also tremendous. Just like at the pinnacle of humanity there are not many strong figures, but they do exist while there are only 4 human emperors. The 4 great human emperors represent the utmost heights of humanity. For example, King Luo of Tongguan is also at the pinnacle of humanity, but he is not a human emperor, and there is a significant gap between him and the Yan Emperor, who is also at the pinnacle of humanity. Simply put, after the strongest of humanity comes the pinnacle of humanity, and whether it is the strongest or the pinnacle there exists an insurmountable chasm between the same realms. At this very moment, boom! The sword energy pierced through the forest invulnerable. The ancient forbidden zone has long existed, and even on the outskirts there are century-old iron trees and millennia-old vines. However, under the sword energy unleashed by the strongest, with little effort ancient trees collapsed and vines were utterly destroyed, terrifying indeed. Cao Youde's occasional counterattack caused the collision of two forces, instantly obliterating everything with unmatched might, rippling in all directions. "Stand behind me!" Nan Gongyu shot out to defuse the residual waves, and the numerous strongest figures also took action to defend. Even King Luo at the back waved his hand to block the residual power protecting the army. However, under the sword energy unleashed by the strongest, with little effort ancient trees collapsed and vines were utterly destroyed, terrifying indeed. Cao Youde's occasional counterattack caused the collision of two forces, instantly obliterating everything with unmatched might, rippling in all. Cao Youde and his son along with the Ziki Daoist moved at incredible speed, disappearing from the sight of xianxia, and the others in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a vast and tragic primitive forest. Why are there so many of the strongest? The ancient Luo brothers were filled with dread, caught off guard. If it weren't for Nan Gongyu protecting them, they would be like a sea of corpses of wild beasts at this moment, fearing for their lives. Jun Bujian and the master and apprentice regained their senses, and were astonished to see King Luo. King Luo? Uncle Wang. The master and apprentice exchanged glances, and hurried towards King Luo. Greetings, South Palace, you seen by King Luo. The master and apprentice both bowed. Meanwhile, behind King Luo, 100,000 forbidden troops knelt down with a clatter, the sound of metal clashing, echoing through the forest. Tongguan Forbidden Army pay respects to His Highness the 8th Prince. Jun Bujian did not pay attention to the 100,000 forbidden troops, but after bowing he asked King Luo with a serious tone. Uncle Wang, what are those people? What has happened? Why did you lead the army into the ancient lands? Without the command of a human emperor, the great Yen forbidden troops are not allowed to step into the forbidden zone even half a step. Jun Bujian vaguely sensed that a major incident had occurred. Upon seeing the master and apprentice, King Luo was also surprised. However, as a prince and elder, he did not need to bow to Jun Bujian and casually said, "The situation is urgent, I do not have time to explain. Come escort His Highness the 8th Prince back to Tongguan." After saying this, King Luo's spiritual power surged, ready to pursue. Witnessing his urgency, Jun Bujian furrowed his brows even more. On the other side, Nan Gongyu turned pale, and urgently called out, "King Luo, the great Yen forbidden army cannot advance any further, there is great terror ahead. If we go further, we will reach the dwelling of great beings. The army advancing is a great disrespect, it will surely provoke the great beings." Jun Bujian also recalled this and fearfully stopped him. "Uncle Wang, the teacher is right, you cannot advance any further. There is a terrifying existence ahead, a hidden supreme being. If our great Yen forbidden army rashly intrudes, it will surely bring disaster." King Luo paused at the sound, standing with his hands behind his back, staring at the master and apprentice with piercing eyes. Terrifying existence. Looking at the two in immense fear, King Luo furrowed his brows. There is a hidden supreme being in the ancient forbidden zone. This king has been stationed at Tongguan for many years, why have I never heard of it? What level of hidden supreme being is it that even the sword master is this terrified? King Luo was alert. However, Nan Gongyu and the master and apprentice exchanged glances, but could not answer. King Luo, although I cannot discern the cultivation level of the great being, I can affirm that this person is someone our great Yen absolutely cannot provoke. Nan Gongyu could only speak vaguely. In this way, King Luo shook his head and smiled. It seems this king has worried too much. Although Nan Gongyu is the teacher of the prince, his cultivation can only barely squeeze into the ranks of the strongest. Encountering a slightly stronger figure among the strongest makes it difficult to gauge their strength. As the saying goes, the higher the skill, the bolder the person. King Luo did not take it to heart, believing the two merely encountered a hidden strong being. As for the term supreme, he did not agree. After all, compared to King Luo, Nan Gongyu is too weak, lacking several realms. Strictly speaking, Nan Gongyu barely counts as an early-stage strongest of humanity, while King Luo is at the pinnacle of humanity. According to the division of realms, there is a gap of 6 small realms between early, mid, late perfect and great perfection of the strongest plus 1 large realm of the pinnacle of humanity. Even disregarding the small realms within the pinnacle of humanity, the disparity is already vast. The great being in Nan Gongyu's eyes could likely be killed with a single slap in King Luo's view. A mere hidden cultivator dares to play tricks on the royal family. This king wants to see just how capable this so-called supreme being is. King Luo mocked, having encountered such pretenders of hidden supreme beings before. They were merely some bored strong figures. Jun Bujian and the others felt as if struck by lightning. Does King Luo intend to seek trouble with the great being? Uncle Wang Yu absolutely cannot. That terrifying existence is beyond our imagination. He raises 9 phoenixes, as if they were mere village chickens, not only devouring phoenix eggs, but also feasting on sacred herbs. Jun Bujian wanted to explain, but the more King Luo listened, the more he felt it was nonsense. 9 phoenixes. Phoenix eggs. Sacred herbs. Truly ridiculous. Phoenixes are not village chickens, and are rarely seen for thousands of years. How could he raise 9? These master and apprentice have most likely been deceived. Come escort His Highness the 8th Prince back to Tongguan. The army continues forward. King Luo said no more and stepped away. Seeing his uncle not believing him, Jun Bujian was sweating profusely, wanting to block the army's advance. However, lacking a military token, and since this was King Luo's forbidden army, the generals would not listen to his commands. Gentlemen generals, believe this prince? You cannot proceed. Faced with the 8th prince's kind admonition, the generals could only smile bitterly. 8th prince, we are following orders. Do not make it difficult for us. The generals bypassed Jun Bujian and led the army onward. In their view, the prince, having spent so long in the deep palace, is truly not as competent as a soldier on the battlefield. What hidden supreme being? What terrifying existence? In the end, it is likely just a joke. We have seen all kinds of strong figures on the battlefield. The 100,000 forbidden troops were dismissive. Meanwhile, in another direction, Ye Sifan was sound asleep. After xianxia and the others left, he lay down, currently dreaming with the Duke of Zhou. However, what Ye Sifan did not know was that in his simple courtyard the spirits sensed something and began to stir. At the pinnacle of humanity, the heavenly demon king, the once tranquil courtyard, suddenly became lively and bustling. In the courtyard, countless small animals sensed something, and appeared one by one, chattering and seeming to discuss and communicate about something. The number of animals here far exceeded what xianxia and her companions had ever seen, ranging from night eagles to ants. They clustered together in pairs, excitedly debating, their faces flushed, displaying a remarkably human-like demeanor. For instance, in the pavilion, at this moment 2 gray rats stood upright side by side on a stone table, waving their front paws and pointing in a certain direction, chattering away at the dozens of small animals below the table. And in the pond, a turtle and a 3-legged toad were walking together, slowly coming ashore from the pond, stopping at the water's edge, intently staring at the direction the rats pointed. Then, not far from the pond, a golden ant broke through the soil, its body shimmering with golden light. A silver grasshopper leaped into the air, shining coldly, while a sparrow arrived late, landing on a branch, and a pair of butterflies fluttered gracefully, hovering in midair. These small animals were filled with excitement, usually hidden in the courtyard, now collectively revealing themselves, bringing vitality to the courtyard, and a surge in liveliness. At the entrance of the courtyard, a large black dog stood guard at the gate, resembling a guardian beast. Outside the courtyard in the jungle, that rabbit also hurried over, standing alone in a corner, keeping its distance from all the creatures. The big black dog glanced back at the creatures in the courtyard, understanding that these small beings had also sensed an enemy approaching, wanting to protect their master and prevent anyone from disturbing his cultivation. Indeed, it was cultivation. Ye Sifan was unaware that what appeared to be sleep in his eyes was to these little creatures a terrifying form of cultivation. Meanwhile, Cao Youde was sprinting, the corners of his mouth gradually rising, glancing back at Ziki Daoist and the others, revealing a strange smile. A bunch of little rats truly think that the Fat Lord is afraid of you. If it weren't for my severely diminished cultivation and the caution against those hidden in the void, I would have fought with you all 300 rounds by now. Chase, go ahead and chase, let's see who can walk out alive. Old man, up ahead is the depths of the ancient forbidden zone. Are we really going in? The chubby boy looked at the increasingly close depths of the ancient forbidden zone, fear gripping his heart. The father and son had ventured too deep this time. Cao Youde, hearing this, was full of confidence, casually saying, "As long as we don't cross the line of life and death with my skills, what does it matter if we venture another 300 miles? Last time you said the same, but what was the outcome? They didn't even fight and we were the first to fall." The chubby boy felt that his father was unreliable, urging, "Throw out the 9-dragon glazed sword. If you don't throw it, we father and son will part ways and escape separately. Stop following me." "Good for you, little brat. Am I still your father? You come to snatch the good stuff when there is benefit, but when there's none, you're afraid your father will drag you down." Why didn't you part ways with your father when we were tomb raiding? Cao Youde's face darkened. Clearly the father and son had backup plans, and this wasn't the first time doing such a thing. All right, I'm afraid of you. Old man, you are brave and mighty, invincible under heaven, is that enough? If possible, could you please find a suitable place and throw away that hot potato? After the chubby boy finished speaking, Cao Youde took out a glazed sword wrapped in dragon patterns, heartbroken as he said, "This is a treasure. Even if it's been damaged, its power is barely 1/10, yet it still ranks as a quasi-sacred artifact. If it can be repaired, this tomb in the eastern wilderness would belong to us, father and son." The chubby boy looked at Cao Youde, whose eyes were filled with greed, slightly frowning. Cao Youde was reluctant, unable to part with it. This 9-dragon glazed sword far exceeds the level of a sacred artifact. Only the Ziki Taoist would foolishly think it was a quasi-sacred artifact, a frog, in a well unaware of the true nature of the treasure. When Cao Youde unearthed this 9-dragon glazed sword, he was overjoyed. Unfortunately, on the day the sword was unearthed, the old fat man was too excited and insisted on unleashing the might of a quasi-sacred artifact to show off. The result was predictable. Not only did it attract the attention of the Ziki sect and several heavenly demon kings, but it also drew the gaze of 3 transcendent beings. The heavenly demon kings and the transcendent beings are not like the Ziki Taoist. They could tell at a glance that the 9-dragon glazed sword was extraordinary. However, since all parties were wary of each other, no one was willing to strike first. Undoubtedly, whoever attempted to seize the 9-dragon glazed sword would find themselves in the crosshairs. Thus, the several heavenly demon kings and the 3 transcendent beings chose to wait for the opportune moment, and this wait lasted for half a year. In the same time frame, at Ye Sifan's residence, the big black dog simply scanned the courtyard before turning to gaze ahead, its deep dark eyes seeming to see through everything. Just then a voice echoed in the big black dog's mind. The incoming are not just the strongest of humanity. Besides the Tongguan Luowang and several peak human experts concealed in the void, there are also several heavenly demon kings from various tribes and 3 transcendent beings. It was that rabbit. It was communicating with the big black dog through divine sense. The rabbit had long sensed the presence of powerful figures, including the Ziki Taoist and the heavenly demon kings, hiding in the dark. The big black dog was clearly surprised. This was the first time the rabbit had spoken in 18 years. "So you can talk?" The big black dog transmitted to the rabbit, puzzled. "You are also a demon. Why are you warning me?" "First, I'm not part of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, so I don't belong to them. Second, I'm not doing it for anyone, just saying it casually." After the rabbit finished speaking, it turned and vanished into the jungle. The big black dog did not pursue. This rabbit's origins were unknown, yet it was well informed about the outside world, which must be suspicious. In the future, it would need to be cautious of it for its master. After thinking this, the big black dog turned its head to continue staring ahead, where the murderous intent was exceptionally intense, making it very uncomfortable. The next moment, boom! It trembled all over. Its aura changing dramatically. An overwhelming and terrifying power exploded forth, and at that moment it resembled a black qilin descending from the heavens, utterly sacred. In the jungle, "Are you throwing it or not?" the chubby boy urged Cao Youde repeatedly. "Let me take another look, just one more look." Cao Youde's face showed pain, as he genuinely couldn't bear to part with it. Seeing his father so reluctant, the chubby boy simply snatched it away. "If you want, throw it, I will." The chubby boy understood that none of the people here wanted to cross the line of life and death of the ancient forbidden zone. If they didn't throw it now, disaster would surely follow. Thus, without hesitation, the chubby boy let go of the ancient sword. The sword radiated brilliant light, spinning and shooting forth, emitting a vibrating sound like a dragon's roar. The father and son turned their bodies, separating from the 9-dragon glazed sword, stopping far away on the other side of the forest, watching the ancient sword gracefully descend. Sure enough, as the 9-dragon glazed sword was released, the others behind, blinded by greed, abandoned their pursuit of the 2. The 9-dragon glazed sword is the sacred object of our Ziki sect. Who dares to seize it? The Ziki Taoist's face turned grim, bellowing as he charged forward. However, nonsense, the 9-dragon glazed sword is an unclaimed object. Whoever has the ability can take it. More than 10 supreme beings acted simultaneously to seize the sacred object. The temptation of a quasi-sacred artifact was immense. Since they encountered it, it was worth fighting for. Yet before they could get close to the rapidly spinning ancient sword, they were repelled by waves of overwhelming power. 7 old figures materialized from thin air, rushing towards the 9-dragon glazed sword. Pinnacle of humanity. From afar, Luowang was shocked. He never expected that there would be peak human experts following stealthily. At the same time, an even more astonishing scene emerged. In the high sky of the jungle, at the peak of the clouds, the void began to distort and terrifying ripples surged. A mysterious creature revealed a glimpse of its massive form, as if it had emerged from a crack in space. Merely showing a claw was enough to blot out the sun. The first heavenly demon king resolutely made a move. Everyone retreat, this is a treasure of my demon clan. The human race must not interfere. Before the previous speaker's voice fell. Humph, even if it's a treasure of the demon clan, it depends on who has the ability to take it. The second heavenly demon king materialized, similarly obscuring the sky. Next came the third, fourth, and fifth, a total of 6 heavenly demon kings. From a distance it appeared, as if divine beings had descended upon the ancient forbidden zone, sealing off all directions. At this moment, the 9-dragon glazed sword fell to the ground, and coincidentally it struck the courtyard of Ye Sifan with a clang, roaring like a dragon and howling like a tiger. At the same time, the big black dog roared, its body swelling immensely. Also moving were the willow trees growing by the pond. 3,000 willow branches revived with vibrant life, lush green, growing rapidly. New book trial, seeking to join the bookshelf, seeking collections, seeking recommendation votes, seeking to follow and read. It's crucial, dear readers, the battle has begun. A great terror, sleep completely gone. The willow trees grew astonishingly, their branches thickening, reaching towards the clouds. 3,000 willow branches moved without wind, azure light surged, and the willow fluff spread and climbed in the void, resembling soaring azure dragons. In just a moment, a towering divine willow lay across the heavens and earth, standing 100 jong high, and 1,000 meters wide, nestled in the vast forest sea, appearing sacred and inviolable in the already gray and misty ancient forbidden zone. 3,000 willow branches showering divine brilliance in millions. The myriad spirits gasped in shock at the sudden scene, stunned by the power. What is this thing? The 6 heavenly demon kings were terrified, suddenly feeling a terrifying divine sense locking onto them like an ocean, and they could not retract their claws in time. With a whoosh, 6 branches of willows shot into the sky, rising against the void, confronting the massive claws of the 6 heavenly demon kings that were about to descend, unleashing an eerie power. This is the power of order. How is this possible? Below, King Luo and the others felt their scalps tingle. As top-tier human powerhouses, they could sense that the 6 willow branches slicing through the air each contained a trace of order power. The willow fluff transformed into chains of order, enveloping the void with endless laws, attacking the 6 heavenly demon kings. How could this happen? The 6 heavenly demon kings were filled with dread, their backs cold and drenched in sweat. The power of order, the might of the laws. How could these heavenly punishments, which only exist in the rules of the celestial realm, manifest on a willow tree? Even if it were just a trace, it would be impossible. What on earth is this thing? Could it be that there lies a being here that has escaped the laws of heaven and earth, creating its own order under the watchful eye of the heavens? The 6 heavenly demon kings were petrified with fear, their souls almost fleeing. Before the power of order, all strength was but bubbles shattering with a touch. This willow tree has created its own order, which will surely contend with the heavens, and must occasionally triumph over divine punishment. In other words, this willow tree is a variable. On another note, wait, what are those? Cao Youde was equally horrified, his face changing repeatedly as he stared at the 3,000 willow fluffs in terror, breathing heavily, saying, the great path is simple, the 3,000 laws. It actually wants to evolve 3,000 great paths to glimpse the secrets of the heavens. Cao the Fat was left speechless, as if he had seen a ghost. He suddenly realized that the 3,000 willow fluffs sprouting from the willow tree were attempting to evolve 3,000 great paths, each branch flourishing with corresponding laws. Though still in the initial stage, it already showed signs of form. At this moment, Cao Youde was filled with shock. Boom! The 6 branches of willow fluff defied the heavens, striking the massive claws of the 6 heavenly demon kings that overshadowed the sky. The willow fluff surged like a bamboo shoot, and the 6 heavenly demon kings let out piercing howls as their once indestructible arms shattered into pieces in an instant. The 6 heavenly demon kings retreated with a blow, ripples spreading as they quickly hid in the void, disappearing without a trace. In the heights of the sky, the power raged the previous collision, transforming the area into an energy storm field, the terrifying shockwaves sweeping across the sky, as if the willow tree had defeated the 6 divine beings. Perhaps the willow tree was too monstrous. The heavens began to gather dark clouds, the sky suddenly darkened, and ominous thunder rumbled. Moreover, as the willow tree displayed its divine might, strange fluctuations also emanated from deep within the ancient forbidden zone. A massive black cloud rose from the deepest part of the mountains of the ancient forbidden zone, floating across billions of miles. The black cloud was filled with ominousness, and the unknown, a deathly aura resembling a vast ocean, covered downwards, suffocating everyone. With a whoosh, the willow tree sensed it, and the countless willow branches glowed brightly, an endless source of life rising from the ground to resist the overwhelming death aura. The 3,000 willow fluffs pierced through the void, embedding themselves into the black cloud, erupting with thunderous sounds, the cloud layer boiling waves of terrifying aura rushing towards everyone. At the same time, below the willow tree, woof, roar, the furious howl shook the mountains. The big black dog barked once, continuously roaring. At this moment it had already soared its 4 limbs, treading the universe, transforming into a 100-jong divine beast, its cold silver claws striking down fiercely. No. A peak human powerhouse screamed in despair, shattered by the big black paw turning into a mist of blood. Upon hearing this wail, everyone finally turned to look. It was shocking. They saw a 100-jong giant dog soaring into the sky, constantly waving its paws, chasing after the 7 peak human powerhouses, slaughtering them. What was even more terrifying was that everyone discovered the laws on the big black dog were also different from those on the 3,000 willow fluffs. It was madness. This world has gone mad. You beast, I will fight you to the end. A long-reputed peak human powerhouse furiously shouted, unleashing a terrifying ultimate skill, wanting to perish together with the big black dog. However, what greeted him was a massive bloody mouth. The big black dog opened its mouth wide and swallowed him whole. King Luo and the others looked on in horror. In just a few breaths, none of the 7 peak human powerhouses escaped. 6 were turned into blood mist, and 1 was devoured. After the big black dog slaughtered the 7, it landed heavily, opened its mouth to spit out the barely alive peak human powerhouse, and its forepaw stomped down, causing the latter to disperse into blood mist. The big black dog showed no interest in devouring the human race. Yet to everyone this scene was no different from that of a demon. With the initial battle coming to an end, the sky also gradually approached its conclusion. That strange black cloud gradually retreated after a brief exchange with the willow tree, beginning to return to the depths of the Forbidden Mountains, giving the impression of having come to test. However, the black cloud was too massive, and retreating took time. When the black cloud had completely retreated, everyone was dumbfounded. On those 3,000 willow branches, several unknown beings were shockingly pierced through their eyes, hollow, their clothing ancient, their bodies mutilated, looking utterly tragic. These beings had no soul, clearly dead, and from their ancient clothing it was easy to guess they had been dead for countless years. Strangely, these ancient beings that had been dead for endless years were still oozing blood from their wounds, which were obviously not caused by the recent battle. Among the several unknown beings pierced by the willow tree, one was the most conspicuous. It had no head, no soul, yet struggled. Indeed, it was struggling. How could the corpse of a dead being still be alive? The strongest, such as the purple Chi Taoist, felt a lump in their throats, staring in terror at this scene. Though these beings had long been dead, they still appeared immensely majestic. A single glance felt as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down on their hearts. Boom, boom, boom. The 3,000 willow fluffs shook violently, a series of loud sounds echoed, and the unknown beings turned into nothingness. As for the heavenly demon kings hiding in the void, they had already fled far away as the willow tree seemed disinterested in pursuit. The 3,000 willow branches drooped quickly, returning to their original state in the blink of an eye. King Luo and the others remained stunned for a long time. What they had seen and heard today had completely overturned their worldview, like planting a seed of a nightmare in their hearts. Until the big black dog let out a few more furious howls, exuding murderous intent. As it approached, the powerhouses finally awakened in terror. They looked up at the enormous 100-jong black dog inching closer. Even the seasoned 10,000 forbidden army trembled in fear. A demon, this was a demon. No one knew how powerful it truly was, only that before it the peak human powerhouses were like ants. As the big black dog closed in, everyone's hearts raced like thunder, breathing became difficult, and beads of sweat fell like rain. However, at the critical moment, "Big Black, what are you calling out for again?" A slightly sleepy voice rang out. Ye Sifan was oblivious to what was happening outside. The earlier battle had been isolated by the willow tree, and he was completely unaware of the outside world. Of course, after the willow tree restored itself, the isolation effect disappeared, and he who had been sleeping soundly was awakened by the few barks from the big black dog, groggily getting up to check. Hearing Ye Sifan's voice, the big black dog's ears perked up, its body quickly shrank back into its original form. King Luo and the others naturally saw this and were filled with terror. On the other side, as soon as Ye Sifan opened the door, he immediately spotted the 100,000 forbidden army, and King Luo instantly wide awake. My goodness, why are there so many people? Charge! Charge! What is going on here? Can someone tell me what has happened? Ye Sifan surveyed the 100,000 forbidden troops and was genuinely frightened. Is it necessary to be this outrageous? I just wanted to take a simple nap. Is that too much to ask? Licking his dry lips nervously, Ye Sifan swallowed hard, feeling somewhat at a loss. Woof! In front of the courtyard, the once normal Dehe barked at King Luo and the others baring his teeth. The 100,000 forbidden troops turned pale, feeling a chill run down their spines. With each bark from Dehe, the army shivered in fear. The purple Chi Taoist and Cao Youde were equally flustered, especially King Luo. Upon seeing Ye Sifan emerge from the door, a storm surged within him, his eyes filled with shock. He could imagine that this seemingly vibrant youth was most likely the hidden supreme being spoken of by his master and apprentice. Realizing this, King Luo's breathing grew increasingly heavy. At this moment, everyone also discovered that within this ancient forbidden zone, there was actually a courtyard. Is someone living in this forbidden place? How astonishing! In ancient lands, every night brings great terror. To live here year-round is truly terrifying to contemplate. To be honest, King Luo and the others were quite panicked. On the other hand, Ye Sifan was also very anxious. This kid was born during peaceful times in his past life, and now survives in the wild woods. How could he have ever seen such a spectacle? When Ye Sifan noticed that the 100,000 forbidden troops and King Luo were all staring at him, his heart raced even more. Ye Sifan, stay calm. You must remain composed. You are just an ordinary person. What qualifications do you have to attract the great Yen forbidden troops? They must have another purpose. Yes, it must be like that. Ye Sifan desperately tried to comfort himself, urgently stopping Dehe. Dehe, don't make trouble. Damn mutt, don't bark randomly. We can't afford to offend these big shots. Dehe turned back at the sound, spinning in place, seemingly unwilling to return. Seeing this, Ye Sifan wished he could instantly neuter this mutt. You blind thing, can't you see this is the great Yen forbidden troops? If you anger them, my head might not be safe. Dehe, come back. Ye Sifan whispered, afraid that raising his voice would provoke King Luo and the others. However, his gentle tone seemed to carry a unique charm to the crowd. Having just witnessed the terrifying scene, how could this person be so nonchalant, speaking without a ripple of emotion? Could it be that he was completely unconcerned about what had just transpired? The more King Luo and the others thought about it, the more terrifying it became. Yet the next scene only confirmed the suspicions in their hearts. Aren't you coming back? Ye Sifan was getting anxious. He spoke to Dehe again. This time his volume was just right, containing a hint of warm anger yet still harmonious. Humph! Dehe let out a whimper, glancing back at King Luo, and the others reluctantly turning and running towards the courtyard, wagging his tail in a plea for affection around Ye Sifan. Get inside. I didn't call you out. Ye Sifan said irritably to Dehe. This clueless mutt could stir trouble for the army. It was better to get him inside. Dehe, hearing the command, looked resentful, rolled his eyes, and trotted into the doorway, sitting down at the doorframe with his head facing out, his body inside, his front paws crossed on the ground, resting his chin on them, staring at Ye Sifan with a tilted head, his expression akin to that of a guilty puppy full of grievance. Cao Youde and the others watched this man and dogged, their hearts leaping to their throats. Just a moment ago this terrifying creature had been slaughtering the 7 peak humans, yet now it appeared so docile before this person. In this situation there was only one possibility. That fierce beast feared this person. Or perhaps this person was its master. Upon realizing this, the gazes of the crowd towards Ye Sifan gradually shifted to unease, fear, and dread, ultimately transforming into terror. In the courtyard, after driving Dehe away, Ye Sifan began to look anxiously at King Luo and the others. Now that he had faced them, there was no avoiding it, greeting them was essential. Upon careful observation, Ye Sifan noticed that among the crowd King Luo exuded an imposing presence with the majesty of royalty, evident, clearly a figure of the powerful. As the saying goes, knowing whom to flatter is key. Ye Sifan was not vague about this at all. After identifying King Luo, he raised his hands in salute, preparing to show respect first. However, just as Ye Sifan raised his hand, he didn't even have time to clasp his fists before suddenly, the 100,000 forbidden troops, like startled birds, reacted instantly, weapons pointed at Ye Sifan. This was a natural, instinctive reaction in a crisis. Such a terrifying person could command life and death with a mere flick of his sleeve. King Luo and the purple Chi Taoist also took a half-step back, nearly activating their techniques to flee. Everyone was greatly frightened, mistakenly thinking Ye Sifan intended to strike down the crowd. On the other hand, Ye Sifan's throat rolled, his eyes flickering, one hand frozen in midair, just as scared as the others. I'm just an ordinary person without the strength to crush a chicken. How could I kill your master? Fine, if I can't move, I won't move. Ye Sifan stood there, his hand raised. I'm just an ordinary person without the strength to crush a chicken. How could I kill your master? Fine, if I can't move, I won't move. Ye Sifan stood there, his hand raised halfway, coming to a stop. Suddenly, the air seemed to solidify. Both sides just stared at each other, neither daring to move. In Ye Sifan's eyes, it seemed the other side wouldn't allow him to move. Yet in the eyes of King Luo and the others it appeared that this person was contemplating whether to strike them down or their lives hung by a thread dependent on his thoughts. Unknowingly King Luo realized that cold sweat had drenched his entire body, his horrified eyes still fixed on Ye Sifan's hand raised halfway. Compared to King Luo, the 100,000 forbidden troops behind him dared not even breathe, not even blinking, allowing beads of sweat to trickle into their eyes. They desperately wanted to tell Ye Sifan that they meant no harm, but were afraid that speaking out would instead hasten their demise. This feeling was too torturous. As for the Purple Chi Taoist and other supreme beings, it was better not to mention them, giving them some face for their status. Time passed second by second, as if they were imprisoned, the surroundings eerily silent like a painting. The 100,000 forbidden troops, King Luo and others along with Ye Sifan stood as still as statues. During this time, a flying insect leisurely passed between them, receiving no notice. Time flew by. It was unclear how long had passed, possibly not long, perhaps a long time. Dehe in the doorway yawned, growing drowsy. Finally someone broke this uncomfortable silence. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. Jun Bujian and others struggled to push through the forbidden troops emerging from behind the army, their expressions still urgent. Not long ago he had been on his way back to Tongguan as arranged by King Luo, but upon seeing the dark clouds and terrifying pressure enveloping this place, he persuaded the commanding officer and accompanying generals to quickly return and stop King Luo. Uncle Wang, hurry quickly, retreat the troops. As long as that hidden supreme hasn't taken offense, there's still time. Jun Bujian burst through the crowd, but his words were abruptly cut off. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the scene, rendering his words utterly stifled. The current scene was laid bare before him, akin to a sudden awakening that jolted his heart, evidently indicating that a few had arrived a moment too late. At this moment the faces of Wang Luo and his companions were filled with trepidation, beads of sweat pouring down, betraying their inner fear and horror, reaching an extreme level of anxiety. Even with Jun Bujian shattering the silence, the crowd remained deeply entrapped, gasping for breath. The eighth prince without a doubt understood what had transpired as his body swayed, nearly collapsing to the ground. It's all over. Uncle Wang, you've caused a tremendous disaster. Jun Bujian's face turned ashen as terrifying images of Ye Sifan's accusations against Dian flooded his mind, causing his heart to race with fear. Nan Gongye's complexion was equally pale, anxiety overwhelming him as he cast a fearful glance at Ye Sifan, realizing the gravity of the situation. In contrast to Jun Bujian's inner turmoil, Cao Youde and the others were also struck by a sudden upheaval of emotions. They had heard the eighth prince's words clearly, particularly the phrase hidden supreme, which bore immense intimidation. Though they were somewhat prepared when the eighth prince uttered hidden supreme, it was as if a thunderclap erupted in hidden supreme. So there exists a hidden supreme. In the courtyard, Ye Sifan naturally observed the 5 individuals with Jun Bujian, his eyes darting, yet he dared not speak rashly. He had just heard Jun Bujian refer to that man as Uncle Wang, implying that this imposing middle-aged man was the emperor's brother. The emperor's brother, second only to one above countless others and wielding great power. Who could say if the eighth prince could handle such a presence? If the eighth prince could not manage this emperor's brother? Ye Sifan's thoughts spiraled further into doubt, well aware of the saying that villains die from excessive talking. He decided to observe for now and assess the situation. Meanwhile, Jun Bujian felt his emotions were equally complex, his thoughts in a chaotic state. As a prince of Dian, he could not stand by and watch. He could only pray that Uncle Wang had not done anything out of line, hoping there was still time. For now, Jun Bujian could only place his hopes here, wishing to mend the situation while it was not too late. With that thought, Jun Bujian steeled himself and approached, stammering, "Young Master Yi, there's been a misunderstanding. All of this is a misunderstanding. They mean no harm. Please let it slide." Ye Sifan turned to Jun Bujian at the sound of his voice, then cast a glance at the gleaming weapons held by the 100,000 elite soldiers. "Are you sure this is a misunderstanding?" Seeing Ye Sifan remain silent, Jun Bujian felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Even though this wasn't their first meeting, the thought of confronting such a supreme being left Jun Bujian exceedingly apprehensive. Given the gravity of the situation, he was unsure how events might unfold, fully aware that he could provoke the other party at any moment. Reaching this point in thought, Jun Bujian felt parched and mustered his courage to say cautiously, "Young Master Yi, I assure you in the name of the royal family that this truly is a misunderstanding." Uncle Wang and the others were merely passing through for urgent matters, and did not intend to target you. Upon hearing Jun Bujian's voice, Wang Luo and the others were overjoyed, never expecting the 8th prince to be able to speak to the other party. However, despite their joy, everyone remained motionless, nerves taut and hearts racing. As long as the other side didn't relent, they were still face-to-face with death. In the courtyard, having received Jun Bujian's assurance, Ye Sifan remained unconvinced, seriously doubting the 8th prince's ability to maintain order. A slight misstep could cost him his head. Yet stalling like this wasn't a solution. Who knew how patient these people were? After pondering, Ye Sifan cautiously probed Jun Bujian. If it is a misunderstanding, then have them put away their weapons. After saying this, Ye Sifan continuously observed Wang Luo and the others, as well as the 100,000 elite soldiers. If you, Jun Bujian, can command the army to sheath their weapons, I will believe you can handle the situation. Otherwise, I will have to gauge the Emperor's brother's reaction instead. In the thicket, Jun Bujian suddenly realized and hurriedly turned to face the 100,000 elite soldiers. Aren't you going to put them away quickly? At the sound of the command, the 100,000 elite soldiers felt as if they had been reborn, seeing the light of dawn, and they quickly returned their weapons without hesitation. Even so, Jun Bujian still dared not relax, cautiously turning to glance at Ye Sifan, fearful of mistakenly saying something wrong. Young Master Yi, they have properly returned their weapons. If there was any offense earlier, I hope you can forgive it and not hold it against us. Seeing that the other party truly managed to maintain order, Ye Sifan sighed in relief, slowly lowering his raised hand. Wang Luo and the others felt a weight lifted off their shoulders, their bodies relaxing, yet feeling utterly exhausted, cold sweat pouring down. Jun Bujian also breathed a sigh of relief, secretly delighted, while harboring a sense of luck. If the other party could overlook the situation for his sake, did that mean he had gained their favor? Thinking of this, Jun Bujian felt a surge of excitement, his heart racing as fear slowly dissipated. The 8th prince, now calm, gradually regained his composure, allowing for moments of contemplation. By the way, young Master Yi, this is Wang Luo of Tongguan, uncle of the 8th prince. Jun Bujian still referred to himself as the 8th prince, seizing the opportunity to introduce Wang Luo to Ye Sifan. The still shaken Wang Luo, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words, then deeply scrutinized Jun Bujian. He must not underestimate his royal nephew. As a prince, his depth of character was self-evident. From the information Wang Luo possessed, he understood that since the day his royal nephew was born, every action he took demonstrated profound foresight. Wang Luo realized that Jun Bujian need not have introduced him. Merely allowing him to lead the troops away would suffice. Yet here he was taking the initiative to facilitate an acquaintance with a powerful individual. Wang Luo suspected ulterior motives. He was correct in his assumption. Jun Bujian indeed had selfish intentions, as this course of action would bring him two significant benefits. Firstly, Jun Bujian could seize the chance to win over this Uncle Wang. As the Lord of Tongguan, Wang Luo commanded 800,000 elite troops, and was one of the few influential princes in the Dian dynasty. Even the emperor had to treat him with caution. Most importantly, Wang Luo was known for his reclusive nature, never participating in the power struggles of the imperial court, and was not close to many of his royal nephews. Despite many princes attempting to win him over, they often returned empty-handed, leaving no room for criticism. However, this time was different. Jun Bujian felt an opportunity had arisen, which was one of the benefits. Secondly, introducing Wang Luo to Ye Sifan would undoubtedly provide Dian with a closer connection to a powerful figure, which was a rare blessing for the nation. Considering these 2 points, Jun Bujian promptly introduced Wang Luo instead of letting him leave. Uncle Wang, this is young Master Yi, who has long lived in the ancient forbidden area, and is known for his benevolence. After finishing the introduction of Wang Luo, Jun Bujian began to introduce Ye Sifan as well. Wang Luo, still reeling from the earlier shock, had no time to dwell on Jun Bujian's minor intentions. In a state of panic, he clasped his fists towards Ye Sifan, saying, "The Lord of Tongguan has come to meet you, young Master Yi." Ye Sifan was taken aback, astonished that the dignified 8th prince was making friends with a mere mortal. How could this current Wang Luo treat him with such respect? Could it be that he had misunderstood this world? Ye Sifan was somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, despite his confusion, just the thought of the other party's status made him somewhat excited. The Lord of Tongguan, the Emperor's brother. Lord Wang, you are too polite. Since you are the 8th prince's uncle, you are no outsider. If you do not mind my humble abode, please enter and rest. Upon these words, the entire place fell silent. Wang Luo was taken aback, equally astonished. An existence of such caliber inviting him in was an unprecedented honor. Wang Luo could hardly believe it. Yi, young Master Yi, you jest. How could I possibly find fault with such a grand place? His voice trembled slightly, his throat dry and his heart racing. Such a divine residence was a treasure sought after. How could it be considered humble? Being invited by a powerful figure is an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Nearby the old Taoist with purple chi and others were equally flustered. Who wouldn't want to be close to such a supreme being? On another front, Cao Youde kept licking his lips, gazing at Ye Sifan with the same fervor one would have when gazing at a naked young girl. Every gesture and movement embodies the Tao. Ye Sifan was quite astonished. His invitation to King Luo was merely a flattering remark. How could a prince lower himself to enter a courtyard? To his surprise, the other party readily agreed, truly intending to come to the courtyard for a brief respite, which was somewhat unexpected. Since King Luo does not mind, please come in. As Ye Sifan extended the invitation, he pondered how to befriend King Luo next. After the recent events, Ye Sifan had an epiphany. Even though he was just a mere mortal without cultivation, it did not hinder his ability to rely on powerful. If it weren't for the timely arrival of the 8th prince, his life might have been forfeit. Moreover, judging by King Luo's surprised expression, it seemed he had not anticipated that he knew the 8th prince. However, the 8th prince would one day return to the royal court, and being in the imperial court could not protect him. King Luo seemed quite promising. Not only did he hold fort at Tongguan, which was relatively close, but he also wielded significant power. A distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor. As Ye Sifan contemplated this, King Luo was lost in a daze, standing still for a long time, unable to regain his senses. Uncle Wang, young Master Yi is calling for you to come inside. Uncle Wang? He softly called. King Luo responded with a couple of murmurs, finally waking up his excitement, causing him to instinctively step forward one step after another toward the courtyard. With every step, King Luo felt a surge of emotions that were hard to describe. Xianxia and the others naturally would not miss such a good opportunity, approaching familiarly, preparing to further cultivate their relationship. In the depths of the forest, the Taoist of purple chi and Cao Youde envied and resented, wishing that the person approaching was themselves. Especially Cao Youde, whose eyes were reddened, continuously rubbing his hands. If he could befriend this supreme being, then recovering his peak strength would be just around the corner. Just as Cao Youde was consumed by jealousy, Ye Sifan's remark provided an opportunity. Oh! Why is there a sword stuck here? Ye Sifan exclaimed in surprise, just noticing the 9-dragon glazed sword in the courtyard, and curiously approached to pull it out. Cao Youde was overjoyed at this sight, immediately seizing the fleeting opportunity, raising his arm and shouting, young Master Yi, this is a welcome gift from Youde. As he shouted, Cao Youde pulled his son and ran, saying, son, hurry up and follow your old dad. The chubby boy did not hesitate, even running faster than Cao Youde. The reason they were running was that the father and son dared not fly, respecting the high-ranking being, choosing humility over pride. Watching the fleeing father and son from a distance, the Taoist of purple chi was nearly furious enough to spit blood. Cao Youde, you son of a gun, this is my ancestors' legacy. Even if it's a gift, it should be given. However, it was clear that the Taoist of purple chi was a step too late, having been outpaced by Cao Youde and his son. At this moment, he feared that speaking would provoke the supreme being's displeasure. Ye Sifan looked at the two plump figures rushing in, and felt a wave of amusement, unable to help but ask Jun Bujian, who are these two? Not giving Jun Bujian a chance to speak, Cao Youde, with a face of desperation, forcibly dragged his son forward, self-recommending, young Master Yi, just call me Youde. And if that feels awkward, calling me Fatty is fine. By the way, this is my son named Ashang. Ashang, quickly greet your Uncle Yi. Cao Youde's antics left everyone inside and outside the courtyard dumbfounded. They had seen shamelessness, but never such brazen impertinence, calling him Uncle Yi. The chubby boy was also clever, sweetly smiling at Ye Sifan, politely saying, Uncle Yi. Ye Sifan couldn't help but smile, wryly starting to scrutinize this father-son duo. He saw that the two of them were in disarray, covered in dirt, exuding a strong, earthy smell. The elder chubby man had an ordinary appearance with no notable features, but the younger chubby boy was somewhat cute, appearing to be only 8 or 9 years old, still a child. Of course, Ye Sifan would not judge by appearances. Being able to accompany King Luo and others to the ancient Forbidden Zone indicated that they had an impressive background. One he could not afford to offend. Ashang. That's a pretty good name. Ye Sifan gently patted Ashang's forehead, causing him to tremble all over, his eyes filled with astonishment. Cao Youde and the others also sensed something, all staring intently at Ashang. Is this an enlightening moment? King Luo and the others were greatly shocked, clearly sensing a significant change within the chubby boy. Ashang was also stunned, as just moments ago, He had an epiphany, instantly grasping many long-standing obstacles with his internal spiritual power, surging wildly, almost breaking through on the spot. "Thank you, Uncle Yi." Ashang repeatedly expressed his gratitude, his face flushed. Ye Sifan mistakenly thought the boy was thanking him for his compliment on his name, momentarily speechless, and could only smile in silence. Cao Youde, however, could not contain himself, overly excited, shamelessly saying, "Ashang calling him Uncle Yi once means you'll call him that for life, understand?" "Yes, Dad, Ashang understands." The chubby boy's lips curled up, fully aware that his dad was impressive. King Luo and the others' mouths twitched, secretly acknowledging that this father-son duo was quite sharp. However, just as the chubby boy basked in pride inside the house, Dehe suddenly perked up, full of energy. It sensed a nauseating stench of death wafting over, instantly shaking off sleepiness. Upon sniffing carefully, Dehe pinpointed the source, which was indeed Cao Youde and his son. Since the two of them were grave robbers, it was inevitable they carried the stench of death, and coincidentally Dehe despised the scent immensely. Woof woof. The next moment Dehe sprang up and lunged toward the father and son. The others looked over at the sound, and they were so frightened that their legs went weak. Cao Youde, having a higher cultivation, dodged just in time and was not bitten. However, Dehe bit down on the chubby boy's calf and refused to let go. "Dehe, what are you doing?" Ye Sifan exclaimed in shock, and instinctively swung his sword toward Dehe. Seeing the situation was bad, Dehe hurriedly dodged. "Go back!" Facing Ye Sifan's driving and mild anger, Dehe could only run away far, but it kept a close watch on the chubby boy. King Luo and the others were genuinely frightened and filled with fear of Dehe. However, one person reacted differently. That was Cao Youde. Just now, when Ye Sifan casually swung his sword, Cao Youde's eyes bulged as if struck by lightning. In that casual sword swing, he glimpsed a trace of terrifying Tao rhythm. No doubt about it, he could not be mistaken. It was indeed a trace of Tao rhythm. Cao Youde was absolutely certain. In his peak period, he was no stranger to Tao rhythm, and he would never be wrong. Meanwhile, Ye Sifan stepped forward to control Dehe, inviting everyone to sit down before turning to confine Dehe in the room. Cao Youde, however, kept his eyes fixed on Ye Sifan, not missing a single action of his. Unbeknownst to everyone, Cao Youde's gaze had drastically changed, becoming increasingly fearful. "Impossible, this is impossible." A voice inside Cao Youde echoed loudly, proclaiming its impossibility. He had actually caught glimpses of numerous Tao rhythms from Ye Sifan. Every gesture he made was accompanied by Tao rhythm evolving into the myriad. The myriad of Tao rhythms continuously intertwined, rising and falling, being born and perishing. Cao Youde trembled more the longer he looked, feeling utterly horrified. How could this be? One person. How could there be coexisting Tao rhythms? And every movement embodying. Cao Youde felt as if he had glimpsed an unimaginable horror, experiencing his first soul-shattering tremor in his life, staggering backward until he fell to the ground. The eastern wilderness is about to change. "Father, what's wrong with you?" Ashang looked at Cao Youde, whose expression was unusual, and hurriedly helped him up. King Luo and the others also gazed intently, as they could not perceive a certain shackle, and failed to see the so-called Tao rhythm in Cao Youde's eyes, assuming that he was merely frightened by Dehe. Cao Youde was unsettled, glancing deeply at the willow tree, and suddenly realized something. "Ha ha ha, father is fine, father is fine." Cao Youde's joy was evident, yet he was still anxious, his gaze towards Ye Sifan's back growing increasingly profound. Such a terrifying person, every gesture exudes the Tao, and every word and action returns to simplicity. No wonder that willow tree could evolve into the 3000. This courtyard is extraordinary. Who exactly are you? What are you plotting? Are you the game master, or the one laying the foundations? The more Cao Youde thought, the more alarmed. He became. All sorts of speculations felt taboo. At this moment Ye Sifan also turned back, holding several bottles of drinking water. "It's unfortunate there's nothing to entertain you at home, and it's not the fruit season, so I can only offer some water to quench your thirst." To express his apologies, Ye Sifan casually brought a few bottles of purified water from the spot where Dehe was confined, and handed them to King Luo and others. He felt quite awkward and shy while handing over the water. This was the clean water he usually drank. Although it was left by the system, it was merely ordinary water, and it felt too embarrassing to offer it to King Luo and others. What he didn't know was that King Luo and the others dared not be disrespectful. Even if it was just ordinary water, they received it cautiously. "Ha! Why are you all standing? Everyone sit down, guests should not be too formal." Ye Sifan noticed that everyone was still standing, and repeatedly urged them to take their seats. King Luo and the others were at a loss for words.
since you are not sitting, how dare we take our seat? Seeing that several people had sat down, Ye Sifan also took his seat, casting a timid glance at the 100,000 forbidden army, and the old Taoist with purple energy involuntarily swallowing his saliva. He could not take care of the 100,000 forbidden army, but those few elders looked extraordinary and could be befriended. Having thought of this, he turned his gaze towards the old Taoist and others, tentatively saying, King Luo, although the courtyard is small, it can still accommodate a few more people. Those few are your friends, right? If they are friends, why not invite them in to get acquainted? Upon hearing Ye Sifan mention himself, the old Taoist and others suddenly became tense, their breaths quickening, each straining to listen, wishing they could immediately enter the courtyard and establish a connection. However, O young master, ye need not mind them. They are all individuals of special status, no need to pay attention. King Luo cut off any such thoughts, completely extinguishing any fantasies. The old Taoist and others were infuriated by the voice, secretly grinding their teeth in anger, looking at King Luo as if they wanted to kill him. Yujun Lin Tian actually interrupted our great fortune. Facing the fury of the supreme beings, King Luo chose to selectively ignore them. How could you enter but not bear the cold, and still wish to establish goodwill? Sorry, there's no place for you. Ye Sifan nodded in understanding, indicating he would no longer pay attention to the old Taoist and others. The special status mentioned by King Luo likely meant they were of lowly status, unworthy to sit with the king. Since that is the case, why waste expressions? Time gradually passed. Initially, everyone felt a bit awkward, chatting in a half-hearted manner. Gradually, the conversation began to flow. Xianxia and several young men were racking their brains, trying various ways to amuse Ye Sifan. As long as the elder is happy, everything will fall into place. It must be said that their efforts indeed yielded significant results, as laughter gradually filled the courtyard, and everyone began to enjoy each other's company, forgetting their identities. King Luo and Cao Youde also gradually integrated into the group, feeling that the master was exceptionally easygoing. As for the water in their hands, they did not pay much attention to it, until an opportunity arose. Perhaps they had been chatting too long, or perhaps upon seeing Ye Sifan drinking water, King Luo instinctively twisted the cap and took a small sip, but that single sip stunned everyone. Initially, King Luo did not think much of it, but when the water entered his mouth, he was shaken to his very core. This water was colorless and tasteless, without any sensation upon entry, but at the moment it reached his throat, the water droplets suddenly melted, releasing a surging power that quickly flowed through his body, directly targeting his dantian. King Luo was shocked, his entire body cracking as his physique began to undergo a transformation. And this was not the end. As King Luo looked inward, he discovered that as the surging power tempered his body, it was simultaneously opening up his dantian, which was rapidly expanding at an exponential rate. King Luo was utterly astonished. Cao Youde and the others beside him also sensed the anomaly, stopping their conversations to look all stunned. They saw King Luo's aura rapidly rising, faint signs of a breakthrough emerging. What was happening? Why would King Luo choose this moment to break through? Just as Cao Youde and the others were about to worry, suddenly, King Luo abruptly looked up at Ye Sifan, his heart trembling, saying, Young Master Ye, this water. Water? What water? Cao Youde and the others were immediately shocked, all staring at the water before them. King Luo felt as if a flood had burst its banks, his words tumbling out incoherently. In an instant he actually broke through from the mid-stage of the human Tao pinnacle, then to the latest stage, and finally to perfection, stopping only at the threshold of the great perfection of the human Tao pinnacle. It must be known that breaking through from the human Tao pinnacle is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, otherwise there would not be only 4 human emperors in the eastern wilderness. Just like King Luo, who had been at the mid-stage of the human Tao pinnacle for over 300 years, his cultivation had always been stagnant, appearing to be in his 30s. But in reality, he was merely a facade, already in the twilight of his life, with less than 100 years left to live. If King Luo did not break through within 100 years, he would inevitably exhaust his life force and pass away. Yet all of this was resolved simply by drinking a sip of unknown plain water from a master. Not only did King Luo break through 4 small realms in quick succession, but he also gained the lifespan of a human emperor, only needing to undergo the human emperor tribulation, and a new emperor was about to be born. How could King Luo not tremble with excitement? Ye Sifan was startled by King Luo's reaction, his brow furrowing. What happened? Is there something wrong with this water? Could it be past the expiration date? Ye Sifan felt a bit anxious, fearing he might offend King Luo, but King Luo, seeing Ye Sifan's frown, mistakenly thought he was overreacting and causing displeasure, so he suppressed his emotions and deeply bowed to Ye Sifan. Thank you for the water, young master. This great kindness will never be forgotten.
By now Cao Youde and the others were enlightened, staring blankly at the water before them. They were extremely shocked, recalling the drinking water they had received earlier struck dumb. King Luo dared not stay long, vaguely sensing that the human emperor tribulation was approaching. Thus, he spoke to bid farewell. Seeing King Luo leave, Cao Youde and the others felt they should not overstay, so they all got up and after consulting Ye Sifan each took a bottle of plain water. After King Luo left the courtyard, he turned back from a distance and bowed deeply to Ye Sifan once more. Ye Sifan was completely baffled, still unaware of what had just transpired. In the forest, is the fifth human emperor about to reappear in the eastern wilderness? The old Taoist with purple energy and others had complicated feelings as they sensed a hint of the human emperor's mark from King Luo. The 10 or so supreme beings felt their scalps tingle, no longer caring about any opportunities. They all turned and left, needing to report what they had seen and heard today back to their respective sects immediately. The eastern wilderness is about to change. The author has something to say. A reader left a message worrying that the author is a newcomer and might not be steady. Let me clarify this. In this regard, brothers can feel free to dive in. An author with over 10,000 subscriptions guarantees quality. The pace may not be fast, but it will definitely be spectacular. Please collect and vote and remember to keep reading. As the people departed, the warmth faded, leaving behind an empty courtyard filled with solitude for Ye Sifan. With a gentle sigh, Ye Sifan rose and returned to his room, releasing Dehe. Together they sat on the stone steps covered in moss, gazing at the distant mountains. Dehe, what do you think the world of cultivators is like? Have you ever wondered if one day we could go out? Ye Sifan looked up at the sky, filled with curiosity about the outside world, and in that moment the loneliness of 18 years erupted within him. The world is so vast, and he yearned to explore it. Dehe whimpered softly, seemingly responding to Ye Sifan. Ye Sifan looked down at Dehe, holding him close and gently stroking his back, saying, "Fortunately you are here with me. After all, the ones who come and go are merely passers-by." Upon hearing this, Dehe licked Ye Sifan's cheek a few times, and then rested his head on his lap, emitting soft whimpers. Perhaps sensing Ye Sifan's emotions, the entire courtyard seemed to come alive again. Sparrows flapped their wings and landed on his shoulder. Mice squeaked and stood upright. Ants, all the little creatures approached him. They surrounded Ye Sifan, jumping and chattering as if protesting, saying, "We are here with you, not just Dehe but all of us. Yes, and you too, ha 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 ha." Ye Sifan laughed heartily, as if he could understand them, playing joyfully with the little animals. He was not one to be overly sentimental, and sorrow did not come to him. In the desolate forbidden zone, one person, one dog, one courtyard, one willow, and a group of small animals destined to shake the heavens and the world in the near future coexisted, day and night, seemingly full of life. In the following days, Ye Sifan returned to his daily routine, pulling weeds, feeding the birds, reading books, painting, playing chess, and writing poetry. Life was that simple. At the border of Dayan, the ancient Tong Pass. Tong Pass is one of the fortresses at the Dayan border, stretching 30 million li from north to south, housing an army of over 80 million with more than 800,000 golden armored forbidden troops and nearly 69 million ordinary yen people, far exceeding that of some small countries in the eastern wilderness. The city of Tong Pass protects the sanctity of the land, not guarding against enemy nations, but against the vast and boundless ancient forbidden land, preventing the invasion of beast tides and loss of territory. At this moment, the endless and desolate border city resembles a giant dragon sprawled across the yellow sands, showcasing its grandeur and historical scars. Tong Pass Luo Gate, the former base of the 8 million golden armored forbidden troops atop the towering city walls. The king stood atop the walls, gazing far into the vast territory of Dayan, filled with lofty ambitions. Report to King Luo, the 8th prince has set off. Following your orders, I have entrusted the best flying cavalry of Tong Pass to His Highness the Prince. A military general bowed in report, his tone plain. King Luo watched the few flying cavalry streaking across the sky, his gaze deep as he asked, "Has the 8th prince's purpose for his long journey been shared with you?" "It has been shared." "For what purpose?" "To obtain silver clam eggs." "For what use?" "As a medicinal catalyst." King Luo fell silent upon hearing this, gazing toward the direction of Yen capital, and after a long moment he said, "The emperor has ultimately failed to take that step. With his lifespan nearing its end, even if he obtains the silver clam eggs as a catalyst, what good will it do? It is merely a delay, a struggle for breath." The military general, hearing this, did not dare to respond, his eyes filled with despair, and then he questioned, "I do not understand, why would the 8th prince take the risk to cross half of Dayan for the silver clam eggs, knowing their efficacy is poor?" King Luo sighed upon hearing this. Old 8 was born with a tough fate, alone and helpless. Though a prince, his life was marked by misery. Jun Bujian, unseen by the emperor. His name already foretold a life of sorrow. Due to certain reasons, Jun Bujian's destiny was sealed from birth, named so to signify that the emperor would never summon him in this lifetime. The people of Dian have a well-known saying that goes, Jun Bujian comes but cannot see the emperor, born a rebellious son, and a treacherous minister. He can never see the emperor's face in his lifetime. A pity, the eighth son of the Ji family. Had it not been for Jun Bujian's caution and vigilance over the years, the eighth prince of Dian would have long been remembered in history. Reflecting on this, King Luo gently stroked the water bottle in his hand, staring for a long while. If the emperor were to obtain this water, taking that step would not be difficult. As long as he took that step, extending his lifespan by thousands of years would be no problem. However, the issue lies in whether old eight, upon bringing back the water of a great master, could even meet the emperor. Would the scholars and generals of the court trust him? Dian, as one of the four great empires of the eastern wilderness, boasts countless mountains and rivers with a population of 800 billion, over 100,000 sects, and the Yen capital being a complex hub of power where various clans coexist, all scheming and plotting against one another. Everything is anything but certain. Return to Yen capital. After deep contemplation, King Luo uttered 3 words, startling the generals behind him. King Luo had held his ground at Tong Pass for over 500 years, remaining steadfast. Not even when the emperor ascended the throne and rebels rose did he step into the court. Now suddenly entering the capital, he feared the Yen capital would tremble. King Luo, think thrice. You may invoke the emperor's wrath at any moment. Entering the court at this time is risky. My mind is made up, no more words. Time flies like an arrow, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. 1 month later, Yen capital. The Yen capital spans an enormous area with palaces and cities stretching endlessly like a vast ocean with no visible end. Above Yen capital, the aura of the nation envelopes it, the air vibrant with vitality, and the might of heaven overwhelming. At the very center, a resplendent palace shines like gold, majestic and grand, as if a true dragon circles above, intimidating the capital. There lies the Dian Imperial Palace, the sacred court of the dynasty. This morning, as the sun rose in the east, a voice echoed through the heavens. Announced the eighth prince seeks an audience. 10 miles beyond the Huangji Hall, Jun Bujian in proper attire walked forth with Nangong Yu. For the first time in their lives, the master and disciple stepped into the Huangji Hall to meet the emperor of Dian. The Huangji Hall is extraordinarily vast, adorned with 9 dragons, showcasing the majesty of imperial power. Inside it is opulently decorated with countless pillars supporting the roof, the hall towering 100 feet high and wide enough to accommodate thousands, heavily guarded. At this moment, it is the time for the court assembly in the Huangji Hall. The Emperor of Dian sits majestically on the dragon throne, ruling over the world, with thousands of ministers bowing before him, filling the hall like a sea of black, the furthest minister standing 1,000 meters away from the throne, creating a visually stunning scene. As soon as Jun Bujian and his master entered the imperial hall, they knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, entering the hall. Jun Bujian's breathing quickened, his nose tingled as he knelt and bowed, reedy trembling as he said, "Your son pays respects to Father Emperor." This utterance of "your son pays respects to Father Emperor" was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. On the dragon throne, the Emperor of Dian appeared pale, coughing slightly, yet still emanating imperial might. Looking at the sun in the hall, the Emperor sighed. In the face of death, one still performs good. The reason the Emperor of Dian broke his previous promise to summon the 8th prince was not because the latter claimed to have a method to free the Emperor from his shackles, but rather to catch a glimpse of this son, whom he had not seen in a century, fulfilling a long-held wish. Jun Bujian's absence was never the Emperor's intention, but rather the result of rebellious ministers and treasonous sons forcing him into such a position. As for the method he spoke of to free the shackles, the Emperor did not take it seriously, nor did anyone in the court believe it. In the twilight of his years, what methods could there be to free the shackles? In the Huangji Hall, the ministers of Dian gazed at Jun Bujian, almost everyone holding a glint of hatred in their eyes. The events of the past were eternally etched in the memories of the clans of Dian. During the Pinggu years of Dian, the emperor's kin rebelled. The Ji family bloodied the imperial city, invading the Yen capital, resulting in countless clans being shattered, rivers running red with blood. In that year Jun Bujian was born. Though he escaped the fate of being executed due to his youth, the clans annihilated the Ji family out of fear that one day he might rise to power and seek vengeance, forcing the emperor to decree that he could never enter the court or see the emperor nor discuss state affairs for eternity. The Emperor of Dian scanned the entire court, noticing the hatred in the eyes of some individuals. He let out a long sigh and said sternly, "Lift your heads. Let your father Emperor see you." Jun Bujian, filled with emotion, rose and trembled violently. The two stared at each other as if separated by a lifetime. Jun Bujian's eyes brimmed with tears. His father was far grander and more authoritative than he had ever imagined. Good, good, good. The emperor repeated 3 times, laughing heartily. After a long while, however, he helplessly waved his hand, saying, "Leave now, O depart from Yen capital, leave Dian, and do not return ever again. While your father can still suppress Dian, hurry, and leave. Once your father passes, no one will be able to protect you. Do you know what day it is today? Yes, today is Monday. What should we do on Monday? We should ask for recommendation votes. Daily requests for recommendation votes for collections for continuous reading. O great ones, come and crush me, throw recommendation votes at me until I am buried." In the twilight of the Emperor of Humanity, a voice echoes, eyes bloodshot with emotion. He has so much to say. He wishes to inform the Emperor of Humanity. He desires to engage in a heartfelt conversation with the Emperor of Humanity. He yearns to accompany him openly and honestly. In his eyes, this man of immense power is not only one of the 4 emperors of the Eastern Wasteland but also his father. For countless days and nights through many cycles of spring and autumn, had it not been for this man who bears the weight of heaven secretly suppressing the chaos, no matter how cunning he was, the wrath of the 100 clans would have likely engulfed him. He knows that this seemingly heartless sovereign has been quietly guarding him all along, even to this day, reminding him to stay away from the great Yen as the inevitable end approaches. Only a wall separates the palace. What it divides is the harshness of the world. What it cannot sever is the blood bond between father and son. Father! He choked emotions he had suppressed for years, bursting forth, his eyes misty and filled with emotion. The Emperor of Humanity coughed lightly. He was no longer the peak monarch who had shocked the Eastern Wasteland for thousands of years. His lifespan was nearly spent, his strength waning, and his cultivation declining, leaving him increasingly powerless. Even so, the majesty of the king remained unassailable, and the divine might of the Emperor of Humanity could never be desecrated. In front of all the officials and royal kin, he maintained a demeanor of cold indifference. Only before his son did a flicker of humanity appear in his eyes. The Emperor of Humanity sighed thrice. The rebellion of the past held profound secrets known only to the 2 of them and a few loyal subjects. It was an exceptionally dark history. The Emperor of Humanity owed too much to the Empress and the Ji family as well as to his son. Upon realizing this, the Emperor turned his head and transmitted his voice, saying, "Go, the royal family is indeed noble, but life is as fragile as paper. Remember, in the next life, do not get involved with the imperial family again." His words were neither sad nor happy, yet they conveyed deep sorrow, as if bidding farewell to his son. He completely broke down, shedding tears for the first time in his life, murky and scalding. While the bond between father and son deepened in silence at that moment, in the southeast corner of the Imperial Hall, an old man with white eyebrows and sharp eyes suddenly spoke, closing his eyes slightly as he spoke faintly. "8th Prince, it is a great honor for the Emperor to wish to see you. There is no need for you to play the emotional card here. I advise you to leave the great Yen as soon as possible." The old man's demeanor was arrogant, his words aloof, even refusing to open his eyes to glance at the current 8th Prince. This person was none other than Yen Chun, the descendant of the founder of the Great Yan State Protectorate. Originally, the Yen family did not bear the surname Yen. It was only because one of their ancestors was a sovereign-level powerhouse who had established unprecedented merit for the Great Yen, winning the hearts of the people. Thus, the ancient emperor granted the Yen family the imperial surname to placate public sentiment, designating them as the leaders of the myriad clans, establishing the state protectorate to be governed by the Yen family for generations. The state protectorate has been passed down through generations, coexisting with the 100 clans, growing stronger, not only having the power to intervene in the affairs of the Great Yen, but even becoming a superpower that occupies 40 to 50 of the current imperial court's civil and military positions. It is said that those who are well-fed and clothed become complacent. With the 100 clans holding great power, their descendants enjoying the fruits, the younger generation gradually bullied the weak, snatched resources, and openly challenged imperial authority. 300 years ago, the aged head of the state protectorate passed away, bequeathing the position to the eldest son of the Yen family, Yen Chun. This Yen Chun was even more arrogant, turning a blind eye to the crimes of the younger generation, believing that the monarch's subjects should be viewed as the first clan above all others under the Great Yen. Thus Yen Chun took it upon himself to change his name, replacing Chun with minister, calling himself Yen Chun, hence the current state protectorate's head, the old thief Yen Chun. The renaming of Yen Chun once caused dissatisfaction within the dynasty, yet due to fear of the deeply rooted state protectorate apart from the Ji family, which was flourishing at that time, no one dared to speak up about it. As the head of the state protectorate, Yen Chun naturally sided with the 100 clans, showing great disdain for the 8th prince. What the head of the State Protectorate says is entirely correct. 8th Prince, your identity is special. This Imperial Hall is not a place for you, it is time for you to leave. Behind Yenchan, the officials of the 100 clans echoed in agreement. To them, keeping Jun Bujin around was always a threat, especially since the 100 clans once joined forces to annihilate the entire Ji family. After the former spoke, a voice of protest emerged from another direction. General Lin, your words are misguided. In the northeast corner of the Imperial Hall, a middle-aged man dressed in yellow robes and wearing a golden crown smiled calmly, facing the State Protectorate's members, and said with ease, "The Imperial Hall is the holy temple of the great Yen. Even a condemned prisoner can enter to plead their case. My 8th brother, as a prince, cannot enter. By General Lin's reasoning, should I, as the eldest prince, not be here either?" With those words, a subtle stir spread through the Imperial Hall. The dissatisfaction of the royal side towards the State Protectorate had been accumulating for a long time, and both sides had always been at odds. The eldest prince has misunderstood. I did not mean that. General Lin, feeling the disparity in status between the two sides, spoke awkwardly. Oh, then, what does General Lin mean? The eldest prince smiled, yet his words were piercing. Hearing this, General Lin laughed lightly disdainful. I fear that chaotic ministers and treacherous subjects might tarnish the reputation of the Imperial Hall. The eldest prince mentioned that the Imperial Hall is a holy temple, and although the 8th prince is noble as a prince, he is still the descendant of a treacherous minister. General Lin continued his explanation, proud in his stance, yet he failed to notice that on the dragon platform, the Emperor of Humanity's gaze turned icy, his expression growing colder. Suddenly, with a single glance, the Emperor's might crushed the hall, an overwhelming force rippling outward. With a thud, General Lin was knocked back, crashing out of the hall. He came unexpectedly, without any defense. All the officials were terrified. I am not dead yet. Do you see me as the father of treacherous ministers and treasonous subjects? The Emperor of Humanity's anger was palpable, his royal might suppressing all, causing the ministers to tremble and kneel in urgent pleas to protect the dragon body. Yet, in the southeast, Yenchan and dozens of elders from the State Protectorate remained unmoved. Yenchan slowly opened his eyes, still not looking directly at the Emperor of Humanity. Calm and collected. My Emperor, you have overstepped. If you continue to forcefully operate your powers, I fear you may fall from the realm of the Emperor of Humanity. Thus, preserving your cultivation is of utmost importance. The Emperor of Humanity suddenly rose at the sound, his eyes brimming with killing intent, divine might filling the hall. But only a moment later. Thank you for your kind reminder, beloved minister. I have heard that you are about to face the Emperor's tribulation. Even if my cultivation does not hold, isn't there still you to oversee the great Yen? The Emperor's words were double-edged, filling the royal family with sorrow. Yen Chan smiled faintly at the remark, feigning sincerity. As a subject, it is my duty to share the burden of the Emperor. Upon hearing this, the Emperor burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, having Yen Chan is truly a blessing for the great Yen, a stroke of luck, ha 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 ha. As he watched the Emperor of Humanity being besieged from all sides, the civil and military officials wept silently. A once great monarch, the overlord of the eastern wasteland, facing his twilight years. Jun Bujin felt his heart ache, clenching his fists tightly, until he heard the mention of cultivation. He abruptly called out, "Father, I have a way to help you break the shackles. The hidden supreme." Silence enveloped the entire court as the words fell. 10,000 ministers gazed in shock, some furrowing their brows. From the northeast. 8th brother, do you truly have a way to break the shackles imposed by Father Emperor? Perhaps having awaited a miracle for too long, many of the princes and nobles of Dian displayed eager eyes, as if grasping at a lifeline. With the human emperor fallen, the plight of the royal family is evident. For some time now, the possibility of the human emperor breaking free has weighed heavily on the royal family, a long-standing affliction, and they were desperate to hear such words. Most officials shook their heads discreetly. Since ancient times, how could there be a method to break the shackles for cultivators facing their end? Outside of reincarnation, there seemed to be no hope. Yet to speak of living a second life is far from easy. It is merely a legend from ancient texts. Even after scouring the history of the eastern wilderness, no one has ever reached it. The elders of the various clans in the National Protectorate sneered, disdainfully unrestrained. Hearing this, a minister from Yen turned to gaze at Jun Bujin, shaking his head in derision. I have heard that the 8th prince in his filial piety risked traversing half of the Dian territory months ago to venture into the forbidden zone of antiquity to procure the silver frog eggs. I wonder if that endeavor was successful. The minister believed that the so-called method to break the shackles was merely the optional silver frog eggs. Jun Bujian hearing this revealed a hint of coldness at the corner of his mouth, snorting lightly. Thanks for your concern, everything went smoothly. That's excellent. Then I congratulate the 8th prince in advance. The Yen minister with a kind exterior but a dark heart feigned regret. However, it is a pity that the 8th prince may be disappointed, as while the silver frog eggs can delay time, they cannot change the outcome. Even if one were to obtain the silver frog eggs, what difference would it make? It is impossible to reverse fate. The minister's remarks were laden with ulterior motives. On the surface he was speaking to Jun Bujian, but in truth, he was addressing the entire court of officials to listen. The royal family's momentum had waned, and everyone should quickly seek refuge. Indeed, the weight of the Yen minister's words was significant. Many of the Dayan princes exchanged glances visibly shaken, including several former loyalists of the human emperor. The balance of power had already tilted, the princes were not of blood relation to the royal family, and it was indeed time to seek an escape route. Of course, the vast majority of the royal family and loyal ministers vowed their unwavering loyalty. However, compared to the various princes, this was the royal family's last resort. If the princes were to turn against them, Dayan would simply wait for the human emperor to fall, and then it would plunge into chaos. At that moment, the royal family's ancient foundation would surely result in a deadly confrontation. The 8 major princes would also march into the court, drawing away the border troops. With the borders losing their defenses, enemy nations would inevitably take the opportunity to invade and divide Dayan, leading to internal strife and external threats. Moreover, Dayan possessed vast spiritual rivers. If the deterrent of the human emperor were to suddenly vanish, the tens of thousands of sects and millions of clans in Dayan would certainly fall into disarray, and the Dayan dynasty would cease to exist. The Yen clan naturally understood this principle. Thus, for hundreds of years, even though the national protectorate held immense power, they never dared to overstep their bounds. But times have changed. The Yen minister had touched upon the opportunity of the human emperor, and could soon step into the realm of the human emperor. The realm of the human emperor, combined with the might of the national protectorate, is not something that can be easily replaced by the royal family. Weighing the pros and cons, it is perfectly reasonable that the princes were wavering. Many members of the royal family watched the scene unfold, feeling helpless, as who else in Dayan could hold the princes in check besides the human emperor? If one were to count, there was only one person. That would be the Wang of Luoyang at Tongguan, who possessed the incomplete sacred artifact of Dayan. However, the Wang of Luoyang, like the human emperor, has only the people of Dayan in mind, with no concern for the life or death of the royal family. Even if the royal family were to fall into dire straits among the 8 princes, if any have not yet marched into the court, it will surely be the Wang of Luoyang. Aside from the human emperor and the Wang of Luoyang, no one in Dayan can hold the various princes and marquises in check. Upon realizing this, the royal family fell into despair, glancing at the princes with a mix of resentment and helplessness. Naturally, Jun Bujian discerned these intricate relationships, yet he did not mind. Instead, he gazed directly into the eyes of the Yen minister and smiled. Perhaps it is not I who will be disappointed but you, Master Qian. With that, Jun Bujian disregarded the Yen minister, and carefully took out the bottle of fresh water gifted by Ye Sifan, presenting it with both hands. Jun Bujian's words stirred a tempest. The entire imperial hall first fell silent, then erupted into chaos with thousands of ministers. Jun Bujian's words stirred a tempest. The entire imperial hall first fell silent, then erupted into chaos with thousands of ministers focusing and discussing fervently. Divine liquid. What is divine liquid? Lord Prime Minister, have you ever heard of divine liquid? Although I am a civil minister, I have also read the ancient texts of the Eastern Wilderness. The term divine liquid is indeed mentioned in a very few ancient texts, but only in vague terms. Whether it truly exists remains unknown. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted into a chorus of chatter. On the dragon platform, the human emperor also showed a hint of astonishment, deeply shaken by the words divine liquid. The Yen minister's expression also changed dramatically. Divine magic is a term rooted in ancient lore, filled with a dreamlike quality, historically regarded as a taboo of the void and rarely mentioned. Initially, the Yen minister did not believe it, but suddenly he recalled a certain place. The forbidden zone of antiquity. The 8th prince must have delved deep to obtain the silver frog eggs. The ancient lands always hold endless unknowns, mysterious and bizarre, where anything is possible. Nonsense. What divine liquid exists in this world? It is merely something fabricated by our predecessors. Let me identify it. With that, the Yen minister attempted to rush forth, raising his hand, the might of a peak human path expert bursting forth as he reached for the object in Jun Bujian's hand. Humph! The human emperor coldly snorted, waving his hand. Yen minister, you underestimate the strength of the human emperor.
As long as I still draw breath, even if I were to fall to the human path realm, I could still slay you in an instant. Boom! Once the human emperor's words fell, the might of the emperor descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire imperial hall, and a faint dragon's roar echoed above the capital. The Yen minister felt his scalp tingle, his eyes filled with terror. He exerted all his strength to counter the human emperor's strike, stumbling back dozens of steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. You! The Yen minister was filled with shock. How could the human emperor, clearly at the end of his power, still possess such might? For all these years I have spared you for the sake of your self-proclaimed status, as the ancestor of the Yen clan clinging to life. Do not think that just because you have touched upon the opportunity of the human emperor you can stand against me. As long as you do not undergo the tribulation of the human emperor, you are unworthy to contend with me. After the human emperor spoke, his face grew even paler, yet his might only intensified. Everyone understood the human emperor was at the end of his road, and showcasing his power at this moment would undoubtedly cause his cultivation to plummet again. Even so, the entire imperial hall remained in a state of anxiety. A human emperor-level powerhouse is difficult to gauge, and they are not on the same level as a peak human path. How terrifying that is. My son, you need not worry. Speak carefully. How did you come by this object? The human emperor spoke calmly, exuding the dignity of a monarch, showing no concern that anyone would attempt to seize it. Jun Bujian along with Nangong, you felt their blood boil at the sound of this. Remembering the sights and sounds from the forbidden zone of antiquity, they still felt a lingering fear. Reporting to Father Emperor, this liquid was gifted by a hidden supreme. That person has long resided in the forbidden land, keeping 9 phoenixes at the entrance, feeding them sacred herbs, and quenching their thirst with divine liquid growing a willow. Does this prince not possess such qualifications? The moment the 8th prince spoke, it shocked the assembly, leaving the ministers of the Dayan Empire in a state of astonishment. Whether it be the long confinement in the forbidden grounds, the nurturing of phoenixes, or the consumption of sacred herbs, each seemingly simple phrase carried earth-shattering implications. The one addressing the assembly fell deeply into memories, recounting his experiences in vivid detail. Each time he reached a terrifying moment, traces of fear could still be seen in his eyes. As he vividly described his tale, the minds of all present were shaken to their core. Through exchanged glances, they saw nothing but profound shock reflected in each other's eyes. Those qualified to step into the imperial hall were no ordinary individuals. Each person possessed a discerning eye, easily able to discern the truth of the 8th prince's words. Such emotionally charged memories could only be validated by first-hand experience. This alone was enough to confirm that the 8th prince had indeed witnessed the scenes he described. The multitude of ministers began to speculate with a chilling realization: could the ancient forbidden zone truly harbor such hidden supremacy? A few royal family members were especially excited and firmly believed, as if they had already witnessed the Emperor of Humanity breaking his chains. However, the majority of the rational faction remained skeptical, their brows furrowed. As the one addressing the assembly continued his narrative, their expressions grew increasingly strange. A single willow tree could withstand 6 heavenly demon kings. A mere earth dog could kill at the peak of humanity. The dark clouds above the forbidden zone revealed the ancient divine corpse. Absurd. Simply absurd. If it were said that the individual possessed sacred herbs, that might be somewhat acceptable. After all, the eastern wilderness is vast, and not lacking in extraordinary beings who seclude themselves for profound cultivation. As for the phoenix mentioned by the 8th prince, perhaps it was merely an ancient relic resembling the phoenix clan, which could be accepted. But how could a single plant or a mere earth dog possibly kill at the peak of humanity? Truly a grand farce. The ministers grew increasingly skeptical with each passing word, gradually revealing their doubts, and whispering amongst themselves about the claims made by the one addressing the assembly. The phoenix is an ancient sacred spirit, a being that might not be born in a million years. To suddenly raise 9 phoenixes. Truly. Ha ha. An elderly minister with silver hair shook his head, repeatedly struggling to believe it. Several esteemed elders in the court frowned, analyzing the situation in the eastern wilderness. Possessing sacred herbs is not surprising, but to consume them as food, that seems a bit excessive. Our Dayan Empire has endured for countless generations, and has only accumulated 3 sacred herbs. According to the 8th prince, wouldn't this hidden supreme being possess an endless supply of sacred herbs? For a willow tree to repel a heavenly demon king, it would likely require endless years of cultivation. Aside from the sacred roots nurtured by heaven and earth, ordinary plants are not recognized by the Tao. Oh, how could one expect to achieve any substantial progress? As more and more doubts arose, it seemed that everything mentioned by the one addressing the assembly was unfounded, completely overturned. Even the Emperor of Humanity frowned slightly, for the claims made were excessively exaggerated and even quite absurd. Gradually the ministers, royalty, lords, and counts of the Dayan Empire began to harbor suspicions. In this vast world there are wonders beyond imagination, and among them are those skilled in the art of illusion. Could it be that the 8th prince has been deceived? An increasing number of ministers chose to believe the latter, as the possibility of being deceived seemed much. Perhaps there truly is no hidden supreme being, nor is there any nurturing of phoenixes. Instead, there might be an illusionist who set up a deceptive array for the 8th prince, causing him to fall into an illusion and mistakenly believe he encountered an unparalleled expert. Within the hall, Yen revealed a cold smile. Though the Emperor of Humanity had indeed dealt him a blow, what of it? As the head of the National Defense Department, having reached this point step by step, how strong must his Tao heart be? If he couldn't withstand this minor setback, would all those years of existence be in vain? Moreover, Yen was about to face the Emperor of Humanity's tribulation. The more powerful the Emperor appeared, the more it meant that he too would be unmatched after transcending, and with this thought Yen Tao heart became even more resolute. Amidst the discussions, suddenly an invisible force quietly spread. Yen relying on the backing of an imperial ancestor, calculated that the Emperor of Humanity wouldn't dare to kill him easily, thus secretly probing with his divine sense to check what the one addressing the assembly held. Impudent! The Emperor of Humanity became furious, waving his hand, creating ripples. The authority of the Emperor was once again provoked. Even though the Yen family had an imperial ancestor who sealed their ancestral land, this time the Emperor acted decisively. Seeing this, Yen hurriedly summoned an ancient jade which radiated brilliant light, and a trace of unmatched imperial might erupted from the jade, barely neutralizing the Emperor's heavy strike. Upon seeing this, the Emperor's pupils suddenly contracted, instantly recognizing the origin of the ancient jade. It was the ancient jade carried by the Yen family's imperial ancestor, containing a trace of the Emperor's might after countless sacrifices. Could it be that the imperial powerhouse of the Yen family has been awakened? The Emperor's expression turned grave. In contrast, Yen despite having the ancient jade for protection, still stumbled back several steps, yet he raised the corners of his mouth, laughing almost maniacally, saying, "What hidden supreme being, what nurturing of phoenixes? It's merely an illusion. This so-called divine liquid is just a bottle of ordinary water. 8th prince, you have been deceived by an illusion, ha 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 ha." Upon hearing this, a chilling glare radiated from the Emperor. He had already checked with his divine sense and knew that the water was indeed ordinary, but with Yen revealing it, it was quite detrimental. As expected, once these words were spoken, the previously skeptical court erupted. Looking at the surrounding skeptical gazes, the one addressing the assembly and his disciple furrowed their brows, urgently explaining, "Father, this water is indeed like ordinary water, but once you consume it you will know its sacred nature." "That's impossible." Upon hearing this, the loyal subjects to the Emperor immediately opposed decisively. An elder stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this water is not to be consumed. The 8th prince has clearly been deceived, and those who have tricked him must have ulterior motives. This water appears ordinary, but it could be a deliberate design by enemy spies. We must be cautious of deception." Upon hearing these words, countless royals felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that someone might be attempting to harm the Emperor of Humanity through the 8th prince. "Elder, that's not how it is, that's not how it is." The one addressing the assembly appeared anxious, as he had anticipated this scenario. Once the Emperor harbored doubts, everything would be in vain. "Father, what I say is the absolute truth. Young Master Yi is indeed a hidden supreme being." The one addressing the assembly attempted to verify this. "However, 8th prince, the old ministers know that you wish to assist his majesty, but the hidden supreme being you speak of is too absurd. If it is truly an enemy's plot, the consequences would be unimaginable. Indeed, the 8th prince insists that this person is a hidden supreme being, but who can verify it?" Several elders expressed their concerns that this risk was too great for them to take, and the Dayan Empire could not afford it either. The one addressing the assembly, hearing their voices, appeared anxious, and pointed at Nan Gongyu repeatedly, saying, "My teacher can verify it, father. My teacher can confirm the identity of that esteemed person." 8th prince, although Master Jian is your teacher, to speak bluntly, his cultivation is inferior to that of a general in this court, which is truly lacking in qualifications. An elder of the Dayan Empire subtly implied that Nan Gongyu was actually quite ordinary. The entire court of civil and military officials nodded in agreement, whispering among themselves, "The elder makes a valid point. Nan Gongyu is indeed too weak. If someone truly has a design, it would be troubling. Though the words may sound harsh, it is indeed the case that among the many sword masters of our Dian, while Nangong Yu has a reputation when it comes to such matters. Voices echoed from all directions, and the emperor began to feel increasingly cautious. As a ruler, he had long since nurtured a sense of suspicion. Observing the elders of the National Defense Department and the various lords each held their own thoughts, and the balance was rapidly tipping. Seeing this, the royal family displayed despair, their heads drooping slowly, the last glimmer of hope shattered. The one addressing the assembly and his disciple turned red with anxiety, as they were powerless to prove the existence of that hidden supreme being. Both master and disciple had contemplated such a scenario but never imagined it would turn out to be this disastrous. Just as they were at their wits' end about to consume the water for verification, a voice drifted in faintly from outside the imperial hall. He does not have the qualifications to verify it. Does this prince possess such qualifications? The shock of the great Yen Empire was palpable. The voice was not intentionally cold, yet it evoked a sense of unease. A stir swept through the great Yen Empire as civil and military officials felt an inexplicable fear. The voice arrived before the person did. All the officials turned to gaze at the main gate of the Emperor's Hall. The gates of the Emperor's Hall stood wide open, distant from the crowd, resplendent and towering, showcasing the might of the great Yen Empire. Beyond the 9 gates of the Emperor's Hall lay 999 dragon staircases hewn from the white rocks of the eastern wild, where only the highest uneven lines of the horizon could be vaguely glimpsed from the great hall. The court officials focused their gaze, and before they could see anyone they suddenly heard a eunuch loudly proclaim, "The Wong of Tongguan has arrived." Boom! The moment those words were spoken, the empire was shaken. The officials were taken aback, feeling uneasy at the news, their expressions changing, as they whispered among themselves, their faces filled with trepidation. The Wong of Tongguan, the 7th Wong of the Great Yen. Had he not been away from the capital for over 500 years? Why? How did he suddenly return to court? The Wong has actually returned. When did this happen? Why has this old official received no word? The unexpected return of the Wong caught all the officials off guard. Even the royal family members were wide-eyed with astonishment, all turning to look at the emperor. The emperor was equally surprised, clearly taken aback. Not only the officials were unprepared, even Jun Bujian was filled with mixed emotions. Wong, uncle. Jun Bujian felt a surge of emotion. On that day at Tongguan he had thought about asking the Wong to return, but this Wong regarded Tongguan as his life, never leaving its side. Compared to Jun Bujian, the royal family was even more excited, each one filled with joy. In another direction, the elders of the Great Yen were breathing rapidly, their mouths dry. Years ago, when the Wong led the army out of the pass, the emperor bid farewell to the entire city, and these elders had sent him off for thousands of miles, a memory vivid in their minds. After that farewell, the capital had never seen the 7th Wong again. Looking back on the past, the Wong's demeanor was second only to the emperor. Before the Wong guarded Tongguan, the Great Yen had seen warfare. The emperor himself led the charge, and the Wong wielded a sacred weapon, commanding 800 troops and millions in the army, working in tandem with the emperor's formidable forces, instilling fear across the eastern wild, forever immortalized in the annals of its history. It can be said that among the veteran warriors of the Great Yen, over 70% had fought alongside the Wong, sharing life and death together. Though most had now passed, the survivors had become the elders of the current regime. Wong, you have finally returned. The elders of the court exclaimed, finally awaiting this day. From the direction of the National Protectorate, the Yen officials and elders of the various clans also looked on in astonishment, exchanging glances. Though the Wong had not entered the court for over 500 years and many of his descendants had gradually forgotten this name in the past, the Wong's reputation was so great that his inexplicable return raised questions about his intentions. The various feudal kings felt a tightness in their hearts, as if returning to another world. With the Wong back in court, the 2 pillars of the Great Yen would gather at the Emperor's Hall, enough to stabilize the feudal kings of the Great Yen. Outside the Emperor's Hall, the scorching sun blazed, and the 999 dragon staircases shimmered with rising waves of heat. Among those waves, a figure of a remarkable middle-aged man slowly emerged, his obscured face gradually coming into focus. Behind the Wong, a large contingent of golden-armored imperial guards rose from the horizon with their king. The military might was imposing, coming from all directions. The army surged like a tide, forming ranks, their sounds echoing like drums as they entered the Emperor's Hall. The Emperor had once stated that among the officials of the Great Yen, only the Wong could bring weapons into the hall and lead the army in holy homage. The 3,000 guards of Tongguan charged forward, a truly astonishing sight.
All the court's civil and military officials turned to face the Wang, bowing at a 45-degree angle, performing the rites due to a prince. We the subjects pay respects to the Wang. A chorus of voices erupted, soaring into the hall. However, the Wang remained unmoved, ignoring the gathered officials, and directly led his troops towards the emperor, stopping in the center of the great hall. The emperor looked at the former Wang and smiled knowingly. You have returned. You have returned. The Wang and the emperor exchanged smiles. The two great pillars of the great yearn had not met in over 500 years, yet only 6 simple words were exchanged. The Wang smiled but soon returned to seriousness, collecting himself and adjusting his sleeves, opting for the ritual of not kneeling before the emperor, bowing instead. The Wang of Tongguan pays respects to the emperor. We the subjects pay respects to the emperor. We the subjects pay respects to the emperor. The 3,000 guards of Tongguan knelt in unison, their voices ringing out in harmony. The commanding officer of the guards exuded strength and authority akin to a holy master. Having long defended Tongguan and fought against beast tides, he was enveloped in a fierce aura from the battlefield, giving him a sense of ironclad resilience far surpassing ordinary guard leaders, even overshadowing numerous generals of the great yearn and some feudal kings. Good. Truly worthy of being the leaders brought forth by my Wang, showcasing the might of the great yearn. The emperor looked at the leaders of the 3,000 Tongguan guards with great satisfaction, yet in his eyes when he faced the Wang there was a hint of regret. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. The Wang's reputation was so formidable that he voluntarily requested to guard Tongguan, never looking back once. He entered the border, dedicating his life to guarding the national gate, far from court politics, ensuring peace for the great yearn and alleviating the emperor's burdens. Wang, please rise. The emperor flashed forward, personally helping the Wang to his feet. In the eyes of the great yearn they were a lord and a subject, but between them, beyond that title, they were also brothers. With the formalities between lord and subject complete, the Wang no longer felt constrained. After over 500 years of separation, their brotherly bond remained. However, this was not the time for reminiscing. The Wang was always decisive, moving directly to take the item from Junbu Jian's hands. The Wang's action raised eyebrows throughout the court, shaking off the remnants of his previous authority. The Wang turned back, returning to stand before the emperor. This time I have come to court not for anything else but for this item. Upon hearing this, the emperor suddenly lifted his gaze, having already guessed the Wang's intention, his expression gradually becoming serious. The court's civil and military officials also realized something, their hearts trembling, all staring intently at the Wang. The Wang turned coldly to survey the officials of the great yearn, then faced the elders and officials of the court, yet remained silent. However, a single gesture from the Wang instantly ignited the entire great yearn empire. The Wang faced the emperor, extending a hand to present the freshwater, gifted by Ye Sifan, to the emperor's sight. The emperor gasped, staring blankly into the Wang's eyes, his heart gradually filled with shock. Equally shocked were the officials of the great yearn, the various feudal kings, the national protectorate, and the royal family. The emperor, with eyes full of disbelief, accepted the freshwater, still fixated on the Wang. He could not believe it, yet at this moment he had no choice but to believe it. The Wang had only a simple phrase in response: everything is true. Boom! This statement resonated like thunder, echoing in the hearts of everyone present in the emperor's hall, reverberating again and again. In an instant, Junbu Jian's words seemed to ring out once more, lingering in the emperor's hall. Phoenix and the Supreme, Earth Dog and Humanity, Willow and Demon King, Sacred Medicine and Divine Liquid, Black Clouds and Divine Corpses. Millions of beings as soldiers, hundreds of thousands of gods and demons as generals. In an instant, the officials and feudal lords were stunned, the royal families petrified, as if struck by lightning. The great yearn fell into silence. The commoners and the golden-scaled fish, the phoenix and the earth dog, the minds of the court officials were as thunderous as a storm, yet they were blank. If there were doubts about Nangong Yu and his master's rationality earlier, could the Prince of Tongguan serve as sufficient proof? The answer is evident. The Prince of Luo's declaration, everything is true, instantly turned the world of the ministers upside down. What does this statement imply? It means that the words of the eighth prince are entirely factual beyond doubt, and that there indeed exists such a supreme being hidden within the ancient forbidden zone. Prince of Luo. The emperor's eyes glazed over his scalp, tingling, a multitude of disbelief echoing in his heart. The Prince of Luo offered no explanation. As the seventh prince of Dian, he needed none, for his mere gaze was enough to leave the emperor without question. The emperor read countless messages from the Prince of Luo's eyes, then looked at the object in his hand, feeling a surge of anxiety. Could this ordinary water truly allow me to break the shackles of the emperor and be reborn amidst the great limit? The emperor raised his slightly trembling hand, no longer hesitating, and under the watchful eyes of many, he twisted open the bottle cap and took a light sip. Thousands of courtiers held their breath, their hearts rising to their throats. In an instant, boom! An unmatched might erupted from within the emperor, awakening his regal aura inexplicably. The emperor's expression changed dramatically, his entire body shook, standing frozen on the spot. As the ordinary water entered, it transformed into a surge of vitality, rushing toward the emperor's battered organs, continuously repairing this body of the emperor. The once withered and desiccated body of the emperor gradually regained the breath of life, like a long drought land suddenly blessed with sweet rain, cracks mended yet suddenly flooded with abundant water. The emperor's spirit shook, greatly unable to contain himself. He raised his hand and emptied the bottle of water. Buzz! As the emperor consumed the water, everyone felt an overwhelming surge of life energy, completely reviving, overflowing from his body, brimming with vitality, as if this man approaching his twilight years had suddenly regained hundreds or thousands of years, returning to his youthful vigor. What was even more terrifying was that the emperor's might continued to soar infinitely, and his strength began to recover to its peak. Impossible, this cannot be, I have already investigated, this is clearly just a bottle of ordinary water, just plain water. The Yen minister's eyes bulged with disbelief, shouting in protest. Although he had just been repelled by the emperor, his divine sense had indeed covered the water, and it was undoubtedly ordinary water. How could it? Behind the Yen minister, the elders of the National Guardian clan also changed color, showing an expression of shock for the first time in their lives. As for the various vassal ministers and royal family members, they were all dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. This was likely the most shocking event in the history of the Dayan dynasty. Amidst the terrified crowd, the Dayan emperor had already returned to his peak state, his aura overwhelming the entire palace and the bustling city of Yendu for miles around. Even more terrifying, high above the Dayan sky, hidden behind the clouds, a star representing the emperor of the eastern wilderness. The emperor's star was shining brilliantly, illuminating Dayan. Across the vast lands of Dayan, countless living beings could see the emperor's star, dazzling and brilliant, its light surpassing the blazing sun. Countless Dayan citizens knelt in worship, exclaiming the emperor's supremacy. At the same time, the peak experts of the eastern wilderness sensed it all, gazing toward the Dayan starry sky, causing a great uproar. Is someone at the emperor level attempting to break the shackles? It's in the direction of Dayan. Could it be the Dayan emperor? Or that ancestral figure of the Yen? The ancestral figure of the Yen clan has sealed himself for over 1,000 years, barely hanging on. Whether he is alive or not is debatable. Even if he is, his days are numbered. It cannot be him. The emperor breaking free from the shackles. Interesting, it's been so many years. Is there still someone in the eastern wilderness unwilling to fade away? Countless voices echoed from all corners of the eastern wilderness, some surprised, some shocked, but mostly astonished. To the east of the eastern wilderness, at the edge of the east, the ancient Xia palace, shrouded in mysterious colors since ancient times. The ancient Xia emperor donned simple robes, exuding a terrifying aura unfathomable. He stood atop the misty palace of ancient Xia, gazing deep into the Dayan's slightly frowning master. How likely do you think he is to break the shackles? Beside the ancient Xia emperor stood an old man with an ethereal demeanor, standing with his hands behind his back, as if he were one with the world. The ancient Xia emperor actually referred to him as master. It should be noted that the 4 emperors of the eastern wilderness are at least a few thousand years old, and some have even lived for 8,000 springs and autumns with the blessing of national fortune. It can be said that without the support of national fortune, it is difficult for any strong individual to survive the emperor. For example, the ancient Xia emperor's master passed away 1,000 years ago, while the other 2 emperors' masters passed away long before. Yet the ancient Xia emperor had lived far longer than the 3 emperors, and his master was still alive, showing no signs of old age. The old man remained calm and said placidly, "There are few strong individuals in the eastern wilderness. I hope the Dayan emperor can successfully break the shackles so that you can relieve some of your pressure." The ancient Xia emperor fell silent upon hearing this, quietly gazing at Dayan. However, at the moment of his silence, suddenly, the old man's face was filled with surprise, his pupils gradually constricting. The ancient Xia emperor turned to look equally stunned. In the Dayan starry sky, an anomaly occurred. Beneath the emperor star of Dayan, a brilliant star was rising, radiating strong light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the hazy and vast ancient Xia palace, more and more figures emerged, all with faces filled with astonishment. This is the second emperor star. The emergence of the emperor star in Dayan was not only discovered by the ancient Xia dynasty. The entire eastern wilderness could see it, leaving countless figures standing in shock. The birth of the Emperor Star signifies the emergence of the fifth emperor of the Eastern Wilderness. The difference between an emperor and an emperor-level powerhouse lies in the fact that the former, before experiencing the emperor's tribulation, must have accumulated immense merit and garnered the faith of countless living beings. During the emperor's tribulation, the power of faith intertwines, allowing the birth of the Emperor Star. Moreover, the number of such believers is extremely vast. Although the Yen clan's ancestral figure is also an emperor-level powerhouse, the number of his believers is far from sufficient to birth an Emperor Star. The Eastern Wilderness erupted into a frenzy. The peak experts of the Eastern Wilderness knew without a doubt that the one who could share the Emperor Star with Dian aside from the Dian Emperor could only be that individual. In the Dian dynasty, in the Hall of Imperial Extremity, the Prince of Luo's expression changed drastically, sensing the onset of the Emperor's tribulation, and with a furrowed brow, he transformed into a long rainbow, fleeing to a desolate mountain range 100,000 miles away, leaving no trace. The Emperor's tribulation, the Nine Heavens Emperor's tribulation, if it were to occur in Yendu, the consequences would be unbearable. Just as the Prince of Luo flew away from Yendu, the Emperor also opened his eyes, vanishing within the palace. Compared to the Emperor's tribulation, once the Emperor breaks the shackles, it will be even more earth-shattering. In the hall, watching the disappearing Emperor and Prince of Luo, the ministers of Dian felt a chill run down their spines, each one petrified with wide eyes. On this day, the Eastern Wilderness was no longer peaceful. However, the tumult was far from over. 3 days later, a confirmed message swept through the Eastern Wilderness, and the countless regions. The Dian Emperor successfully broke the shackles, and the fifth Emperor had arrived. As this news broke, the world was shocked, and the people of the Eastern Wilderness were in a state of panic. In an instant, all nations in the Eastern Wilderness, the dynasties, the empires, the unfathomable inheritances, the super sects and so on, were all inquiring about the Dian Emperor's method to break the shackles and the reasons behind the Prince of Luo's sudden surge in power. Regarding this matter, Dian did not conceal anything. Paper cannot ultimately contain fire, and moreover, who could find the high-level beings who wished to remain hidden? Thus, the matters of the high-level beings gradually became known throughout the Eastern Wilderness. As the Eastern Wilderness trembled in the ancient Forbidden Zone, Ye Sifan's dwelling. Ever since the departure of the Prince of Luo and others, Ye Sifan returned to his lonely yet leisurely life of seclusion. It was now dusk. Unaware of the events occurring in the outside world, he was fishing alone by the pond. "Damn it, I don't believe I can't catch one." As Ye Sifan fished, he muttered to himself. While he was fishing at the front of the courtyard gate, Dehe lay on a piece of bluestone, his gaze fixed intently on the 9 fat chickens buried in the earth, occasionally making swallowing sounds. One person and one dog had lived this way for 18 years. One was drooling over the 9 golden-scaled fish in the pond, yet never able to catch one. The other fantasized daily about a phoenix feast, leaping forward time and again, only to forever end up with a mouthful of chicken feathers. After lying for a while, Dehe suddenly raised his head, locking onto the 9 phoenixes as if, indeed, Dehe had made up his mind. He moved. He sprang up abruptly. With a swift stride, he charged forth, bounding on all fours toward the burial soil. He raced forward, his eyes never leaving the 9 phoenixes. Not only that, but in Dehe's mind, he envisioned the delectable dishes Ye Sifan had prepared before. Only now those dishes were replaced by phoenix chickens stripped of their feather robes. Dehe fantasized about them lying on serving dishes, or roasting on a spit, golden and dripping, their aroma permeating the air. As he thought, his saliva burst forth like a breached dam, splattering through the air, and his running speed soared. Across from Dehe, within the burial soil, the 9 phoenixes perched beneath the tea tree Ye Sifan had planted, digesting the day's meal. Seeing Dehe charging toward them, the 9 phoenixes lazily glanced over, utterly indifferent. Dehe, feeling his canine dignity gravely insulted, leaped into the air with a bark, lunging at the 9 phoenixes. "How dare you underestimate your dog, master? You're asking for death." Dehe dared to attack because he had recently broken through to a major realm. For 18 years, Dehe and the 9 phoenixes had been evenly matched, a constant source of frustration. Now, with his breakthrough, suppressing the 9 phoenixes would be effortless. As for his master, Dehe was not worried. His master was also a foodie. Moreover, Dehe was not overly ambitious. He thought to catch and kill just one, then carry it to his master for cooking, reasoning that his master would not lose his temper. In truth, even if his master did get angry, it would be useless. At worst, he would endure a scolding. After all, the phoenix would already be dead. It wouldn't cost him his dog's life, and his master didn't seem to like dog meat. Having made up his mind, Dehe's mouth curled upward, revealing a cruel grin. "Roar!" he bellowed mightily, appearing exceptionally majestic, like a miniature version of a great beast. An oppressive aura crushed down upon the burial soil. As he charged toward the phoenix flock, his terror unparalleled. If any human sovereign at the peak were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished, for the aura emanating from Dehe was terrifyingly formidable, even more fearsome than before. On the other side, the 9 phoenixes seemed to sense Dehe's breakthrough, and became flustered, their eyes filled. Seeing the 9 phoenixes trembling, Dehe felt immensely proud, his stature magnified in his own eyes, and he descended from the sky without hesitation. However, just as he was about to plunge into the midst of the phoenixes, suddenly, puff 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 puff, a series of fiery sounds erupted from the burial soil. The 9 phoenixes flapped their wings in unison, and chirped softly as countless flames surged from their bodies, merging into a sea of fire. No good, a trap. Dehe yelped, trying to turn and gain distance, but it was too late. In an instant, ow grandma, ow wow. A dog's miserable cry, enough to shake heaven and earth, echoed across the burial soil. A burnt smell of dog fur drifted through the air. Dehe's body blazed with light, and after a brief moment, he finally twisted himself out of the sea of fire, arriving in haste and leaving in haste. After retreating from the sea of fire, Dehe realized how terrifying the flames were. A few sparks had breached his defenses and landed on the tip of his tail, setting it ablaze. Damn your dog ancestors. Dehe's mind was a torrent of fury. These damned phoenixes had clearly undergone nirvana and broken through, yet they feigned terror to lure him into a trap. Dehe's attack failed. He barely escaped being roasted alive. For a time, Dehe stopped barking and stopped fussing. Tucking his tail between his legs, he fled the burial soil on all fours, never looking back. He had arrived with majestic vigor, but departed like a stray dog. Dehe was consumed with regret, finally realizing that, if he could break through, how could his opponents remain stagnant? He had been too rash. On the other side, Ye Sifan threw down his fishing rod, and stared quietly at the pond. He silently turned and poured away the boiling water from the stove. Tonight he would just wash up and sleep, letting them grow a bit longer. For the next half-month, Ye Sifan boiled water every night, each time sparing the golden scales' lives. Dehe meanwhile lay daily on the bluestone, drooling at the phoenixes as they came and went. In truth, that rabbit also seemed quite tasty, but it had been rarely seen lately. Dehe began to let his thoughts wander. Time flowed like a shuttle and days passed like an arrow. The edge of the outer jungle of the desolate ancient forbidden zone grew increasingly lively. It was another beautiful morning. The night had not yet fully receded, and a veil of mist still hung in the air. At Tong Pass in Luo City, upon the towering city walls that stretched for miles, countless armored imperial guards were patrolling in formation. Ever since the reclusive supreme being of the desolate ancient forbidden zone had revealed himself to the world, countless factions had gathered before Tong Pass. Too many to count, including human sovereigns at the peak, sect masters, feudal lords, and foreign powerhouses. These people flocked in, entering the forest at dawn and returning at sunset, all trying to find the reclusive supreme being. As the influx of people grew, Tong Pass had to deploy heavy patrols to prevent enemy spies from causing chaos. At that moment, before the shift change, a 100-man Imperial Guard unit, passing by the 8th gate tower of Luo City, suddenly spotted several figures in plain clothes standing within the tower. The squad leader immediately grew wary. With a wave of his hand, he led the 100 guards to quickly surround them. "How dare you? Who are you? Do you know this is the fortress of Great Yearn? How dare you loiter on the gate tower of Luo City? Leave at once!" The squad leader shouted, pointing at the figures. Hearing this, the figures slowly turned around, revealing faces full of majesty. The Imperial Guard's gazes met theirs, and they were struck as if by lightning, their expressions shifting dramatically. The squad leader in particular was terrified. He led his men in a hasty kneel, stammering, "Your servants deserve death 1,000 times. Please forgive us, human emperor." The 100 guards breathed rapidly, feeling as if 10,000 great mountains were collapsing upon them, crushing their breath. They could never have imagined that the man in such simple attire was the human emperor of Great Yearn, their own sovereign. "I do not blame you. Continue your patrol as if I were never here," the human emperor of Great Yearn said, softly instructing them. "As you command." The 100 guards rose, realizing that the figures accompanying the human emperor were none other than the Prince of Luo of Tong Pass, the 8th Imperial Prince, and the Yenping Princess. As they were about to bow, the Prince of Luo shook his head, signaling them to leave without making a fuss. The Prince of Luo was also dressed in plain clothes, but even so he could not conceal the aura of a human sovereign, giving off a sense of ruling the world. The Prince of Luo had now become a true human emperor. As for the human emperor of Great Yearn, after breaking through his shackles, his human sovereign aura had become restrained. Unless deliberately exerted, it was not easily detected. However, his essence had undergone a stunning transformation, his temperament unfathomable. He appeared to have returned to simplicity, yet his aura was still striking. Any discerning eye would recognize him as a powerhouse who had broken through the human sovereign realm, a world apart from ordinary mortals. After the patrol squad left, the human emperor asked with concern, "My son, are you certain you can still find the residence of the Exalted One?" They had come this time solely to pay respects to that supreme existence. However, the jungle of the desolate ancient forbidden zone was not only vast and boundless but also primitive and complex. Most importantly, it was inhabited by countless ancient ferocious beasts of immense size. Every movement they made shook the earth and destroyed the forests, constantly altering the landscape. Moreover, once night fell on the outskirts of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, the nature of the myriad beasts would become eerily violent and mutual slaughter would be seen everywhere. Their massive bodies and fierce collisions would inevitably devastate the forest's appearance, leaving it unrecognizable. In just one night, the same place could become a completely different world by the next day. This was one of the reasons Great Yen was not afraid of the Eastern Wastelands learning of this matter. Even if they were told that the Exalted One was near a certain life and death line within the Forbidden Zone, the desolate ancient Forbidden Zone was so vast that its outer perimeter alone was comparable to 3 Eastern Wastelands. As for the area within the life and death line, even less was known. Searching for someone in such a vast area, unless by chance encounter, was like looking for a needle in the ocean. Rest assured, Father, when I left I made a special mark. Even if the jungle undergoes earth-shattering changes, I can find the Exalted One's residence by following the mark, Jun Bujian said confidently. The special mark he referred to was a unique fragrant scent. This scent would only appear when combined with another specific fragrance. Otherwise it was colorless and odorless. Only the person who prepared it could detect it. Guided by this scent, there was no need to memorize the forest's features. They simply had to follow the unique fragrance to return to where they had been before. Of course, this scent marking method required having actually been to the destination. The human emperor nodded in acknowledgement, and the group vanished, silently reappearing at the border of the outer perimeter of the desolate ancient forbidden zone. At that moment, the place was bustling with activity, figures visible everywhere, including millennia-old immortals. The human emperor and his companions were well disguised in plain clothes, concealing their auras to avoid standing out. Since the Exalted One was in seclusion, he surely would not appreciate being disturbed by too many people. The human emperor acted this way out of consideration for the Exalted One, but he also harbored selfish motives. Yet, despite their caution, they were still noticed, and not by just 1 or 2 people. The 8 ancestors of the East Wilderness, the 9th ancestor. As the bright moon fades, the stars retreat. A round sun slowly rises from the green mountains. The hazy night is completely dispelled. The outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone are bustling with voices, and figures are increasingly visible everywhere. Most of them are traveling in pairs or seeking teams to enter the ancient outskirts. Of course, among the crowd there are those who walk alone. These individuals have solitary personalities and terrifying cultivation, always preferring to walk alone, looking down on companionship, and very few can accompany them. The human emperor and his companions hid among the masses, intentionally avoiding such solitary figures, while trying to minimize movement to prevent their identities from being revealed. As the night gradually recedes, Jun Bujian's eyebrows dance with excitement, revealing a hint of eagerness. The thought of possibly encountering a great master fills him with anticipation. No matter what, he must strive for this opportunity. If he could become a disciple of a great master. Jun Bujian eagerly urged several people. Father, Uncle Wang, the night has retreated. Let us go in. Jun Bujian looked in a certain direction and raised his leg to proceed. However, before he could step forward, a large hand landed on his shoulder, pulling him back. Wang Luo furrowed his brow and transmitted sound, saying, "Wait a moment." Jun Bujian followed the sound, puzzled. "Wait, why wouldn't entering earlier allow for more contact with the great masters?" The human emperor also narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no outward signs of disturbance, while secretly using divine sense to transmit sound, saying, "There are undoubtedly powerful beings without inheritance hiding here, clearly aware of us." What? Without inheritance? The faces of the brother and sister changed dramatically upon hearing this. Anyone who could single out the human emperor from the crowd undoubtedly had significant background, and the siblings immediately turned to scan the surrounding figures. "Do not look. The incoming presence is formidable, lest we alarm the snake by stirring the grass." Wang Luo swiftly stopped Princess Yan Ping and Jun Bujian, advising them not to look around to avoid drawing more attention. Although the human emperor and Wang Luo had sensed the general direction of the watcher, the other party was overly cautious, merely releasing a trace of barely perceptible divine sense to spy on them, making it difficult to discern their identity. The siblings naturally complied, pretending nothing had happened. "Father, do you know which inheritance those people belong to?" Princess Yen Ping whispered, a hint of worry on her delicate face, her voice like the sound of nature. At this moment Princess Yen Ping had lightly applied powder, dressed in men's clothing, her simple and unadorned attire wrapped around her youthful blossoming body, making her slightly prominent bosom appear delicate. Princess Yen Ping's features are exquisite, endowed with natural beauty. At the tender age of 16 she inherits the excellent genes of the human emperor, and her mother possessing a beauty capable of toppling nations, and likened to the first beauty of the great Yen dynasty. The human emperor brought only her along, showing how deeply he cherished her. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the human emperor calmly said, "It does not matter which inheritance they belong to, they are merely irrelevant people. We only need to identify them one by one and shake them off." Princess Yen Ping nodded in agreement. Inheritors without a lineage surpassing even the supersex are entities that no dynasty can control. They have no interest in imperial power, only seeking opportunities and arduous cultivation, maintaining a distance from the royal family. Such inheritors without lineage exist in at least 7 or 8 places, both openly and secretly within the Great Yen dynasty. Compared to the vast expanse of the Great Yan's mountains and rivers, 7 or 8 such places are indeed alarmingly few, yet each is exceedingly terrifying. To put it bluntly, even the Great Yen royalty does not dare to casually wage war against any of these inheritance grounds, for one cannot know what terrifying presence might be hidden within. Some of these places without inheritance are far older than the dynasty itself. Looking across the land of the East Wilderness, the only ones daring to challenge the inheritance grounds aside from the 8 ancestors of the East Wilderness are the ancient Xia dynasty, which has attacked once. Therefore both the human emperor and Wang Luo can only keep an eye on those few auras without rashly taking action. The sun gradually rises, illuminating the earth. On the endless outskirts of the Forbidden Zone, large groups of cultivators begin to march forward, crossing the border line in droves, advancing inward. As far as the eye can see along the border, there is an endless sea of people. The human emperor knows that in a few days this scene will likely only intensify. The human emperor and his companions did not choose to enter at this moment, but instead continued to wait quietly, planning to enter the forest when the crowd thins out. Likewise, those vague auras are not in a hurry, hiding in various corners, calm as a mountain. Finally, "Let's go!" Seeing the crowd thinning, the human emperor took the lead, guiding his children forward. Initially the 4 did not fly but chose to walk into the forest. Only after their figures were hidden within the forest did they suddenly vanish and disappear quickly. The moment the 4 entered the forest, more than 10 figures quietly followed them like phantoms, closely trailing behind. In just a few blinks they had crossed hundreds of miles, overtaking countless cultivators who had entered the forest before. The 4 did not head directly to Ye Sifan's residence, but circled around the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, trying to shake off their pursuers. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye an hour had gone by. In a certain location on the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, whoosh, a gust of demonic wind suddenly arose and the figures of the 4 reappeared. The human emperor and Wang Luo looked somewhat grim, their expressions slightly darkened, because the 2 discovered that despite all their efforts they had only managed to shake off half of their tail. "It seems I underestimated them," the human emperor said, no longer concealing his cultivation, unleashing the might of the second stage of the human emperor realm, his aura surging, whisking Jun Bu Jian and Princess Yen Ping away. Wang Luo also took out the great Yen sacred artifact, unleashing his speed to the utmost. At the same time, 100 miles away in Ye Sifan's courtyard, just as the human emperor and others were engaged in their chase, little did they know a man in green was approaching the courtyard. The man wore a green robe with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, his gaze profound, and a chaotic aura enveloping him, captivating the soul. With each distance the man in green crossed, he casually gathered a piece of green leaf, a vine, or a strange flower, then brought them to his ear, seemingly communicating with the plants, occasionally nodding. After once again listening to the voices of the plants, the man in green finally raised his head to lock onto a certain direction. Could it really be true? Is there such a great master in this world? Just from a vial of liquid the great Yen human emperor was broken. The man in green wore a shocked expression, having followed the memories of the plants, tracing the path of those who entered the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, until he reached this place. Perhaps for others finding Ye Sifan's residence would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, but for the man in green, it was merely simple communication. In any place with flowers, grass, or trees, it was equivalent to his eyes. The man in green did not immediately head for Ye Sifan's residence, but continued to communicate with the nearby flowers and trees. As he communicated, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a miraculous willow tree may be of great use to me. After speaking, the man in green took a step, vanishing from sight, and when he reappeared, he stood not far from Ye Sifan's courtyard. His gaze was piercing as he surveyed the courtyard, fixating on the willow tree, within, clearly indicating that his purpose was not to attain hidden supremacy, but rather that divine willow. Strange, why do I feel that it is shrouded in a hazy mist, and there seems to be a layer of heavenly secrets enveloping it? The man in green furrowed his brow slightly, but the more so, the more it indicated the extraordinary nature of the divine willow, making his heart even more elated. If he could absorb the essence of this divine willow, he would surely attain permanence. With that thought, the man in green pondered slightly, and a green glow suddenly erupted from his body, blinking back into calmness. In the burst of green light, the man in green had already vanished, transforming into a green lotus hovering in the void. If the great Yen human emperor were present, he would surely be alarmed, because this green lotus, which exudes a chaotic aura, is none other than the unrivaled lotus of the East Wilderness, commonly known as the second below the 8 ancestors of the East Wilderness, and some also refer to it as the 9th ancestor of the 8 ancestors of the East Wilderness. Having been surpassed by contemporaneous works, brothers, please vote for recommendations and follow-up reading. Let's create a miracle together. No need to wait. Sleep early. There will be no updates today. That's it. It will be released tomorrow. As for how many updates there will be, answer, I don't know. Writing all night. After the release, how many updates will there be daily? Answer, I also don't know. 2 updates guaranteed, depending on the performance. If it's good, daily updates of 10,000 words are not impossible. I believe I can do it. Before starting the book, the author was full of ambition. After starting, faced with reality, youthful arrogance, brimming with confidence, ultimately losing to reality. The conclusion is that not updating explosively is indeed not feasible. The days of leisurely updates are gone forever. Explosive updates. Explosive updates. Explosive updates. Still explosive updates. To be honest, the results are far from expectations. Fortunately, after years of writing, my mindset is still okay. Regardless, once it's released, it won't be abandoned. 30,000 collections. How many initial subscriptions? I'm uncertain yet strangely calm. No more pointless talk, let's get to the point. Update rules: 1,000 initial subscriptions will result in 3 chapters daily, 2,000 initial subscriptions will result in 4 chapters daily, 2,500 initial subscriptions will result in 5 chapters daily with a maximum of 5 chapters. Additional update rules: 300 monthly votes grant 1 additional chapter daily, rewards accumulating to 500,000 book coins grant 1 additional chapter. I won't say much about the importance of initial subscriptions here, surely readers have seen enough. However, it cannot be emphasized enough. Thank you to all the supporters who voted and to all the brothers who donated. Thank you. You are all the big brothers of Chun Yang's family, the providers of food and clothing. I sincerely thank you. Thanks to the Yuewen Group, thanks to the Chuangshi Chinese Network, thanks to the entire editing team of QQ Reading, especially my editor Rubber. Rubber is mighty and powerful, uniting the realm, and will be remembered forever. Alright, that's all I have to say. Tomorrow at noon 12, don't miss it. I wish everyone a happy life free of worries, abundant wealth, all wishes fulfilled, sweet dreams, good night. Without even a barrier, how disgraceful. Who would have thought? The illustrious 9th patriarch of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland is actually a blue lotus. For cultivators who have not reached this level, the title 9th patriarch of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland may not even be known. Yet for those at the emperor level, this title is resounding. The 9th patriarch of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland is a term of respect for the Blue Lotus by the peak experts of the Eastern Wasteland, yet its deeds are little known due to 3 astonishing events. The first event: the Blue Lotus once fought with the 8th patriarch of the Eastern Wasteland, with the outcome unclear. Some say they witnessed the Blue Lotus chasing the 8th patriarch, beating him to the point of having no way to escape. The second event: the Blue Lotus once attacked a certain inheritance site of the Great Yen, penetrating deep into its core, causing the site to cry out in distress, even moving to avoid its wrath. If the first 2 events already made the Blue Lotus famous across the land, then this third event is enough to make one's scalp tingle. According to ancient wild histories, this Blue Lotus even attempted to attack the Eastern Wasteland. Indeed, the entire Eastern Wasteland. And it truly took action. The Blue Lotus once rampaged, facing no opponents as it moved from the eastern part of the eastern wasteland to the western part, then to the south and finally back north, only to find itself going in circles without gaining anything, which led it to abandon the thought of attack. All of this took merely half a year. In that time the Blue Lotus wreaked havoc in the eastern wasteland, only stopping short of the other 7 ancestors, the unparalleled inheritances, and the ancient Xia from intervening. Even the 3 great empires were thrown into chaos. A single Blue Lotus all alone caused the Eastern Emperor to be in a state of panic. Regarding this matter, the Eastern Wasteland's cultivators of that generation dared not mention it, and no one even wanted to write it into the historical records of the Eastern Wasteland. This was a shameful chapter for countless cultivators of the Eastern Wasteland. At this moment, the Blue Lotus in front of Ye Sifan's courtyard is indeed the 9th patriarch of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland. As for the events of that year, the Blue Lotus has long since cast them out of mind, forgetting them completely. At this moment its gaze is fixed only on that willow tree. After transforming back into its original form, the Blue Lotus did not act rashly but first covered the courtyard with its divine sense to investigate. Where is that so-called expert? The Blue Lotus could not detect Ye Sifan's aura in the courtyard, which was completely empty save for some ordinary little creatures. Nothing else. The Blue Lotus naturally did not consider these small animals to be stronger than itself, nor could they possibly be beyond its detection. As for that pond, the Blue Lotus could not be bothered with it, its mind set solely on the divine willow. Ha ha ha, heaven is assisting me. The Blue Lotus confirmed that no one was in the courtyard, feeling delighted, and with a swoosh it descended. The roots of the Blue Lotus wriggled swiftly, resembling a spider, as it scurried towards the courtyard through the weeds, supported by several green lotus leaves. The reason the Blue Lotus did not fly was mainly because it did not know how powerful the so-called expert was. There was also a slight feeling of guilt about being a thief. Out of concern that its target might be too large, the Blue Lotus shrank its body several times, while sprinting, making it hard to spot unless looked at closely. In a moment the Blue Lotus charged straight into the center of the courtyard. It even twisted its branches and leaves as if the Blue Lotus had eyes growing on it. What hidden supreme being! There isn't even a barrier, how disgraceful! The Blue Lotus muttered inwardly, swaying its lotus leaves filled with disdain. This place is severely mismatched with the identity of a high-level expert. Thinking of this, the Blue Lotus recalled certain memories and sighed, letting its leaves droop downward. Alas! Those were the days. When I fully transformed and attained accomplishments, my place of seclusion was truly magnificent. If it weren't for that major figure's schemes against me, why would I have to return to the Eastern Wasteland and hide away? And now looking at this expert's place of seclusion. Tisk so embarrassing. This is the most shabby place of seclusion I have ever seen. With that in mind, the Blue Lotus planned to absorb the essence of the divine willow and leave something for this expert, perhaps a protective array as compensation. As for whether this expert would be angry, that has nothing to do with me. I have never feared anyone. If worse comes to worst, I'll just hide. After pondering, the Blue Lotus roots wriggled again, heading towards the willow tree by the pond. But just then suddenly, the Blue Lotus felt 2 waves of heat rushing toward it, raising its leaves to see. My goodness, how can these 2 upright mice be even taller and more formidable than me? No wait, it's because I shrank my body too much. But it doesn't matter. They're just 2 little mice. Can they really pose a challenge to me? The Blue Lotus straightened its leaves and transmitted its thoughts. You little creatures, I do not wish to harm mere ants. Please leave quickly. After transmitting its thoughts, the Blue Lotus waited for the 2 mice to flee in panic. Such ordinary beings couldn't possibly withstand my strange behavior, could they? However, after the Blue Lotus transmitted its thoughts, it felt the other party linger and instinctively raised its head to see. It found the 2 mice staring back at it with curious eyes, showing no signs of fear at all. The Blue Lotus was a bit perplexed. This was illogical. Could it be that these 2 mice were too low in intelligence to receive the transmitted thoughts? Feeling a bit frustrated, just as the Blue Lotus was about to speak, it suddenly heard 2 voices of transmitted thoughts echoing in its mind. Has this Blue Lotus become sentient? Can actually transmit thoughts? The Mouse brother said, shocked. The mouse sibling also chimed in. It must have become sentient, otherwise how could it move around? As the 2 mice finished transmitting their thoughts, the Blue Lotus leaves suddenly erupted and its stalk stood upright as if struck by lightning. What is going on? Am I seeing illusions? 2 ordinary mice can actually transmit thoughts, without giving the Blue Lotus a chance to react. Hey little guy, what are you doing here? The Mouse brother scrutinized the little Blue Lotus before it and inquired through transmitted thoughts. Upon hearing this, the blue lotus was momentarily dazed, as if a stunned human face appeared on the surface of its lotus leaves. It called me little guy. Wait. This scene is different from what I imagined. It seems. Did it get reversed? While the blue lotus was in a daze, the mouse sibling transmitted, "Don't scare it. It looks quite adorable." Saying this, the little mouse reached out its tiny pink paw, brimming with excitement, as it tried to touch the blue lotus leaves. Seeing this, the blue lotus was enraged. How dare they? I am a blue lotus sprung from chaos. Even though my cultivation has significantly dropped now, how can I allow a field mouse to touch me? Boom! The blue lotus trembled and endless chaotic energy permeated, enveloping the area ahead. It actually has chaotic energy. The mouse sibling was shocked but filled with delight. However, at this moment, the blue lotus aura surged and chaotic energy rampaged forth, an overwhelming force bursting forth like an ocean from its lotus leaves. But just before the blue lotus might completely erupted, the mouse brothers sneered, "Such trivial skills, and you dare to show off in front of me? Oh heavens, oh earth!" Qinglian saw a filthy mouse leg coming towards him, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he felt an overwhelming force descending upon him, so swift that it was hard to catch, pushing back the chaotic energy he had gathered. Then, bang! A loud crash. Qinglian felt dizzy, as if a giant foot had kicked him in the face, the violent impact causing him to lift off the ground by 3 feet, shooting backward. Qinglian arced beautifully through the air, watching the 2 mice that were gradually pulling away from him, momentarily speechless, until he began to fall, finally exclaiming, "What the hell? What kind of mouse is this?" Qinglian's mind raced like a stampede of wild horses, while his somewhat diminutive body awkwardly fell to the ground, rolling several meters like a bouncing ball before coming to a stop. How could this happen? How could I be so weak? Qinglian was in shock. In disbelief, he exclaimed, "This is absurd, this is absurd." Qinglian completely exploded with rage. The opponent had caught him off guard, truly a despicable act. I who traverse the heavens and the earth have never suffered such a humiliating disgrace. Having thought this, Qinglian stopped holding back as 3 lotus leaves began to disintegrate, detach, and float, transforming into countless terrifyingly powerful blue swords that rapidly circled around him. Qinglian's sword technique, the signature move of the 8th and 9th ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland, one of the 3 reverse path techniques, understood by Qinglian, a sword that astonishes the celestial beings and dominates the world. Qinglian was ablaze with fury. Though small, the blue sword contained an overwhelming power that sent shivers down the spine, producing a series of ethereal lotus chants, becoming increasingly mysterious and fantastical. However, just as Qinglian gathered his strength, he noticed that the front was empty. Qinglian was utterly baffled. Where were the 2 mice that dared to provoke his wrath? It was evident that the 2 little mice had vanished from right under Qinglian's nose. "Hiding away, what kind of great demon are you? Come out if you have the guts." Qinglian's divine sense scanned the surroundings, but he could not find the mice. Could it be that they knew he was too powerful to confront, and had dug a hole to escape? I'm furious. Just as Qinglian was about to move to search, he suddenly heard a childish voice behind him. "He can even dance. How rare, but he dances so ugly, not at all pleasing to the eye." Qinglian trembled at the voice, slowly turning around, his mind going blank. In the courtyard, 2 mice were sitting anthropomorphically on the ground, one with its front paw propping up its chin, gazing eagerly at the little Qinglian, as if they had been in this position for quite some time. Seeing the mice in this posture, Qinglian felt a jolt, realizing they were looking at him, as if he were a performing monkey, while he felt more like the monkey being played with. What infuriated Qinglian the most was the phrase from Mouse Brother. "He can even dance. I can dance, you bastard." This is the astonishing sword technique I have comprehended throughout my life. Even though Qinglian usually held himself with dignity, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. They think so little of me. Yet compared to his anger, Qinglian was more shocked. What on earth were these 2 mice? How could they appear behind him without him noticing, and he remained completely unaware? Qinglian panicked. The once powerful Qinglian sword technique suddenly seemed much less intimidating. "I will fight you." Qinglian transmitted his voice with murderous intent. The 2 mice were equally surprised. "Oh no, he wants to hit us." Mouse Brother reacted and stood up to kick, but was stopped by Mouse Brother beside him. "I want to play too, I want to play this time, let me kick." Saying this, Mouse Brother was incredibly excited, delivering a merciless kick. This kick seemed light as a feather, yet contained terrifying power. Seeing this, Qinglian was greatly alarmed, finally realizing the terrifying aspect of these 2 mice. Their strength was not much weaker than what he had at his peak, likely two ancient monsters. Boom! The power of the Qinglian sword technique shocked the ages. Even in Qinglian's current state, it still exuded immense might. If this sword were to be unleashed without hindrance, the devastation would be unimaginable, instantly affecting countless miles around. After all, this was merely Qinglian's technique. After a significant decline in cultivation, its power far from its peak. The Qinglian sword technique at its peak cannot be imagined. However, regrettably, he encountered these two monsters. After Mouse Brother kicked, an endless force of laws enveloped him, instantly neutralizing the insufficient power of the Qinglian sword technique. Qinglian's three ultimate techniques. Once a terrifying skill that shook the world. Other than producing a sound like a muffled fart, it couldn't even stir up a ripple. The originally lush green Qinglian leaves suddenly turned black as if his face had darkened. After Mouse Brother kicked, he also began hopping in place, crying out in pain, squeak. It hurts. It hurts, it really hurts. Mouse Brother was pained, leaping 3 feet into the air, heavily shaken by the Qinglian sword technique. Compared to Mouse Brother, there was no doubt about Qinglian's fate. His lotus body drew another perfect arc in midair. However, this time was different. Before Qinglian landed, he felt a movement behind him. Upon looking back, he saw, "What the heck is that?" Qinglian saw a fully golden ant emerging from the ground, just where he was about to fall. The golden ant, seeing Qinglian coming down, was poised with a raised fist. It's getting closer. Qinglian could see the ant slowly raising its golden fist, as if it wanted to throw a punch at him. Just a mere ant, and it dares to pressure me. Qinglian's divine sense swept over the golden ant, his anger rising. He discovered that although this little ant had astonishing physical defenses, that punch had some weaknesses. It exuded no terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations and lacked accompanying power. This is perfect. I was just looking for something to vent. Since you've come knocking, don't blame me for being merciless. Qinglian needed a punching bag to release his pent-up anger, or else his heart would be too suffocated. The two ancient monsters were currently beyond his strength to subdue. Could it be that even a mere ant could not be suppressed? With this mindset, Qinglian directed all his fury toward the golden ant, gathering chaotic sword energy once again. However, just as Qinglian's fist made contact with the golden ants, he nearly cursed. That punch sent him flying, leaving him in a more embarrassed state, unable to react at all. Qinglian then realized the ant was extraordinary, possessing immense strength, capable of shaking everything. After rolling away again, Qinglian finally felt intimidated. This place isn't suitable for staying long, it's better for me to leave. With this thought, Qinglian immediately shot into the sky. But just at that moment he took off. Whoosh! A willow branch descended from the sky, forcefully bringing him back down, crashing into the courtyard. The willow tree had taken action, clearly not wanting Qinglian to leave. At the same time, Qinglian noticed that many small figures were gradually emerging in the courtyard, surrounding him with curious expressions. Seeing this, Qinglian's heart tightened, an ominous premonition rising sharply. You want to keep me here? It's not that easy. Qinglian transmitted his voice to the willow, but it remained silent, giving no response. Qinglian charged upwards again. Whoosh! Once again the same willow branch struck with the same result. Qinglian was ruthlessly beaten back down. Once, twice, thrice. In different directions, from different angles, hundreds of times of ascending and plummeting. Qinglian's Tao heart shattered. This willow tree was the most terrifying existence in the courtyard. Escaping from above was not realistic. Therefore Qinglian began to break through in all directions. It would have been fine if he hadn't tried to break out. This attempt made his scalp tingle. He first deliberately avoided the two mice and the ant, choosing a direction that looked like a soft persimmon to break through, where only two exquisite butterflies were present. Yet the butterflies merely fluttered their wings and sent him crashing back. Next, Qinglian dashed toward every corner, encountering a turtle withdrawing its head, a three-legged toad, an iron-head dragonfly, and other creatures. Undoubtedly, he got a good beating, leaving him no temper at all. Oh heavens, oh earth, what kind of perverse courtyard is this? Why did I foolishly enter? Qinglian's Tao heart shattered into pieces, finally understanding why there was no barrier set here. In an instant, the courtyard of Ye Sifan turned chaotic, with a struggling Qinglian being chased and cornered by a pack of small animals, a rather comical scene. Qinglian finally experienced what it meant to have no way to enter the heavens and no door to the earth. He didn't even dare to fly, unable to fight back, and could only scurry around the courtyard. Just then, Ye Sifan came striding in with a vegetable basket, accompanied by the hay and the sparrow. Ye Sifan's vegetable garden was located beneath that waterfall a few hundred meters from the courtyard, convenient for daily watering with waterfall water. At this moment Ye Sifan returned from picking vegetables, as usual pushing open the courtyard door. But just as the door opened, Ye Sifan was completely stunned. The Wind Clan's ancestor, the Nine Dragons Emperor. Good heavens, you! What are you doing? Ye Sifan stood at the courtyard gate, utterly dumbfounded. The courtyard was a chaotic mess with scattered debris and overturned flower pots everywhere, resembling an abandoned farmyard. All the little creatures had emerged, gathered in groups around the yard, baring their claws and fangs in what seemed like sheer excitement. What was happening? Was it the festival of 10,000 beasts? Or had the mice taken over while the cat was away? Hearing Ye Sifan's voice, the group of tiny beings turned in unison, their eyes filled with timidity, as if aware of their misdeeds. The animals froze in place, falling silent instantly. Ye Sifan's expression darkened. How was he supposed to clean up this mess? Good grief, it seemed he would have to drill some discipline into these little rascals. With that thought, he opened his mouth to scold them. Suddenly, from beneath the stone table in the pavilion by the pond, a green lotus shot out, its roots racing frantically, with two rats chasing close behind. The green lotus, sensing Ye Sifan Dehe and the sparrow, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, a normal person had arrived. Meanwhile, Ye Sifan, catching sight of the lotus, was initially stunned, then filled with astonishment. Heavens, it was unbelievable. This lotus could actually run. In 18 years, Ye Sifan had witnessed countless wild beasts, but a mobile plant was something he had never had the fortune to see. The cultivation world was truly full of wonders too miraculous for words. Ye Sifan was mesmerized, his curiosity no less than that of any little creature. In his past life, he had heard tales of millennium-old ginseng roots wandering, but never of a lotus that. Moreover, those tales were mere myths known to be fabrications. At most, people had seen mimosa plants folding their leaves, but they certainly couldn't run. When Ye Sifan first heard of the mimosa, he was amazed. Now witnessing a running plant firsthand, his interest was piqued even more. In the pavilion, the two rat brothers, seeing their master return, stood rooted to the spot, motionless. Witnessing this, the green lotus felt a surge of relief and turned its gaze toward Ye Sifan. The newcomer's cultivation was unfathomable beyond my perception. He must be above me. To enter and exit the courtyard so freely, this must be the reclusive supreme being. As a reclusive supreme, he would surely be noble and upright. If I communicate humbly, I should be able to leave in peace. With that thought, the green lotus scurried forward to greet him. But the moment the green lotus moved, Ye Sifan shouted excitedly, "Grab that lotus, don't let it escape." The little creatures didn't seem afraid of it, so it should be harmless. A running plant was such a rarity. How could he let it get away? Hearing this, the green lotus halted. Lotus? Where was a lotus? It immediately looked around. If it could capture the lotus for this expert, everything would fall into place. Wait, lotus. A realization struck the green lotus, causing its entire body to stumble, nearly tumbling headfirst into the nearby pond. I am a green lotus born from chaos. Though I resemble a mundane lotus, how dare you compare me to one? Insulting me is unforgivable. Even if you are a reclusive supreme, so what? I will never yield. As expected, the green lotus' suspicion was confirmed. At Ye Sifan's command, all the creatures in the yard began to converge, forming an encirclement. Seeing the situation was sealed, the green lotus decided to take a desperate gamble. Spotting and opening it bolted with lightning speed. Woof! Dehe charged valiantly, taking the lead to block the gap. Having been at a disadvantage since entering the yard, the green lotus didn't want to clash with Dehe. It feigned a move and then lunged toward Ye Sifan. To survive by taking risks, the most dangerous direction was the only hope. If I catch him off guard, I might slip past. Meanwhile, Ye Sifan, seeing the lotus charging at him, panicked. Afraid it would escape, he reached out a large hand to grab it. The green lotus looked up and shuddered violently. This is the Tao resonance. Its heart churned like a stormy sea. At its peak, the green lotus was no stranger to the Tao resonance. It instantly recognized the earth-shattering phenomenon. How was this possible? How could such an existence be hidden in the eastern wasteland? This defied all logic. In the eyes of beings at the green lotus level, every gesture and movement embodied the Tao. Such a figure should no longer remain here or even exist in this world. In that instant, the green lotus forgot to dodge, letting Ye Sifan seize it. The moment Ye Sifan touched it, the lotus sensed countless Tao opportunities emerging, as if they were at its fingertips. The green lotus was astounded. If it could stay by such a being's side year-round, it dared not imagine. Now it understood why the creatures in the yard were so monstrous. Living with such an existence day and night would turn even a pig into a demonic cultivator of terrifying power. And wasn't this exactly what it had been searching for all along? The Tao opportunity it had tirelessly sought but never found. At the same moment the green lotus was elated in the primeval forest at the edge of the primordial forbidden zone. Whoosh! For figures flashed and appeared. It was the great Yen human emperor and his companions. King Luo's brow was furrowed deeply, his face dark and grim. The human emperor narrowed his eyes, seemingly stirred with emotion. Shortly after their arrival, "Haha, Yen emperor, you can't shake us off. True, you've broken through your shackles, and I might not match you in strength, but speed isn't just about cultivation." A voice boomed with authority. 7 figures rushed to the scene not far from King Luo and the others. Among them one radiated an imposing aura, the majesty of a human emperor faintly discernible. The Yen emperor remained unmoved, his voice carrying imperial might. 9 dragons, why have you left your 9 dragons dynasty, to come to my great Yen border? 9 dragons, the current human emperor of the 9 dragons dynasty, the 9 dragons emperor. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, the 2 emperors facing off their auras, scattering countless beasts in the forest. "Hey, we are both human emperors, no need for pretense. You know why I'm here," the 9 dragons emperor said bluntly. The Yen emperor sneered and cut to the chase. "You wish to see that supreme being?" No sooner had he spoken. A gaunt, unremarkable elder beside the 9 dragons emperor said calmly, "Yen emperor, tales of a supreme being might fool the eastern wasteland, but spare us the deception. The old man and the 9 dragons emperor are nearing our end, so I want beat around the bush. Just share the opportunity you've found here, and well part peacefully." The elder spoke without expression, unconstrained by the presence of the 2 emperors. The Yen emperor turned and said coldly, "So it's the Wind clan's ancestor from the 9 dragons dynasty. No wonder you're so fast." The Wind clan, one of the 10 clans of the 9 dragons dynasty, was not the strongest but unrivaled in speed across the eastern wasteland. The Wind clan's hereditary art, the Windwalk art, granted them unmatched swiftness. With both the Wind clan ancestor and the 9 dragons emperor nearing the end of their lifespans, their purpose was clear. Naturally they doubted the great Yen court's claims of a hidden supreme being. They believed it was a grand lie to conceal a monumental discovery in the primordial forbidden zone. "Yen emperor, I don't wish for war in my twilight years. We've been foes for so long, we're practically old friends. Keeping the breakthrough opportunity to yourself is hardly fair," the 9 dragons emperor said with a faint smile. The Yen emperor sneered, scanning the 7 figures. 3 were likely from the 9 dragons dynasty's inheritance ground, unfamiliar to him. The other 2 were surprising. They were from the great Yen dynasty's own inheritance ground. "You don't believe in the existence of that exalted one?" the Yen emperor asked, unsurprised. The Wind clan ancestor finally showed emotion, a mocking curl to his lips. "Exalted one? Haha, an exalted one who raises phoenixes. Yen emperor, your courtiers certainly have bold tongues. Even you don't believe that, do you? Enough talk. If you generously share the secret, the Wind clan pledges eternal peace with great Yen. And let me offer a friendly warning, if we drag this out, more experts will come. I'm sure you know great Yen isn't short of human emperor-level cultivators nearing their end, let alone peak martial artists and recluses facing their final days. The 9 dragons emperor and I have spotted many along the way. Driven by the need for a breakthrough, these madmen won't be as restrained as we are. That mortal tending to the potted plants. Are you threatening me?" The words of the Wind clan's ancestor had just fallen when Emperor Yen replied, his tone calm, yet it exuded an imperceptible regal authority. "I am merely stating the facts." The Wind clan's brows furrowed slightly. The human emperor truly was the human emperor, not easily dismissed by mere words. Emperor Yen let out a cold snort, dismissing the Wind clan as insignificant. The emperor of Great Yen did not regard them highly. Choosing to selectively ignore the Wind clan's ancestor, Emperor Yen turned to face the 9 dragons emperor, saying calmly, 9 dragons, as fellow human emperors, there is little difference between us. You need not use war to pressure me. If it must come to fighting, my great Yen will not fear your 9 dragons, but let us not forget. Neither of us can bear the consequences of war. Hearing this, the 9 dragons emperor's expression darkened, his pupils narrowing, yet he did not respond to Emperor Yen. As human emperors, their decisions would impact the clash of countless mountains and rivers, and any misstep could lead to the deaths of millions and untold suffering. Even now the horrors of the devastating battle from 1,000 years ago lingered in their minds, unforgettable. 1,000 years ago, the 9 dragons dynasty and the Great Yen dynasty had once clashed in a monumental battle nearly equivalent to an all-out war dragging countless surrounding dynasties into the fray. The extent of the war reached far beyond the vast territories of the two major dynasties. It could be said that period was one of the darkest histories in the annals of both dynasties, marking one of the few tumultuous wars in the eastern wilderness and a past that the endless Lingchuan mountains and various sects and royal families were loath to mention. That devastating war lasted for over 500 years, with billions of cultivators engaged in direct combat, rivers running with blood and corpses strewn across the land. The pinnacle of humanity saw many fall and countless small kingdoms were destroyed until an era was shattered, and only then did the Nine Dragons and Great Yearn come to an unspoken truce. After the rebellion of Nine Yearn, both sides' elder ministers questioned the heavens, asking who truly emerged victorious between Great Yearn and Nine Dragons. The answer was clear. Great Yearn lost. Nine Dragons lost. There were no ultimate victors in this war. The Nine Dragons Emperor and Emperor Yearn locked eyes at that moment. No one could understand the exchange of glances between the two. Only the human emperors could comprehend this weighty matter. Today's grievances are personal between me and Emperor Yearn, and have nothing to do with Great Yearn or Nine Dragons. The Nine Dragons Emperor ultimately had no choice but to make this decision. Setting aside the dynasty, even after more than 500 years of nurturing, both sides could barely regain their peak, and this was not a moment to provoke war. Emperor Yearn fell silent upon hearing this, the atmosphere between them tense and electric, with an unspoken power swirling beneath the surface. At the critical moment he spoke, "Father, since the Nine Dragons Emperor wishes to meet that esteemed figure, I can lead the way." Suddenly Jun Bujian interjected, breaking the existing tension. Emperor Yearn and King Luo frowned at the sound, but heard Jun Bujian continue. "However, one thing must be stated beforehand upon arriving at the destination. If we do not receive an invitation from the esteemed figure, I advise all of you to take a distant look and return on your own, or otherwise we cannot guarantee what unpleasant events may occur." Upon hearing this, Emperor Yearn suddenly understood. "Well done, you young prince, so young yet so calculating, even attempting to scheme against the Nine Dragons Emperor." King Luo looked at him with newfound respect, silently approving. "Clever, truly clever." The Nine Dragons Emperor and the others were already skeptical of the existence of the so-called esteemed figure, believing it to be a facade created by Great Yearn to obscure the truth. With this, Jun Bujian's suggestion of merely taking a distant glance became a masterstroke. Just think, aside from King Luo and the others, who else has ever seen that supreme being? Who would even imagine that this esteemed figure has already returned to simplicity? Even the Nine Dragons Emperor, merely taking a distant look, would inevitably regard him as an ordinary. With the ordinary mortals in mind, and combined with the idea of merely observing from afar the Nine Dragons Emperor, and the others would surely imagine all sorts of scenarios, even concluding that this esteemed figure was merely a ruse orchestrated by Great Yearn. After all, if one does not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a cultivator could truly return to simplicity, especially when viewed as an ordinary person. When the time comes, King Luo and the others need only to feign a flaw using truth, to confuse lies, to solidify the suspicions in the hearts of the Nine Dragons Emperor and the others. With their human emperor-level insights, they would surely rush forward to expose and clash with the Supreme Being, and that outcome would become inevitable. And the result of that clash made King Luo shudder at the thought. As for the phoenix in front of the Supreme Being, they had previously mentioned it during a casual conversation with Ye Sifan. The phoenix would return home at dusk, and now heading there it would be nearly impossible to see its trace. The distant viewing mortals and the fictional phoenix would suffice to eliminate the Nine Dragons Emperor's vigilance. How brilliant! Of course, the only worry for the four was whether the esteemed figure would be displeased. After all, such scheming is disrespectful to the revered. However, how terrifying the esteemed figure must be. He would have long seen through everything. Since he is willing to help the Great Yearn Emperor break free from his shackles, it is likely that he harbors goodwill towards us. Afterward we can apologize and then make further plans. Furthermore, in front of them stood the current human emperor of the Nine Dragons dynasty, along with the Wind Clan's ancestor and others from the Nine Dragons heritage, all of great significance. If these individuals were to fall into the ancient Forbidden Zone, the Nine Dragons dynasty would certainly suffer severe losses, leading to an eternal enmity between the two dynasties, with minor skirmishes continuing, making it worth the gamble. Of course, the thoughts of Emperor Yearn and the others were not something the other side could possibly know. The Nine Dragons Emperor exchanged glances with his companions, secretly communicating, wary of deception. After a brief exchange, the Wind Clan's ancestor cast a deep glance at Jun Bujian, and was the first to speak. "Since Emperor Yearn wishes to play this game, we have no choice. I for one am curious to see just how supreme that esteemed figure of Great Yearn so often spoken of truly is." The Nine Dragons Emperor and the others fell silent. Clearly this was the result of their discussions. Knowing it could be a trap, they were unwilling to let it go, the urgency of the moment pressing down on them. Even if we take a step back with our current lineup, no matter how Emperor Yen calculates, it would not be so easy for him to swallow it all at once. Why not first see what the other side is up to? Emperor Yen and King Luo exchanged glances, understanding each other's intention, and directly turned to leave. The two groups maintained a certain distance from each other, remaining vigilant, slowly approaching Ye Sifan under Jun Bu Jian's lead. Time passed, and after an incense stick had burned, "We have arrived." Jun Bu Jian looked up, gazing towards the open area beyond the jungle. His eyes first swept over the burial ground, and as expected, the 9 phoenixes that returned home at dusk were indeed nowhere to be seen. Emperor Yen felt his heart racing with excitement. This was his first time meeting an esteemed figure. How could he not be thrilled? However, he quickly forced himself to suppress his emotions, feigning calm. King Luo also kept his composure, appearing extremely calm, yet inwardly, he was a bundle of nerves. Approaching that existence again, King Luo's heart raced once more. Behind the 4 of them, the 9 dragons emperor and the others were startled by the sound, all looking up in surprise. Was there truly a courtyard within this forbidden zone? They exchanged glances, stepping forward to examine it closely, their divine senses sweeping over it, capturing the entire scene of the courtyard. It was a simple courtyard, each structure made of ancient wood with pavilions and bridges flowing water. A comfort beyond words, indeed a hidden paradise, yet oddly located within this ancient forbidden zone, somewhat eerie. Before long, Emperor Yen is that mortal in the courtyard tending to the potted plant, the esteemed figure one of the robust figures from the heritage site, bare-chested, nearly laughed out loud after probing with his divine sense, his taut nerves finally relaxing. The 9 dragons emperor and the others also shook their heads and smiled as they explored from the outside in. Though the courtyard was pleasant, it was as ordinary as could be, with nothing particularly special about it. As for the person inside busily fiddling with a broken pot, he was merely a mortal. How could he be regarded as supreme? It seemed Emperor Yen had not laid any traps, but had instead fabricated a false impression of an esteemed figure in seclusion to deceive the world. However, it must be admitted that this great Yen Emperor was indeed meticulous in thought, even thinking to find a mortal to play the role of a hidden supreme. A considerable effort had been invested. Had it been someone else, perhaps upon failing to discern the cultivation level of that person, they would panic, mistakenly believing the other was far superior, and in their anxiety would take it to be true. Yet, unfortunately, even if Emperor Yan's thoughts were intricate, the phoenix could not be fabricated. With so many flaws, it could not deceive our discerning eyes. Emperor Yen, we have already seen the esteemed figure you mentioned. Isn't it time to discuss that method of breaking free from the shackles? The 9 dragons emperor turned to gaze at Emperor Yen, no longer paying attention to Ye Sifan's courtyard, merely a fabricated illusion, lacking any real value. Could you look familiar, don't you? I have long since stated that the method to break the shackles lies within this courtyard, a gift from a great master. As for whether you have the fortune to grasp it, I cannot say. The Yen Emperor spoke from a distance, gazing at the courtyard. If it weren't for the presence of the Jilong Emperor and others, he would have eagerly sought an audience with this supreme existence. Hearing this, the Jilong Emperor and the others frowned slightly. Is it that our words are not direct enough? Or do you, Yen Emperor, insist on believing that it is flawlessly fabricated? The elder of the Wind Clan shook his head with a smile, not speaking directly but still stating gently, Yen Emperor, the game ends here. A person's patience is limited. We have traveled countless miles. We will not return empty-handed. The other 5 also echoed in agreement. What is this method to break the shackles in the courtyard? Do you take us for fools? Meanwhile, Wang Luo snorted coldly, his expression darkening. The person has already been brought to you. Whether or not you seize the opportunity is your own affair. The great master is before you. Since there has been no invitation for you, it is a matter of fate. Please leave. Seeing Wang Luo begin to drive everyone away, the Jilong Emperor's pupils narrowed. It seems that achieving success and retreating today will not be so easy. Yen Emperor Wang Luo, I take these repeated actions because of your statuses. If you continue to treat me as a fool, do not blame me for being merciless. Even the Jilong Emperor felt anger rising in his heart. I have already pointed out the deception in the courtyard, yet you treat me like a child to be deceived. Are you intentionally trying to humiliate me? The Yen Emperor found this amusing. Feelings? Since when have the Jilong Emperor and the great Yen Emperor had any feelings to speak of? Toying with me? Where does this come from? I risked offending the great master by bringing you here. This is already a great kindness. As for feelings, there is only enmity between great Yen and Jilong. What feelings could there be? As the Yen Emperor finished speaking, the atmosphere grew tense. The elder of the Wind Clan's eyes turned cold, feeling dissatisfied as well. So the Yen Emperor is playing with us. If that is the case, then I must thank the Yen Emperor for this great kindness. No need for thanks. The Yen Emperor replied sternly, showing no hint of goodwill. Seeing this, the elder of the Wind Clan's gaze grew colder, and he sneered. With such a great kindness, how could there be no repayment? Yen Emperor, wait here. I will go fetch that great master and ask if you have offended him. If so, I will take his life with one strike, treating it as a repayment for the Yen Emperor's kindness. A great master, huh? Very well. I will bring him here and see how you will argue your case. The elder of the Wind Clan finished speaking, and Wang Luo and the others were taken aback. Initially, the four had indeed thought to provoke Ye Sifan, hoping the great master would strike in anger. This was a brilliant scheme, but as they drew closer to Ye Sifan's residence, their hearts began to race, and upon reaching the courtyard their fear became increasingly evident, their backs growing cold. Ye Gongzi's identity is terrifying with immense power. If utilized this way, angering him would be terrifying. When they were far from Ye Sifan, they still had the courage to scheme. But as they drew nearer, an invisible pressure weighed heavily on their hearts, making all their schemes seem terrifyingly futile. Upon hearing the elder of the Wind Clan's words, their fear was instantly magnified, completely overwhelming all thoughts of scheming, leaving them in a state of unease. I will see who dares to disturb the great master's tranquility. The Yen Emperor, feeling uneasy, stepped forward to block the elder of the Wind Clan. Wang Luo and the others also regretted their actions, quickly standing behind the Yen Emperor. They must not let him disturb the great master's peace. If the great master were displeased, the consequences would be unbearable. The four sought to turn the tide. However, it was already too late. This scene was precisely unfolding according to their previous calculations. The more the Yen Emperor hurried to obstruct, the more it appeared as if he were hiding something, further solidifying the thoughts of the Zhilong Emperor and others. This great master is undoubtedly a fabrication. Elder of the Wind Clan, allow me to assist you. The burly, bare-chested powerhouse surged forward, dashing towards Ye Sifan's courtyard. What fabricated great master? I will suppress him, and everything will fall apart. At that time we shall see what excuses you have, Yen Emperor. The Zhilong Emperor and the others did not stop the bare-chested powerhouse, allowing him to soar into the air. Even if they were destined to battle the Yen Emperor today, they would still confront this monstrous lie face to face. Meanwhile, Wang Luo and the others wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They could only watch helplessly as he rushed away. The bare-chested powerhouse's speed was astonishing, appearing in the courtyard in the blink of an eye. As the figure of the bare-chested powerhouse materialized, Ye Sifan happened to be holding a potted plant, and they came face to face. Ye Sifan was momentarily stunned, standing still in place. When did another person appear in the courtyard? Compared to Ye Sifan, the bare-chested powerhouse had clear intentions, not wanting to waste words, with a mere mortal raising his hand to grab him. Boom! A terrifying aura enveloped the courtyard, and an illusory giant hand descended from the sky, locking onto Ye Sifan. Ye Sifan instinctively looked up, and a golden light surged in his eyes, as a hidden power of law stirred within him, something he didn't even realize was awakening. Just before the giant hand was about to collide with Ye Sifan, the bare-chested powerhouse swept a glance at the potted plant in his hands. It was this glance that changed everything. The moment the bare-chested powerhouse's gaze met the potted plant, he trembled violently, his eyes almost bursting with rage, and his hand froze mid-motion, halting entirely. This is the ninth ancestor of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland. The bare-chested powerhouse was struck by lightning, petrified on the spot. What this mortal held was in fact the 9th ancestor of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland, that legendary and terrifying Blue Lotus. How could this be? How could this be? The bare-chested powerhouse's eyes showed terror, and his breathing became almost suffocated. At the same time, a voice resonated in his mind. Kid, you look familiar, don't you? It seems we've met somewhere before. Upon hearing the Blue Lotus voice, the bare-chested powerhouse gasped, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, and the fear in his eyes deepened. What are you so excited about? Haven't you seen such a handsome potted plant before? Or perhaps you've never seen such a beautiful blue lotus. Oh, I remember now, you were the one I attacked back then at that inheritance place, right? The Great Peng Inheritance Place. Yes, you are a disciple of the Great Peng Holy Land. Boom! The bare-chested powerhouse felt as if struck by 5 thunders, countless memories flooding back, making his scalp tingle. The bare-chested powerhouse swallowed hard, looking at the Blue Lotus with eyes full of shock. Without giving the bare-chested powerhouse a chance to fantasize, the Blue Lotus spoke again. Kid, it's been hundreds of years since we last met. Come, let me see how much your cultivation has increased. As soon as these words fell, the bare-chested powerhouse regained his senses, his face filled with panic and unease, and he turned to flee skyward, stammering, "Sani. Senior, I'm just passing by. My cultivation is very weak. I don't deserve your attention. I don't deserve your attention." Before the words even finished, the bare-chested powerhouse had already flown hundreds of miles, panicking and crashing through the air, leaving a trail of human-shaped holes in the ancient trees. The Blue Lotus is indeed the psychological shadow of all the strong in the great Peng inheritance place. Such a shadow is difficult to erase in a lifetime, more terrifying than death. In the jungle, the Zhulong Emperor and the others stared blankly at the vanishing bare-chested powerhouse and the series of human-shaped holes as if turned to stone. What is happening? The Zhulong Emperor and the elders of the Wind Clan exchanged glances, feeling that something was amiss. The four of the Yen Emperor also felt a chill run down their spines as they turned to look at Ye Sifan's courtyard. What kind of change has occurred in the courtyard? Why are the experts from the Dapeng inheritance so terrified? The Zhulong Emperor and the others exchanged worried glances, confusion and anxiety evident in their eyes. Although the expert from the Dapeng inheritance was not a direct descendant of the Dapeng nest, his strength was clearly at the half-step human emperor level. The term half-step human emperor is not comparable to the pinnacle of humanity. Such experts have undergone the tribulation of the human emperor. They survived the tribulation by sheer luck after failing to transcend, and their strength is 100 times more terrifying than that of the pinnacle of humanity, unmatched by those below. For such a half-step human emperor level expert whose temperament is not weaker than that of a human emperor to behave this way, the Zhulong Emperor and the others were both shocked and curious. Among the crowd, Jun Bujian appeared the most anxious and restless, his mouth dry, and a wave of fear washing over him. That supreme being is displeased. Everyone, do not challenge his bottom line any further, or we will all face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the Zhulong Emperor and the others breathed more rapidly, their eyes sharp as they forced themselves to calm down. What exactly happened in the courtyard just now? The elder of the Wind Clan and the Zhulong Emperor exchanged glances. The expert from the Dapeng inheritance rushed into the courtyard and hurriedly fled, yet, throughout the entire process, they did not detect any unusual fluctuations in aura. This means that at that time only the expert from the Dapeng inheritance acted, and no other terrifying power erupted. Thinking of this, the Zhulong Emperor and the elder of the Wind Clan simultaneously considered a possibility and looked towards the Yen Emperor. Could it be that the Yen Emperor had secretly colluded with the expert from the Dapeng inheritance? The latter was the first to rush into the courtyard, then pretended to discover a great terror, thus scaring us away. This is not without possibility. Both the Zhulong Emperor and the elder of the Wind Clan were shrewd, their Dao hearts far surpassing normal people. Regardless of how bizarre the situation, they would have to personally test the waters to confirm. Or rather, beings of this caliber generally do not easily trust those around them, especially the Zhulong Emperor, who had been stationed in the Zhulong dynasty for many years. I do not believe it. What could possibly scare a half-step human emperor-level expert like this? There must be some hidden agenda. The elder of the Wind Clan said this while constantly observing the expressions of others, trying to find answers on the face of the Yen Emperor. Until this moment he remained half-convinced, believing that the expert from the Dapeng inheritance was in cahoots with the Yen Emperor, as there had certainly been no second force erupting in the courtyard just now. The four from the Yen Emperor had no mood to care whether the elder of the Wind Clan believed it or not. Their hearts were already filled with anxiety, as restless as ants on a hot pan, and they did not exchange glances with him. Seeing that no one could discern anything, the elder of the Wind Clan and the Zhulong Emperor scanned the others around them. Among the inheritors who was willing to venture into the courtyard to investigate, it was evident that no one had the intention to move. Which fellow Taoist is willing to accompany me? The elder of the Wind Clan asked, taking the initiative. The several inheritors furrowed their brows, contemplating for a long time, yet no one responded. Living in the cruel world of cultivation and surviving to this age is not without reason. Who among them is an easy target? Moreover, among them the Zhulong Emperor and the elder of the Wind Clan had the least time left, while the others, despite nearing their end, could still cling to life and were not in a rush. A bunch of cowards. The coffin is almost to your neck, yet you still hesitate. There's a reason for this caution. I will go. The elder of the Wind Clan snorted coldly, soaring into the sky, heading towards the courtyard. The Zhulong Emperor did not follow, for there was a difference between sovereign and subjects, and now was the time for the elder of the Wind Clan to take action. When the four from the Yen Emperor came back to their senses, the elder of the Wind Clan had already arrived above the courtyard and was slowly descending. Ye Sifan held a potted Qinglian looking completely baffled. What is going on? Who just arrived that I did not understand? The elder of the Wind clan rode the wind, and as he descended his divine sense rippled scanning the area with almost no blind spots. Ye Sifan looked at the elder cautiously landing in front of him, lightly licking his dry lips, remaining silent. This is probably another major figure in cultivation, better not to provoke if possible. The elder of the Wind clan paid no attention to Ye Sifan, not even glancing at him, his focus entirely on scanning the courtyard. No need to search, I am right before you. Suddenly the voice of Qinglian echoed in the mind of the elder of the Wind clan. Upon hearing this, the elder's body hair stood on end and his pupils dilated. Not good, there really is a strong presence hiding in the courtyard. The elder of the Wind clan, suddenly fixated on Ye Sifan. Is the one before me this mortal? Thinking of this, the elder of the Wind clan felt a chill run up his spine, mistakenly believing that the one transmitting the divine sense was Ye Sifan. If that is true, it would be too terrifying. The other party can transmit divine sense, how could they be an ordinary mortal? If not an ordinary mortal, then there is only one possibility: the other's cultivation is terrifyingly high, far exceeding his own by several major realms beyond imagination. You? Who exactly are you? The elder of the Wind clan gradually became increasingly uneasy, his mindset reversing in an instant. Ye Sifan was completely bewildered, feeling inexplicably lost, not knowing whether to respond. And just at this moment of the elder of the Wind clan's unease. Wind brat, I am in the potted plant. If you continue to stare at my young master like that, be careful, I will dig out your dog eyes. Qinglian's divine sense transmission included the phrase my young master, fully identifying with the living beings in the courtyard, showcasing a rather die than submit nature. My declaration of my young master is not meant for you wind brats to hear, but for those two rats and that ant, etc. You all listen well. I officially announce that from now on we are all part of the inner circle. Rest assured, I will not bully small animals. Qinglian intentionally transmitted this divine sense to the beings in the courtyard, first clarifying his own position. However, this statement sounded like thunder to the elder of the Wind clan. Especially when he looked down and saw Qinglian, the elder felt as if 1,000 thunders struck him at once, leaving him stunned. What? What have I just seen? This? Chaos Qinglian, the 9th ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness. The demon that kills without mercy. Back when Qinglian roamed the Eastern Wilderness, his name was infamous, having killed countless enemies. And he had an unresolvable grudge with the elder of the Wind clan, forcing him to live in hiding for many years. Now that the elder of the Wind clan saw Qinglian again, his first reaction was that he was doomed. His eyes filled with terror, his mind clouded, lips trembling continuously, and his face turned pale as beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. What is even more terrifying is that the once mighty 9th ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness, who had vanished for hundreds of years, is now a potted plant. In an instant, the elder of the Wind clan felt his scalp tingle, recalling Qinglian's earlier statement of my young master, his entire body shivering coldly, as he nearly lost his mind, staring at Ye Sifan with utter terror. The dignified 9th ancestor of the Eastern Wilderness has merely become a scenic view in this person's pot. Ah, this potted plant is so beautiful. How terrifying could it be? What kind of existence could reduce the fearsome 9th ancestor to a mere decoration in a pot? The elder of the Wind clan suddenly felt as if his brain was on the verge of suffocation, as if someone had gripped his throat. Wind clan brat. The divine sense of Qinglian resonated, awakening the elder of the Wind clan, who was mired in mud. Wind clan brat, I give you a chance to live. You pride yourself on being the fastest among the same rank in the Eastern Wilderness, don't you? If that's the case, I will give you 100 breaths of time. Within 100 breaths, if you can leave the ancient forbidden zone, I will spare your life and our grievances will be erased from this moment on. But if you cannot escape, we will settle both new and old scores. The latter stood there in shock, still in a daze, his heart a tangled mess. You? What did you just say? The elder of the Wind clan's voice trembled significantly, and he gradually regained his thoughts from the fear. You have 98 breaths left. No, only 97 now. The voice of Qinglian rang in his mind one last time before he fell completely silent. After hearing this, the elder of the Wind clan felt a chill run down his spine, and in panic suddenly turned and dashed away like a shooting star. It must be said the elder of the Wind clan truly lived up to his lineage, his speed unprecedented, nearly pushing the wind movement technique to its limits. Ye Sifan watched the fleeting figure of the elder of the Wind clan, utterly perplexed. Were these two not in their right minds? First they acted inexplicably, then they fled in terror. What are they afraid of?
Could it be me? This doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense at all. How could an ordinary person like me wield such deterrent power? Something is wrong, there must be something wrong. What exactly is amiss? For the first time Ye Sifan felt doubt creeping in his eyes, growing increasingly complex. On the other side, in the jungle, the members of the Nine Dragons Emperor were completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the elder of the Wind clan disappearing into the depths of the jungle. Wind Iching, what did you see? The Nine Dragons Emperor transmitted his voice from afar, his heart tightening. However, the other party remained silent for a long time, until after a dozen breaths had passed. A faint transmission of divine sense finally reached their minds. Run quickly, run, or we will all die, we will all die. We will all die. The members of the Nine Dragons Emperor felt their entire bodies turn numb at those words. None of them had ever seen the elder of the Wind clan so terrified. From his panic transmission one could easily detect the tremors emanating from the depths of his soul. The group turned back to look at the courtyard with expressions of shock, feeling as if a great ancient beast lay in wait there, its massive jaws wide open before them. If one were to say that the powerful inheritor of the Dapeng might have been bought off by the Yen Emperor, then the elder of the Wind clan could never have been. The fact that he was so panicked was enough to explain everything. Go! The Nine Dragons Emperor no longer hesitated, his instincts telling him that if they did not leave now they might forever be buried here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The members of the Nine Dragons Emperor transformed into streaks of light, desperately chasing after the elder of the Wind clan, wanting to understand what kind of terrifying event had occurred. Their departure left the Yen Emperor and his companions feeling uneasy. The four looked at the hazy courtyard, feeling tremendous pressure. Father, do you think Yi Gongzi will? Jun Bujian's heart raced, anxiety mounting, and a cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Both the Yen Emperor and Wang Luo felt a chill in their hearts, fearing that their actions might have angered a great figure. As for Princess Yen Ping, although she had never seen how terrifying a great figure could be, she had heard many tales from her elder brother, and her face turned pale. The Yen Emperor and Wang Luo remained silent, both feeling uncertain about what might happen. They did not know whether the great figure had seen through everything or harbored any anger, leaving them unsure of what to do. The four could only wait, anxiously feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Time ticked by. When they finally saw that the courtyard remained peaceful and calm, they all let out a long sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the great figure is angry or not, such schemes must not arise again in the future. After a long while the Yen Emperor spoke solemnly. The other three secretly agreed, though they did not openly acknowledge it, their hearts had already accepted it. Having gone through this psychological ordeal, the four experienced what true torment felt like. The thoughts of a supreme being, not even a trace of them could be stirred again. They waited quietly for a while longer. Only then did the Yen Emperor, trembling with fear, lead the three to approach the courtyard. Having arrived here, they could not escape the gaze of the great figure, and if they turned and fled like the Nine Dragons Emperor, it would seem even more inappropriate. They could only brace themselves, for even if the great figure sought retribution, they could only endure. Moreover, the great figure had granted them a chance at rebirth. How could they leave without saying goodbye? However, the royal family's schemes must not be repeated. Inside the courtyard, Ye Sifan sat contemplating the doubts he had just experienced, lost in thought. He suddenly heard a familiar voice from outside the courtyard. Yi Gongzi! Yi Gongzi! Jun Bujian and the others arrived at the courtyard entrance, cautiously calling out. Ye Sifan turned to look, and upon spotting Jun Bujian, he was slightly surprised and instinctively blurted out, "Old 8. The moment this old 8 slipped out, Ye Sifan felt something was off. He wanted to correct himself, but he heard Jun Bujian exclaim with joy, "Indeed, it is old 8. Yi Gongzi, may we come in?" Ye Sifan could not help but smile bitterly as he glanced over the four of them, one of whom was Wang Luo, who could barely be considered an acquaintance. As for the other two, they seemed somewhat unfamiliar. "Sure, come in." Ye Sifan then stood up, lifting the potted plant. The arrival of familiar faces eased much of the previous confusion. Seeing that Ye Sifan showed no displeasure on his face, the four felt their nerves relax and their anxious hearts were put at ease. It seemed that the great figure was lenient and did not hold their initial actions against them. Thinking of this, the four felt relieved as they stepped into the courtyard. As soon as they entered, the Yen Emperor was astounded. The fragrance of 9 heavens spiritual liquid. The Yen Emperor looked towards the pond in the courtyard, his eyes widening in shock. As the Emperor of Man, he was acutely aware of his surroundings, and immediately detected the scent of the spiritual liquid. Of course, this was also due to the fact that the Yen Emperor was somewhat mentally prepared long before arriving at the great figure's residence.
he had learned from Jun Bujian that the great figure raised fish using 9 heaven spiritual liquid, which allowed him to notice it immediately. Even so, the Yen Emperor still found it hard to believe his face expressing astonishment. 9 heaven spiritual liquid. As the Emperor of Dian, I have hardly seen it a few times in my life. Such a precious spiritual liquid, the great figure actually uses it to raise fish, and it is a whole pond full. Indeed, the great figure's capabilities are beyond our understanding. Yi Gongzi, we came uninvited, have we disturbed you? Wang Luo tried his best to appear affable as the great figure had repeatedly emphasized his desire for seclusion. He sought to experience mortal life, and by considering himself a commoner, he would not appreciate unnecessary formalities, so they needed to cater to his tastes and interact in a manner fitting for ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Ye Sifan temporarily set aside his earlier thoughts and replied, "Not at all, I reside alone in this desolate mountain wilderness, having had very few visitors over the years. Sometimes I indeed wish to speak with someone, so it does not disturb me. By the way, Wang Luo, when you arrived, did you see anyone flying past my courtyard?" Ye Sifan still could not shake off that earlier incident. The scenes he had witnessed were too bizarre. However, the speaker was oblivious, while the listener was apprehensive. As soon as these words were spoken, Wang Luo and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cavern. What does this mean from the great figure? Could it be that the great figure is angry? Is he going to seek retribution? The moment they thought of Ye Sifan's various methods, the 4 instantly felt a surge of terror, anxiety consuming them, and they unconsciously felt a chill run down their spines, cold sweat dripping down. Just as the 4 prepared to bear the consequences of their disrespect. Oh, forget it, forget it. After all, the person has already gone far away, and pursuing it further would be meaningless. I just hope that such things do not happen again in the future. Ye Sifan muttered to himself, hoping that no more cultivators would appear out of nowhere scaring people and The 4, however, misunderstood Ye Sifan's words as a warning to themselves. The great figure chose to forgive this time, but if there were to be a next time, the 4 were filled with trepidation. Yi Gongzi, rest assured there will not be a next time. Wang Luo was the first to speak, hurriedly assuring him. Ye Sifan was taken aback upon hearing this, then quickly realized. Right? How could I have forgotten about Wang Luo? Hearing Wang Luo's words, could those 2 cultivators have been frightened away by him? Or perhaps he had already dealt with them? Yes, that must be it. No, it has to be this way. If it weren't for Wang Luo's covert assistance, how could they have suddenly fled in terror? With this thought, Ye Sifan, who had previously been troubled and fearful, felt his mind clear up, his spirits lifted. He then invited the 4 to take a seat. After the 4 sat down anxiously, Ye Sifan remembered that he had just picked some fruit today, so he said, "You all came at just the right time. I just picked some fruit today, please wait a moment." As Ye Sifan spoke, he casually handed the potted plant to Princess Yen Ping to hold, while he turned and walked into the house to fetch the fruit. Princess Yen Ping instinctively took the potted plant, exclaiming in surprise, "Ah, this potted plant is so beautiful." Looking at the potted plant in her hands, Princess Yen Ping's beautiful eyes sparkled with vitality. At her age, she had a great fondness for exquisite things. This potted plant was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen since her birth. It was not only lively and ethereal, but also simple and elegant, far surpassing anything found in the royal palace. "Eighth brother, don't you think this potted plant is beautiful?" The ever-sharing Princess Yen Ping couldn't wait to present the plant to Jun Bujian, as if she had discovered a new world. The siblings had spent these days together chatting joyfully, their blood bond slowly blossoming as they had crossed the awkward phase. Jun Bujian, for the first time in his life, felt the warmth of familial affection. Although their time together had not been long, he had grown quite fond of this sister. Jun Bujian knew that little Yen Ping was now 16, at the peak of her youthful exuberance. She was playful by nature, and had a love for flowers and pets. Though she was beautiful and pure in the world of cultivation at 16, she was merely a girl with a clean heart. He couldn't help but sigh. Princess Yen Ping was so stunning. How fortunate she was to be born into royalty. If she were to fall into a common household, she would likely have become a plaything for the world. Facing such a sister, Jun Bujian could not muster any resistance, and a sense of affection arose in him, as he instinctively accepted the potted plant to examine it closely. It is indeed beautiful," Jun Bujian exclaimed in wonder. This potted plant was extraordinarily stunning, with both its branches and leaves exuding an aura of noble and sacred grace. Nearby Emperor Yen and King Luo, upon hearing the siblings' conversation, turned their gazes toward the blue. In an instant, both of their faces changed dramatically, their eyes widening in shock as their hearts raced. The 9th ancestor. Emperor Yan's heart trembled as if struck by lightning. King Luo was equally shocked, staring blankly at the blue lotus in Jun Bujian's hands, his astonishment no less than that of the emperor. Jun Bujian, hearing his father's words, was puzzled, but suddenly recalled a shocking history his teacher had once shared with him. Could it be? Jun Bujian suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with fear. Father, what? What did you say? His hair stood on end. His eyes brimmed with shock and unease. A potted plant. A blue lotus. The ninth ancestor. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became. His hand holding the potted plant trembled violently. He didn't even dare to look down at the blue lotus. The thought of holding an ancient ancestor made him want to throw it away immediately. Young man, you better hold it steady. Don't accidentally drop me on the ground. The divine sense of the blue lotus echoed in Jun Bujian's mind. Following the voice, Jun Bujian's hands trembled even more. He looked at Emperor Yen and King Luo, his eyes filled with a plea for help. The Emperor and King Luo sensed the fluctuation of the blue lotus divine, sensed their scalps tingle. Though they were kings, the 8 ancestors of the eastern wilderness were equivalent to unfathomable existences, having lived for countless ages almost as gods of the eastern wilderness. The blue lotus, as the 9th ancestor of the 8 ancestors of the eastern wilderness, was no exception. Young man, you should hand me over to that girl. The blue lotus spoke with a sigh filled with the tone of a child, who could not be taught, seemingly genuinely afraid that Jun Bujian would drop it. Jun Bujian, hearing this, immediately handed it to Princess Yen Ping, his mind in disarray. Princess Yen Ping took the potted plant, looking confused at the other's father. What is the 9th ancestor? What are you all talking about? Emperor Yen and King Luo exchanged wry smiles, intending to pay their respects to the blue lotus, but were suddenly halted by its voice. It's nothing. Your father and Uncle Luo Wang just suddenly remembered someone who loves plants. Emperor Yen casually brushed it off. It was evident that the content of the blue lotus's voice was mostly to prevent Princess Yen Ping from knowing of its existence. Oh, Princess Yen Ping did not mind seriously admiring the potted plant as if it were a treasure. The 3 of them watched this scene, feeling parched yet astonished. The dignified 9th ancestor of the 8 ancestors of the eastern wilderness was surprisingly willing to become a mere potted plant in this courtyard. It would be hard to believe if it were told. Truly a master with extraordinary means. Just as the 3 of them were marveling at the exceptional skills of the master, suddenly, ow! From within Ye Sifan's room came several mournful howls of the big black dog, particularly jarring to the ears. The 4 in the courtyard couldn't help but look over. They saw Ye Sifan emerge with a grim face, kicking the big black dog away, which rolled on the ground in a comical display. Everyone, I truly apologize. I did pick some fruits this morning, but they were all stolen by this greedy black dog. Ye Sifan chuckled, helplessly glaring at the big black dog. Seeing this, the big black hurriedly got up and nudged Ye Sifan's leg with his head, seemingly trying to win favor. Ye Sifan ignored the big black dog, and instead carried a plate of dried fish he had made to the table. The big black followed closely, sitting on the ground like a loyal guardian, staring at Emperor Yen and the others. Jun Bujian felt uneasy upon seeing the big black dog again, swallowing hard, feeling as if he was being targeted by a fierce beast, and sat up straight. Young Master Yi, you need not be so courteous. We came specifically to thank you. King Luo spoke respectfully. Thank you. Ye Sifan was somewhat puzzled, placing the dried fish in front of the 4. He asked, what have I done to deserve your thanks? Emperor Yen and King Luo exchanged glances, the latter smiling. Of course, we are grateful for the water you provided. I thought it was nothing special, just a few bottles of drinking water for guests. What great favor could that be? King Luo was being too polite. Ye Sifan shook his head and smiled, dismissing it, thinking it was merely the other party's pleasantries. However, the statement caused a massive wave in the hearts of Emperor Yen and King Luo. A few bottles of drinking water for guests. Such a divine liquid in the eyes of a master, could it really be valued only as drinking water? In an instant, the respect in Emperor Yen and King Luo's hearts for Ye Sifan deepened. Such a divine liquid casually deemed as worthless drinking water. The mindset, identity, vision, and cultivation of the master had likely long transcended the mundane world. Meanwhile, Princess Yen Ping, deeply engrossed in admiring the potted plant, suddenly spoke up. Young Master Yi, where did you get the lotus seeds in this potted plant? I would like to have one too. Ye Sifan glanced at the blue lotus and smiled. Oh, I came across it by chance. I thought it was amusing since it could move, so I just casually grabbed it and planted it. If you like it, I'll give it to you. In truth, Ye Sifan felt reluctant to part with it. It was not easy to find such a unique plant, or how could he just give it away? However, seeing that the four were all cultivation experts, such a plant would surely not escape their keen eyes. He couldn't possibly lie and say it was an ordinary lotus, could he? Since they liked it, he thought to let them have it, hoping to create a good connection. However, as soon as he said this, the expressions of Emperor Yen and the others changed dramatically, because it could move. So he thought it was amusing, and just casually caught it to plant. The three of them felt the third wave of shock breaking through. But that was not the point. The point was the last sentence of Ye Sifan. Good news too, the editor has informed that the first round of PK has advanced, entering the second round at midnight. Thank you, brothers, for your strong support. If you like, it'll give it to you. Upon hearing these words from Ye Sifan, the hearts of the three from the Yen Empire jolted. No way. Absolutely not. Bringing such a prized ancestor back to the Yen Empire, wouldn't it just be placed on the ancestral altar to be worshipped daily? It cannot be accepted. We absolutely cannot accept it. Young Master Yi, we cannot take it at all. Yen Huang swallowed hard, hurriedly speaking first, repeatedly declining. Young Master Yi, my daughter is being foolish, please do not hold it against her. As humans, how can we take what others cherish? Yen Ping, is this how I usually teach you? Young Master Yi, this girl is merely having a fleeting whim. If you give her the potted plant, it would only waste such a fine specimen. Seeing the two being so reasonable, Ye Sifan naturally felt pleased. Princess Yen Ping also ceased her objections, delicately placing down the blue lotus potted plant, and began to focus on Ye Sifan. Not knowing until she looked upon seeing Ye Sifan, Princess Yen Ping's heart trembled. Just now she hadn't observed Ye Sifan closely, but now she scrutinized him carefully, momentarily lost in thought. How could this young man be so handsome? Princess Yen Ping was somewhat mesmerized. As the princess of the Yen Empire, she had seen countless sons of nobility, many of whom were undeniably brilliant. However, compared to Ye Sifan, the dazzling brilliance of those in the cultivation world gradually seemed cliché. The elegance of this young man is innate, returning to simplicity, lacking the aura of a genius noble, and without any deliberate attempts to create an impression. He is simply pleasing to the eye, calm as water. But as Princess Yen Ping examined him closely, suddenly it seemed she discovered something, and her delicate body shook violently. Of course, Ye Sifan's elegance was not the main reason for her sudden reaction. What truly made her tremble was Ye Sifan's appearance. This face. It was not the first time Princess Yen Ping had seen it. Princess Yen Ping gazed at Ye Sifan, her eyes filled with disbelief. She was certain she had seen this face before, but it was not Ye Sifan himself, rather. A painting. Indeed, it was a painting. Princess Yen Ping had seen this person in a painting. All of this traces back to many years ago, and a peculiar inheritance from the Eastern Wilderness. In the Eastern Wilderness, there has long been a fated inheritance that whenever a royal prince is born, a heavenly master will accompany him to divine his fortune. The so-called heavenly master is actually one of many unique sorcerers. These individuals lack spiritual roots, born without the affinity for cultivation, yet they find alternate paths, relying on source power to survive for a long time. They dedicate their lives to studying the intricacies of fate, always observing the heavens, born solely to glimpse the galaxy and unveil secrets. Although heavenly masters cannot cultivate with spiritual energy, their lineage has accumulated terrifying knowledge over generations. For instance, the legendary heavenly masters who go against the heavens. Such high-ranking heavenly masters can not only predict the fortune of a nation, but can also manipulate events and disrupt the natural order. Of course, no one has truly seen a heavenly master of this caliber. They only exist within ancient texts. However, 1,000 years ago, the Eastern Wilderness once encountered a malevolent earthly master. This individual, having deciphered the secrets of fate, altered the fortunes of the Eastern Wilderness at the cost of his life, resulting in chaos for thousands of years, said to influence even today. Because of this, all clans across the world cannot tolerate the existence of heavenly masters, and they have nearly become the target of collective disdain. Thus, the group of heavenly masters, much like the poison masters, live in the shadows, rarely seeing the light of day, achieving nothing without risking exposure. As for the poison masters, they are even more feared in the cultivation world. This particular group is far more numerous than the heavenly masters and can easily achieve success. Extremely powerful poison masters can create a dead city overnight, and some can even destroy a nation or poison a royal-level powerhouse. What baffles the myriad clans of the Eastern Wilderness the most is the existence of the heavenly masters. No matter how they try to hide, whenever a royal prince is born, a heavenly master always appears to divine his fortune, and will ultimately take their own life. Even more bizarre is that every heavenly master summoned for a royal prince is someone close to the royal family.
The year Princess Yen Ping was born, a heavenly master appeared at Yen Ping Palace to divine her future. This heavenly master was none other than the Grand Queen of the Yen dynasty, who had been cast into the cold palace for rebellion, the mother who was not seen, Lady Ji. The Yen Emperor also learned at that time that the person beside him was the leader of the Ji clan, and the foremost of the Ji clan's heavenly masters, who had already lived for over 800 years by the time he married her. As for the Ji clan's rebellion, it was in truth the queen uncovering the secrets of fate, knowing that the various clans had begun to harbor ill intentions toward the Yen dynasty. To weaken the clans, she feigned rebellion, attacking Yen capital. On the surface it appeared to be a rebellion, but in fact it was against the clans. This is the secret between the Yen Emperor, the 8th prince, and a few loyal ministers. On the day Princess Yen Ping was born, Lady Ji appeared mysteriously in Pingyang Palace, divining her future fate, leaving behind a phrase and a painting before taking her own life. The painting depicted Ye Sifan. That phrase has long been etched deep into Princess Yen Ping's mind. Now upon seeing Ye Sifan, the painting and the words flooded her heart, leaving her unsettled. Noticing his daughter's unusual behavior, Yen Huang could not help but ask Yen Ping, "What is wrong with you?" Princess Yen Ping came back to her senses, shaking her head uneasily. "I am fine. Really fine." Also concerned, Jun Bu Jian inquired, "Really fine?" Hearing this, the others were skeptical, gradually returning their focus elsewhere. At the same time, outside the ancient forbidden area, whoosh, the elder of the Wind clan soared into the sky, bursting forth from the forest along the border of the ancient forbidden area. As soon as he emerged, the elder of the Wind clan plummeted down, collapsing onto the ground. At this moment he was still filled with terror, anxiously looking at the forest surrounding the ancient forbidden area. The elder of the Wind clan felt his heart racing. He finally understood that the 8th and 9th ancestors of the eastern wilderness had no intention to kill him, for he had sped away for more than 100 breaths of time. If they wanted to kill him, he would have perished within 100 breaths, and there was no way he would have survived to 101 breaths. Not far from the elder of the Wind clan, a powerful being from the great Peng lineage was also sitting there. Seeing the elder of the Wind clan emerge, he feebly said, "You are actually still alive." This remark, "still alive," was quite engaging. The two exchanged a glance, both letting out a relieved smile, understanding each other without words. Not knowing how much time had passed, the two were grateful to be alive after the calamity. At the border of the ancient forbidden area, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the sound of breaking air rang out. The members of the 9 Dragons Empire soon followed closely behind. They flew directly towards the elder of the Wind clan and landed. "Wind Iching, what exactly happened? What did you see in that courtyard? Why are you in such a state of fear?" The 9 Dragons Emperor, anxious, pursued relentlessly. The elder of the Wind clan was so terrified that he did not engage in conversation with them, only hastening his pace, even burning his life essence. This left the others horrified, constantly recalling that phrase, "You'll die if you don't escape." The elder of the Wind clan self-deprecatingly smiled at the sound, looking at the 9 Dragons Emperor and saying, "Your Majesty, if it were you who had entered at that moment, I fear. He. You would not have come out." The 9 Dragons Emperor was taken aback by the voice. "Feng Ai Qing, clarify your words for me." His pupils narrowed slightly, and the aura of the Emperor flickered ominously. "Time and again you threaten me. In the eyes of the Feng clan's ancestor, is there still a place for me, the Emperor?" Seeing the 9 Dragons Emperor's dark expression, the ancestor of the Feng clan gradually regained composure and recounted all that he had witnessed. The more the 9 Dragons Emperor listened, the more alarmed he became. His expression shifted from surprise to shock, from shock to horror, and finally he gasped in fear. "What did you say? That blue lotus?" Upon learning that the ancestor of the Feng clan had encountered the blue lotus, the 9 Dragons Emperor's heart was in disarray. Fortunately, he had not stepped in, otherwise it would have truly been a one-way trip. The 9 Dragons Emperor harbored resentment towards the blue lotus, even deeper than that of the Feng clan's ancestor. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What puzzled the 9 Dragons Emperor was that since the blue lotus knew they were outside the courtyard, why did it not strike them down? Or did it regard him as a dying man, where killing or sparing him made little difference? What shocked the 9 Dragons Emperor even more were the next words of the Feng clan's ancestor. "Potted plant. You mean?" The crowd stared in disbelief, their eyes wide in shock. The 8 ancestors of the East Wilderness and the 9th ancestor might very well be the beings within that potted plant. If so, how terrifying would this superior being be? The implications were chilling. The strong from the Dapeng legacy felt a wave of dread wash over them.
With lingering fears, they no longer wished to linger within the bounds of the ancient Forbidden Zone, and promptly began their return to the Nine Dragons dynasty. However, just as the Nine Dragons Emperor and his company left, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. Amitabha, the poor monk, has reason now. Wuliang Tianzuan, the poor Taoist, has reasons too. The newcomers were 2 old monks and 2 old Taoists. Among them were none other than the monk who had pursued Cao Youde and his son that day, along with another Taoist. The monk was known as Jieqi. The old monk speaking beside Jieqi was his master Jiese. As for the Taoist, his name was Wu Wu. Beside Wu Wu, responding to Jiese, was Wu Wu's master, the Undying Old Taoist. After Jieqi and Wu Wu left the ancient Forbidden Zone, they immediately sought out their master, and the 4 of them agreed to revisit the residence of the superior being. Jiese and the Undying Old Taoist had known each other for many years, and theoretically they were close friends. Well, theoretically speaking. They had not seen each other for years, and at this reunion they were quite cordial. Master Jiese, it's been many years. Do you still indulge in the beauties of this world? The Undying Old Taoist spoke with an air of righteousness, his words infused with a celestial aura, clearly understanding each other. Upon hearing this, Jiese clasped his hands together, resembling a venerable monk, and humbly replied, Amitabha, my apologies, the poor monk has entered the empty door, and my name Jiese signifies the cutting of desires. I have long been away from the company of women. Please do not bring up the past. Forgive me for being abrupt. Congratulations, Master, on successfully severing your desires. I wish you an early attainment of the fruit of your practice. The Undying Old Taoist clasped his fists in congratulations, his face earnest, as if he too were a figure of the Buddhist faith. After exchanging pleasantries, the 2 men got straight to the point. The Undying Old Taoist spoke first, straightforwardly seeking guidance. Master, with your esteemed reputation, do you have a plan for visiting the residence of the superior being? Jiese responded with clasped hands, once more showing great deference. Amitabha, it is right for the one who is famous throughout the land to make the decision. The Undying Old Taoist nodded in agreement, pondering for a moment, and tentatively asked, If that is the case, how shall we proceed as before? Upon hearing this, Jiese's expression grew serious, his mind deep in thought, his demeanor dignified and solemn, and he slowly shook his head, saying, This person is unfathomable. It might not be easy to steal from him. Indeed, Master speaks wisely. The Undying Old Taoist nodded repeatedly, thinking deeply before finally speaking. However, even if this person possesses terrifying prowess, he cannot possibly remain indoors all the time. Why not wait until he steps out to make our move? Jiese frowned at this suggestion. Still not advisable. According to what my disciple said, there is a dog in that courtyard which is quite fearsome. As of now, both you and I have not yet regained our peak. It would be difficult to handle. Then let us wait until he is not in the courtyard before we make our move. As for that willow tree, I have my own means to restrain it. That would be excellent. As long as we steal the divine liquid, the 4 of us can leave the East Wilderness and find another refuge. After discussing, the 2 maintained calm faces and exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Jieqi was deeply worried, and after much thought said, Master, is the plan too hasty? Disciple need not worry. I have collaborated with the Master for many years without a failure. Though the plan seems ordinary, we are targeting a person of great significance. It is merely a courtyard. We can come and go freely. The Undying Old Taoist waved his sleeve after speaking, dismissing all concerns with a laugh, and courteously gestured to Jiese, Master, please. Please, esteemed one. After the 2 finished speaking, the 4 of them flashed their figures and directly disappeared from the borders of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Around the borders. Isn't that Wu Wu, the Undying Old Taoist, the senior brother of Cao Youde? How did he end up walking with Master Jiese? Truly, these 2 old scoundrels, I thought they had already left the East Wilderness. I didn't expect them to still be hiding here. This false monk with a face of Buddha and a heart of a beast has harmed countless holy maidens of sacred lands, tarnishing the reputation of the Buddhist sect. Monks across the land are searching for him. Monk, he is just a fake bald donkey. It's only right that Cao Youde and his son dug up his disciple's ancestral grave. It serves him right. Cao Youde and his son are not good people, either digging up ancestral graves left and right. They have committed countless wrongdoings. But it's quite amusing. I heard that this Cao Youde not only dug up Jiese's disciple's grave, but even his own senior brother's. Many powerful figures from the East Wilderness could not help but discuss, yet they refrained from acting due to the disparity in strength. Meanwhile, the Undying Old Taoist and his companions entered the borders at the same time, deep within the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone. In Ye Sifan's courtyard, Aside from the distracted Princess Yen Ping, the three of the Yen Emperor and Ye Sifan were conversing quite joyously. During their chat, Ye Sifan also learned of the Yen Emperor's identity. Initially he was greatly shocked, but seeing how approachable the Yen Emperor was along with the lessons learned from Wang Luo and the lively and interesting topics, they gradually forgot each other's identities. Ye Sifan couldn't help but feel emotional. Regardless of past lives or present or any grand era, wherever there is a nation there will surely be a wise ruler. The great Yen is fortunate to have such an emperor. Young Master Yi, we actually have another request for you. We hope you can help us strategize, as you are well-versed and surely have a way. During the conversation, the Yen Emperor hesitated for a long time before revealing the other purpose of their visit. Upon hearing this, Ye Sifan wanted to refuse. He was powerless and could do nothing to help. Making friends and chatting was one thing, but strategizing for an emperor. Was he not asking for his own death? Ye Sifan did not wish to get involved in the imperial affairs, especially those of the cultivation world. Of course he would not outright refuse the emperor, as that would clearly be unwise. He needed to decline tactfully. For example, he could let the emperor speak first, then express his inability to assist. If the Yen Emperor is willing, you may share your thoughts, but I may not be able to help. Also, if it involves any secrets of the empire, I would prefer not to hear them. I do not wish to attract unnecessary trouble. History reappears astonishing to behold. Hearing that Ye Sifan did not directly decline, the three of them from the Yen Empire were greatly shocked, exchanging glances that conveyed their intent. Young Master Yi, the situation is as follows. Over 500 years ago, the great Yen Empire established the National Defense Office, which has grown increasingly powerful. The Yen Emperor spoke slowly, unable to restrain his emotions, sometimes shaking his head in sighs, at other times showing great agitation. The reason the Yen Emperor sought Ye Sifan's counsel was that he found himself at a loss and had no choice but to seek help from a great master. At first Ye Sifan did not take it seriously, thinking he could just brush it off. But as the Yen Emperor narrated, he gradually understood the situation. The Yen Emperor's worries were roughly as follows. The myriad clans in Yen City had grown too powerful, threatening the imperial authority, almost staging a coup. Now that the human emperor has broken free from his shackles, he wants to eliminate the myriad clans and eradicate the National Defense Office, which is a malignant tumor that cannot continue to fester. Now that the human emperor has broken free from his shackles, he wants to eliminate the myriad clans. The first is the ancestor of the Yen clan, a human emperor-level powerhouse. If a human emperor-level strongman goes down with a fight, the repercussions would be vast, and Yen City could become a hell on earth. Of course, now that the Yen Emperor has broken free from his restraints, and with the King of Luo having already undergone the trials of the human emperor, and attained the status, should the two join forces, this difficulty could be addressed. The second difficulty lies with the National Defense Office. In the eyes of the citizens of the Great Yen, the National Defense Office has great achievements and merits spanning 5 generations, having garnered public trust 500 years ago. Even though it is now infamous, it is still not easy to deal with. The third and most troublesome issue stems from the ancestor of the Yen clan. During the battle between the Great Yen Empire and the Nine Dragons Empire, the ancestor of the Yen clan made unprecedented contributions. Moreover, he suffered a fatal injury on the battlefield, losing both arms, and has yet to recover, almost becoming a cripple. It can be said that the ancestor of the Yen clan is the savior of the current human emperor. However, he has now developed an inner demon seeking to prolong his life, and has secretly practiced demonic methods for years, wanting to control the Great Yen, to enhance his powers, which would inevitably lead to disaster. However, the citizens of the Great Yen are unaware of this, and no one would believe it. After all, the ancestor of the Yen clan has immense merits and a great reputation. If the Yen Emperor were to kill the ancestor of the Yen clan, it would undoubtedly be seen as repaying kindness with malice. The gratitude for saving lives is greater than the heavens, especially since it was the life of the human emperor that was saved. The citizens of the Great Yen would likely be greatly disappointed, and the human emperor would no longer be the faith of the people, which would shake his authority. For a nation in the cultivation world, a sharp decline in the faith of its citizens would lead to unimaginable consequences. Without the support of faith, the Great Yen would face national disaster. Chaos would ensue and the dynasty could be destroyed. This is the greatest difference between a human emperor and a human emperor-level powerhouse. The human emperor is tied to the faith of countless beings ruling over the land, with the human emperor at the top. In the ancient texts of the Eastern Wasteland, there are numerous examples of nations perishing due to the collapse of the citizens' faith. The Yen Emperor is truly at his wit's end. Ye Sifan listened to the Yen Emperor's account, feeling quite speechless. Such a ridiculous plot could unfold even in the world of cultivation. Are all of you cultivating mindless immortals? Even ancient emperors understood that high achievements could threaten their rulers. They knew how to ease military power with a cup of wine. Even Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty, executed many meritorious ministers. How could the mighty great Yan Empire fall into such clichés? After the Yan Emperor finished his narration, the three of them fixed their gazes on Ye Sifan, thinking, does young master have a solution? Upon hearing the Yan Emperor's inquiry, countless historical events from past lives flickered in Ye Sifan's mind. Is this such a significant matter? Ye Sifan's lips curled into a slight smile as he found a similar historical episode. The three from the Yan Emperor's side were shaken to their core. Seeing the relaxed demeanor of the master, could it be that he considers this trivial? Ye Sifan smiled lightly, gesturing with his hand, and murmuring, to solve this problem is not difficult, all it takes is 8 words. 8 words. Upon hearing this, the king of Luo and the Yan Emperor were instantly filled with disbelief. How could the loyal ministers of the court, who pondered day and night, have missed the answer that the master claims to need just 8 words? The Yan Emperor was completely perplexed. He opened it with the king of Luo and saw 8 large characters written boldly. Upon seeing this line of characters, both the Yan Emperor and the king of Luo were struck dumb. The three from the Yan Emperor looked on in confusion but did not dare to stop him. Before long, Ye Sifan returned, sat down, and handed a note to the Yan Emperor. The Yan Emperor was completely perplexed. He opened it with the king of Luo and saw 8 large characters written boldly. Upon seeing this line of characters, both the Yan Emperor and the king of Luo were struck dumb, staring at the note in disbelief. The king of Luo also stood up to take a look, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. On the note, contrasting black and white, were the 8 significant characters. The emperor, already old, new, emperor, to be established. The human emperor is old. The new emperor is to be established. The Yan Emperor muttered to himself, his expression dazed, unable to awaken from the shock, for a long time, until he raised his head to look at Ye Sifan. These 8 characters were too shocking to the soul. One must ask, in the entire great Yan Empire, who would dare to speak such rebellious words? Only the person before him. One must ask, with the vast mountains and rivers of the great Yan, how heavy are these 8 characters? Heavier than Mount Tai. Yet these 8 characters could resolve everything. Now that the king of Luo sits as the human emperor, loved by the great Yan, with the hearts of countless beings directed towards him, all he needs to do is raise his hand and the faith of the great Yan will transform in an instant. It must be known that before the king of Luo underwent the trials of the human emperor, he was already the people's choice, unlike the ancestor of the Yan clan who had first attained imperial status and later gained merits. The human emperor is old, the new emperor is to be established. Is that not an implicit suggestion for the Yan emperor to abdicate and for the king of Luo to ascend? Once the king of Luo ascends, he can do what the Yan emperor could not do, and he can kill those whom the Yan emperor could not kill. In an instant, the skies above the great Yan Empire seemed to darken, as a great cleansing of the empire was imminent. With the new emperor's ascension, the reform of the court, and the eradication of the myriad clans, it will all follow suit. Moreover, with the king of Luo taking action, the so-called saving grace will surely be overlooked and weakened, while the various crimes of the National Defense Office will only be magnified. The same words spoken by the Yan Emperor and the king of Luo carry vastly different implications. The same actions taken by the Yan Emperor and the king of Luo yield opposite results. Young master's wisdom is unmatched in the world unmatched. The Yan Emperor was incredibly excited, his scalp tingling. Indeed, a master is a master, with just 8 words. He stirred up a storm of blood and chaos. It is likely that the various clans of the National Defense Office never even dreamed that the recently liberated Yan Emperor would take such actions to establish a new emperor. Ye Sifan did not know that his 8 words today would indirectly remove the 100-year malignant tumor of the great Yan Empire and eliminate future, hidden dangers, ensuring countless beings would be worry-free for thousands of years. Of course, due to these 8 words, the great Yan is about to be drenched in blood, shocking the eastern wasteland. And all of this simply stems from Ye Sifan's knowledge of history from his past life. Regarding the difficulties faced by the human emperor of the great Yan, Ye Sifan merely followed the steps, recreating a segment of history from his past life here. The Yan emperor speaks too heavily, it's just a few casual strokes, is it really that exaggerated? Ye Sifan smiled lightly, completely at ease, as he felt no pressure. After all, he knew nothing else, so what else could there be? With this brilliant plan, the Yan emperor and others chatted casually for a moment before preparing to leave. Ye Sifan did not retain them, watching as the 4 disappeared before turning to train De He in the house. After the Yan emperor and the others left Ye Sifan's courtyard, "Father, Princess Yen Ping abruptly stopped in her tracks, calling to the three. Regarding the painting of the Celestial Master, and the words of the Empress of the Great Yen, Princess Yen Ping felt compelled to speak up. The little boat of friendship suddenly stops at the sound. The three of them turned to look at Princess Yen. Earlier in the courtyard, they had noticed Princess Yen Ping's unusual behavior, but refrained from probing due to Ye Sifan's presence. Now seeing her pause, as if she had something to say, the three of them came to a halt. Yen Ping, what's wrong? The Emperor Yen couldn't help but frown. After much hesitation, Princess Yen Ping gazed into her father's eyes and solemnly said, "Father, do you remember the painting left by the Empress when I was born?" The Emperor Yen nodded in response. "Of course I remember." How could he forget that strange painting? He had scrutinized it for years. The reason it was deemed strange was due to its peculiar perspective. Only two objects were clearly visible in the painting, yet they seemed out of place. One of these objects was an enormous bronze ancient coffin inscribed with dense runes emanating an air of antiquity, as if it were from a time long past. As for the other object, it was an extraordinary youth sitting atop the slightly ajar coffin, his body marred with wounds, gazing into the distance, as if entombing something positioned at the pinnacle of a vast and indistinct environment. The Emperor Yen had also been struck by this painting back then, for although the world depicted was unclear, it felt boundless, evoking a sense of infinity. At this moment, as Princess Yen Ping mentioned it, the Emperor Yen reflected on that painting, once more feeling a surge of emotions. What's the sudden recollection of that painting all about? He looked at Princess Yen Ping with a hint of confusion. Hearing this, Princess Yen Ping's delicate face showed a bit of urgency. "Father, have you forgotten the person sitting atop the coffin who bore an endless sense of desolation?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor Yen felt a rush of memories, a face magnifying infinitely in his mind, clear and close. Are you saying? Suddenly, the Emperor Yen trembled violently. A wave of tingling washed over him as a jolt surged through his mind. Could it be that you haven't noticed how much young Master Yi resembles the person in that painting? With this statement, it was as if 5 thunderclaps struck overhead. The Emperor Yan's body shook violently and breathing became far more challenging than facing Ye Sifan, bordering on suffocation. The father and daughter exchanged glances, their scalps tingling. The words left by the Divine Empress years ago also resurfaced in their minds, stirring deep emotions. Yen Ping, your fate is that of an ordinary star destined for an unremarkable life. However, you are fated to encounter a person from the chaotic ancient times who will change your life, alter everything into yen, and even reshape the historical landscape of the eastern wilderness, perhaps even the great seas and rivers of the endless cosmos. Millions of years later, looking back at today, you will realize that in the river of time, he is the person from the chaotic ancient times, and you are the beginning of that chaos. Millions of years later, looking back at today, a tremendous wave surged within the hearts of the father and daughter. Could it be that the high individual is indeed the person from the Divine Empress prophecy, and that by encountering him they could witness everything millions of years later? Millions of years is a terrifying number. Can someone truly live for that long? The father and daughter felt restive, turning to gaze at Ye Sifan's courtyard, their hearts weighed down with an indescribable heaviness. This enigmatic supreme existence would alter the fates of countless beings. Of course, Princess Yen Ping and the Emperor Yen did not articulate this, nor did King Luo elaborate. This matter was too unsettling. Some karmic ties should not be touched, only buried within their hearts. 3 days later, in the jungle outside Ye Sifan's courtyard, 2 dazed little birds appeared, strangely perching on the branches all day long, secretly observing every move of Ye Sifan. These 2 little birds had hollow eyes, neither eating nor drinking, neither resting nor sleeping, as if devoid of life. Several dozen miles away from the courtyard, deep within a hidden ravine in the jungle. "Master, have you discovered anything?" The unaging Taoist sat cross-legged, slowly opening his eyes to inquire of the immortal Taoist. At this moment, the unaging Taoist was gazing at Ye Sifan dozens of miles away, and the 2 little birds with vacant eyes outside the courtyard were his doing. This was the unaging Taoist's specialty, his secret technique of puppet spying. The so-called puppet spying technique involves capturing ordinary beings and refining them into puppets to oversee movements from thousands of miles away, akin to the 1,000-mile eye and wind-following ear. The unaging Taoist replied, "There are no discoveries, Master need not worry. As long as we remain vigilant, we will surely find an opportunity." The unaging Taoist closed his eyes again, no longer anxious. It had been 3 days since they arrived here, and to secure success they did not hesitate to risk staying through the night. Bu Wu and Jie Qi exchanged glances at their respective masters, feeling a surge of admiration. As expected of a professional duo, their actions were cautious and their methods were tailored. Utilizing mundane birds for reconnaissance was 100 times safer than covering with divine sense. Time flew by. The four of them endured hardships for half a month. During this time, the unaging Taoist monitored while scouting the terrain, preparing for the operation, displaying considerable patience. On this day, "Master, have you discovered anything?" Jiechi could not help but speak up. The unaging Taoist sat down slowly and nodded, saying, The terrain isn't too complex. There are indeed 9 phoenixes outside the courtyard. However, they come and go at dawn and dusk and are still in their youth. As long as we avoid encounters, there is nothing to worry about. Are there any other mysterious objects in the courtyard? Jiechi, being meticulous, had extensive experience in this field. The unaging Taoist replied, "As far as I can see, apart from that high individual, the dog, and the willow tree, there is nothing else. The rest are merely rats and ants, hardly worth mentioning." "That's very good indeed," Jiechi said softly twice, then continued to close his eyes to rest. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed again. Within the month, Jiechi and the unaging Taoist utilized their years of experience to arrange everything. All was ready, only awaiting the right moment. Finally, on a certain morning, after finishing lunch, Ye Sifan took up a hoe carrying a basket of vegetables, and set out with the hay and the sparrow to tidy up the crops in the fields. In a hidden ravine dozens of miles away. "It's here!" the unaging Taoist exclaimed, full of energy. The here naturally referred to the opportunity. Jiechi stood up upon hearing this, his eyes shining brightly. "Master, has that high individual left the house?" The unaging Taoist nodded, and the four of them were overjoyed. After a month of hard waiting, they finally saw the light of dawn. "No rush. Let that high individual completely leave the courtyard before we make our move." The unaging Taoist wore a broad smile. The four of them waited quietly, nerves taut. During the wait, Bu Wu was so excited he turned red. It seemed like the divine liquid was already within grasp, and he instinctively spoke up. "Master, we agreed that upon obtaining the divine liquid we would share it 4 to 6, I and my master 6 and you 4. Don't let there be any misunderstandings later." Bu Wu had good intentions, but unexpectedly. "You insolent fool." The unaging Taoist's expression darkened upon hearing this, his brows furrowed as he scolded. "My relationship with Master Jiechi is one of 1,000 years, akin to brothers. We have never been divided by interests. How could you harbor misunderstandings for such trivial gains? In the future, you and Jiechi must be as close as we are, sharing life and death. This is a grave taboo in our profession." Bu Wu lowered his head, repeatedly speechless, realizing for the first time how furious his master could be, understanding the depth of their 1,000-year friendship. Upon reflection, it made sense. There were few people the master could befriend in his life, and his bond with Master Jiechi was indeed special, naturally cherishing each other. Jiechi waved his hand, not angered, smiling. "Amitabha, Master need not take offense. The disciples do not know your past. How could this poor monk hold it against you? One day they will understand." The unaging Taoist shook his head with a sigh, his tone calm. Bu Wu and Jiechi exchanged glances, and the little boat of friendship was solidified at that moment. The master spoke wisely. In this profession, it was destined to be a solitary journey, and this rare bond was invaluable. The four of them waited a little longer before cautiously approaching Ye Sifan's courtyard. That one is a bald monk, and this one is a Taoist priest. The four of them stealthily approached the courtyard. Upon seeing this courtyard, both Jesse and the Immortal Taoist couldn't help but be astonished. This person is indeed extraordinary. In such a superb place, it's perfect for seclusion. You all wait here. I will go with the master and return shortly. The Immortal Taoist instructed Bu Wu and Jiechi, not planning to take the two into the courtyard. Most hidden powerhouses are highly alert. These two lack experience and might easily expose their tracks, so it's better for them to wait here. Bu Wu and the others did not argue, but watched their respective masters leave, their expressions slightly tense, fearing that Ye Sifan might suddenly turn back. The Immortal Taoist and Master Jesse walked about 100 meters away from the courtyard, not entering directly through the gate, but instead working in tandem, probing the way by tossing stones, stealthily advancing, and slowly testing the west side of the courtyard gate, making careful steps to win, preventing Ye Sifan from having any terrifying protective formations. The two chased after each other, their techniques skilled and busily engaged. Unbeknownst to them, above the courtyard wall, a row of small creatures was watching their every move. After ensuring everything was foolproof with various probes, the Immortal Taoist and Jesse exchanged glances, nodding to each other before leaping up and climbing over the wall. As the two leaped, the gaze of the small animals shifted towards the courtyard. Once inside, the Immortal Taoist and Jesse were highly vigilant, fixating on the lush divine willow by the pond. The 3,000 willow branches swayed in the wind, full of vitality. "Why is it so silent here, benefactor?" Jesse frowned slightly and transmitted sound to the Immortal Taoist. The Immortal Taoist was also puzzled and looking at the 3,000 willow branches transmitted back. "Perhaps it knows that I have a way to trap it, or it senses that we are not ordinary beings, thus choosing to ignore us." "You make a valid point, benefactor. Such a cultivated plant must possess a fair amount of intelligence. Let's not worry about it for now. Since it hasn't made a move, it saves us a lot of trouble." "You make a valid point, benefactor. Such a cultivated plant must possess a fair amount of intelligence. Let's not worry about it for now." A commonly seen type of spatial storage spirit tool in the cultivation world, appearing as a ring but concealing great secrets inside. In this grand era, most cultivators possess spatial rings of varying levels where all their belongings can be stored. It was evident that these two large vats were prepared in advance. Inside Ye Sifan's courtyard, two figures, a Buddha and a Taoist, shouldered the enormous vats and approached the pond with light steps. The two were vigilant in all directions, and upon reaching the pond's edge their gazes fell into the water. Amitabha, 9 heavens, spiritual liquid. Wuliang Tianzuan, what a waste of heaven's treasures. The two were initially shocked, but then with a wave of their hands boundless spiritual power surged toward the pond. The pond immediately churned and boiled, the water resembling boiling liquid, then surged upward, forming two colorless water bridges in the void, flowing into the two massive vats. Seeing this, the Immortal Taoist stroked his beard, nodding with a satisfied expression. Master Jesse also joined his hands together, laughter beaming from his face. Before long the two vats were filled to the brim, yet the pond's water showed no signs of decreasing. The two, upon seeing this, closed the vat lids, patted the sides of the vats, and with a wave of their hands stored them in the spatial rings, considering their next steps. Though the 9 heavens spiritual liquid is excellent, our purpose for this trip is not solely for this. That foolish disciple of mine once witnessed with his own eyes that the divine liquid is hidden within the eastern room. Shall we enter the house to search? 2 and 1 make 5. The divine liquid belongs to us. The spiritual liquid is split 4 to 6. If the disciples ask, just tell them it cannot be obtained. Wuliang Tianzuan. Amitabha. The two, in a question-and-answer manner, reached an agreement immediately, their tacit understanding requiring no prior planning. A master is indeed a master. A disciple is a disciple. The divine liquid is so precious. It should naturally be consumed solely by the master. It is only right and proper. After discussing the fruits of their plans, the Immortal Taoist and Master Jie exchanged smiles, appreciating each other. After contemplating, the two swallowed hard, lifted their garments, and hurried towards the door. Just then, I understand now, so they are thieves. On the wall, a mantis suddenly realized, standing upright. As soon as this was said, the Immortal Taoist and Jesse were greatly startled, panicking. Not good, there are people in the courtyard. The two of them became alert, looking around only to see shadows on the surrounding walls, dozens of small creatures staring at them, everything just exposed under the bright daylight. However, in the next moment, upon seeing that they were just small beings, the two instantly relaxed. Even so, Master Jesse still looked horrified and said in surprise, "Benefactor, these creatures in the courtyard can actually speak. Could it be that they have already cultivated into beast spirits?" A beast spirit. Beast creatures gaining fortune cultivating into spirits before transforming into human form are referred to as beast spirits. Generally speaking, the beast spirit clan is commonly not strong. Even if they can speak human words, their power remains very weak. Of course, not all beast spirits are like this. This is merely a common phenomenon. Among them there are those as terrifying as the celestial demon kings of the demon clan, such as those born from the eastern wasteland beast spirit clan. It is worth noting that beast spirits and demon clans do not communicate with each other. They do not belong to the same lineage. The demon clan can naturally transform, favored by the heavens, and can compete with myriad races. The beast spirit clan, on the other hand, is abandoned by the heavens, suppressed by the great Tao, and finds it difficult to achieve anything. For this reason, the demon clan has always looked down on the beast spirit clan and is extremely disdainful. They believe the beast spirit clan is too similar to the demon clan, which can easily lead to misunderstandings among myriad races, tarnishing the demon clan's reputation. Thus, over time, the beast spirit clan has developed a habit of not liking to transform. Even those with extraordinary cultivation still maintain their original forms. As for the small creatures in Ye Sifan's courtyard, the Immortal Taoist and Master Jesse naturally would not consider them to be extraordinary beast spirits. Just a bunch of insignificant creatures. Why should the master care? Do not lose the master's dignity. The immortal Taoist showed disdain, ignoring them. Amitabha let the benefactor laugh. Master Jesse, hearing this, joined his hands together, looking dignified, and the two turned to prepare to continue their plot. However, a group of small creatures was not pleased. Initially they were interested in the green lotus, which made them playful, but when it came to humans, these small creatures clearly did not cooperate. One pink squirrel stood with its hands on its hips, looking imposing yet speaking timidly. That is the master's residence. You two bald monks cannot enter. After the pink squirrel spoke, the little brother and sister mice pointed at Master Jesse to explain, then pointed at the immortal Taoist. Who cares? They're just two old thieves, shameless and unrepentant at such an old age, actually stealing the master's things. The pink squirrel was extremely angry, puffing its cheeks, and throwing the pine cone in its hand at the two in the courtyard. Other small creatures also picked up stones and threw them wildly, shouting angrily as they did, "Shameless, shameless, shameless! Shameless, shameless!" A wave of cries mixed with stones came flying. The immortal Taoist and Master Jesse, recalling how they had been watched by so many pairs of eyes, just now couldn't help but feel their faces flush with embarrassment, appearing particularly awkward. Shall we just kill them to prevent that person from having a soul connection with them, drawing them here? Master Jesse decisively proposed, a killing intent arising. The immortal Taoist nodded upon hearing this, showing no mercy to these small creatures. With a wave of his sleeve, a surge of power rippled out. With a loud bang, dust and smoke rose up around the courtyard wall, ripples endlessly spreading. To avoid making too much noise, the immortal Taoist did not use all his strength. However, it was more than enough to suppress ordinary beast spirits. However, once the dust settled, the two were stunned. What happened? The immortal Taoist's pupils constricted, his mind shaken. They saw that on the courtyard walls those small creatures not only were unharmed, but stood perfectly still, incredibly quiet, their little faces slowly darkening, glaring at the two with anger. The small boat capsized. Master of Restraint's expression shifted slightly, feeling an inexplicable strangeness. According to common logic, any beast demon subjected to such an attack would either be dead or severely injured, at best scattering like birds and beasts. However, this little creature did not flee in fear or die. Instead, it bore an expression of anger. Something unusual must be afoot. This is a serious problem. Amitabha, you seem to have caused a great calamity. The Master of Restraint's face grew increasingly grim, a sense of foreboding rising within him. The undying old Taoist became vigilant, sensing a feeling akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. On the courtyard wall, a group of little creatures' eyes turned cold and the temperature around them plummeted. The two mice, Brother Mouse and Little Mouse, stood out the most, casting dark, terrifying glances at the dust-covered pink squirrel. How dare they tarnish the goddess in the hearts of my two brothers? This is intolerable. Little Mouse is very angry, very angry. The consequences will be severe. Little Mouse murmured softly, his body beginning to radiate light. Brother Mouse was the most direct, and endless power swirling within his tiny body, slowly levitating into the air. In the courtyard, the undying old Taoist and the Master of Restraint stared in shock, dumbfounded by this pair of both adorable and terrifying little mice. Such a terrifying aura. This is bad. This is a powerful beast demon. Their expressions changed drastically, and they became gravely serious in an instant. Without giving the two any time to react, suddenly the surrounding courtyard walls began to change as dozens of little creatures displayed their might, colorful lights erupting in all directions. Master, it seems we have stirred a hornet's nest. Amitabha, it is you who acted. How can you say it is? This has nothing to do with the poor monk. The Master of Restraint sat upright, his demeanor earnest, embodying the essence of a master. The undying old Taoist's expression darkened at his words, a tidal wave of panic rising within him. How could such a small courtyard gather so many powerful beast demons? The Master of Restraint also wore a bitter expression, his eyes darting around anxiously, desperately contemplating a countermeasure. This courtyard cannot be lingered in for long, or otherwise, if that person returns, the poor monk will likely be forced to attain Buddhahood on the spot. While contemplating, the Master of Restraint thought, "Great power, Heavenly Mouse. Stop talking big and just smash them." Little Mouse shouted angrily, and launched the attack, but Brother Mouse was faster, diving down with a swoosh. Hearing this, Little Mouse decisively abandoned his slogan, and followed Brother Mouse to launch a fierce assault. The two mice moved at lightning speed, like bolts of lightning, transforming into streaks of meteor that pierced through the void, creating ripples in space, and the power of the laws overwhelmed everything.
The Undying Old Taoist and the Master of Restraint were shaken to their cores, their eyes widening in disbelief. What? This is the power of the laws. The two of them revealed expressions of terror, a chill washing over them, and they could no longer maintain their composure. The power of the laws. These two beast demons. They actually comprehended the power of the laws. How could this be? This is impossible. Beast demons are forsaken by the great Tao, making them the most difficult group to touch the Tao. The chances of comprehending the laws are almost zero. The Undying Old Taoist and the Master of Restraint felt their Tao hearts crumbling, waves of shock washing over them, nearly overshadowing their faces filled with fear. At this moment only one word echoed in their minds: escape. With this thought, neither the Undying Old Taoist nor the Master of Restraint reminded the other. Each moved faster than the other, their figures flashing as they escaped like lightning. The two of them rushed toward the courtyard gate, one after the other. Unfortunately, despite their utmost efforts, they were still far inferior to Brother Mouse and Little Mouse. Just as they were about to reach the courtyard gate, whoosh whoosh, two beams of extreme light flashed past, instantly blocking their path, and the overwhelming power of the laws surged toward them. Boom! Boom! Two loud crashes echoed throughout the courtyard. Before the Master of Restraint and the Undying Old Taoist could see who had arrived, they were struck back by the terrifying force, crashing back into the courtyard. The two fell side by side, facing each other, exchanging a quick glance before scrambling to their feet and fleeing in opposite directions. This time they did not choose the same path, but rather one went east and the other west, avoiding those two monsters as they escaped. However, bang! A muffled sound. From the group of little creatures atop the eastern courtyard wall, a small mantis suddenly leaped out, its body radiating green energy. The little mantis soared into the air and unleashed a series of mantis punches at the Undying Old Taoist, raining down a fierce barrage. With each punch from its tiny fists, a law punch imprint was formed, which grew larger as it flew away, reaching the size of a cooking pot by the time it arrived before the Undying Old Taoist. Damn it, why is it again the power of the laws? The Undying Old Taoist's face turned as pale as paper as he hurriedly summoned his magic treasure, desperately launching a counterattack. The Undying Old Taoist's magic treasure was an ancient, incomplete shield covered in countless cracks, clearly of extraordinary origin. Under the influence of the Undying Old Taoist's spiritual power, the incomplete shield erupted with terrifying might, its defensive power truly formidable. Countless punches rained down upon the shield, making it rumble and flash with light. Little Mantis Punch. The green little mantis shouted, its voice incredibly authoritative, yet it sounded somewhat childish. Accompanied by the shout of Little Mantis Punch, the Undying Old Taoist's pupils widened as he saw a punch imprint more than twice the size of himself smashing toward him. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the Undying Old Taoist and the ancient shield were blasted away. Due to the excessive force, he was propelled directly without falling. On the other side, the Master of Restraint let out a wail, similarly being pushed back by a beautiful butterfly atop the western courtyard wall. With a flap of its wing, the butterfly sent out an illusory wing imprint that expanded in the wind, becoming enormous, and swatted the Master of Restraint away as if swatting a fly. The Undying Old Taoist and the Master of Restraint were forced to change direction, flying toward each other in the void, exchanging a hurried glance as they brushed past each other. It was evident, however, that this could not be the last time they met, because in the direction where the Master of Restraint was headed, a golden ant was quietly waiting, ready to strike as soon as the opponent came near. And in the direction where the Undying Old Taoist was heading, a small turtle was doing warm-up exercises, standing upright and raising its front limbs, tilting its little shell left and right. Upon seeing the Undying Old Taoist coming, the little turtle spun around and unleashed a small turtle tail whip. The outcome was predictable. The Undying Old Taoist and the Master of Restraint were knocked back once more, catching a fleeting glimpse of each other in the void. Divine Turtle Tail Whip, Little Mantis Punch, Frog Kick, Pine Cone Smash. A multitude of little creatures launched their attacks, executing a wheel strategy, bombarding the Undying Old Taoist and the Master of Restraint, unleashing a chaotic beating. In an instant, Ye Sifan's courtyard screams echoed as the two were kicked around like balls, quickly ending up bruised and battered. Outside the courtyard, in the jungle, this is bad, something has happened. Jai stood up, gazing at the colorful courtyard, faintly hearing several screams that, though weak, were excruciatingly sharp. The reason it was faint was that those little creatures were afraid of stirring up trouble like the last time with the willow tree, drawing attention from deep within the archaic forbidden zone, so they released the power of the laws to cover the courtyard, isolating most of the noise. Even so, Jai and his companion, who were constantly monitoring the courtyard, noticed something. Wu also frowned tightly, worriedly saying, "There can't be more monsters in the courtyard, right?
My master. Jai was taken aback by this but quickly reassured. With the cultivation of the two elders there shouldn't be any accidents. We need not worry too much. Even if something does happen, the two masters are like brothers, and will certainly join forces to come out. What you say is very true, Jai. Wu Wu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the deep bond between their masters which would ensure mutual protection. In the courtyard. Boom! After another flight, the Undying Old Taoist and the Master of Restraint collided, neutralizing each other's forces, both falling to the ground, finally escaping from the flight. Once they landed, both were in a disheveled state, their clothes tattered, looking like beggars. When they came to their senses, they exchanged a glance, understanding each other, and both looked up at the sky. The only plan was to escape in the best direction, where no beast demons lurked above. With this thought, the two said nothing, each leaping up and shooting into the sky. Seeing this, the group of little creatures could not let them go and all took off after them. Outside the courtyard. They've come out. Wu Wu, seeing the figures of the two, was overjoyed. Jai also breathed a sigh of relief, smiling. What did I say? Didn't they come out together? Wu Wu nodded repeatedly, the bond of a millennium friendship stronger than the heavens. However, above the courtyard, the Master of Restraint saw a group of little creatures chasing after them. His face changed dramatically as he raised his leg unhesitatingly, aiming to stomp on the Undying Old Taoist, who was shorter than him. Master Restraint, what are you doing? The Undying Old Taoist was furious. Amitabha, if the dead master does not die, then the poor monk has no choice. Taoist, forgive me. The mysterious small figure, without allowing for any argument, kicked the Undying Old Taoist down, using the force to soar into the air. Boom! A resounding explosion. The Undying Old Taoist was caught off guard. Although he wasn't seriously injured, his body fell straight down. In the jungle, Jiechi and Bu Wu stared in shock at this scene, their eyes wide with disbelief. Jiechi, did your master just kick my master? Bu Wu spoke in a daze. Jiechi, hearing this, was even more surprised and uncertain, saying, well, it seems like it. What do you mean, seems like it? Your master clearly kicked my master. I understand now that there must be great terror in that courtyard. Your master wants to make my master a scapegoat to buy himself a chance to escape. Bu Wu's face showed slight anger. Jiechi shook his head repeatedly, his face flushed, saying, that shouldn't be the case. Master and Taoist have been friends for 1,000 years. How could he make Taoist a scapegoat? Bu Wu sneered, retorting, how is that impossible? The deceased benefactor is undying. Do you hear this? Is this something a monk can say? Do you not understand? This Master of Restraint seems to speak of righteousness and morality, but in reality he is utterly heartless and ruthless. As Bu Wu finished speaking, Jiekai's face turned red, unable to refute. In the sky above the courtyard, with the fall of the Undying Old Taoist, a group of small creatures rushed to attack. Watching this scene, Master of Restraint finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as Master of Restraint let his guard down, the Undying Old Taoist, falling straight down, had a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, Master, I've known for a long time that you would destroy the bridge after crossing the river. After all these years, did you think I wouldn't guard against you? Don't forget I am called the Undying Old Taoist. What does undying mean? It's not about being imperishable, but that my Taoist friends won't die even if I do. You stole the true meaning of my life. As soon as the Undying Old Taoist finished speaking, Master of Restraint realized it was bad. But it was too late. Art of Body Shifting Switch. The Undying Old Taoist shouted, his whole body glowing brightly, as he executed his secret technique, the Art of Body Shifting. With the Undying Old Taoist's shout of switch, the dazzling light flashed and then vanished. Along with it, the Undying Old Taoist and Master of Restraint disappeared. Master of Restraint's face turned ashen, as he felt the chaos of the void, dizzy and disoriented. When he regained his senses, he found himself and the Undying Old Taoist had exchanged positions, having executed the body-shifting technique. The Undying Old Taoist looked down at the Master of Restraint, who had exchanged positions, and sneered. You think you can compete with me? I've been keeping this move for you for 1,000 years. Old Taoist, you are despicable and shameless. Angered by his own fall, Master of Restraint yelled angrily at the figure above. The Undying Old Taoist looked down from a high position, retorting, Infinite heavens respect its mutual. The Buddha said, if you don't enter hell, who will? I'm just helping the Master fulfill his destiny. After speaking, the Undying Old Taoist transformed into a rainbow and flew into the sky, disappearing into the vast mountains, leaving behind the rapidly falling Master of Restraint and Jiechi and Bu Wu. In the jungle, Jiechi and Bu Wu exchanged glances.
The plot twist was too sudden. They were somewhat unable to accept it. What about their 1,000-year friendship? What about their brotherly bond? How could the ship of friendship capsize so easily? Neither of them is a good person. It seems we need to find another good teacher. Wu snorted coldly. Jiechi sighed deeply. They were not fools, the four of them were just using each other. One was a former fraudulent monk, the other a thieving rogue, neither could be trusted. Now that the undying old Taoist had fled far away and Master of Restraint's fate was uncertain, Jiechi and Wu scattered like birds and beasts. It's a pity that we were naive enough to think that they had only this one friend in their lives. Perhaps they really could share life and death together. Clearly the two elders have taught us a lesson once again. Wu expressed many feelings. Jiechi also shook his head, helplessly taking something from his sleeve and shaking his head, saying, "What a pity the transformation elixir we exchanged at great cost seems to be of no use now." After Jiechi finished speaking, Wu also took out a bottle of transformation elixir, smiling bitterly. They both knew that Master of Restraint and the undying old Taoist would hoard the divine liquid, and while this transformation elixir was not deadly, it would prevent a cultivator from using their powers for 3 months. 3 months. Enough time to steal the divine liquid and hide in the great world. However, at this moment it was already useless. Judging by the situation, the two elders most likely did not obtain the divine liquid. This transformation elixir was a waste of effort. Thinking this, the two exchanged glances. Amitba, farewell. Infinite heaven's respect, may we never meet again. Jiechi and Wu said, then retreated in opposite directions. Having learned from past mistakes, they did not want to befriend each other. After all, they understood each other well. They knew what kind of character the other had. Collaborating with such a person could lead to being tricked and losing everything. Even if they had to find a partner, it must be someone strong and reckless. They absolutely could not repeat the mistakes of the two elders. Meanwhile, in Ye Sifan's courtyard, the scene was unbearable to watch, a gruesome sight. After the undying old Taoist left, Master of Restraint was nearly rendered useless. Until Ye Sifan returned, the small creatures who had vented their anger dispersed in a rush. Ye Sifan entered the courtyard with Dehe, and they were both stunned. They saw a tattered and shabby bald beggar standing there, trembling slightly. The beggar had a bruised face and a distorted appearance. His head was as big as a pig's head, with his eyes squinting into slits, his mouth swollen beyond recognition. No, his whole being was unrecognizable. The reason he was called a beggar was that Master of Restraint was in such a sorry state. Aside from his bald head, he looked nothing like a monk. "Old man, what happened to you?" Ye Sifan was lost in thought for a long time before he spoke. Thud. Master of Restraint stumbled, unable to support his upper body with all his strength, and knelt down on both knees. "Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo." Master of Restraint intended to say, "Please spare this poor monk this time. I swear I will never steal again." But due to his bruised face, all that came out were muffled cries. Master of Restraint then realized that his spiritual power had been completely shattered, and even communicating with his divine sense was difficult. Ye Sifan looked at the whimpering Master of Restraint, casually putting down the farming tool basket in his hand, and stepped forward to help him up. "Old man, who was so cruel? How could they hurt you so badly? This is too much." "Woo-woo, woo-woo." Master of Restraint whimpered, glancing at the small creatures with panic, shaking his head and waving his hands repeatedly. "No one hurt this poor monk. No, I just accidentally fell. Old man, I can't hear what you're saying. How about this, wait for me a moment." Ye Sifan smiled bitterly, turned and entered the house. Just then, "Bad guy, if you don't leave, the master will kill you." Exactly. The master likes to eat people. We only beat you up a bit. If you don't leave, hell cook you. Hurry up or you'll die." A group of small creatures peeked out quietly, using their divine sense to threaten Master of Restraint, fearing he wouldn't leave. "If this bald monk doesn't leave once the master heals him, he might accidentally reveal our secret, letting the master know that this courtyard is filled with monsters, which would surely alienate us." The small creature's reasoning was sound, but the way they threatened him left Master of Restraint speechless. Hearing the words of these small creatures, it was clear they were extremely innocent, mistaking their beastly traits for human traits. Beast clans often devour their kind, and they assumed humans would do the same. It was precisely because of this that Master of Restraint was utterly astonished. The more innocent these small creatures were, the less they understood the world, proving their experiences were shallow, and their lifespan was extremely short. In such a short period, having such terrifying power could only be explained by the blessing of that high being. With this thought, Master of Restraint didn't want to stay for another moment.
Even though he knew these small creatures were deceiving him, he still swallowed a pill and mustered the strength to escape. When Ye Sifan came out with the medicine box, there was no trace of master of restraint in the courtyard. Old man. Old man. Ye Sifan searched around thinking that someone so badly injured shouldn't have gone far. However, Ye Sifan searched the courtyard in a circle. Still he found nothing. He even went outside to look, but there was no trace. Strange, how could he leave with such severe injuries? Could it be that he is a cultivator? Ye Sifan slapped his head, suddenly enlightened. It must be so. If he weren't a cultivator who could walk into the outer regions of the ancient forbidden zone occupied by ferocious beasts, if he is a cultivator, then these injuries might not even be worth mentioning, and my ordinary medicine seems even more pitiful. Having thought this through, Ye Sifan chuckled self-deprecatingly, shook his head, and turned to head back to the courtyard. But just as he turned around, suddenly, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. Not far away in the jungle there was a small figure standing there. Her big watery eyes were now staring at him without blinking. The little girl locked her gaze with that small figure, causing Ye Sifan's heart to quiver. To his astonishment, it was indeed a little girl. She stood alone at the edge of the wild ancient forbidden zone, dressed in tattered hemp clothes, merely a few steps away from Ye Sifan amidst a realm rife with ferocious beasts. She stood there silently, her innocent yet somewhat bewildered eyes fixed on Ye Sifan. Compared to the little girl, Ye Sifan was even more astonished, his mind in a daze. How could a little girl suddenly appear in this desolate mountain wilderness? Could she be a manifestation of a monster? With such thoughts, Ye Sifan's heart sank, but upon closer inspection she didn't seem like one. Although the little girl wore ragged clothes, she was exceptionally beautiful. Her long jet-black hair cascaded down her shoulders, her fair skin glowed with a rosy hue, and her delicate features exuded a lovable charm resembling a little angel fallen into the mortal realm. Especially her pair of large sparkling eyes, which seemed to hold countless stars vibrant even in their darkness. Ye Sifan was certain that these were the purest eyes he had ever seen, utterly devoid of any impurity. Where in the world could there be such a creature? But if she wasn't a monster, how did she arrive here? How did she cross this vast primeval forest? Ye Sifan gazed at the little girl, lost in thought, and as affection welled up within him, he instinctively picked up his medicine box and cautiously approached her. Seeing Ye Sifan step forward, the little girl timidly took a step back, a hint of fear flashing across her starry pure eyes. Ye Sifan quickly halted, instinctively sensing that this little girl was undoubtedly human. Even if she were a monster in disguise, she must be a kind-hearted one. "Little sister, I am not a bad person. I won't hurt you. Please don't be afraid." Ye Sifan spoke gently, trying to appear as non-threatening as possible. The little girl looked at Ye Sifan in silence, but from her frightened gaze it was clear that she was very panicked, utterly terrified. Seeing the little girl in such a timid state, Ye Sifan gazed earnestly into her eyes. The little girl quietly observed Ye Sifan, still not speaking. After a moment she suddenly turned to look behind her. Just then something that made Ye Sifan's scalp. As the little girl's gaze shifted, Ye Sifan suddenly realized. From within the jungle behind her, the silhouettes of ferocious beasts began to slowly emerge. These beasts varied in species and number. Among them, the most striking were several large gorilla-like creatures, and over a dozen adult silver wolves. They clustered together, revealing themselves one after another, appearing and disappearing within the jungle, numbering in the hundreds. Feeling a tightening in his heart, Ye Sifan's expression grew tense, his nerves on edge. The ancient beasts of the Forbidden Zone were known for their bloodthirstiness, often preying on humans, and were exceedingly cruel. Could these beasts be targeting the little girl? Did they intend to devour her? Ye Sifan's breath quickened as he was about to rush in without hesitation. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolded. Among the countless ferocious beasts, most displayed a tender gaze, each of them looking at the little girl and letting out soft whimpers of reluctance. Ye Sifan was momentarily stunned. In an instant it seemed he understood something. Sure enough, the hundreds of ferocious beasts gently howled, slowly turning away, as if bidding farewell to the little girl. Before long, fewer than 100 figures remained in the jungle. Among them, the tallest gorilla-like creature pointed towards Ye Sifan's yard, gently roaring at the little girl, as if urging her to go forward. The little girl gazed longingly at the many creatures, then turned to look at Ye Sifan, her fear seemingly diminishing slightly, and she began to slowly step out of the jungle. Watching this scene, Ye Sifan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was evident that these ferocious beasts had brought the little girl here, intending for her to coexist with him. At that moment Ye Sifan thought of many things, recalling certain films he had seen in his past life, such as Beauty and the Beast and Wolf Children. Could it be In a moment of contemplation, the little girl had already left the jungle and arrived at an open area, turning back 3 times along the way, each time greeted by the gorilla's wave urging her to continue. Finally Ye Sifan came to his senses. At the same time, the little girl was now quite close to him. It was only then that they both turned to look back at the jungle. It was now completely empty. Hundreds of beasts of different races had quietly retreated, leaving no trace behind. This further solidified Ye Sifan's thoughts. Those ferocious beasts had indeed brought the little girl here, perhaps realizing she was human and ultimately could not coexist with the beast clan forever, or perhaps they had lost the ability to protect her and urgently needed to send her away. Regardless of the reason, Ye Sifan knew that from this moment on this little girl had already entered his world. He gazed deeply at the jungle and cautiously approached the little girl, gently squatting down. "Little sister, what is your name? Why are you here?" The little girl still took a small step back, her large eyes fixated on Ye Sifan, yet she remained silent. "Little sister, do you have family? Where are your family?" Although Ye Sifan had already made some guesses, he still asked. The little girl remained silent, simply looking at him. Inside Ye Sifan's yard, several little creatures climbed up onto the wall in a row, gazing at the little girl from afar, chattering excitedly, each one displaying a look of joy, seemingly falling in love at first sight with her. Outside the yard, seeing the little girl silent and introverted, Ye Sifan figured she might be shy, and after some careful thought, he gently said, "Little sister, are you hungry? I can make you something delicious." Upon hearing this, the little girl paused for a moment, and finally responded, giving a slight nod. Ye Sifan was overjoyed and led the little girl towards the yard. Along the way, the little girl would occasionally look back towards the depths of the jungle. Unfortunately, she did not see the figure she longed for. The jungle was empty. Only when the little girl and Ye Sifan entered the yard did the shadows of the ferocious beasts reappear, albeit fleetingly, before ultimately disappearing completely. Once inside the yard, Ye Sifan dove into the kitchen to prepare a meal for the little girl with great care. On the other side, the little girl sat alone in the yard, seemingly filled with curiosity about this place, her gaze darting around as if she had never seen a house before. However, it must be noted that she remained silent throughout, her eyes reflecting a mixture of strangeness and fear. It was only when the little creatures appeared chattering that her face gradually relaxed. The excited pink squirrel and the mouse siblings seemed to be filled with energy, jumping around the little girl, even dancing on the stone table. The atmosphere of joy, along with the painfully awkward dance of the mouse siblings, finally brought a smile to the little girl's face. Upon witnessing the faint smile of the little girl, the young ones cheered and jumped with joy, while the mouse brothers leaped even more energetically. The little girl was truly endearing, and the group of small creatures quickly developed feelings for her. With the playful teasing from the mouse brothers, soon the courtyard was filled with her light and melodious laughter. The little angel's smile was incredibly beautiful. To say that it made 100 flowers bloom would be no exaggeration. Her laughter was like a melody from the heavens, radiating purity and lightness. In Ye Sifan's courtyard, an aura of vitality suddenly emerged. As the little girl smiled so beautifully, the young ones became even more exuberant, chattering away to express their feelings. But as the little girl laughed, she abruptly stopped, turning her head to look in the direction she had come from, as if recalling something from her past at that moment. What the little ones did not know was that not long ago she had also laughed like this, but back then she was accompanied by the beasts in the forest. Thinking of this, the little girl supported herself against the stone table and stone chairs, running to the courtyard gate and staring intently at the thicket. Seeing this, the mouse brothers and other little ones stopped, lowering their heads. The little angel was unhappy, and they too felt inexplicably sorrowful. Seeing this, the mouse brothers and other little ones stopped, lowering their heads. The little angel was unhappy, and they too felt inexplicably. The mouse brother slowly drooped his ears and transmitted. "She is very sad. I can feel her sorrow inside. If I give her my favorite pine cone, won't she feel better?" The pink squirrel asked, brightening up as it handed the pine cone to the mouse brother. The mouse brother was momentarily speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Just as the little ones felt sad, the nearby large black creature rarely used its divine sense to transmit. "The pine cone is a treasure to you, but to her it means nothing. However, she is still young, or many things will fade with time." "Really?" The pink squirrel was uplifted by these words. However, the large black creature couldn't be bothered with the little ones, and turned to sit beside the little girl, gazing into the depths of the thicket with her. Seeing this, the little ones followed suit, awkwardly sitting beside the little girl, perhaps even unaware of what they were looking at. Before long, Ye Sifan emerged from the kitchen, holding a steaming meal, and called out, "Dinner's ready." Upon shouting, he realized the courtyard was empty, and scanned around to find them all standing outside the gate. Ye Sifan looked at the little girl staring at the thicket and sighed softly. To her those fierce beasts might count as half-family, yet fierce beasts are still fierce beasts. In the long run, keeping the little girl by his side is far better than her growing up among a pack of beasts. This was likely also what the beasts thought in their hearts. With that thought, Ye Sifan set down the meal and headed towards the courtyard gate. "Little sister, it's time for dinner. I made a lot of delicious food." Ye Sifan approached, coaxing her gently, and after some effort finally brought the little girl back to the stone table, serving her a bowl of rice along with several delicious dishes. The little girl might have truly been very hungry, or perhaps it had been a long time since she had tasted such delicious food. Initially timid, she soon began to devour it ravenously. "Eat slowly, be careful not to choke." Ye Sifan felt a pang in his heart as he quickly served another bowl of fish soup, watching quietly from the side. In truth, he had many questions he wanted to ask the little girl, but now was not the time. She seemed a bit frightened of him. In the following days, Ye Sifan arranged a room for the little girl, made her bed, cleaned up, and settled her into the courtyard. On the first day, the little girl did not speak to Ye Sifan. After finishing her meal, she sat at the courtyard gate staring, remaining there for most of the day. On the second day, Ye Sifan sat at the courtyard gate with the little girl, trying to ask her some questions, but she still did not respond, merely looking at him innocently and shyly. On the third day, the fourth day, after 6 days of this, Ye Sifan was pleasantly surprised to find that the little girl's time spent gazing at the courtyard gate gradually decreased, while her time playing with the little creatures in the courtyard slowly increased, although she still occasionally looked towards the gate. Ye Sifan was not in a hurry. After all, he had nothing to do, and spent his days accompanying the little girl to watch the clouds roll by. As time passed, on the 8th day, the little girl finally showed a willingness to communicate with Ye Sifan. However, this communication was limited to simple nods and shakes of her head. On the 9th day, by the large stone outside the courtyard, "Little sister, can you tell brother what your name is? Brother can't keep calling you little sister, can he?" She shook her head. "If you don't want to speak, you can write it down." Still shaking her head. "Do you not want to tell brother your name?" She shook her head repeatedly. "Then you can't write your own name." She continued, shaking her head. You don't have a name, do you?" She nodded. On the 10th day, "How about brother gives you a name? What do you think?" She nodded. "Let's call you Xiao. She shook her head. "Then how about Xiaoya?" Shaking her head again. "What about Xiaohong? How about Xiaohong?" She pouted, clearly displeased, and shook her head. Brother thought again. Tuanshuan, Yuan, Xianxian, Mimi." She gradually shook her head feebly. On the 11th day, brother thought of one Nan. "How about Nan?" On the 12th day, "Nanan, it's time for dinner. Look, brother made you braised crucian carp and steamed eggs." On the 13th day, the 14th day, a whole half-month passed, and the little Nan had not spoken a single word. Ye Sifan gradually seemed to understand. This little girl, could it be that she? Thoughts aside, Ye Sifan showed no sign of reducing his affection. For 18 years, this was the best gift heaven had given him. Once Ye Sifan envied others for having a younger sister, and now, unexpectedly, he too could have one, and such a cute and innocent little girl at that. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, several more days passed. Ye Sifan set up a swing for little Nan in the southeast corner of the courtyard. During the peaceful days without disturbances, he accompanied the little girl on the swing, with Nan sitting on it while he stood beside her for protection. Perhaps it was because of the swing, but little Nan had an absolute blast, beginning to laugh joyfully, completely letting go of her previous reservations towards Ye Sifan. On this day, in the sunset, Ye Sifan as usual took Nan on the swing, both of their faces beaming with happy smiles. Just as the sun was setting, and Ye Sifan prepared to cook dinner for the two of them, brother Nan wants to eat sweet and sour carp. The little Nan, sitting on the swing, unexpectedly called out to Ye Sifan's back. Ye Sifan felt a jolt at the sound, turning to look at the innocent and joyful little girl, a long-lost smile breaking across his face. "All right, brother will make you lots and lots of sweet and sour carp." After saying this, Ye Sifan turned and entered the kitchen, humming a little tune. This was the happiest day Ye Sifan had experienced in 18 years, as he was no longer cooking for just himself. Of course, in the past, he was the only human in the entire courtyard. From that day on, little Nan started to talk more. Although her words were few, they carried a lively spirit. Ye Sifan's courtyard transformed from its previous atmosphere, as a multitude of little creatures surrounded little Nan every day, and the little girl's laughter became ever more frequent. As for the reason little Nan Nan appeared here and her connection to the beasts, Ye Sifan no longer wished to inquire or understand. Thus this strangely matched courtyard peacefully passed an entire 3 months. 3 months later, in the great Yen dynasty, Yen capital, in the imperial hall, we the ministers pay our respects to the new emperor. May Emperor Luo live forever, and may great Yen prosper for eternity. 8 armies pay their respects to the new emperor. May Emperor Luo live forever, and may great Yen prosper for eternity. The people of great Yen pay their respects to the new emperor. May Emperor Luo live forever, and may great. The vast throng of great Yen subjects knelt in unison, passing the message from within to without, layers upon layers, with thousands of ministers in the hall, thousands of soldiers outside the entire imperial city, and the citizens of Yen capital culminating in a resounding echo that shook the skies. The human emperor abdicated and the new emperor ascended to the throne. The great Yen dynasty shocked the eastern wilderness. As the armies entered the borders, blood stained the imperial city. King Luo donned the golden dragon robe of the emperor, holding the great Yen emperor's seal, and slowly ascended the 999 white stone dragon steps amidst the gaze of the multitude, entering through the central gate of the royal palace. The central gate of the royal palace, known as the Human Emperor Gate, stands 100 zhang tall, surrounded by 9 dragons, symbolizing supreme imperial power. Historically, only the human emperor could traverse this gate, and any other who dared would face the annihilation of their entire clan. King Luo alone steadily traversed the grand hall of the royal palace, stepped onto the dragon platform, adjusted his robe, and turned, exuding an imperial presence unmatched throughout history. All subjects of great Yen pay homage to our emperor. May our emperor be in good health, and may great Yen prosper. Before the officials of the royal palace, over 10,000 peak experts knelt, their voices booming like thunder. They were the last group to kneel before the new emperor. This group wore golden battle armor, their eyes sharp and proud, their bodies exuding a metallic aura composed entirely of seasoned generals of great Yen, battle-hardened, commanding heavy armies. In front of these peak experts there were more than 10 elders at the half-step human emperor level, each with graying hair showing signs of old age, yet powerful waves of terror emanated from their bodies. These elders were none other than the fundamental pillars of great Yen, with several being half-brothers of the new emperor, and the previous human emperor sharing the same father. With the peak experts and the 10 half-step human emperor giants, the terror was palpable. And this was merely 1/5 of the overall strength of the great Yen Empire. This power, while seemingly insignificant when scattered across countless mountains and rivers, could shake the very foundations of the Eastern Wild, when united, making the great Yen Empire a force to be reckoned with. Such a vast and formidable system. Even after billions of years, even if the Eastern Wild underwent changes, even if great Yen were to be completely destroyed, future generations would still know. Here once stood a colossal and fearsome empire. This is the influence of an empire. The empire may fear the terrifying consequences brought by certain legacies, but it undoubtedly serves as the main axis, guiding the historical trajectory and progress of the Eastern Wild, influencing its future direction. At this moment, with the new emperor ascending the throne, the world bows in reverence. The entire great Yen Empire experiences a storm of change, as countless mountains and rivers rise with boundless faith, converging upon Yen capital to empower the new emperor. Simultaneously, the 9 great national veins of great Yen manifested 9 ethereal dragons, swirling and roaring, as if alive, sacred and inviolable. The dragon aura over the imperial city surged, enveloping it in an aura of grandeur, showcasing the magnificence of the 4 great dragon empires of the Eastern Wild. Outside the royal palace, the kings of hundreds of surrounding dynasties bore witness to this moment, expressing their astonishment. With 2 generations of human emperors coexisting in the great Yen Empire, it seems another peak era is about to commence. The new emperor ascends and the world unites in heart. The power of faith is nearly equal to that of the old emperor. This is indeed a blessing for the great Yen Empire. In this era, it seems that no other can match King Luo of the Eastern Wild. Not necessarily, as I've heard in secret that the Dragon King of the 9 Dragon Empire also enjoys the faith of the 9 Dragon people. Moreover, it is said that this Dragon King formed a karmic bond with the 8th ancestor 800 years ago, and may soon face the human emperor tribulation. This secret I too have heard. With the Dragon King's great calamity approaching, if he successfully transcends the tribulation, it won't be long before he ascends as the new Dragon Emperor. The ascension of the Dragon King, whether it is a blessing or a curse, is uncertain. It is well known that this Dragon King is inherently warlike and ambitious, constantly inciting hostility toward the great Yen Empire among the Dragon Empire's officials and military. If he becomes the new Dragon Emperor, I am quite concerned. Once the empire goes to war, it is the weak dynasties like ours that will suffer. I can only hope the Dragon Emperor survives for a while longer. What we fear is that the Dragon Emperor will gradually decline, and that one day he will not be able to contain the Dragon Empire. Everything is determined by fate. It is already remarkable that the Eastern Wild has remained stable for hundreds of years. We can only take it one step at a time. Over 100 kings felt anxious as most had already reached the half-step human emperor level. What they saw was the overall trend of the world. Of course, while the concerns of the various kings were justified, that day would not come so soon. For now the matter at hand was to celebrate the ascension of the new emperor of Great Yen, as well as the secrets of the experts near the ancient Forbidden Zone. With the arrival of numerous dynasties, the intent was not to celebrate with wine. On this day following the completion of the new emperor's ascension ceremony, the Great Yen Empire was filled with festivity. Although the old emperor would not attain the status of human emperor after abdicating, his strength would not diminish, meaning that theoretically both generations of human emperors could simultaneously govern. How could the subjects of Great Yen not be excited? However, some rejoiced while others worried. The observant would notice that on the day of the new emperor's ascension, the officials of the National Defense Ministry did not attend the court. At this moment, the 100 clans within the National Defense Ministry were in a state of panic. Long before, when the Yen Emperor and Luo Emperor returned to Yen capital 3 months ago, they had taken Ye Sifan's advice, and secretly began to lay plans mobilizing troops, while the 100 clans remained oblivious. Only upon the Yen Emperor's announcement of abdication did they realize the gravity of the situation, but it was already too late. A month ago the Yen Emperor announced to the world his abdication, and set the ceremony for the new emperor's ascension to be held a month later. At that time the 100 clans within the National Defense Ministry knew that disaster was imminent. They urgently convened at the Yen clan's National Defense Ministry to discuss countermeasures. After fierce discussions, the 100 clans prepared for a desperate fight, mobilizing their armies from outside Yen capital. However, for 2 months the Yen Emperor and Luo Emperor seemed to have orchestrated a grand chess game, completely severing all external communication channels for the 100 clans. The clans were unable to contact their kin outside Yen capital, and even if they could reach some through secret methods, the responses were unyielding. The 100 clans of the National Defense Ministry were trapped in Yen capital, as if isolated from the world for over a month. What was worse, a week ago the yet-to-be-crowned Luo Emperor suddenly announced in Yen capital the heinous crimes committed by the National Defense Ministry over the past 500 years. Among these was a charge of conspiracy to rebel which shook Yen capital, causing the already infamous National Defense Ministry to become a target of public outrage among the resentful subjects of Great Yen. As the ascension ceremony of King Luo commenced, the clans within Yen capital were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, and the atmosphere in the Yen clan's territory was heavy, shrouded in a sense of impending doom. Time flew by like an arrow, and night fell in the blink of an eye, as the last ray of sunlight in Yen capital slowly disappeared below the horizon. The once vibrant and festive Yen capital suddenly fell into a deathly silence, as countless citizens left the inner city of Yen capital early, quietly exiting through the 10 city gates into the outer 8 cities. With the exception of the clan's members, the vast inner city had almost become a ghost town. Simultaneously, armies from all directions pressed in, slowly moving through the 10 city gates. At the stroke of midnight, millions of cultivators completed their entry into the city, ready for action. Over 100 kings of various dynasties watched the bloodthirsty inner city of Yen capital from a distance, their scalps tingling. At the second watch of midnight, inside the royal palace, countless ministers stood densely packed inside, and outside the great hall the atmosphere exceptionally tense. The Luo Emperor sat high on the dragon platform, silent, and it was unclear how much time had passed. Your Majesty, although the clans harbor rebellious intentions, and have shown signs of rebellion, their families are numerous, and many are old, weak, or innocent. The younger generation is impulsive. May we allow them to leave the city? A timid minister spoke up, unable to bear it. The Luo Emperor remained silent for a long time, and the entire empire fell into silence. The ministers, anxious and restless, awaited the new emperor's decree. Should the descendants of the clans be spared, or should they all be exterminated? It all depended on a single word from the Luo Emperor. After a long while the Luo Emperor finally looked up and suddenly issued the black decree of the human emperor. The decree token arced through the eyes of the ministers, landing on the floor of the royal palace, bouncing several times before coming to a stop. As the token flipped, the Luo Emperor's words were heavy yet resolute, uttering but a single word: kill. The sect harbors a dream of cultivation, yet it remains unnamed. As the word kill echoed, the entire imperial hall trembled with all the ministers. A general from Tongguan, expressionless, stepped forward to pick up the black edict of the emperor and turned to leave. At midnight, the night demons arise. Millions of troops stood unmoving like mountains, quietly awaiting orders. The general from Tongguan arrived outside the imperial hall, soared into the sky, and flew into the night sky under the watchful eyes of countless external kings. With a clang, he drew his sword from his waist. The sharp blade was unsheathed. The sound reverberated in all directions. Kill, kill, boom, boom, boom. Millions of troops received the order and advanced in unison, each step shaking the ground as if the imperial city itself trembled. Among the 100 clans, countless powerful figures soared into the sky, attempting to break through the city. However, as the first moved, a terrifying sound of breaking the void echoed through the imperial hall, where tens of thousands of pinnacle cultivators sealed the void, leaving no path to heaven and no door to the earth. This was destined to be a sleepless night, a night of bloody brutality. The citizens of Dian only knew that the battle lasted for 3 whole days and nights, with the roar shaking the ears and the light almost illuminating the night. On that day, at the 5th watch, more troops of kings set out from the imperial city, assisting the Forbidden Army to encircle the 100 clans. The battle intensified, with cries of slaughter shaking the heavens, and the morning of the next day marked the beginning of the melee, further escalating the conflict. The next night, the army besieged the ancestral land of the Yen clan, where a bloody storm erupted within 100 miles. Even pinnacle cultivators of human Tao were thrown into the fray in droves. It was said that someone saw the Emperor of Luo and the Emperor of Yen descend upon the ancestral land of the Yen clan, and some even witnessed the new emperor summon the fragmented sacred artifact of the great Yen dynasty to suppress. This was the most terrifying night, because someone intervened in the civil war of the great Yen dynasty. A mysterious man suspected to be of the emperor level appeared suddenly, and teamed up with the ancestor of the Yen clan to send away a batch of key figures of the Yen clan. The emperors of Luo and Yen, furious, pursued them all the way to hundreds of miles outside Yen capital. Although they killed the ancestor of the Yen clan and severely injured the mysterious man, many strong members of the Yen clan were taken away by him. The battle of the great Yen imperial city lasted for 3 whole days and nights. The 100 clans had deep foundations, and the great Yen dynasty paid a hefty price. It wasn't until the 4th day that the fighting gradually calmed down, approaching its end. However, this did not signify the end. The 100 clans around Yen capital were deeply rooted, and the talents outside the imperial city were the largest base, among which were numerous pinnacle cultivators. Some even involved super sects. To completely dismantle the 100 clans was not a task to be completed overnight. As for those external kings and ministers, they had long turned and left before the war, heading straight for the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone. For the great Yen dynasty and the citizens of the Eastern Wilderness, the extermination of the State Suppression Division was a shocking event. Yet, in the eyes of these external kings, it was nothing more than a normal royal cleansing event that every generation of kings had experienced. It was just that the great Yen dynasty was more terrifying and frightening. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The border of the ancient Forbidden Zone. The kings and ministers from over 100 kingdoms around the great Yen dynasty arrived one after another, diving into the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Of course, no one would cross the life and death line of the ancient Forbidden Zone, and they could only search for the residences of masters in the outskirts. Not to mention mere kings, even the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wilderness would not dare to step into the life and death line. The ancient texts of the Eastern Wilderness recorded that every few thousand years an unknown supreme being from beyond the heavens would occasionally descend into the Eastern Wilderness, probing deep inside the life and death line of the ancient Forbidden Zone, yet no one had ever come back out. The life and death line of the ancient Forbidden Zone: humans must not approach, and the dead must not be buried. As the kings each infiltrated the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, the borderline delved into the primitive jungle 1,000 miles deep. At that moment, 2 figures were cautiously advancing, one after the other. The one in the front was an old man with a grizzled beard, while the one behind was a beautiful young girl dressed in green. The old man, holding an ancient sword, remained vigilant, glancing around with every step, his nerves extremely tense. The young girl, however, appeared more relaxed, lightly punching her sore shoulders. She whispered, "Master, is there really a master hiding here? Why do I feel like it's a scam?" The old man halted at her words and solemnly replied, "So many people risk their lives to enter, how could it be false? You don't understand this. To meet a master, what do you call that? That's called opportunity, and only those with fate can encounter it," the old man said seriously, his expression quite stern. The young girl rolled her eyes at his words. At this moment, she only wanted to leave this place of trouble. Originally both master and disciple had low cultivation, yet they insisted on seeking some opportunity, fantasizing about receiving guidance from a master. Now it seemed that just being able to walk here was already a stroke of luck. Seeing the girl's expression, the old man furrowed his brows, began spinning grand visions, and pouring out motivational talk. Chingy, listen to your master. We will definitely find that master. As long as we find him, even if he only grants us a drop or two of divine liquid, I can break through my cultivation. Even if it's just mediocre, we can squeeze our way into the ranks of the 7th tier sects and secure some resources. The old man became increasingly absorbed in his own words, becoming more and more grandiose. What if that master takes a liking to your sister and supports our sect? That would not be just a 7th tier sect, but it might even become a first-rate sect. At this point, the old man stroked his beard, looking up, lost in thought, imagining, perhaps it could even become the first holy land of the eastern wilderness. At that time, who would dare to? Master. The young girl coldly interrupted the old man, rolling her eyes. If you think my sister is so beautiful that she could win over a master, why not let her accompany you? Why pull me along? Besides, would a master be swayed by beauty? You can't apply the mundane logic here. The old man came back to his senses, clearing his throat, feeling his face flush. Isn't your sister in closed-door training with Yi Jifeng? Besides, what else do we have aside from your sister? I only thought of this out of desperation. The young girl pouted at his words, but regarding her sister's beauty, she indeed had no refutation. If it weren't for her sister's long-term closed-door training, she would have probably gained fame across the eastern wilderness. As for her own sect, it was quite embarrassing. Apart from this blustering master, there were only 4 people in total: 1 elder brother, herself, 1 sister, and that little junior brother Yi Jifeng. 5 people formed a sect, yet they had yet to even decide on a name for their sect, with much contention between master and disciple over the sect's title. If you were to ask how this sect was formed, it would seem quite absurd. The origin of the sect stemmed from the master's dream of establishing a sect. The old man first went bankrupt to acquire a so-called cultivation method, then through trickery, he lured 4 disciples with dreams of cultivation. Thus a sect was formed, so simple yet so absurd, wrapped in dreams. Alright, enough complaining. If there's even a slight chance, I won't let it pass. The old man was resolute, and after speaking, he continued forward, leaving the young girl with no choice but to follow. The master and disciple chose to travel through remote areas, even yielding the path to a young ferocious beast, the reason being that the master could not defeat it. This was a great danger. As Chingy and the old man cautiously advanced, not far away in another patch of jungle, a voice called out, "Hongxiu, do I look beautiful in this outfit today?" "Your Highness, you have asked me 100 times already. You are the most beautiful woman in the great Yen. Whatever you wear looks beautiful. If you don't believe me, ask the guard." Princess Yen Ping wore a white dress, her long hair flowing to her waist, followed closely by a personal maid and a terrifying young man. The young man spoke sincerely, "Indeed, your Highness is beautiful, especially today." Upon hearing this, Yen Ping was overjoyed, and seemed to ponder, "I wonder what young Master Yi would think if he saw me in women's clothing. If that young lord mentioned by her Highness, the princess, were to see her beauty, he would surely be captivated beyond reason." Hongxiu chuckled softly, wondering how the princess at such a tender age of 16 could already be indulging in such fanciful thoughts. Princess Yenping, unaware of Hongxiu's thoughts, remained starry-eyed, though her voice lacked conviction, as she said, "You may not know this, but the young lord we are about to visit is quite an extraordinary person. He is a reclusive supreme, and even my father would treat him with great respect. With his background and experience, what kind of unparalleled beauty has he not encountered? A plain little girl like me would surely not catch the young lord's eye." Princess Yenping said this, yet her heart was filled with boundless fantasy. Thinking of this, a blush crept onto Princess Yenping's delicate face, and she couldn't help but imagine some potentially embarrassing scenarios that might unfold in the future. Thinking of this, a blush crept onto Princess Yenping's delicate face, and she couldn't help but imagine some potentially embarrassing scenarios that might unfold in the future. "Oh, your Highness, you're blushing." Hongxiu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as she teased Princess. In the entire Dian dynasty, only Hongxiu dared to frolic with Princess Yenping in such a manner. Although one was a master and the other a servant, they had grown up together, sharing a bond akin to that of sisters. With Princess Yenping's protection, Hongxiu could be considered the luckiest maid in the Dian dynasty. Even the court maids would respectfully call her young lady Hongxiu, and the emperor had once publicly addressed her as girl Hongxiu, making others envious. Hearing this, Princess Yenping's face turned even redder, playfully scolding, "You little rascal, you're getting worse. Just wait and see how I deal with you." "Your Highness, I haven't said anything yet. How can I be bad?" "You? Princess Yenping was flustered, as if her thoughts had been laid bare chasing after Hong Xiu in a playful scuffle. The guard Zhan Hui observed the innocent and lively princess and Hong Xiu furrowing his brow. Gripping his ancient sword tighter, he scanned the surrounding forest with a vigilant expression. Your Highness, I haven't said anything yet. How can I be bad? You? Princess Yenping. The Zhan family was not a lineage of cultivators but of ordinary status destined for an ordinary life. Yet this Zhan Nantian was fortunate enough to be recognized by a distinguished powerhouse of the Dian dynasty, who took him in as a disciple. Before that powerhouse's demise, he recommended Zhan Nantian to the emperor, claiming he had great potential for cultivation, and could undertake significant responsibilities with just a little training. After accepting this advice, the emperor brought Zhan Nantian into the royal fold, providing him with abundant cultivation resources and access to royal secret arts. Zhan Nantian indeed lived up to the emperor's expectations, gradually revealing his brilliance. In just a century, he rose to the ranks of the most formidable in the human realm, his cultivation nearing perfection, making him a standout among the younger generation of the Dian dynasty. His fame grew ever louder, winning the emperor's favor, and appointing him as Princess Yanping's foremost personal guard. Perhaps out of love for talent or paternal affection, the emperor personally taught Zhan Nantian many self-protection techniques, and gifted him several royal-grade life-saving treasures. With these techniques and treasures, even when facing a peak human realm opponent, Zhan Nantian could safely escape with Princess Yenping. It is precisely for this reason that the emperor does not overly worry about Princess Yanping's safety. At the same time, the Qingyi master and disciples were approaching the courtyard of Ye Sifan. In another direction, young master, we found it. There's a special mark left by the young lady here. An amiable elderly man discovered a clue in a hidden part of the forest, calling out to an exceptionally handsome young man behind him. The young man, dressed in silks with a faint blue ancient jade hanging at his waist, possessed an otherworldly appearance and extraordinary demeanor, revealing an unmatched grace in every gesture. This young man is none other than Xian Wushuang, the eldest son of the Xian family, and the only friend of the 8th prince, praised highly by Nangong Yu, one of the contemporary prodigies of the Dian dynasty. Holding the jade dragon sword, Xian Wushuang crouched beside the elder, confirming that it was indeed the special mark left by his little sister. It was left by my younger sister. No one else would use such a concealed method. The elder, hearing this, smiled with delight. So we are not far from the esteemed individual mentioned by the young lady. Xian Wushuang chuckled bitterly at the elder's words, not agreeing with the term esteemed individual. If it weren't for Xian Jiu's letter urging him to visit the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone, he would not be here at all. Prior to this, Xian Wushuang had been in seclusion in a place carefully chosen to avoid the world, known only to Xian Jiu. Coincidentally, the location of Xian Wushuang's retreat was a mountain range several dozen miles outside the borders of the ancient forbidden zone. During this time, he had been completely oblivious to the outside world, only knowing that he received Xian Jiu's letter on the day he exited seclusion. The letter contained only a few short sentences, essentially instructing him to go to the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone at the first opportunity to thank a certain esteemed individual on behalf of Xian Jiu. As for why he needed to thank this individual, the letter only mentioned gratitude for the meals provided without a single word about the divine liquid. The reason for this omission was simple. Xian Jiu dared not disclose the matter of the divine liquid gifted by the esteemed individual. The Xian family is not comparable to the Dian royal family. Without the strength to protect the divine liquid, if the letter were to fall into the wrong hands, others would surely learn that the young lady of the Xian family also possessed divine liquid, bringing calamity upon them. Even if Xian Wushuang were exceptionally talented, it would be of no help. Moreover, the reason Xian Jiu asked Xian Wushuang to thank the esteemed individual was to create an opportunity for her brother, while being careful not to elaborate, even using secretive language for the special mark. Unfortunately, Xian Wushuang was completely unaware of this. Not only that, but there were many other things Xian Wushuang did not know. For example, during his seclusion, the emperor of the Dian dynasty had fallen, the national protector had perished, the 100 clans had been destroyed, and the human emperor had been replaced. The very sky of the Dian dynasty had changed. Lu Bo, do you really believe there is a reclusive master here? Even if there is, how remarkable can they truly be? Xian Wushuang shook his head with a smile. During this period of seclusion, he had already broken through to the peak of the human realm, becoming a genuine peak powerhouse. In the eyes of such an extraordinary prodigy as himself, the so-called reclusive supreme spoken of by others was merely that, young master, the young lady is exceptionally intelligent. Perhaps she has her reasons. Lu Bo pondered for a moment before explaining. Hearing this, Xian Wushuang felt helpless. Looking around at the primitive forest, he lamented, "I spoil my sister too much. She doesn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Now that the Dian dynasty is on the brink of collapse with the 100 clans and national protector eyeing us, I have already broken through, and should hasten back to the capital to contribute. How can I find time to meet any reclusive cultivators? If not for being so close to the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, I wouldn't have come." After speaking, Xian Wushuang quickened his pace, preparing to return shortly. In the depths of the forest, Princess Yanping Qingyi and Xian Wushuang each advanced along their paths. Unbeknownst to them, they were all slowly converging towards a single point. At a certain moment not far from Ye Sifan's courtyard, the three parties unexpectedly encountered each other. Zhang Nantian and Xian Wushuang almost clashed as they discovered each other from a distance, but fortunately both recognized each other right away due to their formidable cultivation. Young Master Xian. Princess Yanping was quite surprised to see Xian Wushuang emerging from the jungle. Xian Wushuang was indeed a prominent figure in the Great Yan dynasty, and Princess Yanping naturally recognized him. Princess Yanping. Xian Wushuang was equally taken aback, his face filled with astonishment. He had seen Princess Yanping once, and remembered her breathtaking beauty. It was evident that neither side expected to meet here. In another direction, the Qingyi master and disciple were completely bewildered. Their cultivation was too weak, and it was only when they stumbled out of the jungle and encountered the 5 people that they realized it was a chance meeting. Xian Wushuang pays respects to your highness. Xian Wushuang slightly cupped his fists as a sign of respect. According to the etiquette of the Great Yan dynasty, cultivators, excluding the human emperor and princes, did not need to perform a kneeling ceremony when meeting royal family members. Only a bow was required, and exceptional talents like Xian Wushuang did not need to bow at all. Of course, this etiquette only applied to non-subject cultivators. For subject cultivators and the Great Yan army, they were required to perform the kneeling ceremony. Towards royal family members and commoners were the same. Thus Xian Wushuang did not need to bow. However, Lu Bo was different. Lu Bo was a descendant of a subject clan, whose ancestors held civil positions in the court. Upon hearing that the beautiful girl before him was the current princess of the Great Yan dynasty, he immediately bowed down. Subject Lu Hongyu pays respects to your highness. May your highness enjoy eternal peace. As Lu Bo knelt, the Qingyi master and disciple instantly came to their senses and stared blankly at Princess Yanping. This breathtakingly beautiful girl in her flowering youth was actually the princess of the Great Yan. Thinking of this, the Qingyi master and disciple hurriedly knelt, saying, "Bushi Tian from Qingyun Mountain, Qingyi pays respects to your highness. May your highness enjoy eternal peace." The reason the master and disciple performed the kneeling ceremony was that they were still technically without a sect. After all, the name of their sect had yet to be decided, and they had not received regional recognition, so they could be considered half-cultivators. "You all may rise. We are already outside the Great Yan's territory, so there is no need for such formality." Princess Yanping urged the 3 to stand, but her beautiful eyes could not help but scrutinize Xian Wushuang, as she asked, "Young Master Xian, you are also here to visit young Master Yi, right? I have heard my 8th royal brother mention that your sister Xian Jiue is deeply favored by young Master Yi. Congratulations to you. Visit, deeply favored. Congratulations." Xian Wushuang was confused. Could it be that the young Master Yi mentioned by Princess Yanping was the reclusive expert in the letter from his little sister? "Thank you for your congratulations, your highness. By the way, your highness, are you also here to visit young Master Yi?" Xian Wushuang remained calm. Although he had some speculations in his heart, he would not inquire directly, as that would only make him seem completely ignorant. Even if he truly knew nothing, compared to Xian Wushuang, Princess Yanping was more innocent and did not overthink it. With a wry smile she said, "Of course I am here to visit young Master Yi, who would come to the outskirts of a forbidden area just for fun. What you said is very true. I was lacking consideration." Xian Wushuang smiled, indifferently dismissing the conversation. After exchanging a few words, they suddenly noticed the Qingyi master and disciple. "Who are these 2? Xian Wushuang looked up and down at Bu Shitian, and Qingyi, mistakenly thinking that the master and disciple were affiliated with Princess Yanping. Princess Yanping also looked at Bu Shishan's master and disciple, equally puzzled. Seeing this, Bu Shitian felt somewhat anxious and humbly said, "Your Highness, young Master Xian, I am Bu Shitian from Qingyun Mountain, and this is my disciple named Qingyi." "Disciple? You are from a sect?" Princess Yanping was somewhat curious. Remembering the way the 2 had bowed earlier, she kindly explained, According to the laws of the Great Yen, those from sects do not need to perform the kneeling ceremony to royal family members. In the future, when you meet royal family members, there is no need for you to kneel anymore. Hearing this, Bu Shirtian couldn't help but smile bitterly. He naturally understood this principle. In the Eastern Wilderness, the royal authority and sects traditionally did not interfere with each other, especially with some super sects. For example, the Guiyun sect of the Great Yen dynasty, although located in the Great Yen, was not under royal authority, and the Guiyun sect had a vast number of disciples recruiting from all over the Great Yen, including royal family members and noble descendants. But regardless of whether you were a prince or a noble, once you entered Guiyun sect you became equal brothers and sisters, shedding the symbols of royal authority. In the eyes of Guiyun sect disciples there was no royal authority, but they also did not provoke it easily. The effect was the same: royal authority did not fear super sects, and did not easily exert pressure on sect disciples. On the other side, Xian Wushuang looked closely at the master and disciple. Their cultivation was clearly lacking and exceptionally weak, yet they could safely arrive here, indicating they probably had some background. Thinking of this, Xian Wushuang asked Bu Shirtian, "Old senior, may I ask which sect you are from? Although I do not know much about sects, I have heard a little, and perhaps we have some connections." This? Bu Shirtian hesitated, struggling to answer. "What's wrong? Is it inconvenient for you to say old senior?" Xian Wushuang felt a bit awkward at this point. Bu Shirtian was quite anxious. He indeed had a sect, but as for which sect, the name had yet to be decided. At this point it seemed he could only make up a name on the spot. In a moment of desperation, Bu Shirtian remembered a name that the five of them had debated over not long ago. The name sounded quite good, was impressive, and most importantly contained the character Tian, which fit perfectly with himself. Thus Bu Shirtian blurted out, smiling at Xian Wushuang, "Young Master Xian, you misunderstood. There's nothing inconvenient about it. It's just that my Tianxian sect isn't very well known, so I feel a bit embarrassed to mention it." Tianxian sect? Xian Wushuang murmured upon hearing this, focusing on the two characters, Tianxian. This was the first time he had heard of such a sect in the Great Yen. However, it was understandable. It should be a small sect that did not make it into the limelight. The Great Yen dynasty had countless sects, and it was normal not to have heard of some obscure ones. "So you are from the Tianxian sect? My apologies. Young Master Xian, you flatter me." Xian Wushuang exchanged pleasantries and no longer paid attention to Bu Shirtian and his disciple. Instead, Princess Yen Ping asked, "By the way, old senior Bu, are you also here to visit young Master?" For Princess Yen Ping, she had no idea what relationship Bu Shishan's master and disciple had with Ye Sifan. Perhaps they had already made acquaintances. Bu Shishan's heart raced upon hearing this, and his breathing became increasingly hurried. At this moment even a fool would understand who the young master Ye mentioned by Princess Yen Ping was. Originally Bu Shirtian had come to the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone just to take a chance. He had claimed that he would definitely meet an expert, but deep down he understood the chances were slim. But when this moment truly arrived, Bu Shirtian felt his heart pounding like thunder, his mouth dry. "Your Highness, I must confess I have never met young Master Yi, so I can't say I am here to visit him, it's just." Bu Shirtian dared not hide anything. He paused here, and anyone with understanding could comprehend. Princess Yen Ping was sharp-witted and naturally understood, smiling brightly. "I see you are here seeking opportunities. What good luck to find young Master Ye's residence on your first try. Your Highness, do you mean we can also meet young Master Yi?" Bu Shirtian trembled with excitement, thinking that Princess Yen Ping would stop him, yet surprisingly she did not. "Isn't this your own matter? Young Master Yi does not fall under my jurisdiction. I cannot control whether he meets you or not." After saying this, Princess Yen Ping led Hong Xiu and Zhan Nantian towards Ye Sifan's residence. Bu Shirtian, invigorated by her words, immediately pulled Qingyi to follow. Xian Wushuang looked at the eager and excited Bu Shirtian, his heart secretly pounding. What kind of person was this young Master Yi? How could he have such a lure? Not only did he attract the personal visit of the Great Yan's princess, but even those with such weak cultivation were willing to risk their lives to venture into the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Gradually Xian Wushuang became interested and wanted to see this so-called reclusive powerhouse. A horde of cultivators like locusts. "I am curious to see what makes you special." With that thought, Xian Wushuang and Lu Bo leisurely followed a few individuals approaching Ye Sifan's courtyard. As everyone was just a few dozen meters away from the courtyard, the sound of tinkling laughter from young girls suddenly echoed from within. Hong Xiu was taken aback by the commotion, and looked at Princess Yen Ping with eyes wide in disbelief. Could it be that the prince in the prince's heart actually has a family? "Oh my dear princess, have you lost your mind? Is it possible that you, a pure and beautiful maiden under 16, wish to become a concubine for young Master Yi? Are you truly willing to let your noble status and stunning beauty serve as a side consort for young Master Yi? She's gone mad, the princess must be mad. Your Highness, how could there be a little girl's voice in young Master Yi's courtyard?" Hong Xiu asked with surprise. Hearing this, Princess Yamping's heart also trembled, her mind going blank and thoughts in disarray. How could there be a child in young Master Yi's yard? When I last visited, I didn't see any little girls. Could it be young Master Yi's children? Thinking of this possibility, Princess Yanping felt an inexplicable sadness. Could it be that this man destined to change her fate was not her true partner in life? Princess Yamping's eyes held a complex expression. Perhaps it was brought by someone visiting young Master Yi. As she spoke this sentence, Princess Yanping herself barely believed it. Who would bring a child to visit a master in the depths of the ancient forbidden zone? However, despite her thoughts, the group did not stop. When they appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, they indeed saw a little girl who looked like an angel. The little girl was extraordinarily delicate, sitting on a swing in the southeast corner of the courtyard. As the swing swayed, an indescribable beauty radiated from her. She was facing forward. A group of little ones was chasing after a running blue lotus, occasionally causing the little girl to giggle. The atmosphere in the courtyard was harmonious and warm, overflowing with a sense of happiness. However, the arrival of Princess Yanping and her companions shattered this warmth. The group of little ones stopped their chase, all gazing at the courtyard entrance. Even the drowsy big black dog by the pond raised its large black head, its eyes fixating on the newcomers. Seeing this, the little girl instinctively turned her head. Upon seeing a group of strangers standing outside the courtyard, the joy on her face instantly faded away. She seemed frightened to see strangers, or perhaps it was humans in general. She wobbled off the swing and slowly retreated, staring at everyone. "Little sister, hello. May I ask if young Master Yi is home?" Princess Yanping kept examining the little angel and thought to herself that with such exquisite looks her mother must be extraordinarily beautiful as well. In the courtyard, the little girl's eyes gradually filled with fear. Upon hearing Princess Yamping's voice, her apprehension intensified. Suddenly she turned and ran into Ye Sifan's room, forcefully closing the door behind her, peeking through the gap to sneak a glance at them. Princess Yanping and the others were left bewildered. "Your Highness, she seems to be very afraid of strangers." Hong Xiu noted the peculiarity, utterly confused. Exan Wushuang frowned slightly and said uncertainly, "She's not afraid of strangers. Rather, it looks like she fears humans. It's strange. He also carries the aura of a human, yet why does she show such fear?" Everyone was exceptionally puzzled, noticing that the little girl was very uneasy and panicked, an expression unbefitting her age. Princess Yanping also caught the hint of fear in the little girl's eyes, her maiden heart slightly stirred. She gently said, "Little sister, we are friends of young Master Yi here to visit him. You don't need to be afraid." After saying this, everyone quietly observed the little girl's reaction. She remained silent and the courtyard was strangely quiet. No matter how Princess Yanping and Hong Xiu spoke, the little girl's small body stayed hidden behind the door. Inside the courtyard, a group of little ones had unfriendly expressions, glaring at Exan Wushuang and the others with gloomy faces. If not for Princess Yamping's presence, they would have likely yelled "Great Mighty Rat" or "Little Mantis Fist," or even thrown some small pine cones. Princess Yanping could be considered a friend of Ye Sifan, and the little ones, out of respect for their master, dared not go too far. On another side, Bu Shitian smiled bitterly at the sight, slightly regretful as he said, "Young Master Yi should not be home. Why don't we wait outside the courtyard?" Without the master present, Bu Shitian naturally wouldn't dare to enter the courtyard uninvited. Princess Yanping did not oppose, slightly nodding to indicate her agreement. However, upon hearing this, Exan Wushuang's brows furrowed even tighter. As a prominent figure of the Great Yan dynasty, there were hardly anyone in the entire Great Yan who could make him wait outside. "Since young Master Yi is not home, I shall take my leave first. Please convey my gratitude to young Master Yi on behalf of my sister for his hospitality with the meals a few days ago. I will remember it, Your Highness." After speaking, Exan Wushuang turned to leave with a sense of elegance. Princess Yanping and the others were left speechless, staring in disbelief at the departing Exan Wushuang. What is this operation? After such difficulty reaching the master's residence, how could he leave so easily? The group couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, the son of the Xian family is truly the son of the Xian family. All prodigies are proud and unique, deserving of admiration. This young master is so proud beyond our reach. Bu Shirtian was full of praise, marveling at such a person who regarded grand opportunities as inconsequential. Meanwhile, Xian Wushuang was secretly shaking his head as he walked. He had quietly used his divine sense to investigate. That little girl was quite ordinary, and there was nothing special in the courtyard. At most there was a moving spirit plant. Such spirit plants were everywhere in the eastern wilderness. If there were truly a hidden master here, how could it be so shabby? What Xian Wushuang did not know was that the reason he could not discover anything was that every little one in the courtyard was a being that even the pinnacle of humanity looked up to. Their power was not on the same level. Even the former Qing Lian standing outside the courtyard could not see through it, feeling that the courtyard was shrouded in heavenly secrets. How could Xian Wushuang, new to the pinnacle of humanity, possibly perceive that, if he could see through it, he would truly be seeing ghosts? As for the identity of the Blue Lotus, the young Xian Wushuang knew very little, unlike those old monsters, and could not recognize it at a glance. Xian Wushuang walked with an unusually determined stride, seemingly vowing never to look back. Unbeknownst to him, in a short while he would gradually discover something was amiss. In stark contrast, a large number of human kings were desperately exploring deeper into the outskirts, with some already reaching the life and death line of the ancient forbidden zone, carefully circling the edges of the line, fearing to accidentally step inside. It is known that within the life and death line lies the true ancient forbidden zone, the deadliest place in the eastern wilderness. At this very moment, with the involvement of over 100 human kings, more of the strongest human beings and pinnacle powers began to set out as cultivators from various realms, surged into the outer jungle like locusts, heading deeper into the outskirts, coincidentally crossing paths with Xian Wushuang. Fortunately, the vast expanse around the life and death line of the ancient forbidden zone made even the largest influx of people seem relatively small. With so many people entering the peripheral, primitive forest clashes with the beast kings lurking in the woods were inevitable. 3 months ago such encounters were rare, but as the number of people increased, countless small-scale conflicts began to arise, and the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone gradually became unsettled. Outside the courtyard, not long after Xian Wushuang and the others left, Princess Yan Ping and the others waited for a moment before seeing a hazy figure approaching from a distance. Ye Sifan, with a hoe on his shoulder and holding a vegetable basket in his hand, was walking step by step. Upon seeing Ye Sifan return, Princess Yan Ping and the others were greatly astonished. "Young Master Yi, young Master Yi!" Princess Yan Ping called out to Ye Sifan from afar. Ye Sifan looked up in response, momentarily taken aback. "You are Princess Yan Ping." Now that Princess Yan Ping had changed out of her men's clothing and appeared before Ye Sifan in women's attire, it indeed surprised him greatly. "I must say this young Princess Yan Ping truly is a stunning beauty. With such a visage, she would be classified as a femme fatale in any era." Seeing the slight change in Ye Sifan's expression, Princess Yan Ping felt an indescribable excitement in her heart, and shyly said, "Young Master Yi, my name is Jun Xiaoxiao. From now on just call me Xiaoxiao. Don't keep calling me Princess. It sounds quite strange." Jun Xiaoxiao. So the first beauty of the great Yan dynasty is named Jun Xiaoxiao. This was the first time Ye Sifan had heard the name of Princess Yan Ping. Not to mention him, even among the entire great Yan dynasty few knew her true name, as she was generally referred to as Princess Yan Ping. That doesn't seem appropriate. You are a princess and I would directly call you by your given name, which seems a bit inappropriate. Ye Sifan smiled helplessly. In his past life, in ancient times, calling a princess by her name was a serious crime. Jun Xiaoxiao, hearing this, became a bit anxious and hurriedly explained, "What's wrong with that? My father has said that we are good friends with young Master Yi, and among good friends there are no such taboos. Just call me Xiaoxiao from now on." Seeing the great Yan princess so easygoing, Ye Sifan didn't know what to say and reluctantly replied, "All right, but I might take some time to get used to it." "Please don't take it to heart, Princess." Upon hearing that Ye Sifan did not object, Jun Xiaoxiao felt as if honey had been spread in her heart, a sweetness she could not describe. Beside them, Bu Shirtian watched in shock. Was this really the royal princess he had in mind? When had the royal family become so approachable? Kinjia's beautiful eyes turned, observing the charming Jun Xiaoxiao, and a woman's intuition told her that this Princess Yan Ping was likely infatuated with a remarkable individual. Infatuated with a remarkable individual. How much courage would that take? Although Princess Yan Ping was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, and held a noble status, would such a remarkable person even look at a budding little girl? However, the moment Kinjia's gaze met Ye Sifan's, she finally understood this remarkable individual was far too ethereal, to put it plainly, too handsome, so much so that the stars seemed dim in comparison. For a moment Qingjia's heart fluttered too, but this feeling quickly extinguished. The other party was a transcendent being, how could she ever be worthy? In contrast to Qingyi Bushirtian and Zhan Nantian were focused on different aspects. Both stared blankly at Ye Sifan. In their minds a transcendent being should be an old man with graying hair, right? How could he be so young? But that was normal, those with terrifying cultivation could often revert to their youthful states. What was abnormal was how this remarkable individual seemed so ordinary. How was he any different from ordinary mortals? Could it be that the remarkable person Princess Yan Ping spoke of was someone else? This young Master Yi was not the existence encountered by Yan Huang and the others. Or did this person have some special connection to that supreme being? Upon thinking this, disappointment inevitably flashed in the eyes of Bushirtian and Zhan Nantian. Stop standing around. Please come inside. Ye Sifan invited the group into the courtyard, placing the hoe and vegetable basket in the corner, and urged everyone to take a seat. Inside the courtyard, Nuan, seeing Ye Sifan return, finally managed to push the door open with difficulty, standing in the doorway and looking at a distance. Nuan, come here, see what Big Brother has brought for you. Ye Sifan grinned, pulling out several bright red fruits from his pocket. Nuan timidly glanced at Jun Xiaoxiao and the others, as if gathering courage. She quickly ran to Ye Sifan's side, and took the fruit hiding behind him. I'm sorry, this girl is shy, please don't mind. Ye Sifan smiled apologetically, his eyes full of affection for little Nuan. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoxiao felt a bit disheartened, but still gently looked at little Nuan and smiled. Little sister, what is your name? How old are you this year? Jun Xiaoxiao said, stepping forward to pat little Nuan's head to convey her concern. Unexpectedly, little Nuan suddenly retreated, completely hiding her small body and gripping Ye Sifan's clothes tightly. Ye Sifan was particularly attentive to little Nuan and noticed something. He could sense the tension within her. After briefly reassuring everyone, he led little Nuan towards the house. Once inside the house, little Nuan's tension visibly eased a bit. Ye Sifan noticed this, crouched down, held little Nuan's small hand and asked seriously, Nuan, are you afraid of those people in the courtyard? Little Nuan nodded pitifully. Ye Sifan felt that something was amiss and then asked, Nuan, are you afraid of the human race? Little Nuan innocently and adorably nodded. But with that nod, Ye Sifan's heart jolted. Afraid of the human race. A little girl from the human race could coexist with fierce beasts, yet was terrified of her own kind. Ye Sifan suddenly felt something was wrong. Little Nuan must have gone through something frightening related to the human race. While Ye Sifan was deep in thought, little Nuan suddenly yawned, feeling sleepy. After 3 months of interaction, Ye Sifan had also noticed this phenomenon. Little Nuan often seemed drowsy, needing about 12 hours of sleep each day. At first he didn't pay it much mind, thinking it was just a growing girl's need for sleep, but over time it became unusual. Nuan, are you tired? Little Nuan looked at Ye Sifan and nodded. Would Big Brother take you to sleep? Don't be afraid, a Big Brother is here with you, and nobody will hurt you. Can you trust me? Saying this, Ye Sifan picked up Nuan, allowing her small head to rest on his shoulder. When they arrived at little Nuan's room, the little girl had already fallen asleep. It seemed that in Ye Sifan's embrace, she felt very secure and fell asleep quickly. After settling little Nuan, Ye Sifan walked out of the room, deep in thought. I apologize for the wait, everyone. As Ye Sifan smiled apologetically at Jun Xiaoxiao, and the others, his gaze fell on Jun Xiaoxiao, and he suddenly remembered her identity. Right, she is the princess of Great Yen. Perhaps she could help investigate little Nuan's past. Ye Sifan had no way to approach the little girl's past, and was reluctant to directly ask little Nuan. If she had any traumatic memories, it would be too cruel to dig them up. Thinking of this, Ye Sifan turned back into the house, bringing out the fine wine he had just brewed. How could one ask for help without offering something in return? After retrieving the wine, he settled everyone down and dashed into the kitchen to prepare some side dishes. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoxiao insisted on helping, but the pampered princess ended up causing more trouble, and Ye Sifan gently chased her out. While Ye Sifan was preparing the dishes, Zhan Nantian was staring blankly at the pond, having been gazing at it for a long time, his eyes occasionally revealing a look of shock. However, Bushirtian and his disciple did not share this keen sense. Bushirtian sat at the table feeling deeply disappointed. The more he looked at Ye Sifan, the more ordinary he seemed. It seemed he was ultimately not fated to meet a remarkable individual, but this young Master Yi likely had connections to one who otherwise Princess Yan Ping wouldn't have such an attitude. Well, at least he came here for a meal. It wasn't a wasted trip. while Ye Sifan was preparing the dishes in the surrounding wilderness. "Young master, what's wrong?" Lu Bo asked, seeing Xian Wushuang stop in his tracks. Xian Wushuang frowned puzzled and said, "Strange, when did the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone become so popular?" Xian Wushuang didn't understand. Along the way he had discovered several groups of cultivators, and even sensed the presence of a couple of terrifying powers. This was somewhat unusual. Although the depths of the ancient Forbidden Zone were not true death grounds, they were fraught with danger. Ordinary cultivators would never venture in easily, and even he had to proceed with caution. Lu Bo couldn't grasp the situation. His cultivation was weak, and he hadn't sensed anything unusual along the way. "Young master, is something wrong?" "It's nothing. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Let's continue on our way." "Drunk? This is serious." At the same time, Xian Wushuang is on her way. In Ye Sifan's courtyard, soon a table of delicious dishes is already prepared, and a tempting aroma wafts through the air. Ye Sifan seized an opportunity to convey his thoughts to Jun Xiaoxiao. After listening intently, Jun Xiaoxiao appeared serious. "Young master Yi, please rest assured. Once Xiaoxiao returns to the Dayan Empire, I will immediately have someone start the investigation. Although the girl did not have a name before, as long as she is a citizen of Dayan, there will definitely be traces left behind." After hearing Ye Sifan's request, Jun Xiaoxiao readily agreed, without a second thought, secretly delighted in her heart blooming with joy. It turns out that the little girl is not young Master Ye's child, which means that young Master Yi has no family. This man destined to change the course of his life is still single. Opposite Jun Xiaoxiao, Ye Sifan expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness. I will remember this in my heart. My humble abode is simple, and there is nothing to entertain you with. I have prepared some cheap wine to show my gratitude." As he spoke, Ye Sifan raised his wine cup first. Jun Xiaoxiao also raised her cup, her youthful innocence showing as her face flushed with shyness, expressing her affection delicately. "This small matter, young master Yi, do not take it to heart. If there is anything you need in the future, just let me know. As long as it is within my capabilities, I will do anything for you." Meanwhile, Bu Shitian and Zhan Nantian exchanged glances. Jun Xiaoxiao's words, coupled with her blushing face, sparked a hint of wicked thoughts in their minds. "Anything can be done. Does that mean what I think it does? Including certain aspects?" With this thought, the two men felt a bit awkward, but thinking about it was both stimulating and exciting. After all, she is the princess of Dayan, the first beauty of Dayan, envied by others. Of course, their dirty thoughts flashed by in an instant. They did not dare to disrespect the Dayan princess. Ye Sifan, however, had no thoughts of that kind, his mind solely on the little girl. The crowd exchanged a few casual pleasantries and raised their wine cups. Bu Shitian held his cup and secretly sighed. "We as master and disciple risked our lives to come here for a chance encounter, yet all we received was this feast of fine wines and dishes. How lamentable, how regretful. Fortunately, this table full of dishes looked quite appetizing, or otherwise wouldn't it be for nothing? Well, it is destined, nothing can be forced." After coming to this realization, Bu Shitian self-deprecatingly smiled, raised his head, and drank it all down, preparing to eat heartily. However, in the instant the wine went down, suddenly, boom! A strange aura erupted. The wine flowed into his stomach, merging into a swirling white mist that rushed straight to his mind, enlightening him. In the midst of the white mist enlightening him, Bu Shitian felt his mind suddenly clear, thoughts sharp and lucid, as though an invisible door had opened, filling him with long elusive truths, a spark of understanding that instantly doubled his comprehension. Bu Shitian trembled, his scalp tingling, staring blankly at the wine cup in his hand, immense waves surging in his heart. "This? What is this?" Bu Shishan's heart trembled violently as he instinctively looked toward Zhan Nantian, and the others, seeing the same shock reflected in their eyes. Simultaneously, three words resounded in each of their hearts: enlightenment wine. This is the legendary enlightenment wine. Bu Shitian and Zhan Nantian were even more shocked, their eyes filled with disbelief. It is said that although this wine cannot directly enhance cultivation, it can lead cultivators into the path, allowing them to comprehend the great Tao, thus touching upon the opportunities of the great Tao. Touching upon the opportunities of the great Tao, how terrifying is that? What do countless cultivators in the eastern wilderness strive for in their lives? Isn't it to one day touch upon the great Tao and attain enlightenment? Once enlightened, one ascends to the heavens. The legendary enlightenment wine is extremely similar to enlightenment tea, containing the essence of the Tao, a treasure that can be encountered but not sought after. Upon realizing this, Bu Shitian and the others looked at Ye Sifan with eyes that underwent a dramatic change. An opportunity. A tremendous opportunity. Young Master Yi is offering us an immense chance. Don't just stare, everyone, eat. You are in for a treat. This is the most lavish meal I have prepared in half a year. Ye Sifan beckoned everyone to eat, playing the role of a gracious host. Bu Shirtian and the others snapped back to reality at his call, their hands trembling, as they picked up their chopsticks. If the wine is enlightenment wine, then what about the dishes? Zhang Nantian cautiously picked up a piece of vegetarian dish, slowly bringing it to his mouth, and suddenly felt a vast power flooding through him. An incredibly rich medicinal force surged into his meridians, rapidly healing his hidden ailments. As cultivators, they inevitably leave behind some incurable hidden ailments. At first these ailments are not apparent, but once their cultivation reaches a certain level they become magnified, potentially halting their progress for life at a certain realm. Yet, at this moment, the only thing that can completely eradicate hidden ailments in the entire eastern wilderness is the sacred medicine. Zhang Nanshan's hair stood on end, horrified. His impression of Ye Sifan skyrocketed. Even though they were shocked, it didn't take long before the group almost wiped the table clean, their bodies filled with a massive amount of medicinal power that needed to be refined urgently. At the same time, in the forest not far from the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone. Something's not right, there must be something wrong. Xian Wushuang muttered to herself. Having just brushed past a group of peak experts, she began to stop and ponder, seemingly sensing something. Xian Wushuang noticed that the further she went the more cultivators she encountered, which was an illogical After thinking this through, Xian Wushuang began to pay attention to the cultivators in the vast forest, even secretly capturing one to inquire about their purpose. Upon learning that these people were all here to find the hidden supreme being, Xian Wushuang's heart quietly exclaimed that it was bad. Lu Bo, quickly, let's go back. Back. Young master, if we go further we'll reach the border. Why do we have to go back? Don't ask too much, just follow my lead and return the way we came. Xian Wushuang said, pulling Lu Bo back, heading toward Ye Sifan's courtyard. In the courtyard, after 3 rounds of drinks, everyone was feeling tipsy. In truth, it was not the wine that intoxicated them, but rather the atmosphere. Zhang Nantian and the others saw that Ye Sifan did not deliberately alleviate the drunkenness, so they let the alcohol take its course. Ye Sifan had matters on his mind, feeling a bit tipsy, his consciousness gradually blurring. While Bu Shirtian and the others were pretending to be drunk, he was genuinely intoxicated. It seemed he had underestimated the alcohol content in the wine he brewed. Young Master Yi, so you can dance with a sword. Jun Xiaoxiao propped her rosy face, looking at Ye Sifan. Ye Sifan, emboldened by the wine, began to boast, completely losing himself. Dance with a sword? After so many years aside from fighting, what can I not do? Though it was drunken talk, it was also the truth. In the past 18 years, Ye Sifan either played with the system or entertained himself, mastering everything from music to chess, literature, sword dancing, and poetry. He had long since played them all to exhaustion, even filming a series for himself, truly directing and acting in his own show. Dancing with a sword is nothing difficult for him. As he spoke, Ye Sifan unsteadily got up, squinting around for a sword. Sword, come here. As soon as Ye Sifan finished speaking, Bu Shirtian and the others saw an ancient sword filled with the aura of time breaking through the woodpile in a corner of the northeast courtyard, emitting waves of sword cries. Ye Sifan, in a daze, grabbed the sword hilt, and he fell into a marvelous state, seemingly forgetting everything. At that moment, as the sword came into his hand, boom! Thunder roared above the entire outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone, and suddenly purple clouds emerged, stretching for millions of miles. Not only that, the moment Ye Sifan grasped the 9-dragon glazed sword, his entire demeanor transformed, shocking all, like a carefree young master ruling over the heavens and the earth. Even more terrifyingly, at that instant, the ancient sword in Zhang Nanshan's hand also emitted waves of sword cries, as if summoned by something eager to leap out. The drunkenness of the group dissipated in an instant, leaving them dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, the shock was not limited to them. The army of cultivators in the forest was also affected. Countless swords in the hands of cultivators trembled inexplicably at this moment, uncontrollable, nearly slipping from their grips. How terrifying can such a person be? What happened? What is going on? Why can't I control my sword? A cultivator struggled to suppress his sword, barely managing to keep it in check. Countless cultivators scattered throughout the jungle were equally astonished, feeling as if the ancient swords beside them had suddenly come to life, imbued with vitality. This scene could only mean one thing: a terrifying master of swordsmanship was present here, and the degree of terror was beyond imagination. Especially for the great Yen sword masters standing in the jungle, each one was frozen in shock, like statues, utterly motionless. Is this Is this the sword domain? An elderly sword master of great yen with white hair and beard had his soul fly far away, his dazed gaze fixed firmly on the sky above the jungle at the edge of the ancient forbidden area, his eyes filled with shock. The sword domain, the domain understood by masters of swordsmanship. It contains the supreme mysteries of swordsmanship. Only those who have achieved great mastery in swordsmanship are qualified to touch the sword domain. The great yen-old swordmaster was filled with fear and unease. How could this possibly be the sword domain? How could such a terrifying sword domain exist in this world? Even he who had dedicated his life to swordsmanship could not condense his own sword domain. Even if he could condense one, it could not possibly cover an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. The strongest sword domain he had ever seen belonged to the master of the Qi men of the Emperor Sword sect Jian Jiuyu from the ancient Xia dynasty of the Eastern Wilderness. Yet even Jian Jiuyu's sword domain could only cover a radius of 1,000 meters, killing silently. However, the sword domain before him covered an area of hundreds of thousands of miles, and its color was purple. The old sword master dared not imagine how terrifying such a person could be. It was completely beyond his capacity to comprehend. Within the hundreds of miles of mountains, countless cultivators had yet to awaken from their shock. In the courtyard, perhaps intoxicated or acting subconsciously, Ye Sifan murmured to himself, "The sword is born from the heart, and the heart is born from the sword. The heart and sword are one, the sword's sharpness surpasses that of having no sword. With a sword it seems as if there is no sword. Everything can be a sword, and yet nothing is a sword." His resonant voice seemed to come from the heavens, emanating from Ye Sifan's courtyard, resonating throughout the entire area enveloped by the sword domain. Countless cultivators within the sword domain trembled all over. That voice descended from the sky like it was from a distant place, awakening a sense of enlightenment. In the jungle, the great yen-old swordmaster, initially filled with fear, suddenly became ecstatic. The sword is born from the heart. The heart is born from the sword. Ha ha ha, I've understood, I have finally understood. In the courtyard, Ye Sifan finished speaking. In a hazy drunken state, as the sword raised the southern wind, he wielded his sword, moving as if strolling leisurely, the 9 dragons glazed sword in his hand, twisting and turning, the essence of returning to simplicity bursting forth. A cold light with 1,000 rays of brilliance, the sword twisting like a soaring dragon. As Ye Sifan began to dance with his sword, the entire sword domain was filled with surging winds and clouds, the mysteries of swordsmanship rippling like an ocean. Within the coverage of the sword domain, in a certain direction of the jungle, a young man carrying a long sword stared intently at the endless mysteries of swordsmanship surrounding him, his eyes glowing with excitement, his breathing growing more rapid. The mysteries of swordsmanship, it is the mysteries of swordsmanship. After the young man spoke, his heart raced like thunder. He hurriedly sat cross-legged, fearing that the opportunity would slip away within the coverage of the sword domain. Countless cultivators sensed the chance and sat down to comprehend the mysteries. Among them, the greatest beneficiaries were undoubtedly the over 100 sword masters of the great Yen dynasty. These sword masters had dedicated their lives to swordsmanship, and now peeking into the mysteries of swordsmanship was like fish returning to water, their sword energy, surging their breath, rapidly climbing, subtly evolving toward their own sword domain. Moreover, there were those who, upon hearing Ye Sifan's words before dancing with his sword, broke through right then and there, beginning to comprehend the mysteries. Before long, many voices of surprise from breakthroughs could be heard within the sword domain, and even some sword domains began to condense. Of course, compared to Ye Sifan's courtyard, Bu Shitian and the others were the most shocked, each one fixated on Ye Sifan's figure, particularly Zhang Nanshan, whose eyes were filled with the movements of Ye Sifan's sword dance. Thanks to the effects of the recently consumed enlightenment wine, Zhang Nantian and the others experienced a significant increase in comprehension, suddenly realizing countless truths from the sword trajectories, touching upon the opportunities of swordsmanship. At that moment, everyone realized that the focus of young Master Yi was not on the enlightenment wine, but on the swordsmanship mysteries imparted after drinking the wine. As for how much could be comprehended, it depended on individual talent. Among them, the one with the best talent was undoubtedly Zhang Nantian. At this moment, his eyes shone with golden light, and sword intentions burst forth, his mastery of swordsmanship rapidly improving. However, the one who benefited the most was not Zhang Nantian. It was the green lotus among the numerous potted plants. The green lotus was full of lush green leaves dripping with dew, and waves of sword intent surged forth. The heart of the green lotus trembled, watching Ye Sifan dance with his sword in the courtyard, the lotus skin tingling. What a terrifying mystery of swordsmanship! What kind of swordsmanship is this? I have seen what I have never seen before. What frightened the Green Lotus the most was that Ye Sifan's swordsmanship encompassed all things. The mysteries were endless, and even his own Green Lotus sword technique seemed insignificant. In the eyes of the Green Lotus, Ye Sifan was not merely dancing with a sword but expounding the profound mysteries of swordsmanship. In just a moment, the Green Lotus used the swordsmanship mysteries wielded by Ye Sifan to evolve the Green Lotus sword technique to its peak, its power incomparable. Perhaps in Zhang Nanshan's eyes Ye Sifan's sword was just a sword, but in the eyes of the Green Lotus every sword strike was executed with 3,600 variations, all changes merging into one sword. How terrifying. The Green Lotus heart began to pound. Who exactly are you? How terrifying are you? During Ye Sifan's sword dance, countless cultivators experienced a collective rise in cultivation. Even those who were not sword cultivators also stumbled upon the opportunities of the Great Path. Some even half-stepped into the Human Emperor level, momentarily attracting the Second Human Emperor Tribulation. The Second Human Emperor Tribulation, what a terrifying term. Generally speaking, half-step Human Emperor level cultivators are survivors of the Human Emperor Tribulation, and as survivors the chance of initiating a second tribulation is nearly zero. Yet, a baptism of mysteries brought about the resurgence of the Second Human Emperor Tribulation in the Eastern Wilderness. Of course, in terms of effectiveness, the over 100 sword masters of the Great Yen Dynasty made the most rapid progress, leaving everyone far behind. At a certain moment among the over 100 sword masters, 70 or 80 of them comprehended different mysteries, with most reaping astonishing rewards. A collective breakthrough. How terrifying. Such occurrences are rarely recorded in the history of the Eastern Wilderness, and once spread the commotion would be immense. Just when everyone thought this opportunity would last for a long time, suddenly, the sky full of purple clouds faded away, and the endless mysteries vanished. The sword domain disappeared without a trace. In Ye Sifan's courtyard. Why has it disappeared? Bu Shirtian was just grasping a thread of mystery, when he suddenly found that thread abruptly dissipated, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhang Nantian and the others also noticed the dissolution of the sword domain, and they all came back to their senses only to realize that young Master Yi seemed to have passed out by the pond asleep. Although the sword domain had receded, what everyone did not know was that this time a major blunder had been made. A sword domain that enveloped hundreds of thousands of miles was nothing short of astonishing. When it first appeared, it attracted the attention of the ancient beings within millions of miles of mountains and rivers. Whether from the Great Yen Dynasty's transmission places or the surrounding dynasties' transmission places, or within the super sects, countless ancient figures soared into the sky, rushing toward the outskirts of the ancient forbidden area. And in the distant mountains, even the great heads of various clans broke through the void, crossing over the human emperor dynasties, quickly approaching the outskirts of the ancient forbidden area. As the giants gathered, night fell upon Yendu, the imperial city. In the imperial study, Jun Lintian suddenly opened his eyes, two beams of golden light shooting forth, gazing into the dense forest at the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone, as if piercing through the heavens and the earth. In the next moment, Jun Lintian's figure flickered, and he appeared at the summit of the Great Yen Imperial City, followed by over 10 elderly figures, all half-step human emperor-level powerhouses. Everyone sensed a faint yet terrifying aura emanating from the distant outskirts of the ancient forbidden. One must know that the border of the ancient forbidden zone is nearly 30 million miles away from the Great Yen Imperial City, an unreachable distance for mere mortals. Even for cultivators riding ordinary mounts, it would take at least half a month to travel. Such a vast distance could still capture a trace of weak fluctuations. How terrifying it was. It's coming from the direction of the ancient forbidden zone. An elderly half-step human emperor-level powerhouse frowned, his expression grave. The outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone. Isn't that the dwelling place of great beings? Could it be? Another half-step human emperor-level powerhouse furrowed his brows, feeling an ominous premonition. However, the previous speaker's words were barely finished when the faces of the remaining 10 or so people changed dramatically as urgent military reports from various regions of the Great Yen, transmitted through secret methods, abruptly echoed in their minds, and they all cried out in alarm. Not good. I received a military report from the border city. The 8-eared, 3-eyed clan's old ones have emerged, heading towards the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone. I too have received a report from Heaven's Pass. The old fox of the Tianhu clan has also gone. And that one from the Mystic Pass ancient clan. The old stinky bug of the Golden Insect clan has also come out. The fated golden python of the 9-headed silver snake clan is still alive. And that fierce monkey of the 8-armed ape clan. And the blood eagle of the colorful sculpture clan. The ancient strange spider. The expressions of the several half-step human emperor-level powerhouses from the Great Yen gradually darkened as the situations at their respective posts became increasingly tumultuous. Lord Luo, a group of true ancient figures from the Great Yen stared at Jun Lintian. Such a significant disturbance required the decision of a human emperor. With a slight misstep, it could trigger a holy war among the myriad clans of the Great Yen. Although the holy war among the myriad clans is slightly inferior to a dynasty war, once it begins it will surely descend into chaos, not much better than the outbreak of a dynasty war. In the eastern wilderness, every dynasty or kingdom apart from their rival major powers is also intertwined with the myriad clans in a myriad of ways, the horror of which cannot be underestimated, especially some exceedingly powerful remnants of ancient races. When they go all out, even a dynasty can find itself in dire straits. As everyone awaited Jun Lintian's decision, they were unaware that their new emperor had also received urgent military reports from various regions of the Great Yen, indicating that several ancestral sites of the Great Yen had seemingly witnessed terrifying shadows emerge. Even at this moment Jun Lintian felt a tremendous pressure. However, after just a brief moment he decisively made his decision. I trouble the 2 royal uncles and the 8th royal uncle. You 2 remain to guard Great Yen, while the rest come with me to the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone. Without my command, remember not to act rashly. The 10 or so elderly figures looked heavy, but then bowed together saying, "We obey the royal decree." After Jun Lintian finished speaking, he waved his hand. Boom! The void distorted as a dilapidated ancient war chariot slowly materialized, seemingly emerging from a rift in space. The war chariot was covered in ancient inscriptions with 2 wheels. One teetering on the brink of collapse, the other intact. There was no canopy nor any beasts to pull it, yet it emanated a terrifying pressure, as if it wished to crush the very heavens and earth. This war chariot was none other than the national treasure of the Great Yen dynasty, the incomplete holy artifact known as the Nameless War Chariot in Jun Lintian's hands. The Nameless War Chariot had no name and no one knew its origins. It was said to have been acquired by the first human emperor, who founded the Great Yen dynasty at the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, possibly a relic that flowed out from within the death line of the ancient Forbidden Zone. A true artifact of the ancient Forbidden Zone. The Nameless War Chariot was heavily damaged with scarred sword marks. Most of its body was stained red with the blood of unknown beings and everlasting crimson that bore a heavy malevolence. At this moment Jun Lintian summoned the national holy artifact, the Nameless War Chariot, gathering the 10 or so half-step human emperor-level powerhouses within. The war chariot slowly turned, facing the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Rumble! The wheels rolled, producing a thunderous roar, leaving behind trails in the void. Once it began to move, a tempestuous change ensued. The war chariot had already vanished from above the imperial city. Even as the war chariot moved away from the imperial city, waves of terrifying residual power still emanated from the summit, striking fear in the hearts of many. This was still under the condition that Jun Lintian had not activated it. It is hard to imagine just how formidable this war chariot would be at its complete peak, and even harder to fathom what kind of war could have reduced it to such a state. In another direction, at the Tongguan Luocheng of the Great Yen dynasty, the Yen Emperor and Jun Bujian stood atop the Luocheng, behind them a half-step human emperor-level powerhouse. This half-step human emperor-level powerhouse was the newly appointed Lord of Tongguan, on par with the former king of Luo. As for the Yen Emperor and his son, they had come to visit Ye Sifan after the battle among the 100 clans of the Great Yen dynasty, and to bring Princess Yen Ping back. Unexpectedly, as soon as the father and son arrived in Tongguan, they witnessed the terrifying sword domain at the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Father, could it be young Master Yi? Jun Bujian felt dry, and his heart raced, stunned into silence by the scene before him. The Yen Emperor also showed signs of fear, wondering what level of powerhouse could cover millions of miles with such a sword domain. Aside from young Master Yi, I cannot think of anyone else. The Yen Emperor shaken had now stepped down from the throne, and no longer considered himself as the emperor yet. He was still referred to as the emperor by the people of the Great Yen. However, amidst the Yen Emperor's shock, worry began to surface on his face. What troubled him the most was the approaching giants of the myriad clans and the powerful figures of the ancestral sites. With so many powerhouses infiltrating the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, a major incident was bound to occur. The Yen Emperor's expression grew increasingly grave as he looked up at the setting sun in the west, an ominous intuition washing over him. Every night strange occurrences often happened at the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, and now with such a gathering of powerhouses the consequences were impossible for the Yen Emperor to gauge. Lord of Tongguan, issue orders to the 3 armies to prepare for battle. Remember, no matter what happens tonight, we must hold this checkpoint for Great Yen. Behind Tongguan lies our countless citizens. If it falls, billions of lives will be thrown into chaos. After hastily instructing the Yen Emperor flickered and entered the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone alone, even Jun Bujian did not dare to lead him recklessly. As the Yen Emperor infiltrated the surrounding forest in the distant horizon, several towering figures walked through the air. These figures appeared to be human, yet they had 8 ears and 3 eyes, their faces covered in fish scales, chillingly resembling the 8-eared, 3-eyed clan. In another direction of the horizon, a terrifying phantom flickered in and out of view. At first glance, it appeared to be a human riding a blue giant horse, but upon closer inspection it was alarming. What sort of person rides a horse like this? This was not a person riding, but a being with the lower body of a horse, and the upper body of a human, possessing 2 heads. One above was human-shaped, and one below was horse-head. The human body was connected to the horse's back, making it appear as if the upper half of a person was growing on the horse's back, a chilling sight. Of course, the horizon held far more than just these few figures, as more and more figures began to emerge. Among them was a golden celestial python with 9 heads, an enormous 8-armed berserk ape, a blood eagle that could block out the sun, a giant 5-colored spider. These giants of the myriad clans seemed to be right in front of them, yet in reality they were thousands of miles away. What appeared now was merely a glimpse. When the giants of the myriad clans truly descended upon the borders of the ancient Forbidden Zone, it would be the exact moment when the last rays of the setting sun disappeared. The night gradually enveloped the land. Oh, oh! Roar! Roar! As the sun sank beneath the horizon, eerie, spine-chilling, beastly howls erupted from the jungle on the outskirts of the desolate ancient Forbidden Zone. Thousands of beasts echoed one another, their cries melding into a single terrifying chorus. This turned the peripheral jungle of the desolate ancient Forbidden Zone into a place of gloom and horror. Night had fallen. The wild beasts were in a frenzy. This was the hour of the savage beasts on the outskirts of the desolate ancient Forbidden Zone. When the titans of myriad races and the mighty experts from various dynastic heritages descended upon the border, each one suppressed their domain, standing tall and imposing. Their bodies radiated a vast star-like aura, startling countless human cultivators stationed there, and the great army of Tong Pass. Those of lesser cultivation were even crushed, struggling to breathe. Dozens of colossal figures from different races stood on separate sides, some towering like mountains, others vast as celestial bodies, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Hum 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 hum. The ancient clan titan raised its front hooves to the sky, its horse head letting out a long neigh, as it was the first to step into the peripheral jungle of the desolate ancient Forbidden Zone. Several experts from the 8-eared, 3-eyed clan exchanged glances, and then pressed forward, their presence weighing down upon the mountain. One after another, the titans of the myriad races entered the peripheral jungle, advancing deeper with. Yet as these immensely colossal figures entered the vast and boundless peripheral jungle of the desolate ancient Forbidden Zone, their originally towering and terrifying silhouettes instantly diminished. This was not because they were any less fearsome, but because the jungle itself was so immense. The titans of myriad races were like great ships sailing into a vast ocean, buffeted by wind and wave. Nevertheless, this did not affect their heaven-shaking cultivation. The moment these beings set foot in the peripheral jungle of the desolate ancient Forbidden Zone, the entire mountain forest grew agitated, and the ancient savage beasts roared in the distance. At the same moment, deep within the peripheral jungle, the Yen Emperor flew at extreme low altitude, flickering infinitely through the primeval forest. While hurrying on his way, the Yen Emperor used his divine sense to transmit messages to Jun Xiaoxiao. After countless attempts, a faint response finally came through. "Father, you have come." Jun Xiaoxiao's voice rang in the Yen Emperor's mind. "Yen Ping, your father asks you, was that sword domain earlier the work of young Master Yi?" As the Yen Emperor asked this, his heart pounded violently. Jun Xiaoxiao transmitted back. "Father, it was young Master Yes doing, but..." Jun Xiaoxiao recounted the events in the courtyard to the Yen Emperor. After hearing this, the Emperor nearly forgot to fly, exclaiming in shock. "What did you say? A casual sword dance performed while drunk?" The Yen Emperor's scalp tingled. Though he had mentally prepared himself, hearing the truth still shook him to his core. More importantly, this was merely a set of sword techniques casually performed by young Master Yi while drunk. How did young Master Yi get drunk? The Yen Emperor was utterly perplexed. For such a terrifying existence, sobering up should be as easy as snapping one's fingers. Jun Xiaoxiao replied, "Father, you are unaware. Young Master Yi is experiencing the life of a mortal, and did not use even a shred of his cultivation to sober up." Hearing this, the Yen Emperor suddenly understood. Truly a master was a master. A casual sword dance after getting drunk had actually triggered a major upheaval across the eastern wastelands. After a torrent of emotions, the Yen Emperor immediately inquired about young Master Ye's current whereabouts. Upon learning that Ye Sifan had fallen asleep after his drunken sword dance, the Yen Emperor could only smile wryly, utterly speechless. Child, take good care of young Master Yi. The Yen Emperor transmitted this to Jun Xiaoxiao. Jun Xiaoxiao, confused, asked, Father, aren't you coming over? Your father will not go to young Master Ye's residence. The sword domain he released in his drunken stupor has already alarmed many dynasties and the titans of myriad races. They are heading this way. Young Master Yi has shown great kindness to your father and to great Yen. I have yet to repay his grace, and now is an opportunity. I must not allow the myriad races to disturb young Master Ye's peace. The Yen Emperor shook his head helplessly. This time, no matter what, he would stop the titans of myriad races and the several major heritages at all costs to repay the master's kindness. Jun Xiaoxiao, being exceptionally clever, asked urgently, The myriad races? Father, what do you mean? Ask no more. Your father will not be easily defeated. You must take good care of young Master Yi. Having said this, the Yen Emperor turned around and headed back, going against the direction he came, while simultaneously trying to contact Jun Lintian. Such a massive disturbance would surely have reached the imperial court. Given the new emperor's character, he should be on his way by now. As expected, the Yen Emperor's guess was correct. After only a dozen or so attempts, he managed to contact Jun Lintian and the others. After Jun Lintian heard the Yen Emperor's account, he too was full of bitter smiles. The two generations of human sovereigns quickly reached a consensus: stop all the experts at any cost. As for whether they could succeed, neither was confident, for this was not within the borders of the great Yen imperial dynasty, making it difficult to justify their actions. In other words, it would be a direct confrontation. The great Yen imperial dynasty would have to clash head-on with the surrounding dynasties, their heritages, and the titans of myriad races. To be honest, both the Yen Emperor and the new emperor were sweating with anxiety. After all, they were not facing the state guard but numerous overlords, who had established their foundations across the entire eastern wastelands. Moreover, the location was deep within the peripheral jungle of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, perilously close to the life and death boundary. Within the peripheral jungle of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, the Yen Emperor's figure flashed by too fast for the naked eye to capture. As he passed a certain dark ravine. Is that? Xian Wushuang, hidden in the darkness, watched the rapidly disappearing Yen Emperor and shuddered. Young master, is something wrong? Lu Bo asked, his face full of vigilance, his hand gripping his ancient sword tightly. Xian Wushuang said uncertainly, I think I saw the human sovereign's figure, but am not sure. It must be my eyes playing tricks on me. The human sovereign should be in the imperial city. How could he have appeared here so quickly? Having said this, Xian Wushuang, who was already preoccupied with worries, shook his head. To get from the great Yen imperial city to the outskirts of the desolate ancient forbidden zone, unless one had that incomplete sacred artifact, it would be impossible to arrive so quickly. And that incomplete sacred artifact was in the hands of Prince Luo, not the human sovereign. Therefore he must have been mistaken. However, no sooner had Xian Wushuang spoken than, boom! An endless imperial might blanketed the area, shrouding the mountain forest. At the same time, Yen Emperor, this is not the territory of your great Yen imperial dynasty. Have you overstepped your bounds? A booming voice rang out, shaking the mountain forest. Xian Wushuang was stunned. He looked up and saw atop the jungle canopy a middle-aged man in plain clothes standing with his hands behind his back, confronting a terrifyingly powerful expert. The human sovereign. Xian Wushuang was utterly shocked. A moment ago he had said the Yen Emperor couldn't possibly appear so fast, and the next moment he was proven spectacularly wrong. Atop the jungle canopy. Old man Gong, you've arrived quickly. The Yen Emperor smiled calmly, clearly acquainted with the other. The newcomer, clad in a black Taoist robe, was an expert from a heritage site not far from Tong Pass, belonging to no imperial or dynastic territory. The heritage site of the expert surnamed Gong was the closest, so he had arrived first. Likewise. Yen Emperor, you are even faster than this old man. It seems that after abdicating the throne you have found some leisure and freedom. The expert surnamed Gong cupped his hands and smiled, clearly aware of the great Yen human sovereign's abdication. However, these words struck Xian Wushuang like a thunderclap. The Yen Emperor is no longer the human sovereign. What does that mean? Could it be that the state guard has already taken over? Thinking of this, Xian Wushuang wept bitterly in his heart.
Human sovereign xian have failed you and failed great yen. I could not emerge from seclusion before the State Guard's rebellion. Your subject is guilty, the xian family is guilty. While xian Wushuang was wallowing in guilt towards great yen. Thank you for the compliment, Old Man Gong. However, Old Man Gong, you should turn back. It is best not to wade into these troubled waters today. The Yen Emperor's smile did not reach his eyes. His imperial might radiated in all directions, startling countless savage beasts. The expert surnamed Gong shook his head with a smile and turned to point behind him. Yen Emperor, even if you manage to drive this old man back, can you really stop the nine-headed golden serpent and the others? As the former spoke, both the expert surnamed Gong and the Yen Emperor looked behind them. Their countless figures could be seen. Dozens of awe-inspiring silhouettes swept forward, and a sea of countless more figures began to rise into the air. The former were the titans of myriad races and experts from the dynastic heritages surrounding Great Yen, while the latter were the endless cultivators who had been searching the jungle for the master. Among them were over 100 human kings, numerous peak human Dao experts, and countless cultivators below the human Dao level. They blotted out the sky. The Yen Emperor felt his scalp go numb at the sight. But at that very moment the expert surnamed Gong and the Yen Emperor witnessed an even more horrifying scene. Roar! From the distant jungle, a furious roar suddenly erupted. Then, in a distant mountain forest, a massive green-furred hand suddenly shot out. It slapped down onto the airborne crowd, crushing them into dust. Among those caught in the blow were 2 or 3 unfortunate human kings. This green giant palm was as massive as Mount Tai, over 10 times larger than the titans of myriad races. It had struck out abruptly from the deep mountains of the desolate ancient Forbidden Zone's peripheral jungle, catching everyone off guard. The beasts were restless, stirring up a strange transformation. What? What is that monstrous thing? The hand of the strong man with the surname Gong suddenly froze, his eyes widening in terror as fear began to take hold. The Yen Emperor also felt a chill run down his spine, fixated on the horizon of the vast forest. The two were still in shock, staring at the giant hand that occasionally waved, shivering with dread. The green hand resembled the hand of death. Each time it struck, it was accompanied by a bizarre roar that shook the mountains and forests for hundreds of miles. No! Underneath the furry green giant hand, dozens of powerful beings screamed in despair, desperately. However, the area covered by the enormous hand was so vast that no matter how fast the experts moved, once they were within its reach, they were doomed to be crushed into a mist of blood. What the hell is that monster? A half-step human emperor-level expert fled rapidly, hair standing on end, terrified. It was hard for them to imagine what kind of terrifying being lurked beneath the primitive jungle. If one hand was so horrifying, how tall and fearsome would the entire creature be? Roar! Boom! On the endless misty mountaintop, the green-haired giant hand captivated souls, striking periodically, making everyone tremble in fear. In the grip of that giant hand covered in green fur, it seemed that all living beings were like ants. Even the king of beasts could not escape death. The range of the green-haired giant hand extended for dozens of miles. An old man fled in panic, glancing back at the series of fallen experts, his face turning ashen. Fortunately, I acted swiftly and escaped in time. This cursed place is too terrifying, not fit for humans to stay. The old man sighed in relief, secretly grateful that surviving a great disaster would surely bring future blessings. However, just as the old man's words fell, whoosh! A sound of something breaking through the air came. The old man suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, looking down to see a green vine covered in barbs, blood dripping, slowly extending. Then the vine abruptly retreated, dragging the old man's nearly lifeless body back into the jungle, moving with incredible speed. From the perspective of the Yen Emperor and the strong man with the surname Gong, one could see the vine shoot through the air, piercing its target at a height of 100 meters, pausing briefly before crashing back, disappearing into the vast forest without a trace. As the Yen Emperor and the strong man with the surname Gong stood dazed, more and more experts perished within the forest. Aside from the enormous green-haired hand and the strange vine, most experts were killed by the mouths of giant beasts. Beneath the dense jungle, people were completely unaware of the hidden dangers within. At any moment, a terrifying beast king would suddenly pounce, opening its bloody maw and dragging a person down into the forest. Some extraordinarily skilled experts were ensnared by several beast kings, erupting into fierce collisions. People gradually realized that as long as they soared into the air, appearing in the void, they died even faster, and no matter where they fled, danger lurked everywhere. Even more terrifying was that there was not just one of those horrifying green-haired giant hands. Every 100 miles they would appear, countless, in the endless forest, emitting roars that struck at the soul.
The appearance of the green-haired giant hand caused the beasts in the forest to become extremely restless, with waves of beasts continuously surging towards the outer edges of the ancient forbidden zone. Many ferocious beasts trampled to death by their own kind, resulting in a scene of unimaginable carnage. Meanwhile, the beast kings were enraged, attacking the endless soaring cultivators with madness overwhelmed. Of course, the heads of the myriad races were worthy of their title, aside from one tyrant of the eight-eared three-eyed clan being held back by a human emperor-level beast king. The other heads rushed forward. Seeing this, the Yen Emperor's eyelids twitched violently. Under such circumstances, he feared he could not stop the anxious overlords alone. But just at that moment, boom! Endless sacred might descended from the sky, enveloping a radius of 100,000 miles, a dazzling war chariot like a sun slowly descending upon the forest. Jun Lintian and others had arrived. At this moment, the first national sacred artifact of the Great Yen Dynasty was extraordinarily massive, resembling a giant city hovering over the treetops, blocking the path of the myriad heads. Below the unnamed war chariot, Xian Wushuang stared blankly at the war chariot, radiating infinite sacred might above her head, exclaiming, Luo Wang. Not only did Xian Wushuang recognize Jun Lintian, but she also recognized the dozen or so half-step human emperor-level experts standing beside him on the unnamed war chariot, nearly shocked into silence. These individuals were the formidable powerhouses of the Great Yen Dynasty who had shocked the world, and they had all appeared here at the same time. What shocked Xian Wushuang the most was the aura emanating from Luo Wang. Atop the mountain forest, the giants of the ancient clans stopped in their tracks, glaring angrily at the experts of the Great Yen Dynasty. Luo Huang, what do you mean by this? The ancient clan giants' faces darkened as they questioned Luo Huang and the others. Jun Lintian was the first to look in shock at the green-haired giant hand that continued to appear in the distance, then turned to the giants of the ancient clan. It means nothing. Young Master Yi has shown great kindness to my Great Yen. He enjoys peace and does not wish for outsiders to disturb him. My Great Yen Dynasty, having benefited from the young master, naturally must ensure his quietude and safety. Below. Upon hearing the conversation, Xian Wushuang's entire body trembled. Luo Huang. Did those giants refer to Luo Wang as Luo Huang? Just now the strong man with the surname Gong mentioned that the Yen Emperor was not the human emperor, implying that the current human emperor of the Great Yen Dynasty is the former Luo Wang. So has Luo Wang broken through the human emperor tribulation? How could this be? Moreover, judging by the Yen Emperor's imposing manner, it seemed he had also successfully broken through. Impossible, this cannot be true. As Xian Wushuang's thoughts became complex, she suddenly recalled Luo Wang's statement that young Master Yi had kindness towards the Great Yen Dynasty. Could it be that all of this was orchestrated by that young Master Yi? Otherwise, why would the Great Yen Dynasty mobilize so greatly? Even the national sacred artifact was used to suppress the myriad races. The deeper she thought about it, the more shocked she became, and at the same time the more regretful she felt, wishing she could slap herself twice. It was only at this moment that she finally understood the intentions of xianxia. Thinking of her own act of leaving Ye Sifan's courtyard so gracefully, Xian Wushuang couldn't help but wish she could slap herself hard twice. At the same time, atop the jungle, a giant golden python with 9 heads flicked its tongue at the words, sneering, with all 9 heads speaking in unison. Humph! Luo Huang, is the Great Yen Dynasty's hand reaching too far? What young Master Yi? What great person? If a peerless powerhouse truly dwelled in the outer edges of this ancient forbidden zone, would there have been no movement for thousands of years? And just at this moment your Great Yen Dynasty discovered it. I fear the great person is a falsehood, and perhaps something related to the sword path artifact has emerged from the ancient forbidden zone. Don't forget your Great Yen Dynasty's unnamed war chariot was obtained in a similar manner back then. Indeed, back then your ancestors deceived the world with a similar excuse, monopolizing the unnamed war chariot, ensuring the Great Yen Dynasty's everlasting prosperity. Now does Luo Huang still wish to employ the same old tricks? In the sword domain, spanning millions of miles, where can one find such a terrifying person in the world today? Only within the ancient forbidden zone could such a fearsome artifact occasionally emerge, just like the battle flag that the ancient Xia dynasty obtained back then. The giants of the myriad races and the powerful inheritors began to speak up, arguing fiercely, both sides confronting each other with great strength. Little did they know. The moment the unnamed war chariot descended upon the outer sky of the ancient forbidden zone, it seemed to trigger something. The ground in the entire forbidden zone trembled violently, and the beasts became even more terrified, as if something horrifying was about to occur. At the edge of the outer region, a tremendous secret lies hidden. Before this moment within the lush jungles surrounding the ancient Forbidden Zone, as people realized that soaring through the air was a perilous endeavor, a multitude of soaring cultivators were forced to land seeking survival among the myriad beasts. Because of this, the strange movements that the leaders of various clans and the Yen Emperor failed to notice were keenly observed by them at this very moment. Boom! At the vast and boundless edge of the ancient Forbidden Zone, the ground trembled violently, the mountains and forests rustled as the earth shook, and the mountains swayed, accompanied by continuous thunderous booms, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake was about to occur. The countless beasts in the forest were extremely restless, charging wildly, desperately surging outward, as if a foreboding disaster was imminent. The beast kings within the forest madly lunged at the airborne cultivators, emitting anxious and furious roars. Something is amiss. Why are these ferocious beasts so terrified? A cultivator discerned the clue, staring blankly at the tide of beasts in the jungle. These ferocious beasts astonishingly ceased attacking the people, instead brushing past them in a desperate rush towards the outside world. Not only that, but the crowd also noticed the bizarre behavior of the beast kings. They were incredibly anxious, desperately lunging at the airborne cultivators, even at the cost of perishing together, while the strong cultivators who had landed in the forest were ignored as if they did not exist. This is bad. Large-scale soaring may not be allowed here, or else ominous events will unfold. An experienced elder suddenly realized, his face changing drastically as he voiced his thoughts, eyes filled with terror. It is well known that the Beast Clan is inherently sensitive to unknown calamities, capable of sensing danger signals that humanity cannot perceive. Moreover, these ferocious beasts have passed down knowledge through generations, eternally rooted at the edge of the ancient Forbidden Zone, surely familiar with this place. Once this was said, the cultivators in the entire jungle of the ancient Forbidden Zone panicked, no longer concerned with the powerful individuals, and all rushed madly towards the outside world with the tide of beasts. However, due to the cover of the furious stampede of beasts, few noticed the sign above the forest. The figures in the sky, including Jun Lintian and others, remained in confrontation. I will not repeat what I just said. Whether you believe it to be a divine artifact or think of it as a powerful individual, I do not wish to explain. In short, if you want to pass today, there is only one path for you to take, and that is to step over my corpse. As for whether you can or not, that depends on your own abilities. Jun Lintian's long hair flew as he stood proudly atop the nameless war chariot, exuding an aura of invincibility, not intending to explain anything, directly urging the nameless war chariot with a fervent fighting spirit. Across from Jun Lintian, the blood-colored ancient eagle of the Cao Youde clan flapped its wings, distorting the void, as it coldly addressed him. Luo Huang, do you think that, with the nameless war chariot in hand, we do not dare to fight you? Or do you think that your great Yen dynasty possesses the strength to face a holy war? A holy war. Not because this war is sacred, but because it is brutal. Brutal to the point where all clans exert their utmost effort, brutal to the point of slaughtering their foundations, brutal to the point of exhausting their resources, brutal to the point of the emergence of sacred artifacts capable of wreaking havoc. It must be understood that in the Eastern Wilderness, those who possess incomplete sacred artifacts are far more than just the 4 major dynasties. Some ancestral lands also possess them, and among the myriad clans there are also partial sacred artifacts. Although their powers differ, sacred artifacts are ultimately sacred artifacts. Once they are thrown into the war, it becomes a devastating calamity for any side. As the Blood Eagle's words fell, the heads of the clans furrowed their brows. Clearly, as leaders, they were also unwilling to mention this term. Yet, not long after the Blood Eagle spoke, Jun Lintian's statement astonished the leaders and the figure beneath the nameless war chariot, Xian Wushuang. Everyone thought Jun Lintian would be caught in deliberation, yet unexpectedly, he decisively declared without a second thought, don't say it's a holy war. Even if it is a holy war involving all clans, or even a one-sided holy war of the great Yen dynasty against all clans, or even a holy war against the entire Eastern Wilderness, today I, Jun Lintian, will not retreat a single step unless... Boom! As these words left Jun Lintian's mouth, a storm brewed, and endless power of faith surged into the jungles at the edge of the ancient Forbidden Zone, while war clouds roiled above. Boom! As these words left Jun Lintian's mouth, a storm brewed, and endless power of faith surged into the jungles at the edge of the ancient Forbidden Zone, while war clouds roiled above the great Yen dynasty, dragons soaring and tigers roaring. The soldiers are cowardly, while the cowardly breed more cowards. The reverse is equally true. Jun Lintian's indomitable spirit reversed the fortunes of the entire great Yen dynasty, and the national luck surged. The leaders of the myriad clans looked at this scene in astonishment. With such a monarch in the great Yen, the future will either be the destruction of the nation or soaring to great heights. Luo Huang is far more carefree, terrifying, and suitable to be the emperor of the great Yen than the Yen emperor. Because Luo Huang possesses the ambition, the dominance, and the decisiveness to gamble on the future of countless lives in the great Yan dynasty. This is a step that no emperor of the Eastern Wilderness over generations dared to take, and only two have ever taken it throughout history. One was the ancient Xia emperor, who has since led the ancient Xia out of the Eastern Wilderness, making it the undisputed first dynasty of the Eastern Wilderness. The other was the former Demon Clan's emperor, the Heavenly Demon Emperor, who has since led the Demon Clan to extinction, reduced to a land of chaos. Luo Huang is the third. The war clouds have risen over the great Yan dynasty. In the future, one must choose between the ancient Xia and the Demon Clan. The leaders of the myriad clans were stunned, while Xian Wushuang was shocked by the surface meaning of Luo Huang's words. He had yet to reach the level of shock that the other leaders felt. He only knew that Jun Lintian was willing to gamble the entire great Yan dynasty for Ye Sifan, even willing to initiate a holy war among the myriad clans. What kind of terrifying existence is this young Master Yi worthy of such a gamble from Luo Huang? Xian Wushuang's breath quickened, his scalp tingling. Even some powerful individuals from ancient heritage sites were caught in a daze, greatly shocked. Just as everyone was astonished by Jun Lintian's grandeur. Run. It's a dead end. The edge of the ancient forbidden zone is also a dead end. All dead ends. Run, run. Suddenly terrified screams echoed from below. The leaders heard the commotion and looked down, instantly feeling a chill. They saw the vast and boundless jungles at the edge of the ancient forbidden zone, undulating waves rising and falling, as if the ground had become soft, or the myriad beasts stood unsteadily. Ancient trees floated and sank. Then, boom, rumble. The ground cracked violently, the old soil rolling to the sides, as if the skin was splitting and flesh was tearing. Massive earth mounds rose high and endless soil rolled in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Roar. Countless earth mounds exploded, rocks shattering with a thunderous. Beneath the earth mounds, colossal creatures covered in green fur pushed up from the ground. Merely their heads emerging was already as large as mountains, slowly revealing themselves, as if they had come from the depths of hell. Most terrifyingly, along with them emerged countless grim white bones, countless bones cascading like sea water brought forth by the green-furred giants, spilling down like the tide upon their shoulders and wrists. Before long, the entire jungle at the edge of the ancient forbidden zone was a sea of white. Aside from the numerous green-furred giants that had crawled out halfway in a shuddering manner, only mountains of white bones remained. The leaders gazed at this scene with skin crawling. How many countless lives must have perished to cover the ground like this? Indeed, merely to cover it, and not to fill it. As for how many more bones lie beneath, no one knows. Everyone's minds were in chaos, their eyes wide as lanterns. At the bottom of the jungle, at the edge of the ancient forbidden zone, was it truly a mountain of endless corpses? Roar. The ancient fairies, the cries of antiquity. Roar. Waves of terrifying roars reverberated through the vast, boundless jungle surrounding the ancient forbidden area. Green-haired giants stood like towering mountains amidst the forest, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Amidst the crowd's terror. Boom! The sparse yet numerous green-haired behemoths began to attack the airborne beings, conducting a merciless slaughter. Regardless of whether they were cultivators or beast kings, all living creatures fell within the range of their attacks. Not even a fly could escape death. At that moment, the sky above the ancient forbidden area resembled a hell on earth, as giant monsters covered in green hair ruthlessly reaped lives with swathes of beings perishing. What in the world is this place? What in the world? A human king roared in despair, watching as a massive palm came crashing down, shattering him into pieces in his terror. No! A human emperor-level powerhouse also let out a piercing scream before being crushed into a mist of blood. Jun Lintian and others were left aghast, their feet turned cold as they witnessed this scene, recalling the mountain of corpses piled beneath them, causing their hair to stand on end. Beneath the outer edges of the ancient forbidden area lie countless corpses. Why is there no mention of this in the ancient texts and history of the Eastern Wilderness? A half-step human emperor powerhouse from Dian broke into a cold sweat, his soul trembling. As a native of the Eastern Wilderness, he had never heard of the endless corpses buried beneath the outer edges of the ancient forbidden area. Where did these corpses come from? From which era? Are they the ancient spirits of the Eastern Wilderness? Or unknown species from beyond the Eastern Wilderness? What are these colossal beings that slumber beneath the outer edges of the ancient forbidden area? Clearly the answer has been buried in the river of time, with no one able to provide an explanation. In their terror the crowd witnessed. Roar! Clang! As the towering green-haired giant moved, a series of metallic clashing sounds echoed, continuously rising and falling. Jun Lintian and the others looked in the direction of the sound, suddenly spotting that each green-haired behemoth was bound by thick chains of cold iron as thick as barrels. The chains were rusted and corroded by the passage of time, emitting a faint glow seemingly fragile yet firmly embedded in the bodies of the colossal creatures trapping these green-haired giants. The faces of the crowd changed drastically. Such terrifying behemoths were not willingly sleeping here, but were instead trapped beneath the vast boundless depths of the ancient forbidden area, serving as instruments of slaughter. What kind of person could possess such means? And for what purpose did they trap them? The thought was chilling, as the leaders of the myriad races contemplated. Boom! A giant hand had already descended, slamming towards the gathered powerhouses. Be careful! Jun Lintian radiated brilliance, an endless imperial might rippling, as he poured spiritual power into the nameless battle chariot, urging the sacred artifact to flee with all his strength. Boom! The nameless battle chariot emitted a rolling thunderous sound, vanishing at high speed. With the ancient race leaders also employed all their means, not daring to hold back, most directly activating their incomplete sacred artifacts to escape, narrowly avoiding disaster, while those without incomplete sacred artifacts were not so fortunate, instantly devoured by the boundless giant hand, their fates uncertain. At this moment Jun Lintian and others finally understood the terrifying nature of the green-haired behemoths. This feeling of impending death was likely something even the nameless battle chariot could hardly withstand. Everyone, let's join forces or we may not return. The ancient race leader, holding an ancient incomplete sacred artifact, looked exceptionally grim, inviting the gathered giants to work together to escape. The blood eagle, however, appeared pale, turning back to look at the vast and boundless forest, saying, I'm afraid working together will lead to quicker death. These monsters primarily attack the strongest. The more powerful the being, the more likely they are to be targeted, while those in the forest are much safer. Everyone wish yourselves well. After speaking, the blood eagle dove down, plunging into the primal jungle, activating its incomplete sacred artifact to skim low over the countless corpses. However, roar! A giant hand swept through the forest, sweeping away endless ancient trees, as it pursued the blood eagle. In just a few breaths, the massive blood eagle, with only a few flashes, was obliterated by a single strike, leaving no trace, along with its incomplete sacred artifact shattered to pieces. Hiss! The giants gasped in shock. The entire sky above the forest was filled with whales, shrouded in a terrifying atmosphere. Without giving Jun Lintian and the others a chance to adapt, suddenly, deep within the ancient forbidden area, strange phenomena began to manifest. Faint sounds of a grand era and grand visions emerged, at times revealing ancient fairies frolicking in a fairyland, and at times witnessing countless ancient beings kneeling and weeping. Not only did illusory images flicker, but sounds also emanated, blending realism and fantasy, as if time and space were in disarray. Yet this strange phenomenon vanished in the blink of an eye, returning to a deathly silence, only to reappear again, exceedingly eerie. At the moment the strange phenomena manifested, billions of lights suddenly illuminated the life and death line of the ancient forbidden area. Dense ancient runes soared into the sky, emitting the sounds of myriad pathways, as if a grand era was chanting the truth, severing all connections to the outer world. At the same time, in Ye Sifan's courtyard, after Jun Xiaoxiao and the others helped Ye Sifan to sleep, they had already arrived in the courtyard, clearly witnessing everything happening outside the ancient forbidden area. The group looked pale, devoid of blood, anxiously staring at the towering green-haired behemoths beneath the sky, and the strange phenomena within the life and death line of the ancient forbidden area. And at the moment the strange phenomena appeared, a blinding beam of light suddenly erupted from the courtyard, snapping Jun Xiaoxiao and the others back to reality. In Ye Sifan's courtyard, the stone platform he used as a dining table in the pavilion suddenly shot up into the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure as it flew towards the depths of the ancient, forbidden area, suppressing all in its path. The group stood dumbfounded, their hearts racing, while from another direction, a brilliant light also erupted. The chessboard beneath the willow tree gradually lifted into the air, and then transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, descending into the depths of the ancient forbidden area. What? Bu Shirtian was astonished, pointing at the stone platform and chessboard disappearing into the night sky, unable to utter a word for a long while. Not only him, but even Zhan Nantian and Jun Xiaoxiao, who had been there once, stood frozen in place. Two stones, somehow possessing consciousness, were single-handedly heading to suppress the ancient forbidden area. Even the nearby Qinglian looked as if she had seen a ghost, her lotus leaves standing tall. Inside the house, a drowsy Ye Sifan felt his head pounding, with thunderous roars of beasts echoing in his ears. Such earth-shattering commotion even affected him, who was accustomed to falling asleep amidst the roars of beasts. It's so noisy. Isn't anyone going to let people sleep? Ye Sifan's subconscious annoyance grew, his brows furrowing as he covered his ears, tossing and turning in frustration. His extreme dislike for the beasts howling in the night only intensified his impatience in this hazy state. At the same time, at the peak of the forest surrounding the ancient forbidden area, Jun Lintian and Yen Huang found themselves in a dire situation, desperately dodging, nearly perishing under the giant hand several times. By this point, countless cultivators had already fallen, and the number of beast kings was immense. The forest surrounding the ancient forbidden area was practically raining blood. This is a dead end. It's all a dead end. The life and death line outside the ancient forbidden area is also a dead end. I fear we may never escape. I only hope these chains can truly bind them, otherwise if they ever leave this place, both the Dayan Empire and the Eastern Wilderness will cease to exist. The several half-step human emperor powerhouses of the Dayan Empire spoke in despair, having given up hope of escaping. More than 10 ancient race giants and strong ones from the imperial lineage still survived, but they too were hanging by a thread in dire straits. Just as everyone's Tao heart began to crumble suddenly. It's so noisy. In a new wave of imagination, the man suppressing the forbidden zone was incredibly noisy. Ye Sifan could no longer contain himself and shouted, as if that shout could diminish the cacophony of the roaring beasts outside, allowing him to quickly fall asleep. However, Ye Sifan was unaware that this shout was unlike any he had uttered before. Usually he would just complain without taking it to heart, but this time was different. Under a wondrous state, his voice resonated across countless miles beyond the ancient forbidden zone, sweeping through the surrounding forest. Ye Sifan's voice surged like rippling water, carrying the gentle power of the laws that swept across the vast forests, causing ancient trees and vines to bend as if caught in an unnamed tempest. And the phrase "so noisy" echoed through the forest for a long time, covering an immense area. At the peak of the endless forest, a large number of powerful beings who had survived trembled, all over, their souls shaken. Wherever the sound waves infused with endless power of the laws passed, the world fell silent. All beasts ceased their roaring. Even the enormous creature covered in terrifying green fur slowly slumped its hands, its hostility diminishing. So noisy! The sound wave echoed back and forth, sweeping across the heavens and the earth again and again. Before long, under the incredulous gaze of Emperor Yen and many other powerful beings, booming, the sparse but astonishingly numerous green-furred behemoths began to sink, slowly retreating until they disappeared into the earth surrounding the ancient forbidden zone. The ground, which had been cracked open, gradually healed, as if the green-furred behemoths had never existed. In just a few breaths, all the green-furred behemoths vanished without a trace, and the beasts remained motionless in unprecedented tranquility. If it weren't for the still white mist enveloping the primitive forest, Emperor Yen and the others might have thought it was all a dream. Yi Gongzi! Emperor Yen exchanged a glance with Jun Lintian, their astonishment beyond description. The ancient clan leaders also appeared, stunned, their hearts exploding with countless thunderous waves. For a moment, the entire area surrounding the ancient forbidden zone seemed to freeze. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. The 9-headed golden python stared at Jun Lintian, and the others, its 9 snake heads, simultaneously struggling to speak. Could it be that the one who just spoke is the supreme being you mentioned? Emperor Yen and Jun Lintian returned to their senses at the sound, their expressions still somewhat dazed, stunned into silence. Yi Gongzi, what realm could he possibly be in? Why would these terrifying monsters, which even made the Emperor despair, behave so submissively upon hearing his voice? This was the primal forest surrounding the ancient forbidden zone, incomprehensibly vast. How did he manage to do this? Suddenly, Jun Lintian and Emperor Yen simultaneously thought of a rather plausible possibility. Could it be that Yi Gongzi is the supreme existence overseeing this ancient forbidden zone? As he spoke these words, Emperor Yen felt a wave of paralysis wash over him, as if an electric current surged from his head to his toes. The supreme existence overseeing the ancient forbidden zone. Could it be him? Present, it seems quite likely. Otherwise, how could a single shout have retreated countless green-furred behemoths? If Yi Gongzi is indeed the supreme existence overseeing the ancient forbidden zone, does that mean these green-furred behemoths are creatures trapped here as his weapons? In that moment, Jun Lintian and Emperor Yen couldn't help but recall the inscription on the stone table in Ye Sifan's courtyard. Yi Gongzi had already acknowledged that the 12 characters were inscribed by his own hand, millions of beings, as soldiers, hundreds of thousands of gods and demons as generals. The more they thought about it, the more terrifying it became, leaving their entire bodies nearly petrified. Nearby, the ancient clan leaders appeared, struck by lightning upon hearing this. The supreme existence overseeing the ancient forbidden zone. What kind of ancient monster could that be? If they had heard this before, the giant leaders would have likely laughed it off, but now they had no choice but to believe. Suppressing the ancient forbidden zone. A human king-level strongman from the 8-eared three-eyed clan murmured, his throat dry and his scalp tingling. Meanwhile, after Ye Sifan shouted, he completely fell into a deep sleep, dreaming endlessly. However, in his courtyard, Bu Shirtian and the others had already become still, not moving at all. The sacred willow tree, the astonishing sword domain, the terrifying stone table, the formidable chessboard. One dreamlike utterance calmed the chaos surrounding the forbidden zone. Who exactly is this Yi Gongzi? Jun Xiaoxiao and the others stood like statues in the courtyard, as still as a rock. Time gradually flowed by. The area surrounding the ancient forbidden zone achieved tranquility. Yet within the ancient forbidden zone the rumbles continued throughout the night, with endless bizarre phenomena, occasionally surfacing waves of destructive energy rippling out. On the line between life and death in the ancient forbidden zone. At this very moment, a rabbit stood quietly on a high ground positioned inside the line of life and death, gazing at the dense ancient runes rising from the line, its gaze profoundly deep, as if experiencing the passage of time. But just a moment later the rabbit returned to its timid demeanor, its eyes gradually brightening, as it clutched a blood-red carrot, disappearing into the line of life and death within the ancient forbidden zone. Time flies like an arrow, the years pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye the horizon the leaders of the myriad races had already left the surrounding forest of the ancient forbidden zone. Upon learning that a being who could likely be the supreme existence overseeing the ancient forbidden zone dwelled here, the giants abandoned their plans, unwilling to recklessly approach. Jun Lintian and Emperor Yen walked through the sea of corpses, their hearts heavy with thoughts. As the first ray of sunlight descended upon the earth, a gentle breeze swept through the forest, and the countless corpses seemingly buried in the long passage of time turned to dust and scattered with the sunlight's arrival. The entire surrounding forest of the ancient forbidden zone was enveloped in white mist, and within a short span of half an incense stick's time all the skeletal remains vanished without a trace. On their way, Jun Lintian and Emperor Yen discovered numerous ancient weapons that had been corroded for over half, some still radiating a faint halo, but now reduced to scrap metal. Clearly these weapons were once powerful artifacts belonging to the owners of the skeletal remains, but they could not withstand the erosion of time, their glory lost. When Emperor Yen and Jun Lintian arrived at Ye Sifan's courtyard, they happened to encounter the stone platform and chessboard returning from the depths of the ancient forbidden zone, leaving both of them in shock. Their conviction regarding Ye Sifan grew even stronger. Yi Gongzi is likely the one suppressing the ancient forbidden zone. The two arrived before the courtyard. Bu Shirtian and the others were seated cross-legged, their auras diffusing powerfully. Especially Zhang Nanshan, who had already broken through from the ranks of the strongest in the human realm to the pinnacle of the human realm, and was now at the peak of great perfection. Such progress had become commonplace for Jun Lintian and Emperor Yen, who said nothing more. However, the arriving Xian Wushuang nearly pounded her chest in regret. Perhaps due to drinking too much the previous night, Ye Sifan slept exceptionally soundly today, not stirring even as the sun rose high in the sky. Yet outside chaos erupted. News of the corpse mountain and sea of bones beneath the surrounding forest of the ancient forbidden zone spread like wildfire across the eastern wilderness. However, few mentioned the green-furred behemoths. After all, the beings that survived were almost all kings or overlords. Their perspectives differed and their approaches varied. To avoid causing panic among their own people or sparking fear in the eastern wilderness, they chose not to speak of it, tacitly listing it as a secret among the highest echelons of the eastern wilderness. Some things are not necessarily good for everyone in the eastern wilderness to know. Of course, the kings and giants did not worry about the weak beings who had miraculously survived leaking information, for in this grand era strength reigned supreme. Even if the weak shouted it from the rooftops, it was unlikely anyone would believe them. Under the blazing sun, finally, with a creak, Ye Sifan patted his dazed head and suddenly pulled open the door, looking quite startled. In the sacred land of Guiyun, Yun Shui wondered, what is going on? Why are there so many people in the courtyard? Ye Sifan, still hazy from sleep, looked at the crowd with astonishment. In 18 years, this was the first time he had woken up to such a crowd, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. Jun Lintian and the others were greatly shocked to see Ye Sifan get up. At this moment, Ye Sifan seemed like a deity in the eyes of the crowd. No, even more terrifying than a deity. Unbeknownst to him, his figure had suddenly become immensely towering and majestic in their hearts. The person before them was far more terrifying than they had imagined, terrifying to the point of suffocation. I'm sorry, I had a bit too much fun last night and overslept. Ye Sifan looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, feeling a bit embarrassed as he tried to recall the events of the night before. It seems he drank too much. In his days it seemed he had danced with a sword. He didn't even know who had handed him the sword. In any case, he must have gotten carried away. Dancing with a sword in front of a cultivator. Ye Sifan, oh Ye Sifan, do you not know your own worth? It's like showing off a big knife in front of Guangong. Do you want to embarrass yourself to the point of no return? Ye Sifan tried to remember, but aside from recalling that he had drunkenly danced with a sword, the rest of his memories were completely blank. He awkwardly glanced at Jun Xiaoxiao, and the others, especially Jun Xiaoxiao, unsure if he had offended the great Yen princess after getting drunk last night. After all, he was a man with youthful vigor, and such things after drinking were only to be expected. The more Ye Sifan thought about it, the more frightened. He became unable to help but glance at the Yen Emperor and Jun Lintian. Who knows, perhaps his reckless actions had caused a great disaster, otherwise why would these two big shots be alarmed? It's over. I'm going to be finished. If I really did something outrageous, she's the great Yen princess, even 10 of my heads wouldn't be enough. On the other side, seeing Ye Sifan look at them, Jun Xiaoxiao and the others instantly grew tense. Young Master Yi, last night. Zhang Nantian was the first to speak, intending to thank young Master Yi for his guidance last night. However, before Zhang Nantian could finish his sentence, he was quickly interrupted by Ye Sifan. Last night I couldn't hold my liquor and got a bit tipsy, so regardless of what happened, I hope everyone can just pretend it didn't happen. Anything said or done while drunk should be considered as a joke, just a joke. Whether he caused trouble or not was beside the point. For now he needed to shut Jun Xiaoxiao and the others up. If they said something they shouldn't, the Yen Emperor and King Luo were standing not far away. As Ye Sifan spoke, he cast a casual glance at Jun Xiaoxiao and the Yen Emperor. Seeing that the father and daughter showed no signs of anger, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Drinking caused trouble, indeed drinking caused trouble. I must quit drinking from now on. I must quit, absolutely must quit. However, what Ye Sifan did not know was that his words were secretly admired by the Yen Emperor and the others. Everyone mistakenly thought that Ye Sifan was referring to the shocking events of the previous night, exchanging glances with each other. Young Master Yi is hinting to us, asking us to forget about last night. Everyone appeared to understand a high-minded person wishing to live in seclusion and lead a peaceful life. It's best to forget, best to forget. Young Master Yi, rest assured what happened last night, Xiaoxiao will consider it just a dream, nothing happened. Jun Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes fixed on Ye Sifan, her melodious voice was quite enchanting. Ye Sifan felt his heart skip a beat at her words. What does the princess mean by that? What does it mean to consider it a dream? Could it be that something really happened? Ye Sifan thought, involuntarily scanning Jun Xiaoxiao's pure and delicate figure, and then looked again at the Yen Emperor. The Yen Emperor wore a bitter smile and hurriedly assured, Young Master Yi, although the events have already occurred, I guarantee that no one here will mention it again. Just as my daughter said, let it be considered a dream between her and the young master. We are merely passers-by in this dream, and will forget it even faster. What the Yen Emperor said was theoretically a metaphor expressing that he would forget faster than Jun Xiaoxiao, which was not unreasonable, but Ye Sifan was left dumbfounded. It's over. Did I, after drinking, end up with that little girl? Ye Sifan stood there unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Yet despite his thoughts he was utterly confused. If that were true, the other side should have silenced him, so why choose to agree to forget? After all, compared to any broken friendship, Ye Sifan trusted that the dignity of the royal family could not be desecrated. If a princess had such an incident with a commoner, if it spread, what face would the royal family have left? This is abnormal. Of course, the most important thing is that he is still alive. This is best, everyone don't just stand there, sit down. Ye Sifan helped everyone sit down, feeling quite embarrassed, unable to look directly at Jun Xiaoxiao, secretly vowing that he must not touch alcohol again. Fortunately, the people in the courtyard were indeed cultivators, their temperaments far exceeding that of ordinary people, each acting as if nothing had happened. Ye Sifan secretly admired them and gradually relaxed, and with Xiao Nuan also getting up, the atmosphere slowly became lively. In the midst of chatting, uncertain if it was a premeditated plan or a spontaneous thought, Jun Xiaoxiao suddenly mentioned the beautiful scenery of this place, expressing her desire to move here and live with Ye Sifan, saying that young Master Yi nearly fell into the pond last night while drunk and needed someone to take care of him. No, absolutely not. The princess born of noble lineage cannot stay with Yi in this remote mountain wilderness. Ye Sifan immediately refused. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoxiao's expression turned sorrowful, her eyes glistening as she said, Young Master Yi, do you dislike xiao? Don't you want to see xiao? Ye Sifan was momentarily taken aback. Could this girl actually have feelings for him? It seemed likely. No wonder the Yen Emperor didn't kill him after such an incident. It was probably because this girl had pleaded for him. Princess, you misunderstood. How could ye dislike you? It's just that the conditions here are too rudimentary, and the princess might not be accustomed to living here. Ye Sifan forced a smile, feeling caught in a dilemma, not knowing whether to stay or leave. If he stayed, although the girl was only 16, she was exceptionally beautiful. How could anyone endure living with her day and night? Ye Sifan did not want any entanglement with the royal family. He acknowledged that the Princess Yenping was indeed stunning. There was no man who could resist such temptation, including himself. But ultimately she was not his type. Ye Sifan had always regarded Princess Yenping as a little sister, harboring no romantic feelings toward her. However, if he refused, he feared he might end up dead on the spot, considering what he had done. Young Master Yi, what my daughter said is true. You are living here alone, and with Xiao Nuan being a girl, there are many things that you might find inconvenient to handle. Since Xiao likes the environment here, if you don't mind, why not let her stay? She can help you. The Yen Emperor said this while occasionally glancing at Jun Xiao, obviously not expecting her to want to stay. However, upon recalling the prophecy of the late queen, the Yen Emperor understood. Ye Sifan sighed inwardly upon hearing this, turning to look at the little girl who had been hiding behind him. The Yen Emperor's words were not without reason. All right, as long as the princess can adapt, I will clean up the West Wing later. The Yen Emperor and Jun Xiao were overjoyed at his words. Being able to spend day and night with a powerful figure was a tremendous opportunity. Hu Shitian and the others looked on with envy and jealousy, while Qingyi wished she could emulate them, but alas, her innate conditions did not permit it. As Qingyi felt envy in Tongguan Luo City, a girl clad in white descended from the sky over Luo City, gently opening her beautiful eyes, her tender gaze sweeping across the desolate Tongguan, her brows furrowing slightly. The girl in white, as pure as snow with long flowing hair, was enveloped in mist, making it impossible to clearly discern her features. Even so, the army busy cleaning the battlefield in Tongguan raised their heads, captivated by her presence. Merely her ethereal form and extraordinary aura had already established her astonishing beauty. She must be an unparalleled fairy, a peerless beauty. Not far away, several cultivators were deeply entranced, their eyes filled with admiration. Isn't she the holy maiden of Guiyun's sacred land, Yun Shui? Why has she come to Tongguan? The return to cloud technique seems quite entertaining. The sacred land of return to cloud. The foremost sacred ground of the great Yen Empire. The primary stronghold of the Qingyun sect. The sacred land of return to cloud not only established the great Yan's foremost sect, the Qingyun sect, but also nurtured countless unparalleled powerhouses, including the current emperor of Luo and 7 half-step human emperors of the great Yen. The sacred land of return to cloud exerts a formidable influence, passing down ancient legacies and ranks alongside the imperial sword tomb of the ancient Xia dynasty, as the foremost of the 8 great sacred lands of the eastern wilderness. In the entire eastern wilderness, the only force that can barely rival the 2 great sacred lands is the 100 Flowers Fairy Pavilion of the Zhuge dynasty. Each of the 3 great sacred lands has corresponding affiliated sects. The imperial sword tomb established the imperial sword sect. The sacred land of return to cloud established the Qingyun sect. The 100 Flowers Fairy Pavilion established the 100 Flowers Valley. All 3 sects are super sects of the Eastern Wilderness Empire, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them the joint first sect of the Eastern Wilderness. Of course, the Qingyun sect and the sacred land of return to cloud cannot be compared. Just like the Imperial Sword sect and the Imperial Sword Tomb, the former is merely a sect created by the latter in the mundane world. There is an essential difference. In simple terms, the Qingyun sect is the Qingyun sect and the sacred land of return to cloud is the sacred land of return to cloud. The sect is a cradle established by the sacred land to continue the legacy of unparalleled prodigies. And only the foremost genius of the Qingyun sect is qualified to enter the sacred land of return to cloud to inherit the great legacy of return to cloud. The same goes for the Imperial Sword sect and the 100 Flowers Valley. Therefore, when the Qingyun sect is mentioned in the Great Yen, the cultivation world will inevitably think of the sacred land of return to cloud, and when the sacred land of return to cloud is mentioned, it will inevitably remind one of the foremost saintess of the sacred land, Yun Shui. Yun Shui is the saintess of the sacred land of return to cloud in this era, and also the first saintess in the history of the sacred land. Her cultivation is unfathomable, and her beauty is unseen, yet she is crowned the fairy of return to cloud of the great Yen. According to rumors, the first saintess of the sacred land of return to cloud possesses exceptional talent and unparalleled intelligence, but unfortunately she lacks the favor of the heavens, suspected to possess one of the ancient 10 divine marriage bodies of the eastern wilderness, the Taiyin Shuyang body. The Taiyin Shuyang body means that the one ultimately fulfilled can only be others. As long as someone unites with her, they can gain her lifetime of cultivation, and Tao fruit merely serving as a wedding garment. It can be said that gaining the favor of the saintess of the sacred land of return to cloud is the dream of every young man in the eastern wilderness. Countless talented youths view it as a lifelong goal, leading some to take desperate measures resulting in their inevitable demise. At this moment Yun Shui appeared in Tongguan Luoqing, instantly causing a stir. The first saintess of the sacred land of return to cloud, Yun Shui. It really is her. Yun Shui appears in Tongguan. Does that mean some talented individuals have also arrived? A cultivator looked around eagerly. Yun Shui is recognized as the gathering place of the saints of the great Yan Empire. Wherever she appears there must be young talents and saints aplenty. As expected, as people casually glanced around they noticed several unparalleled figures appearing and undoubtedly these are all suitors of Yun Shui, absolute peaks among the younger generation of the eastern wilderness, most with terrifying cultivation overwhelming the older generation. The reason there are so many young talents pursuing Yun Shui primarily lies in 4 major points. First, the Taiyin Shuyang body has a significant feature: it can supplement the Taiyin path. As long as the host agrees, even without uniting, merely cultivating together can yield twice the result with half the effort. Second, although there are ways to break the Taiyin Shuyang body, it is too painful for the host. As long as the host is willing to give up the path of cultivation and self-sever the Tao fruit to seal it within, one can also enjoy intimate pleasures. Third, Yun Shui has already become a symbol of the great Yan's young talents. Conquering Yun Shui is an honor and a way to affirm oneself. Fourth, the terrifying backing of the sacred land of return to cloud. Once one marries their saintess, it means standing behind the entire sacred land of return to cloud and the Qingyun sect, allowing one to roam freely in the eastern wilderness. Based on these points, Yun Shui can be said to be the most radiant saintess of the eastern wilderness without a doubt. Even the saintess of the 100 Flowers Fairy Pavilion cannot compare, as there is only one Taiyin Shuyang body in the eastern wilderness. In the skies above Tongguan Luoqing. Sister Shui, do you really believe there is a hidden supreme being here? Another graceful figure floated over, standing beside Yun Shui, speaking softly. This woman, although not accompanied by clouds and mist, is stunningly beautiful, her looks comparable to the great Yan's #1 beauty Jun Xiaoxiao. This woman is none other than xianxia, the second-ranked female disciple on the Qingyun sect's talent list. Xianxia is one of the disciples within the Qingyun sect most likely to enter the sacred land of return to cloud, born to an ordinary family yet possessing astounding talent. Yun Zui's long hair danced in the wind, her expression calm, as she said, "Elder sent us to investigate for a reason, and whether it exists is of no concern to me." After hearing this, Zhang Xiaoya slightly nodded, turning to disdainfully glance at certain figures, frowning, as she said, "These pesky followers are so annoying. Sister Shui, why don't you shake them off?" Yun Shui, unfazed by anger or joy, remained indifferent, as if everything was irrelevant to her. Her demeanor, always unchanged. Calmness brings tranquility. Just treat them as air. Saying this, Yun Shui slowly flew towards the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone, the two descending gracefully, drawing countless cultivators' attention. Yun Shui led Zhang Xiaoya step by step into the depths of the forest. From the direction of Tongguan, several terrifyingly powerful youths also descended, disappearing one by one at the border. In a certain part of the forest, at the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone, Yun Shui and Zhang Xiaoya stood quietly, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. The smell of blood is quite strong. It seems the rumors from outside are not unfounded. Something indeed happened at the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone last night. Zhang Xiaoya mumbled to herself, glancing around. Yun Shui slightly nodded, extending a pure, flawless hand from her white attire, shrouded in clouds, pausing in the air for a moment, then bringing it to her delicate nose to sniff. "It's the powder of withered bones," Yun Shui stated, prompting Zhang Xiaoya to retreat over 10 meters. Zhang Xiaoya complied. Before long, Yun Zui's white attire fluttered, her hands forming seals, as her body gently lifted off the ground, slowly levitating, while clouds and mist gathered out of thin air. In just a few breaths, the forest was enveloped in white clouds, resembling a fairyland, breathtakingly beautiful. The return to cloud technique's past events are being reenacted. Zhang Xiaoya exclaimed, her beautiful eyes shining with radiance. The return to cloud technique, one of the 8 secret techniques of the sacred land of return to cloud, can reproduce scenes from not long ago using the cloud mirror. Those with terrifying strength can even recreate histories from 1,000 years ago. It is said that the return to cloud technique is quite extraordinary. When cultivated to the utmost limit, it is so terrifying that it can not only recreate history but also manifest the powers previously unleashed by historical figures, even slaying current foes with the hands of past strongmen, which is truly frightening. Of course, that is merely a rumor. No one in the sacred land of Return to Cloud has ever cultivated it to its extreme. The Return to Cloud technique that Yun Shui has practiced can only be said to be superficial, far from the ultimate realm, at most able to recreate events from within a week. Even so, it is still quite formidable. As Yun Shui formed her seals, the mist in the forest grew denser, eventually enveloping the entire woods in a white haze. In the next moment, the mist parted at the center, revealing a peculiar mirror surface resembling the surface of a lake with ripples undulating. According to Zhang Xiaoya's expectations, the cloud mirror should now reflect what had occurred here. However, what emerged in the cloud mirror was actually an enlarged mouse face. Both of them jumped in shock. The mouse initially looked bewildered, then gazed curiously at the cloud mirror. What is this thing? It seems quite fun. Both Yun Shui and Zhang Xiaoya stared in astonishment, revealing expressions even more shocked than the mouse. Yun Zuya's Return to Cloud technique had not yet reached perfection. The reenactment of history did not reach the point of producing sound. So where did this sound come from? There was no time for the two to react. What is this thing? I want to see too. Wow, it really is. This cloud can even hold my body. How interesting, how fun. Your woman has offended our goddess. Yun Shui and Zhang Xiaoya gazed in astonishment at the two little mice within the cloud mirror. The mice were quite adorable, with their pink little paws and tender red ears. Their human-like cute poses were utterly charming. One little mouse timidly reached out its delicate paw to poke at the cloud mirror, its round eyes filled with wonder. The other was bouncing in the white clouds, joyfully playing with a small tuft of cloud. How marvelous! Such white clouds exist in the world, how fun! The little mouse felt the cotton-like white cloud calling out to the sky, as if discovering a new land. Little Red Riding Hood, come down quickly. Whenever the brothers encountered something good, they immediately thought of the pink little squirrel. She was the only goddess for the two brothers, a spiritual support, a love interest. Even if the little squirrel came down to gather pine cones, they would not leave her side. High up on a thick ancient vine about 7 or 8 meters from the ground, a beautiful pink little squirrel clutched a small pile of century-old pine cones, unwilling to let go, her beautiful eyes filled with conflict. If she were to come down to play, she would have to put down the pine cones, and who knows, they might be stolen by other squirrels. But not going down seemed to be such a missed opportunity for fun. The pink little squirrel hesitated, finally shaking her head, reluctantly clutching the pine cones. Compared to playing, the pine cones were the most important. Seeing this, the brothers urged her, saying that if the pine cones were gone, they could still accompany her to find more. Despite the brothers' enthusiastic invitation, the pink little squirrel still shook her head. On the other side, the astonishment in Yun Shui and Zhang Xiaoya's eyes deepened. Sister Shui, is this a beast demon? 3 mice have actually transformed into beast demons. This is unbelievable. The two were immensely shocked. Beast demons are rare, and mice transforming into beast demons are even more of a rarity, especially 3 mice appearing at once. Unthinkable. Moreover, beast demons are usually timid, fleeing from humans, yet these 3 mice not only showed no fear, but were playing joyfully within the range of the Return Cloud technique. It was evident that the appearance of the brothers had inadvertently interrupted Yun Zuya's Return Cloud. Though the Return Cloud technique is not a martial art, it is one of the 8 secret techniques of the Return Cloud sect, and is extremely demanding on mental power and other aspects. If interrupted midway, it would be very difficult to execute it again in a short time. On the other side, after the brothers' enthusiastic urging, the pink little squirrel finally felt tempted, reluctantly hiding her pine cones and preparing to try the peculiar white clouds. However, just as the pink little squirrel leaped down, Yun Shui, captivated, abruptly interrupted the Return Cloud technique, causing the thick clouds to instantly dissipate. Whoosh! The pink little squirrel pounced empty-handed headfirst, and with a splat fell to the ground, unfortunately landing in a small muddy pit, her whole body sink with a splash, leaving only a pink tail wiggling, emitting a whimpering sound. The brothers were initially stunned, then hurriedly rushed to the side of the pink little squirrel. Little Red Riding Hood! Little Red Riding Hood! The younger brother was flustered, repeatedly calling out, "Stop calling and help!" The elder brother rushed forward, extending a paw to grab the pink little squirrel's tail, and the younger brother immediately understood. The two brothers each grabbed a tail and pulled hard upward. With a pop, the muddy little squirrel finally emerged from the pit, but when pulled up, there was no trace of pink left. Her entire body was dirty, almost resembling a mud-smeared squirrel. The pink little squirrel looked at her beautiful feathers covered in mud, and her heart shattered at the sight. For a beauty-loving little squirrel, her pink feathers were her life. Little Red Riding Hood, are you okay? The brothers looked anxious, repeatedly patting the mud off the pink little squirrel, utterly at a loss. The pink little squirrel looked at her dirty self, seeming to sob, tears welling up. It's all your fault, I hate you so much. The pink little squirrel cried out, and after speaking she directly threw down the two brothers and ran away. The brothers were left unsure whether to chase or not. After a few exchanges the two stood with hands on their hips, puffing their cheeks so angry they could explode. In their anger, they suddenly shared a connection, looking at xianxia, pointing their little pink paws at her. After a few exchanges the two stood with hands on their hips, puffing their cheeks so angry they could explode. In their anger, they suddenly shared a connection, looking at xianxia, pointing their little pink paws at her, and said in unison, "It's your fault. It's all your fault. You made Little Red Riding Hood angry. You have to apologize to Little Red Riding Hood. Capture her and make her apologize to Little Red Riding Hood. Not enough, you also have to summon little Yearn to play with us." Xianxia and xianxia looked at the adorable mice, unable to feel even a hint of anger. At that moment, this is interesting. A slightly interested male voice suddenly sounded, and a peerless young man enveloped in purple aura descended from the sky, landing not far from Xianxia. The young man was imposing with an extraordinary demeanor, the purple aura drifting towards him quite remarkable. The young man cast a disdainful glance at the brothers, then gazed at Xianxia amidst the swirling mist with a calm demeanor, yet filled with affection, speaking rapidly. "Xianxia, this holy sun has said before, no matter when or where, no matter the ends of the earth, this holy sun will be with you for a lifetime. For you I am willing to give up this identity as a holy sun. For you I can forsake for you I am willing to do anything, even if it means eliminating any being that may influence you even the slightest bit." This was the promise made 3 years ago by this holy sun at the Return Cloud's sacred mountain, and today marks the beginning of that promise. The young man said quietly, watching Xianxia, his affection evident in his eyes. 3 years ago the peerless young man indeed made such a promise, which caused quite a stir at the time. Xianxia, hearing this, remained calm as water, utterly unmoved, as if the peerless young man did not exist at all, turning around and floating away. Seeing this, xianxia followed suit, not surprised by Xianxia's attitude. Xianxia was famously known as the Ice Mountain Saintess of the Return Cloud sacred land, and even xianxia, who ranked second on the Return Cloud sect's genius list, could hardly exchange a few words with her. Throughout the journey, aside from those 2 sentences earlier, Xianxia hardly spoke to her. Xianxia did not take this to heart. After all, the status of being second on the genius list of the Return Cloud sect was worlds apart from that of a saintess. If it weren't for the elders of the sect repeatedly requesting it, Xianxia would not have taken her along for this task. The peerless young man, observing Xianxia's indifference, was not angry. With confidence he said, "This holy sun merely wishes for you to understand the words spoken by me, Xiling Fei, are always as good as gold. One day you, Xianxia, will be mine. It's all your fault. Little Red Riding Hood is angry. It's your fault, it's your fault." The brothers pointed fingers at each other, nearly coming to blows. As the brothers pointed fingers at each other, Xiling Fei with a slight smile looked at the departing Xianxia and said loudly, "This holy sun knows that it is not easy to transform into a beast demon. I never intended to kill you, but alas, it is unfortunate that you disturbed the future woman of this holy sun." Xiling Fei intentionally raised his voice, clearly addressing both Xianxia and the hidden rivals. As expected, once Xiling Fei finished speaking, several figures emerged around. Xiling Fei, don't speak too soon. Who ends up winning in the end is not determined by mere words. Indeed, this holy sun will take no partner but Xue in this life. Whoever she ultimately belongs to will depend on true ability. Several holy suns spoke coldly, clearly accustomed to such verbal battles. While everyone was caught up in their confrontation, they overlooked the brothers. The two wanted to chase after Xianxia, but stopped upon hearing the conversation. As the 2 rodent brothers spoke, Xiling Fei and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to believe their ears. A woman, a goddess, grant us an opportunity. Could these 2 beastly monsters be mad? Even the few holy suns exchanged glances, somewhat amused. When did ants dare to command elephants? Unaware of their own insignificance. Xiling Fei snorted coldly. As a holy sun, he would not allow such blasphemy. With a wave of his hand, an overwhelming pressure swept forth. Boom! A deafening roar echoed through the forest, shaking the mountains and woods. So terrifying. The holy sun's strike was extraordinary. However, great earth-shattering rat. Boom, 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 boom. A more terrifying sound erupted from the outer jungle of the ancient forbidden zone, countless ancient trees, collapsing, startling the myriad flying birds and roaming beasts. At the same time, on the other side, in Ye Sifang's courtyard, Yan Huang and others were discussing various topics, with Ye Sifang feeling that some of his words were profound and difficult to grasp. As for Zhang Nantan and the others, they were assigned by Jun Xiaoxiao to clean the West Wing. Such rough work was not meant for high-level practitioners to do themselves. The more Zhang Nantan and the others cleaned, the more they found the items in the West Wing strange and bizarre. They encountered things unheard of and unseen, and after some time they finally recognized one item. It was an ancient zither equipped with a zither stand. The body of the zither was ancient and elegant, with strings shimmering in silver and various colors. With a gentle touch, melodious sounds began to rise and fall. Yan Huang and the others turned to look at the source of the sound, casually remarking, "I didn't expect that young Master Yi is also a lover of music. You flatter me. He merely plays to pass the time when bored." "I cannot claim to be a lover of music." Ye Sifang smiled awkwardly. Although he had been somewhat of a musician in his past life, it surely did not warrant mention among cultivators. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with excitement. "Young Master Yi, you can play the zither? Do not misunderstand, princess. I play it poorly. At most I only know the basics, so I cannot claim to be proficient." Even as Ye Sifang said this, Jun Xiaoxiao and the others did not believe him. Surely the basics spoken of by a high-level practitioner were profound skills. They had heard of a certain group of cultivators who spent their lives immersed in music, making friends through melodies. A truly wondrous phenomenon. In the eastern wilds there is a folk tale that says back in ancient times a prodigy with astonishing cultivation was born there. This prodigy broke chains with his zither, and played for only one person throughout his life, enabling that listener to attain enlightenment and ascend. Of course, folk tales are but tales lacking any credibility, yet those who kill and save with music do indeed exist. These cultivators comprehended music, deeply integrating their lifelong learning into melodies, killing invisibly, and saving through miracles. One could not know whether young Master Yi's zither sound was also extraordinary. Contemplating this, Yan Huang and the others found themselves fantasizing, yet they did not dare to request him to play. Seeing the expectant faces of the crowd, Ye Sifang shook his head and smiled. It had been a long time since he had played this ancient zither, and he felt a bit of itch in his hands. "All right, since everyone is so eager, I shall play a piece. However, my skills are lacking, so please just listen and do not take it too seriously." Upon hearing that Ye Sifang was going to play Jun Lintian, and the others instantly perked up with eager anticipation. To have a high-level practitioner play a piece was a grand honor. Zhang Nantan immediately brought over the ancient zither and stand, moving carefully, fearing to damage even a corner of the zither. The zither was set up and silence fell in the courtyard. Everyone focused, intently gazing at Ye Sifang. Seeing this, Ye Sifang rose, donned in flowing white robes, walking gracefully to the center of the courtyard. He bent down and sat lightly, raising his hands above the strings. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Ye Sifang casually plucked a string, and the dust accumulated from long disuse fell away. "Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse my humble performance." After Ye Sifang said this, he lowered his head and pressed the strings, briefly contemplating as memories surged in his mind, quickly entering the zone. A tune of "Laughing Proudly in the Jianghu" emerged from his heart. The zither strings tightened and suddenly sprang to life. Accompanied by the leaping of the strings, waves of melody resonated from the courtyard, rippling in all directions. As the zither music began, Yan Huang and the others felt their spirits stirred profoundly. "Laughing Proudly in the Jianghu," a timeless masterpiece. Ye Sifan swiftly plucked the strings of the zither, producing melodies that flowed like clouds and water, lingering in the air, each note resonating deeply within the heart. The grand and vigorous sound of the zither spread out, merging into the endless mountains and forests, vibrating the trees, echoing like the sunlit melodies reminiscent of high mountains and flowing waters, stirring the soul. Within the boundless jungle, as the sound of Ye Sifan's zither invaded, countless creatures raised their heads, ears perked to listen. The music was sometimes melodious, sometimes grand, sometimes ethereal, sometimes leisurely, and at times abruptly wild and unrestrained, exuding an air of solitude and arrogance. In the depths of the jungle, at the edge of the ancient forbidden zone, two stunning figures paused upon hearing the sound, leaning in to listen. Yun Shui slowly raised her head, as the waves of zither music penetrated her heart, rippling emotions within her. It is well known that the first saintess of the Guiyun sacred ground possesses unparalleled talents, excelling in zither chess calligraphy and painting. She once traveled across the eastern wilderness in search of musical harmony unmatched by anyone. Her tragic smile, severing the strings of music, becoming a legendary tale of the eastern wilderness. However, at this moment, as Yun Shui entered into calmness, her delicate body suddenly trembled. This zither sound, listening to the melodies in the forest, her breathing grew more rapid, and she couldn't help but step forward, following the sound of the zither step by step. As the music wove through the woods, gradually the hazy mist surrounding Yun Shui began to unknowingly dissipate, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. If the Holy Sons were to see this visage, they would surely lose their composure. Yun Zui's beauty was truly world-shattering. No, it should be said to be epoch-making. Even xianxia, a goddess-level figure, was rendered speechless, her heart shaken. Sister Zui's beauty could easily disrupt the world, indeed a harbinger of chaos. No wonder the first saintess of the Guiyun sacred ground never reveals her true appearance. It is not because she is unattractive, but rather because she is too stunning for the mundane world. At the moment when Jiang Xiaoya was captivated, Yun Shui, seemingly enchanted, advanced in search of the melody, lost in the music, her beautiful eyes revealing tears of joy. How many in this world can truly comprehend such a connection over music? Especially when Ye Sifan played the discordant melody, Yun Shui felt a tingling sensation in her scalp, immediately chasing the melody and brushing her skirt as she went. On the other side, in Ye Sifan's courtyard, Yan Huang and others were already stunned, staring blankly at Ye Sifan in the courtyard. The enchanting zither music attracted countless beautiful and elegant birds. In the courtyard, butterfly shadows danced and countless birds swirled overhead, surrounding the ancient zither, as Ye Sifan danced gracefully, resembling a celestial realm amidst the mortal world. At this moment, Ye Sifan seemed like a fallen immortal in the mortal realm, donned in white robes, half immersed in the mundane world, laughing proudly among the crowd, carefree in the human realm. As the music came to a close and the last note fell, Ye Sifan, lost in the moment, finally opened his eyes after a long while, smiling leisurely. Bu Shirtian and others were parched, their hearts racing, captivated by the sight. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang had their chests heaving, breaths quickening. Different individuals perceived different meanings in the zither music. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang heard the carefree and unrestrained aura of invincibility, the proud stance overlooking the world. Jun Lintian's indomitable Tao heart trembled. He stepped forward with great difficulty, gasping, "Young Master Yi, what is the name of this piece?" Ye Sifan turned to Jun Lintian upon hearing his voice, showing a hint of the conclusion of the piece, replied, "Laughing proudly in the Jianghu." Laughing proudly through the Jianghu. Jun Lintian was momentarily stunned, muttering these 4 words under his breath repeatedly. Suddenly, Jun Lintian's mind quaked as if struck by a sudden enlightenment, feeling as though the clouds had parted to reveal the clear sky. Ha ha ha, laughing proudly through the Jianghu, laughing proudly through the Jianghu. Jun Lintian threw back his head and laughed heartily, feeling reborn, as if shedding the endless burdens of life. In an instant his soul and spirit cleansed. At this moment Jun Lintian's laughter carried a newfound freedom, exuding an overwhelming pride, and a commanding aura that defied all heroes in the world. I understand it all." Jun Lintian was overjoyed, experiencing for the first time in his life such profound enlightenment and thrilling excitement. Understood. Finally understood. Zhan Nantian and the others watched Jun Lintian's gradually transforming demeanor with utter confusion. What did the Luo Emperor understand? Why do we find it so baffling? Yan Huang, however, was shaken to his Tao heart, realizing that Jun Lintian's understanding likely signified a transformation of the mind. A change far more terrifying than mere improvement in power. What matters most for a cultivator? The Tao heart, the mindset, the state of mind. Different powerhouses perceive the world with different minds, and their future achievements vary accordingly. A transformation of the mind is the fundamental factor that determines how far a powerhouse can go. Yan Huang was envious yet helpless. Such elusive, unreachable things, even if passed down by word of mouth, are difficult for others to grasp. Just like Jun Lintian at this moment. All heard the melody, all knew the tune, yet only he underwent this transformation of the mind. In the center of the courtyard, Ye Sifan looked at Jun Lintian, who seemed to embody the spirit of a laugh in the sea, even more bewildered than Zhan Nantian and the others. Understood. Understood what? Could it be that the Luo king had discerned some profound truth from this laughing proudly through the Jianghu? Is that even possible? Ye Sifan was quite surprised. As expected of a cultivator. Just listening to a piece of music could trigger instant enlightenment. Ye Sifan was deeply impressed. But on second thought, it was acceptable, for this laughing proudly through the Jianghu was a divine melody, a rare truth tune even in his own world. Despite his thoughts, Ye Sifan maintained a calm exterior. The enlightenment belonged to another. What did it have to do with him? Neither joy nor sorrow. Thank you, Master Yi, for enlightening me. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness in this lifetime. Jun Lintian bowed deeply to Ye Sifan with sincere reverence, his heart filled with gratitude as vast as the ocean and as lofty as the heavens. The consolidation of an invincible heart, if not cut short on the path to its peak, would surely produce a figure that would shake the ages. Such immense grace was etched deeply into Jun Lintian's bones. Ye Sifan smiled wryly inside and replied, I merely played a tune. This was entirely the Luo King's own fortune with little to do with me. You flatter me. Hearing Ye Sifan's words, Zhang Nantian and the other sighed, lamenting that they had gained nothing and comprehended nothing. Jun Lintian, however, disagreed. No matter what Ye Sifan said now in his heart, the other was his benefactor who had given him a new lease on life. On the other side, laughing proudly through the Jianghu, Master Yi, forgive my ignorance, but would you be willing to enlighten me? What exactly is meant by laughing proudly through the Jianghu? And what is the Jianghu? Bu Shirtian had only a half understanding. The term Jianghu was new to them all. Though its literal meaning was not hard to grasp, Bu Shirtian felt the words might hold deeper significance. Zhang Nantian and the others also looked on with hope. Ye Sifan paused, caught off guard. He hadn't thought much about it. He pondered briefly. The Jianghu. Where there are people, there is the Jianghu. Where there are people, there is the Jianghu. The group fell into thought, their eyes gradually lighting up with a dawning understanding. Truly a master is a master. Every word and action holds worldly truth. Meanwhile, in the peripheral forests of the primordial forbidden zone, the zither music abruptly ceased and all creatures snapped back to reality. Yun Zui's face was filled with anxiety as she drifted through the vast forest. The loss of the melody left her without direction, like a child desperately searching for its way home. Yun Zui's stunningly beautiful face showed signs of distress as she scanned the forest in every direction. To her, that laughing proudly through the Jianghu was more than just a tune. It was a voice of kindred spirits. Yun Shui believed that if she missed this chance, she might never find the soulmate again. This feeling was beyond the understanding of others, something only a peerless talent who had suffered loneliness in the realm of music could experience. Yun Zui's beautiful eyes dimmed with despair. Don't stop. Please continue playing. Why have you stopped? Play. Why have you stopped? Don't stop. I beg you, don't stop. Play a little longer, even just a little longer. Yun Shui cried out in her heart, hoping that if the music continued just a bit more she could find him. But no matter how desperately she wished, the zither never sounded again. Zhang Xiaoya watched Yun Shui wandering through the forest with confusion. Sister Shui, it's just a piece of music. Why must you meet the player? Is there something wrong with the tune? Yun Shui gave a bitter smile without turning back, speaking with profound loneliness. You wouldn't understand. If one day you find that no one can comprehend your music anymore, then you'll know what it means to seek a kindred spirit in vain. You won't understand, none of you will understand, no one will. Yun Shui murmured to herself, the you gradually shifting to you all, as if she were speaking not just to Zhang Xiaoya but to all the creatures of the eastern wasteland, even to the entire world. Zhang Xiaoya naturally couldn't grasp this sentiment. After a moment of silence, she asked softly, then are we still looking for that master? A master or a kindred spirit? Which would you choose? Yun Shui didn't answer Zhang Xiaoya. But in the days that followed, Zhang Xiaoya found her answer. For a long time afterward, she accompanied Yun Shui wandering this region in search of the zither player. If those holy sons knew that the most talented saintess of the eastern wasteland had become enchanted by a single tune, what a grand zither learning festival it would spark. Mentioning those holy sons, Zhang Xiaoya then noticed that the group of followers had lost track of them. What she didn't know was that those followers were currently questioning their own existence. In the forest of the primordial forbidden zone. Watch my great might, heaven. Don't run. Rumble. Ziling Fei was in tatters, his hair disheveled, his once handsome and elegant face covered in grime. Completely unrecognizable. Heavens. What the hell is this thing? Just kill me. A dozen renowned holy sons, wailing in misery, fled in all directions, abandoning their dignity as they scrambled toward the outer border. Great might, heavenly rat. Boom. Ah. Another holy son was blasted away, his upper body left with only a few tattered strips of cloth, bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, and a face full of black lines. In the forest. Did you hear something? Strange, I thought I heard the voice of holy son Ziling. And something about Great might heavenly rat. What is a great might heavenly rat? A few cultivators exchanged puzzled glances, frowning at the ancient trees collapsing in the distant forest. Unfortunately, these cultivators missed witnessing the Holy Sun's magnificent spectacle. However, along the way some exceptionally lucky cultivators caught a glimpse of this absurd scene, leaving them utterly stunned. As Zilong Fei and his group fled outward, more and more cultivators gathered. Is this actually a holy sun? Boom! The crowd had lost count of how many times they had been blasted away, feeling unbearable pain throughout their bodies, as if their bones were about to shatter, suffering immensely. Zilong Fei, it's all your fault. Why did you provoke these two ancestors? A holy sun, filled with resentment and feeling like a stray dog, desperately fled. A dozen holy suns fled in panic, employing all their tricks, yet they couldn't inflict a scratch on their opponent. It's too late to say this now. We need to find a way to shake them off. United in their hatred, the crowd shared a rare sense of solidarity. If I'm not mistaken, there's a terrifying Jiao snake ahead, far more powerful than us. Perhaps we can escape in that direction. One holy sun, appearing somewhat calm, had not suffered much from the attacks due to his speed, still having the presence of mind to consider the situation. Zilong Fei, hearing this, was overjoyed, realizing, does Master Yen mean? Should we lead the calamity eastward? Let that Jiao snake deal with them. Could it be that Holy Sun Zilong has a better plan than me? Master Yen sneered repeatedly. If it weren't for you, Zilong Fei, being such a reckless fool, would we have suffered this calamity? Zilong Fei said nothing and was the first to charge into the Jiao snake's territory. Some holy suns hesitated initially. After all, that Jiao was not easy to provoke. But when they saw Zilong Fei and others bravely leading the charge, they disregarded their fears and followed closely. In truth, they had considered fleeing separately, but those two rats were simply too monstrous, treating them like playthings. Once someone broke formation to fly solo, they would certainly return bruised within 3 breaths. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the wind surged. The crowd moved with incredible speed, quickly entering a verdant forest, which was indeed the Jiao snake's territory. Boom! As soon as they entered the forest, they frantically attacked the ferocious beasts within, trying to lure out the Jiao snake, and chaos erupted in an instant. As expected, roar. Not long after the attacks began, an enraged roar reverberated through the mountains and forests, revealing a colossal silver serpent towering over the trees and roaring continuously. The Jiao snake's territory had been invaded, and it was furious, appearing before Zilong Fei and the others. The Jiao was immensely large, coiling through the mountains and forests, raising its 100-foot-long body, blocking the way of Zilong Fei and the others, seething with rage. Upon seeing the Jiao snake, the crowd was nearly moved to tears, as if they were looking at a long-lost brother. However, amid their ecstatic joy, the Jiao snake suddenly spotted the mice brothers behind Zilong Fei, causing its massive body to shudder, its eyes bulging, and its mouth agape, terrified to the core, trembling uncontrollably, exhibiting a rather human-like fear. Zilong Fei and the others sensed something was wrong. Just 2 miles from their savior, they suddenly saw the Jiao snake rapidly shrink, its 1,000-foot body transforming into that of a caterpillar, turning around and fleeing in a panic. Zilong Fei and the others turned pale, their hearts shaken. It was evident that this Jiao snake had dealt with the 2 mice before, and it seemed to be a familiar face. TCH, this Jiao snake has no backbone at all, it runs at the sight of them. How do you know you can't fight back? Such a Jiao has no hope of transforming into a dragon. A holy sun blurted out, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Seeing the Jiao snake's cowardice, the holy suns could only flee wildly towards the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone. Great mighty heavenly rat. Little mighty heavenly rat. Boom! The mice brothers shouted, sending Master Yen and another holy sun flying with a kick, displaying their adorable little paws with great pride. Whoosh! After kicking Master Yen away, the elder mouse, still unsatisfied, darted straight to Zilong Fei's side, keeping pace with him. Great mighty! Enough! I am a holy sun! Zilong Fei bellowed, interrupting the elder mouse. The elder mouse stopped at the sound, tilting its little head at Zilong Fei and asking, and then, Zilong Fei looked at the seemingly harmless little mouse, saying, can you give me some face and leave some dignity for this holy sun? Leave some dignity. However, just as Zilong Fei finished speaking, great mighty heavenly rat, boom! At this moment, on the outer border of the ancient forbidden zone, a large number of scattered cultivators gathered, forming groups and discussing fervently. Some were arguing passionately about whether the ground beneath the ancient forbidden zone was piled high with corpses. Behind these scattered cultivators, thousands of cultivators stood densely packed a kilometer away. The former were more scattered while the latter were in uniform formation, all aligned with their respective sects. This was an army of cultivators formed by various sects. It was estimated that there were about 200 sects. Moreover, there were elders stationed in front of each sect, including many supersects. Among the 200 sects there were nearly 600 elder-level experts. They stood with their hands behind their backs, all gazing intently at the forest on the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone. These sects had not come for nothing. Firstly, it was the mystery beneath the ancient Forbidden Zone. Secondly, it was about that sword domain's creation. A sword domain that spanned millions of miles, containing endless sword Tao mysteries, was bound to cause a stir. The 200 sects were not all affiliated with the Great Yearn sect. Over half were from surrounding dynasties, mostly first-rate sects. Many sects came together intending to jointly explore the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone. However, just as the hundreds of sects prepared to enter the forest, suddenly a shout of great mighty, heavenly wrath echoed across the border, accompanied by a thunderous roar from within the border. Countless scattered cultivators were momentarily stunned by the sound, falling silent as they looked into the forest. Even the united army of sects raised their heads in unison. Under the gaze of the multitude, a tattered and disheveled figure flew out of the forest with a long, mournful howl, crashing headlong into the ground. The scattered cultivators in front instinctively stepped back, creating a space in an instant. Bang! With a loud crash, that figure slammed into the center of the clearing, leaving a human-shaped outline and kicking up clouds of dust. A group of scattered cultivators quickly surrounded the figure, bending down to take a closer look. What happened? What is going on? Who is this person? Why does he look so disheveled? He must be a reckless junior who, despite lacking the cultivation, dared to force his way into the forest unaware of the danger. A group of scattered cultivators expressed their disbelief watching Master Yen, who struggled to lift his head and spit out dirt, failing to recognize him at first, until one person examined closely and suddenly exclaimed, Isn't this Master Yen? What? Master Yen. The crowd's scalps went numb, their eyes wide in shock. He is Master Yen. My goodness, this is actually a holy son. This is actually a holy son. Hearing this, Master Yen nearly spat blood. A group of scattered cultivators was filled with disbelief, staring at the person before them, who was indeed a figure of immense status, a holy son. The crowd had no time to be horrified, and the next moment, the cries of agony echoed again, scattering the crowd like birds and beasts, and this time two figures came out at once. When the crowd recognized the incoming figures, a large number of scattered cultivators were left dumbfounded. Shao, Holy Son. Nangong, Holy Son. The crowd was bewildered. Crying out in agony, a dozen holy sons were thrown out from the forest, one after another, like dead dogs, each more miserable than the last, truly a sight hard to bear. Behind the scattered cultivators, more than 200 elders from various sects furrowed their brows tightly, especially the few super sects. They had no time to react when suddenly, whoosh, two mice shot out of the forest at lightning speed. The elder mouse and the younger mouse sensed something was off and abruptly slammed on the brakes. However, even so, the two brothers were still exposed under the bright daylight. The brothers exchanged glances, looking at each other, and then at the dense army of sects, and over 600 elders with expressions of both cuteness and confusion. As the two mice came to a halt within the ranks of over 200 sects, among the disciples of one particular, a young man in purple furrowed his brows and stepped forward to whisper in the ear of an elder that seems to be one of the 7 holy sons of the Holy Land, the esteemed Holy Son Zi Ling. The sect to which the purple-clad youth belonged was none other than the Great Yearn Ziwei sect, one of the top 10 super sects of the Great Yearn dynasty, founded by the Ziwei Holy Land, where Holy Son Zi Ling resides. The Ziwei Holy Land is one of the top 3 ancient holy places of the Great Yearn dynasty, deeply rooted and expansive. The Ziwei Holy Land has numerous affiliated sects, among which the Ziwei sect is the most magnificent, with countless branch sects and disciples spread across the world. For instance, the current team from the Ziwei sect is not the true master sect, but rather a branch sect called Hongfeng Ziwei sect, located 500 miles beyond Tongguan. The elder leading the team is the highly esteemed sect elder of the Hongfeng Ziwei sect, Zi Yunshan. He is the chief law enforcer of the sect, akin to a sect leader overseeing the branch. Although Zi Yunshan is theoretically the leader of a branch sect, his actual standing within the main sect is not high. To the entire Ziwei sect, he is at most a branch elder. However, the formidable foundation of the Ziwei sect means that even branch elders possess strength and status that cannot be compared to ordinary sect leaders. Compared to Zi Lingfei, however, Zi Yunshan is nothing at all. Not to mention him, even the master sect leader would have to lower their head when facing a holy sun. Thus upon hearing the words 7 holy sons, xianxia's pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression changed slightly, as he urgently spoke to the 2 elders behind him. What are you 2 dawdling for? Why aren't you going to see what happened? With that, xianxia was the first to break the formation, and the entire group of elders and disciples of the Hongfeng Ziwei sect rushed forward. Elder xianxia of the Hongfeng Ziwei sect, I greet you, esteemed holy son. As xianxia and his group approached Lingfei, they first bowed deeply, and then he chided his disciples behind him. Why aren't you quickly helping the esteemed holy son up? Several disciples hurriedly rushed forward to assist, being extremely careful. The holy sons and daughters of the Holy Land are akin to the princes and princesses of a dynasty for their affiliated sects, perhaps even surpassing them. After all, for the Holy Land, each generation of holy sons and daughters represents the hope for the future and the continuation of the legacy, holding a position of great honor. However, this is not the main point. The key is that those who can become holy sons and daughters possess terrifying strength themselves, far beyond what most princes and princesses can compare to, as they are not on the same level. It is no exaggeration to say that even the current Emperor Jun Lintian, upon seeing Yun Shui, would refer to her respectfully as Sister Shui, let alone a prince or princess. Such is the prestige and status of the holy sons and daughters of the Holy Land. Who is so bold as to dare to act against the esteemed holy son? Xianxia was utterly shocked. Looking across the territory of the great Yan dynasty, very few dared to act against the current holy son of the Ziwei Holy Land. However, Lingfei had no chance to respond to Xianxia. As soon as he stood up, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Esteemed holy son. Xianxia's forehead broke out in cold sweat. If anything were to happen to Lingfei in front of him, he and the entire Hongfeng Ziwei sect would be unable to bear the wrath of the Ziwei Holy Land. In other directions. Esteemed holy son. What happened? Who injured you like this? Many other holy sons, including Yan Shengzi and others, were also helped up by their respective affiliated sects, coughing up blood continuously. Countless cultivators and sect elders witnessed this scene, filled with worry and disbelief. These individuals are among the very few descendants of the Holy Land in the great Yan dynasty, with strength already terrifying and methods incredibly diverse. To defeat such a group of exalted holy sons in one go, how strong would the opponent have to be? Could it be the 8 ancestors of the eastern wilderness? Just as countless doubts arose in everyone's hearts, the holy sons, including Lingfei, looked fearfully towards the border of the ancient forbidden zone, their gazes filled with anger and unease. Countless scattered cultivators, and the combined forces of the 100 sects, all looked up, along with over 600 elder-level powerhouses. In the air above the border of the ancient forbidden area, 2 adorably cute little mice were floating, staring with their 4 bewildered eyes at the countless cultivators. Seeing the 2 little mice, Xianxia and the others instantly realized something. Beast demons. Could it be? Countless people gasped in shock. Could it be that these 2 beast demons are chasing after a group of holy sons? As the cultivators' army speculated wildly, Elder, it's bad. Something big has happened. A small group of disciples from the Hongfeng Ziwei sect, who had ventured deep into the forest, hurriedly rushed out, immediately attracting countless gazes. Several purple-clad disciples were filled with terror and urgency, running frantically, while shouting towards Xianxia and the others in a state of panic. Elder, it's bad. Something major has happened. We just saw 2 mice chasing a group of holy sons in the forest, including the 7 holy sons of the Ziwei Holy Land. Elder, we saw the 7 holy sons being blasted away multiple times, coughing up blood continuously. They probably won't last long. We must send people to rescue the 7. As the disciples of the Hongfeng Ziwei sect were running, their words abruptly came to a halt. Xianxia and the countless cultivators changed their expressions drastically, their eyes filled with shock, as they stared at the 2 little mice in the void. Some female disciples even covered their mouths, their beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Such adorable little mice, how could they be chasing a group of holy sons? In the void, the elder brother mouse and the younger brother mouse shrank their little necks, their eyes rolling around. I'm done playing. It's not fun at all. The elder brother mouse muttered to himself, preparing to flee. The younger brother mouse, understanding his thoughts, repeatedly chimed in, exactly, it's not fun. As the brothers turned to leave, it wasn't that they feared Xianxia and the others, but rather they felt bashful under the gaze of so many people for the first time. Upon hearing this, Xianxia and the elders of various affiliated sects felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They wanted to keep the 2 beast demons, yet were also apprehensive. These sect elders, being in charge of branch affairs, are by no means ordinary individuals. They could easily deduce how terrifying these two little mice were. If even the esteemed holy sons were being chased and beaten, how could they possibly stand up? It wouldn't do not at all. But the difficulty lies in the fact that as elders of affiliated sects of the Holy Land, if they do nothing they will not have a good outcome when the higher-ups find out. Moreover, with so many sects and scattered cultivators watching, if they let the two escape, what would happen to the prestige of their sect? What face would the Holy Land have? If they didn't speak out against it, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of the world? It would be minor if they were beaten, but the prestige of the sect and Holy Land is paramount. As they contemplated, Xianxia and the others exchanged glances, and could only harden their resolve to say stop. How outrageous! What are you things? How dare you insult the Holy Son of the Holy Land? You beasts, do you know that these individuals are holy sons from several major holy lands? You truly are audacious, daring to openly insult the dignity of the Holy Land. Someone capture them. The elders of Xianxia and others appeared righteous on the surface, yet did not intend to take action. Their words were filled with authority, but deep down they hoped these two super beast demons would hurry and leave. However, it was unfortunate. One of the elders inadvertently spoke out, "Someone capture them." As soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly regretted it, realizing it was a mistake, but it was too late to change his words. Sure enough, despite the several clever elders knowing the unspoken rules, they had trained a group of loyal disciples, some of whom were fearless youngsters, even some who were a bit foolish. Upon hearing this, several disciples from various sects stepped forward together, surrounding the two little mice. The Tongguan Imperial Guards, the army on the battlefield, hovered over the outer border of the ancient Forbidden Zone. The carefree brothers Mouse Brother and Mouse Jr. slowly turned around, staring at the elders from the hundreds of sects. In their inexperienced eyes, there was no distinction between sects. They regarded these disciples as one and the same. How is very angry, how is very angry. Mouse Jr. exclaimed furiously, puffing his cheeks, as he glared at Xianxia and the others. It was evident that some of their remarks had greatly displeased him. Mouse Brother was equally furious, pointing his little pink paw at the elders of the 100 sects, and said in a babyish voice, "First of all, how is not something. How is how with a name and a surname. I am De Wei Tian, and he is my little brother Xiao Wei Tian. Secondly, although what you said is not wrong, how really dislikes the term beast very much." After Mouse Brother finished speaking, Mouse Jr. nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others gasped, thinking it was a disaster, wishing they could scold the stubborn fools in the sky down. However, this group of newly born calves was extremely arrogant on ordinary days, and at this moment they were even more determined to defend their loyalty with a grand demeanor. In fact, these disciples were not entirely foolish. They understood that they were no match for the beast demons. Their immediate rush out was not without thought. Firstly, they were all individuals without any background, and the sect's quality resources were beyond their reach. At such a moment, stepping forward to express loyalty would surely earn the favor of their sect. Secondly, being part of the sect, the competition within the main sect was fierce, and their hopes were slim. If they could seize this opportunity to attract the attention of the Holy Sun, it was not impossible for them to rise in status. With this in mind, a disciple from the Hongfeng Ziwei sect, though constantly swallowing saliva, still shouted loudly, "Bold demon, how dare you attack our Holy Sun? Look at my sword." Boom! As soon as these words came out, dozens of disciples drew their swords and marched forward with great force. However, this scene fell into the eyes of Xianxia and the others like a volcano about to erupt, as if they could foresee the horrifying scene that was about to unfold. The faces of the sect elders and leaders turned extremely awkward. It's over. They had only focused on teaching these foolish disciples the sect's principles, forgetting to teach them how to assess the situation. In the void, De Wei Tian Haozi. Boom! As the thunderous roar resounded in the void in front of the hundreds of sects, Lingfei and the other holy sons looked like startled birds, and upon hearing those 5 words they jumped up in a panic, fleeing in all directions as if their injuries were suddenly not so severe. Holy Sun! Xianxia looked at the fleeing Lingfei and the others, wanting to cry but having no tears. He had no idea that Lingfei and the others had already been tormented through countless cycles, and their escape in the jungle felt like years. The words De Wei Tian Haozi had already planted a shadow in the hearts of the holy sons. In the void, dozens to hundreds of figures shot out in all directions, cries of horror erupting. Capture them, capture them, capture them! The sect elders and leaders ordered repeatedly. At this point, whether they were horses or donkeys, they had to bring them out for a walk, attempting to drown the enemy with a war of attrition. But at the same time that Xianxia and the others issued their orders, All sects retreat 100 miles withdraw. More than 200 sects began to retreat en masse running away. The affiliated sects of Xianxia were furious at this sight. Elders of various sects, what happened to our promised alliance? What do you intend to do? Elder of the Purple Sect, what we agreed upon was to explore the outer perimeter of the ancient forbidden zone. Nothing else was agreed upon. My sect is busy with its own affairs. We will explore another day. 8 or 9 out of 10 sects collectively retreated without hesitation. What a joke. Do you want us to be cannon fodder? Dream on. Even as the holy sons fled in panic, are we supposed to be foolishly exposed? Why should we let the disciples of our sect die for no reason? How wise were the elders of the more than 200 sects? Among the 360 strategies, retreating was the best option. However, just as the hundreds of sects were withdrawing their forces, Cao is very angry and the consequences will be severe. Dewei Tianhaozi. Boom. A huge phantom of a mouse's paw slammed into the hundreds of sects, causing countless cultivators to be lifted off the ground like flowers scattered in the wind, violently thrown away. What? A large number of scattered cultivators trembled in fear, their eyes wide open, finally understanding why the holy sons were in such a predicament. These two beast demons were terrifyingly powerful. Boom! Outside the outer border of the ancient forbidden zone, cries of horror echoed. The two mice hovered in the air, continuously punching and kicking at the crowd below each strike, giving rise to a massive illusion that swelled with the wind. Peft! Xianxia was unfortunately hit by a punch and flew away like a leaf in the ocean or a fallen leaf returning to its roots in the autumn wind, his face pale. Boom! Boom! Continuous loud bangs resonated. The two mice relentlessly bombarded the hundreds of sects, leaving the outer border of the ancient forbidden zone in a state of shock. These two little mice struck without any rhyme or reason, even descending to the ground, running alongside the defeated army, occasionally shouting Dewei Tianhaozi. On the border, the scattered cultivators who had not been attacked froze in place like clay sculptures, their scalps tingling. What kind of monster is this? In another direction, Tongguan Luocheng, the ancient and majestic Tongguan, stood like a giant dragon across the heavens and earth. At this moment atop Luocheng, a large number of imperial guards stood on the city walls, battle flags waving as solid as a golden fortification. At a certain moment, faint disturbances suddenly arose from the observation platform of the city tower. Not long after, not good, there's a situation. Beast tide is coming, prepare the troops. Prepare for battle. The dull horns sounded through the endless defenses of Tongguan. As the horns sounded and war drums beat, the entire Tongguan was instantly engulfed in a tense atmosphere. Clang, clang, clang. Behind the towering city walls, countless well-trained Dayan imperial guards surged onto the city walls like a tide, donning heavy armor, drawing arrows, and preparing for battle, their momentum far surpassing that of the hundreds of sects' combined forces. The imperial guards were truly the imperial guards, whether in coordination or sharpness, they were incomparable to a disorganized mob. For the Tongguan imperial guards, each wave of beast tide was a test of life and death united as one. Ready! The commander of Tongguan raised his hand and spoke loudly as the sky was filled with archers drawing their bows, standing ready, their killing intent palpable. A large number of powerful figures also soared into the sky, instantly filling the skies above Tongguan with battle clouds, a chilly aura enveloping the area. The battle stayed astonishing. With 1,000,000 imperial guards, the number was terrifying, yet they maintained complete silence, where even a falling needle could be heard, each person tightly gripping their weapons, standing ready. However, at this critical moment, no, this doesn't seem like a beast tide. An experienced old general hurriedly stopped the 1,000,000 archers, his pupils constricting infinitely. In front, over 10 figures swiftly broke through the air from 10 miles away. Holy Sun! The commander of Tongguan was shocked, looking at the disheveled Zi Lingfei, and the others rushing towards them in panic, his expression one of disbelief. Cease fire, cease fire! Countless hasty orders rang out in succession, the army adjusting their formations in unison. In the sky above Luocheng, swish, swish, swish. Zi Lingfei and the others said nothing as they madly surged into Tongguan, soaring over the army's watchful gaze. Before the commander of the Tongguan Imperial Guards could even ask, the 10 or so holy sons had already fled, and several powerful figures stationed there appeared shocked, quite shaken. At the same time, boom! Ah! A terrifying scream resonated from the front, and the 1,000,000 Imperial Guards turned to look in shock, instantly dumbfounded. They saw figures appearing over dozens of miles away, with the army of hundreds of sects discarding their armor and fleeing in panic. Sect members. What happened? What's going on? Not good, something big must have happened ahead. All troops on guard, all troops on guard. Thousands of Imperial Guards commanders changed their expressions, repeatedly looking more anxious than ever. The panic of the hundreds of sects and the disheveled holy sons indicated that something serious must have occurred ahead. Endless bows were once again drawn, and the Dayan leaders watched the back of the hundreds of sects closely. If they sensed any threat to Dayan's peace, even if the disciples of the hundreds of sects did not enter the city, they would unhesitatingly order them to be shot down. This is the Tongguan Imperial Guards, the army of the King of Luo. Not that the Tongguan Imperial Guards are cold-blooded and unfeeling, but because behind them are countless Dayan citizens. He is coming, he is coming, he has come with recommendation votes. Hundreds of thousands of Imperial Guards were tightly bound, their palms soaked with sweat, as they gripped their weapons, their eyes fixed unwaveringly on the disciples of the 100 sects. For the army at Tongguan, despite being seasoned veterans unafraid of life and death, each moment was filled with trepidation and anxiety. A few hundred miles ahead lay the ancient Forbidden Zone, one of the 8 major forbidden lands of the eastern wasteland. Every rustle of grass sent the army into a state of high alert. As time ticked by, the disciples of the 100 sects surged forth in panic, as if a tidal wave had swept them away. The troops at Tongguan tightened their grips on their weapons, their pupils constricting in fear. In a fleeting moment, finally, boom! A deafening roar filled the air as chaos erupted in the skies and cries of despair echoed all around. Behind the hazy crowd, 2 points of light slowly emerged, becoming increasingly clear. The battlefield of the fleeing 100 sects. Ah! No, 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 no! A large number of disciples from the 100 sects were smashed away like chaff by the 2 mighty rats, De Wei Tian and Xiao Wei Tian, their screams resounding. Damn it! The faces of over 600 sect elders from Ziyun Mountain turned ashen, filled with anxiety. The elders were horrified to discover that the 2 monstrous creatures behind them seemed to have set their sights on them, relentlessly pursuing the over 600 in a frenzied onslaught. Fortunately, these terrifying beasts did not harbor any intent to kill. Although they were overwhelmingly powerful, they held back their strength and did not take any lives. This only drove the elders of Ziyun Mountain to the brink of madness. The brothers De Wei Tian and Xiao Wei Tian did not take lives, but unleashed an unending barrage of strikes, their speed so terrifying that the result was unbearable pain. It hurt so much, excruciating pain. The old man gritted his teeth in agony. The pain was so intense that he couldn't tell east from west. The group of elders twitched at the corners of their mouths, feeling as if there was no way out. Why are you chasing me? One elder with disheveled hair howled to the heavens. Countless disciples of the 100 sects wondered why the 2 monstrous rats were relentlessly pursuing their elders. However, before he could finish expressing his thoughts, a massive foot descended from the sky, crushing him, rendering him unconscious. Numerous elders twisted in pain, unable to hold on any longer, diving into the crowd of their respective sects. The disciples of each sect were horrified and watched with their hair standing on end, anxiously staring at their elders, some even running in a frenzy, shouting, "Elder Ye, you, please don't come here." Boom! As the elders passed through, chaos erupted, causing panic among the disciples, who fled towards Tongguan in a frenzy. As the crowd approached Tongguan, the figures of the 2 rats gradually came into view for the troops stationed there. The Imperial Guard's pupils dilated, instantly dumbfounded. Even the thousands of commanders were left stunned. The grand beast tide they had imagined did not materialize. Instead, 2 incredibly terrifying rats appeared. A powerful being. This? The scene before them was hard to accept. The disciples of the 100 sects and numerous holy sons were being overwhelmed and forced to flee by 2 mysterious rats, their formations in complete disarray. On the other side, seeing the towering Tongguan, the 2 rats abruptly halted, their eyes darting rapidly. Xiao Wei Tian, we can't go any further. This is the territory of the Master's friends, and above are the Master's friends' army. Xiao Wei Tian nodded vigorously upon hearing this. They realized they could not disturb this territory belonging to the Master's friends. After a moment's thought, the brothers exchanged glances and turned to the bloodied elders of Ziyun Mountain, saying in a childish voice, "This time you are lucky. Remember, I am De Wei Tian, the king of rats, and he is Xiao Wei Tian, the tyrant of rats. We are De Wei Tian and Xiao Wei Tian, the rats. In the future, when you see us, keep your mouth shut, or we will treat you as livestock and beat you to death." Beat you to death, the 2 little creatures said, waving their tiny fists as they turned and vanished into the horizon like 2 rainbows. The elders of Ziyun Mountain breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a weight lift off their shoulders as they helped each other up in their disheveled state. After the 2 little creatures happily returned to the depths of the ancient Forbidden Zone, chaos erupted around Dayan. News of the two rats sweeping through the 100 sects spread far and wide, attracting endless astonishment. Within Tongguan, at a gathering place for cultivators, after a long period of recuperation, the members of the Hongfeng Zy sect returned to their sect in disarray. As they passed by this location, many cultivators had already moved ahead, quietly discussing something about Xian Mountain and the others. How did the Hongfeng Zy sect end up like this? It seems the rumors are true. 2 rats really did sweep through the 100 sects. TCH, what does this count as? You weren't there to witness it. Those 2 rats claiming to be De Wei Tian and Xiao Wei Tian were terrifying, beating up more than a dozen holy sons until they were unrecognizable. When those holy sons saw them, they were instantly terrified, their legs went weak, and they nearly wet themselves. Ha ha ha. Really? Is that true? Those are holy sons. So many people witnessed it, it must be true. This is too humiliating. Shu, keep it down. Do you want to die? What are you afraid of? It wasn't me who attacked. The faces of Xian Mountain and the others darkened as they listened to the discussions around them, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. A tremendous humiliation, truly a tremendous humiliation. Elders, should we report this to the main sect? One disciple of the Hongfeng Zy sect blushed with anger. Those damned beasts, the Zy sect could not swallow this anger. Xian Mountain sighed deeply. Did it even need to be reported? In just a few days the entire Dian Empire would know, and the Zy Holy Land and other holy lands would surely be furious. What need was there for a report? Time flies, the years slip by. In the blink of an eye night fell, and the forests surrounding the ancient forbidden zone were engulfed in darkness. At this moment a figure in white floated through the forest. Yun Shui had not left, still lingering among the trees, focused solely on her zither playing. As Yun Shui moved through the forest, in Ye Sifan's courtyard, Jun Lintian and the others had already departed, leaving the courtyard once again empty. The night was deep, and little Nan Nan continued to sleep soundly, having entered dreamland long ago. In the pavilion, Ye Sifan sat alone at the table, his gaze hollow, as he stared at little Nanan's room, the teacup in his hand, already cold, untouched by a single sip. He had maintained this posture for a long time, hidden alone in the darkness, weighed down by heavy thoughts. The words of the Yen Emperor and Jun Lintian seemed to echo in his ears for a long time. Yi Gongzi, what little Nan Nan likely suffers from is not a mere sleep disorder but a kind of world weariness. We do not know what she has experienced, but her heart is filled with aversion to this world, closing herself off, subconsciously preferring to let herself fall into chaos rather than awaken. Unless her heart learns to accept the world again, we fear that one day she will fall into an eternal slumber. In our humble opinion, the best way to address this world weariness is to let her venture outside the mountains, interact with peers, and feel the warmth of the world. Perhaps it will help. Ye Sifan had spoken about little Nanan's symptoms with Jun Lintian and the others during the day, and the conclusion was rather pessimistic. In the pavilion, Ye Sifan sat motionless, seemingly forgetting time and everything else, feeling for the first time the burden of responsibility on his shoulders. As time ticked by, he did not know how long it had passed before a soft sigh broke the silence in the courtyard. Ye Sifan raised his head to gaze at the endless sea of trees, as if speaking to himself or perhaps discussing with the large black that had accompanied him through the night. He murmured, "Perhaps it is time to go out for a walk." 18 years had passed. The past. Ye Sifan thought this was fine, but today he felt a desire to connect with the outside world. For little Nanan, he was determined to try and traverse the treacherous forest. With that thought, Ye Sifan slowly rose, his hazy figure gradually leaving the courtyard under the night, stepping toward the forest. Standing on that invisible safety line, Ye Sifan's heart waged countless struggles. In his understanding, as long as he stepped beyond this invisible boundary, he would expose himself to the endless wild beasts, and with a slight misstep, he might meet a fate worse than death. Could he cross the forest? Ye Sifan did not know. But at this moment he wanted to try for little Nanan, for in this world little Nanan was his only obsession. After struggling for a long time, Ye Sifan took a deep breath and finally attempted to step out with 1 foot beyond that line, marking his first step beyond the system's invisible safety boundary. However, just as Ye Sifan's foot crossed that invisible boundary, a thunderous roar erupted. A sudden clap of thunder seemed to touch upon certain taboos, and the sky above the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone was filled with lightning, incredibly eerie. With a patter, there were no dark clouds overhead, no fierce winds howling. Yet in this moment, the endless ancient forbidden zone began to receive a light drizzle. This was the first time in 18 years that Ye Sifan had seen it rain here. What he did not know was that the outskirts of the ancient forbidden zone had not seen rain for countless ages. Never before had it been so misty and rainy as today. The sparse raindrops pattered down among the mountains and forests. The entire sea of trees felt suffocatingly heavy. Ye Sifan paid no mind, continuing to take his second step, determined to overcome his fear of the forest. But, just as Ye Sifan's second foot left that boundary, in an instant, boom, crackle, in an instant endless thunder roared through the skies with the might of lightning, tearing through millions of miles of night sky, forming a vast sea of thunder terrifying beyond belief. Drizzling rain stretched on for 3 months, as Ye Sifan entered a meditative trance. He was truly startled, his scalp tingling, as he hastily retreated, lifting his gaze to the boundless heavens. Damn, for 18 years you didn't even let out a fart, and now you suddenly drop this. Don't you know it could scare someone to death? Even the current Ye Sifan couldn't help but cover his ears and curse. This thunderclap was too sudden, catching him completely off guard. In the outer jungles of the primordial forbidden zone, where no thunder or rain had fallen for 18 years, the abrupt roar of lightning was utterly unexpected. Moreover, this thunder was truly extraordinary. Any normal person would have paled in fright. At the same moment, within the outer jungles of the primordial forbidden zone, Yun Shui and Zhang Xiaoya's delicate bodies trembled violently. Both stared blankly at the roaring lightning flickering above, stunned into silence. Thunder in the primordial forbidden zone. Zhang Xiaoya's eyes were filled with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. Yun Zui's heart also churned with turbulent waves. How could the primordial forbidden zone, which had known no thunder or rain for endless ages, suddenly burst forth with countless lightning bolts and rain? For Ye Sifan it had merely been 18 years without thunder, but for the eastern wastelands cultivation world the forbidden zone was eternally tranquil, utterly devoid of rain. Rain here was an omen from the heavens, heralding some great terror about to descend upon the world. Yun Shui looked up at the night sky, her beautiful eyes filled with utter turmoil. Since ancient times no one had ever heard of a forbidden zone suddenly experiencing thunder and rain. Was this a portent? Or was it the wrath of heaven? Rain in the forbidden zone is an ill omen, signifying that the most terrifying upheaval in history is about to befall the world, and the epicenter lies in the eastern wasteland. Yun Zui's heart thundered with shock, an unparalleled terror spreading across her peerless countenance. Zhang Xiaoya's face turned deathly pale, as she stared at Yun Shui, unable to recover for a long time. Sister Shui Yu, what did you say? As the two were gripped by fear, the entire Tong Pass erupted into chaos. Countless imperial guards and cultivators emerged, all looking up at the lightning and sparse raindrops, their expressions shifting dramatically. Is this? Rain in the Forbidden Zone. It's actually rain in the Forbidden Zone. The primordial Forbidden Zone is raining. Countless cultivators stood frozen like statues of mud and wood. Atop the Luo city of Tong Pass, Jun Lintian and the Yen Emperor, who had not yet left, stood with their hands behind their backs, their eyes also filled with immense terror. They exchanged glances, their shock unprecedented. Rain in the Forbidden Zone. A warning from the heavens. The world is about to undergo a cataclysmic change. The two spoke in turns, their breaths ragged, their mouths dry. Almost simultaneously, they exclaimed in unison, in great yen. Boom! At these words both men shuddered violently. The primordial Forbidden Zone bordered the Great Yen dynasty, and the rain first covered Great Yan's territory, signaling that the world's upheaval would begin there. Sure enough, as Jun Lintian and the Yen Emperor finished speaking, the sparse raindrops began to spread in all directions, blanketing the Great Yen dynasty. Within just a few hundred breaths, the entire eastern wasteland was shrouded by raindrops, which then flowed outward. Jun Lintian and the Yen Emperor watched this scene, their Dao hearts thrown into turmoil. In the ancient Xia dynasty, beneath the ancient Xia imperial palace, countless dragon veins converged into rivers flowing slowly through the great channels. Beside these dragon veins sat several ancient eccentrics in plain robes, their auras terrifying. These figures were incredibly aged, with white hair and beards bearing the marks of time. Dust covered their robes as if they had not moved for endless ages. Yet the moment the raindrops covered the ancient Xia land, these figures abruptly opened their eyes, their weathered gazes slowly fixing on the direction of the Great Yen dynasty. In the same space atop the ancient Xia imperial palace, the ancient Xia human emperor and his master also soared into the sky, silently watching the rain for a long time. Joining them in the sky were a host of peerless experts from the ancient Xia dynasty. Yet, if anyone from the eastern wasteland were here, they would be astounded to discover the misty ancient Xia imperial palace, aside from the experts who had risen into the air, was utterly devoid of people. Not only was the palace empty, but the entire royal city was like a ghost town, and even the capital of the ancient Xia dynasty was similarly deserted. Unknown to the eastern wasteland, it was not just the royal city or the capital. The entire vast territory of ancient Xia spanning billions of miles had long been devoid of human presence. Across the boundless lands of ancient Xia, the sparse raindrops fell upon deserted mountains, wild ridges, and empty cities. Throughout the endless rivers and mountains of ancient Xia, only the border regions with its neighboring kingdom housed fewer than 10 million subjects, creating a facade of prosperity. Behind this facade lay a vast empty territory devoid of even a single bird or beast. Even the peerless experts in the ancient Xia imperial palace were all silver-haired elders with not a single young figure to be found. If the scene from the ancient Xia dynasty were to spread, it would surely shake the entire eastern wasteland and astonish all races. After all, ancient records of the eastern wasteland documented that ancient Xia spanned billions of miles, was the eldest dynasty with the most ancient heritage in history, and at its peak its population accounted for 4/10 of the eastern wasteland's total, with nearly 1 million sects, the most magnificent holy lands, and an astronomical number of mortals. How could it have vanished into thin air? Transformed into an empty dynasty? Of course Jun Lintian and the others were unaware of this. At this moment atop the ancient Xia dynasty, a host of peerless experts silently watched the thunder and rain, their pupils gradually contracting. The ancient Xia dynasty remained relatively calm, but in the eastern wasteland true colossal waves were stirring. Countless leaders of superpowers looked up at the sky, all frozen stiff. The decision-makers of the eastern wasteland were all silent, their eyes filled with terror. The hazy rain swallowed the eastern wasteland, never ceasing. The rain continued to fall endlessly until dawn broke. In the Great Yan Dynasty, the Guiyun Holy Land, the Ziwei Holy Land, the Zifu Holy Land, the Great Yan Dynasty, the Shen sect, the Nine Dragons Dynasty, the Wanlong Holy Land, the Dapeng Holy Land, the Qilin Holy Land, the Nine Dragons Dynasty, the Human Emperor Hall, the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, the Baihua Fairy Pavilion, the Tianyan Holy Land, the Shenshu Holy Land, the Vermilion Bird Dynasty, the Taiyin Palace, the Nanzhao Kingdom, the Jutian Holy Land. Powers across the eastern wasteland were thrown into chaos, as countless terrifying lords set out, converging on the outskirts of the primordial Forbidden Zone in overwhelming numbers. For a time the outer reaches of the primordial Forbidden Zone became the most bustling they had ever been, yet it did not feel lively. Countless terrifying lords descended, all silent, exchanging no words, even ignoring one another. Each stood hundreds of miles from the border of the primordial Forbidden Zone, whether in the void or on the peaks of the earth, quietly watching the rain. None of these lords set foot into the outer reaches of the primordial Forbidden Zone. They all halted there, observing the rain in the Forbidden Zone. And this vigil lasted for 3 months. During those 3 months the lords remained, as if in meditation, motionless, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on the forested expanse of the Forbidden Zone's periphery. Through those months the skies above the outer reaches were perpetually overcast with drizzling rain, occasionally punctuated by thunderous lightning. Throughout those 3 months the number of terrifying lords grew, yet not a single one came from the ancient Xia dynasty. On the first day after 3 months the stillness began to break. As time passed the thunder grew more violent, and the rain became denser, intensifying day by day. Under this relentless cycle, by the 4th month, the outer reaches of the primordial Forbidden Zone were battered by torrential rain extending all the way to Tong Pass. The driving rain poured down like a deluge, growing ever more ferocious. The countless terrifying lords remained as steady as mountains, unmoving, yet the shock in their eyes surged like a tide, their scalps tingling as they watched the downpour. With every increase in the rain's intensity, the lords' breaths grew shorter. This pattern continued, building upon itself until this day. On the road the heavens obstruct. On this morning, the heavy rain pours down, drenching the earth as it relentlessly beats against the vast, boundless wilderness outer jungle. Gazing from afar, the rain connects the heavens and the earth, completely penetrating the forest sea. Deep within the endless forest sea, a relatively small yet striking courtyard quietly lies within the forest sea, viewed from above, as if hidden within the torrential rain, appearing so hazy and ethereal. The camera gradually zooms in. In the misty depths of the forest, green leaves bow low. All living beings conceal themselves. The densely packed crystalline raindrops crash onto the rocks, leaves, and vines shattering upon impact. The sound of the pouring rain fills the ears, merging into a surging force, seemingly drowning out all worldly noise, creating a deafening chaos. Within Ye Sifan's courtyard, raindrops blanket the ground. The surrounding jungle crackles with sound. The pond's water ripples countless waves. The heavy rain nearly obliterates the former tranquility. In the pavilion, made particularly blurry by the rain, Ye Sifan, clad in a raincoat and bamboo hat, sits alone deep within the pavilion, the wet straw hat dripping with rainwater, the ground beneath him already a pool of muddy water. Over the past 4 months, Ye Sifan continuously attempts to step beyond the invisible safety boundary, gradually overcoming the subconscious fear from the initial 1 or 2 steps to later hundreds of meters, even up to a mile today. Ye Sifan thinks that once the rain stops, he will take the little girl away, attempting to escape the vast forest sea. However, the heavens have not been kind, as this rain has lasted a full 4 months. Is it that the rain in this world lasts so long? Ye Sifan cannot know. In the past he wouldn't have cared how long the rain would fall, even if it rained for a year. He had enough provisions. But now it is different. In these 4 months Ye Sifan gradually discovers that the little girl's excessive drowsiness has worsened, changing from a mere half day to 3/4 of the day, meaning she now only wakes for about 3 hours each day. During these 6 hours the little girl almost only spends time eating and playing with Ye Sifan, losing interest in the little creatures in the courtyard. As if in her subconscious only Ye Sifan is the one she cherishes without weariness. Each time the little girl awakens and calls out brother, it pierces Ye Sifan's heart like a blunt instrument with every utterance. In this unfamiliar world without kin, the little girl is Ye Sifan's only spiritual anchor, and he truly fears that one day she might suddenly stop waking up. Lost in thought, Ye Sifan suddenly raises his head, gazing at the endless forest sea as a glimmer of his own innate color flashes in his dark eyes. Suddenly Ye Sifan smiled faintly with an unruffled expression, and a steady heart, speaking to the heavens, though I, Ye Sifan, am not a world-shaking cultivator. Ever since the day I was born I have had a bad habit. Anything I wish to do, nothing can stop me. Since the heavens are not kind, then let them not be. Even if the heavens are unkind and the heavy rain continues to pour, Ye Sifan has made up his mind. He will traverse the forest sea. This is his choice. He also had no choice. With the little girl's condition deteriorating day by day, rather than sitting anxiously, it is better to take decisive action. At this moment Ye Sifan is resolute. Creak. The little girl struggles to push open the door, rubbing her sleepy eyes. As she looks out, Ye Sifan gazes at this little angel behind the house, smiling tenderly, as if amidst the noisy rain. He hears the little girl calling for her brother. You are the only obsession of your brother in this life. Perhaps brother is also your only reluctance. With this thought Ye Sifan rises, adjusting his raincoat, tightly plunging into the heavy rain, squatting down at the door. Little girl, are you hungry? Shall brother go make something delicious for you? Okay. Little girl, it's chilly outside. Go inside and wait for brother. He will be here shortly. Little girl, wait for brother. Little girl is very obedient. Not long after, when Ye Sifan enters with steaming food, the little girl has already fallen asleep at the table. Looking at the increasingly drowsy little angel, Ye Sifan's heart aches involuntarily. Little girl, little girl. Ye Sifan sets down the food and gently nudges the little girl. The latter wakes up in a daze and sweetly smiles at Ye Sifan, saying, brother, you're back. Little girl, look, your favorite sweet and sour carp, eat up quickly. Ye Sifan says as he hands the chopsticks to the little angel. During the meal, little girl, once you finish eating, put on the clothes brother made for you. Will brother take you to a place, okay? Okay. Ye Sifan smiles warmly upon hearing this, and after the little girl finishes eating he finds the clothes he sewed himself to dress her in. The outfit was modified by Ye Sifan himself, with a rather mixed color, appearing somewhat rough, and having a few patches, yet it fits perfectly. After putting on the clothes, Ye Sifan drapes a small raincoat over the little girl, placing a small bamboo hat on her head, making her look extremely adorable. With everything ready, Ye Sifan tosses a lot of fish food into the pond, and prepares some meals for the little creatures in the courtyard, before pulling the little girl out of the door, leaving under the watchful eyes of the small beings. The shadows of a big and small figure in raincoats and hats disappear into the rain, accompanied by a black dog with the little girl holding a potted plant. After Ye Sifan and the little girl leave the courtyard, Wei Tian and Xiao Wei Tian and the other little creatures lie on the courtyard wall, feeling a bit reluctant. I'm not coming back. What are you all doing? I've entrusted the house to you, take good care of it. Ye Sifan turns back to remind them, leading the little girl into the jungle, with Dehei rushing ahead, wagging his tail, excited that his master is bringing him along, clearing the path. Within the jungle, Ye Sifan uses the Jilong Lioli sword as a tool to carve a path cutting through thorns and brambles, while the siblings advance slowly. As they, along with a dog and a green lotus, proceed, the rain intensifies, making it nearly impossible to see 10 meters ahead. At the moment Ye Sifan leads the little girl a mile away, boom, crash, a terrifying sea of thunder reemerges, with the rain falling to an unprecedented magnitude, gradually revealing countless purple lightning, hovering ominously above the outer jungle of the ancient forbidden area. Ye Sifan pays no mind, advancing slowly, as the first day passes peacefully without any crisis. In the following days, Ye Sifan travels in one direction and along the way. If the little girl feels sleepy, Ye Sifan seeks shelter under a tree or hides beneath the large leaves, tightly holding the little angel in his arms, shielding her from the wind and rain. If hungry, he retrieves the dry food wrapped in oil paper from the bundle hanging around Dehe's neck. If thirsty, he drinks rainwater to quench his thirst. Dehe watches the brother and sister snuggling together, wanting to show off his prowess countless times, but ultimately holds back. This is the bond between Ye Sifan and the little girl. Dehe does not dare to interfere, nor does Qing Lian dare to rewrite it casually. The karmic power of the person before him is something Qing Lian believes he cannot bear, so he can only silently accept the mundane baptism together. Days pass in silence, until the 7th day. Boom! The thunder turns purple, and Qing Lian watches this scene, feeling a tingling sensation in his lotus heart. Purple thunder, an omen of the heavens awakening. Could it be that this heavy rain is a sign from the heavens obstructing this person from leaving the ancient forbidden area? With this thought, Qing Lian's lotus heart boils over. Unknowingly, what existence has he been following? How could he attract the heavens' obstruction? The truth is, Qing Lian's speculation has been confirmed. In the days that followed, Ye Sifan either encountered landslides blocking the road, or faced mountain collapses with invisible obstacles everywhere. And half a month later, the truly terrifying obstructive scenes began to appear one by one. A hazy snow blankets the world, chaos reigns in the 8 forbidden lands. After half a month of braving the winds and rain, Ye Sifan finally stands less than 3 layers away from the outer border of the ancient forbidden zone. Endless thunder roars madly atop the boundless sky, and the pouring rain surges like a flood breaching a dam. Crack! A purple lightning bolt descends from the heavens, striking directly at the jungle surrounding the ancient forbidden zone, exuding immense divine might. The terrifying lightning suddenly strikes the peak of a towering ancient tree, before Ye Sifan illuminating half the forest, and instilling fear and dread. The power of the fearsome lightning penetrates the ancient tree, sparks fly, instantly consuming all vitality amidst the rolling smoke. Crack! The ancient tree emits a crisp sound as visible cracks snake down from top to bottom. Then, bang! With a loud explosion, the towering ancient tree shatters, splitting into 2, igniting a raging fire as it collapses in both directions, resembling Mount Tai falling sweeping through the jungle. The massive tree trunk crashes heavily into the forest, snapping countless vines, and wherever it passes, divine flames rise, burning everything. Sizzling! The torrential rain clashes with the raging fire, and upon their initial contact, an endless series of explosions erupts with flames soaring into the sky, the rain unable to extinguish it, thick smoke enveloping the forest. A wave of scorching heat rushes towards Ye Sifan, who breathes hastily, staring at this scene in a daze, his scalp prickling. This is Ye Sifan's first encounter with the thunder and fire of this world. With no references for comparison, he assumes this is a normal occurrence here, utterly shocked. Indeed, the cultivation realm is a true cultivation realm, with natural forces far surpassing the disasters of his past life. Swallowing hard, Ye Sifan has no choice but to take a detour while holding the sleeping little girl. Several hours later, as Ye Sifan approaches the edge of the jungle, the heavenly thunder reaches an almost white-hot intensity. An incomparably terrifying might shocks the eastern wilderness. But suddenly, crack! A dazzling purple lightning bolt pierces through the heavens, and earth, the sky gradually turning white. Within the jungle, several dozen miles away from Ye Sifan, Yun Shui and xianxia sense something slowly raising their heads to gaze at the sky. They see the endless void, illuminated boundless white light covering the earth, slowly descending. In an instant, the beautiful eyes of the 2 women enlarge, staring in shock at the terrifyingly white sky. Is this snow? Zhang Zioya's heart trembles. That endless white light is actually countless snowflakes. An invisible force descends from the heavens, seemingly interfering with the natural order. The torrential rain appears to pause for half a second before condensing into countless snowflakes dancing down. In an instant, the entire sky above the forest is blanketed in white, an immense snowfall rarely seen in a millennium, incredibly shocking. At the outer border of the ancient forbidden zone, countless terrifying beings stare blankly at this scene, no longer calm, their eyes wide with disbelief, their scalps tingling. Is this heavy snow? Heavy snow. Above the boundless forest of the ancient forbidden zone, hazy snow begins to fall. Snow in the forbidden land, a phenomenon that shakes the ages. Countless terrifying beings are uneasy, filled with anxiety. The eastern wilderness only knows that rain in the forbidden zone signals a great change in the world, but snow in the forbidden zone is an experience no one has encountered before, with no records, an unprecedented occurrence throughout history. What does the heavy snowfall signify? What is the heavens trying to convey? A high-ranking celestial master visibly agitated murmurs incantations, frantically calculating, attempting to glimpse the heavenly secrets. Suddenly, the celestial master seems to touch upon some taboo, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood, suffering a terrifying backlash. However, the celestial master appears to have gleaned something, quickly capturing and deducing. He gasps and murmurs to himself, "Rain in the Forbidden Zone, great change in the world, heavy snow falls." As the deduction continues, the celestial master trembles, filled with terror, suddenly raising his head to fixate on the ancient Forbidden Zone, uttering shocking words. "A person who will bring chaos to the eternal era will soon emerge from the ancient Forbidden Zone." What? Countless terrifying beings are shaken, their horrified gazes fixed on the celestial master. Chaos in the eternal era, how terrifying is this? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In the grand world, even that ethereal emperor could never create chaos in the eternal era. However, just as the hearts of the masters wavered, the celestial master who was deducing the heavenly secrets spits out another mouthful of blood. His body stiffens, and he falls straight down. Countless terrifying beings in the eastern wilderness watch this scene, their chests heaving, their minds roaring, as if thunder is breaking loose. The power of cause and effect, a strange backlash. Only celestial masters who glimpse the heavenly secrets will be struck down by the force of causality. In other words, what the celestial master said has been acknowledged by the heavens, thus triggering the backlash. It is only at this moment that everyone realizes that this person is the current number 1 celestial master of the eastern wilderness, the earth-grade celestial master Shen Taiqing. Realizing this, countless terrifying beings suddenly become tense, their hearts rising to their throats, breathing rapidly as they look towards the ancient Forbidden Zone, their gazes undergoing a tremendous change. A person who will bring chaos to the eternal era will soon emerge from here. In another direction, Jun Lintian and Yen Huang stand atop the unnamed war chariot, equally shocked into silence, especially Yen Huang. The latter suddenly recalls what the celestial master queen said when Jun Xiaoxiao was born about the person who will cause chaos in ancient times, as well as the image of the mysterious man sitting atop the bronze coffin. Chaos in the eternal era, chaos in the eternal era. Could it be Yi Gongzi? Yen Huang suddenly feels dry mouth and throat, as if suffocating. One must understand that although the eastern wilderness is vast, it is merely a corner of the grand world. Countless unparalleled experts in the eastern wilderness may never step out of it in their lifetimes, and no one can imagine what the grand world is truly like. It is merely a concept. No one knows how vast the grand world really is. A great change in the grand world, chaos in the eternal era rather than chaos in ancient times. It is unimaginable what a magnificent and terrifying scene that will be. As the hearts of everyone tremble, suddenly, countless divine senses echo in the minds of the masters coming from all directions of the eastern wilderness. Countless terrifying beings, upon hearing these divine messages, are immediately stunned, instantly petrified. In the previous moment, everyone received a shocking news that shook their souls. The 8 great forbidden lands of the eastern wilderness are reigning. After 4 months, the other 7 forbidden lands are reigning on the same day. This means that apart from the ancient Forbidden Zone, currently covered in heavy snow, the other 7 forbidden lands are also experiencing thunderstorms, a sign of chaotic calamity. The 8 great forbidden lands are reigning at the same time. What? What does this mean? What has the heavens sensed? What are they hinting at? The 8 great forbidden lands are simultaneously reigning. Is this a great change in the world converging? The masters feel their scalps tingle, every sign indicating an obscure and unclear future direction. Countless terrifying beings seem to see the grand world trembling, endless brilliance shining. Of course, what worries everyone the most is the ancient Forbidden Zone, as it is the only place among the 8 forbidden lands where hazy snow is falling, a divine sign that has never been seen before, signaling chaos in ancient times. Countless terrifying beings' hearts beat like drums, feeling as if they are about to suffocate, all eyes glued to the outer border of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Who will that person be, the one who will bring chaos to the eternal era? Above the vast and hazy boundless forest sea, from a distance snowflakes gently fall, densely covering the sky, turning the void into a blanket of white. The soft snowfall seems to slow the passage of time, bringing a profound sense of heaviness. In the depths of the endless snowfall within the courtyard of Ye Sifan, the snow falls softly, first covering the tops of the willow trees, then cascading onto the eaves, spreading over the pond courtyard, and submerging everything within. Suddenly, bang! A brilliant light suddenly surged from beneath the willow tree. The chessboard that had been silent for 18 years in the courtyard glimmered like a radiant mirror, abruptly glowing with brilliance. A A tremendous pressure erupted from the chessboard, scattering countless snowflakes. If Ye Sifan were here, he would surely be dumbfounded for an eerie scene unfolded upon the chessboard. Despite the absence of any person in the courtyard, the chessboard began to operate autonomously, the 3,000 pieces spinning at light speed, arranging, dissipating, and reappearing as if someone were playing chess. Even more bizarrely, as the 3,000 pieces flickered, they all returned to the chess box, as if a new game was about to commence. At the same time, in the forest on the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone, Ye Sifan, carrying the little girl, stood in the vast white snow-covered jungle, looking back with a strange expression. How could the world that was just pouring rain moments ago be swallowed by heavy snow in the blink of an eye? Ye Sifan marveled at the astonishing natural laws of the immortal cultivation world. For him, the ethereal cultivators of his past life had appeared in this world. What could possibly be unacceptable? The only downside was that the world was enveloped in a sea of white, and Ye Sifan lost his sense of direction, having to rely solely on instinct to move forward. As Ye Sifan advanced, the snow grew increasingly thick. Initially gentle and tranquil, but when he was merely 3 miles from the border, whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly struck, gathering out of nowhere. The wind howled, the snow danced chaotically, and the entire forest was engulfed in an endless turmoil, almost frenzied. The bone-chilling wind and snow surged like a storm, lifting billions of snowflakes, causing the trees in the forest to make a tumultuous sound. Thousands of branches and leaves abruptly soared, trembling at a 90-degree angle to the wind, fluttering in the breeze. Caught off guard, Ye Sifan was nearly knocked down by the strong wind, his raincoat rustling, and his hat nearly blown off as if it wanted to abandon him. With one hand carrying the little girl, and the other holding onto his hat, the turbulent wind and snow rushed in like a sandstorm, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. Ye Sifan had no extra hands to shield himself from the raging wind and snow, so he could only squint his eyes into a narrow slit, moving forward against the wind with little glimpses of light. However, as Ye Sifan advanced step by step, the wind and snow intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying, until the entire forest was engulfed in a roaring chaos. Ye Sifan felt his movements hindered, as if an invisible pair of hands were pushing him backward, making it nearly impossible to move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The frenzied wind and snow reached their peak until Ye Sifan could no longer open his eyes, and could only feel his way forward step by step. Ye Sifan didn't know how long he had been walking, only feeling an eternity pass with every step, as if each stride took a day, time dragging on like years. Xianxia watched this scene, nearly gasping in surprise. The seemingly ordinary snowflakes and fierce winds were infinitely suppressing her, an invisible force sealing her cultivation within, rendering her as ordinary as any mortal. It wasn't only Xianxia Udahe was in the same predicament, his astounding power inexplicably sealed, having to rely solely on his robust physique to face the wind and snow. Suddenly Xianxia had an epiphany. Heavenly power. This is heavenly power. Or perhaps this is the force of the natural laws, a suppression from the laws of heaven and earth. In her thoughts, Xianxia couldn't help but look at Ye Sifan. Upon doing so, Xianxia's leaves trembled violently, her heart filled with indescribable shock. For at this moment Ye Sifan was also surrounded by a vast ocean of star-like laws, a different kind of order that did not belong to the heavens, terrifying beyond measure. Could it be that this was a game between heaven and him? Xianxia's body trembled intensely. This seemingly ordinary wind and snow was actually a contest between man and heaven, and this contest was not initiated by Ye Sifan but rather welcomed by heaven. What does this mean? Is it a test? Or a declaration of war? Or perhaps a form of trepidation? Boom! Xianxia's heart was like a volcano erupting, resembling the end of the world, not daring to envision, but she understood that if Ye Sifan lost, she and he would be completely erased by the heavenly order, in an instant vanishing from the world, as if they had never existed. Yet, if Ye Sifan won, Xianxia would only feel more fear and unease. Just how terrifying could an existence that made heaven wary be? To possess one's own order and laws, such a person has never existed throughout history. In the river of time, it is impossible to measure or understand the extent of their terror, but it is surely unimaginable. At the same time, Xianxia also knew that after this contest, she and that big black dog would likely be unknowingly entangled in some supreme karma. Within the endless forest sea, the wind and snow had reached their peak, and the surroundings gradually faded from sight, leaving only a chaotic whiteness in this realm. Amidst the white chaotic wind and snow, a figure in a raincoat carried another small figure trudging through the storm, with a black dog following behind, battling the raging elements. At this moment Dehe seemed exceptionally small, utterly exhausted, whimpering with his head down like an old dog on the verge of collapse, struggling to carry on. Ye Sifan tightly closed his eyes, cautiously taking each step. The further he went, the more unbearable the hardship became. At a certain moment, "Brother!" Once again the sleepy little angel stirred awake, tightly clutching Ye Sifan's neck, her small face and body deeply hidden within the raincoat looking exceptionally delicate and endearing. The little girl opened her sleepy beautiful eyes, unable to see the outside world, yet sensing the warmth of Ye Sifan's broad back, timidly asking, "Brother, where are we going?" Ye Sifan paused upon hearing this, trying to open his eyes but found it quite unrealistic. He wanted to answer the little girl's question but didn't know how to respond. Where were they going? He also didn't know, perhaps. To where there are people. Ye Sifan could only change the subject, gently asking, "Nwan Nwan, are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" Following the sound, Ye Sifan handed the last piece of dry food he had been holding to the little girl, reminding her not to lift the raincoat. Nwan Nwan obediently followed her brother's instructions. After the little girl took the dry food, she didn't let go but instead broke it open with her little hands, trying to feed it into Ye Sifan's mouth. "Brother, eat first." Ye Sifan felt the food near his mouth, smiled warmly, opened his mouth to swallow gently, and continued to push forward against the wind. With the little girl by his side, he felt much lighter in heart, his steps growing stronger. The brother and sister chatted as they walked, discussing the silver monkeys, the mice in the courtyard, the turtle and sweet and sour carp, talking about many things along the way. Ye Sifan couldn't remember how long he had been walking, nor how long the snowstorm had lasted. Perhaps it had been a very long time. Until this moment, Ye Sifan's step suddenly felt light, no longer heavy. And at the instant he took this step, the raging winds abruptly began to subside, though the heavy snow still enveloped the sky. This step was precisely at the border of the ancient forbidden zone. This step felt as if it had heavily trampled on Qing Lian's heart. Victory! This man actually won. Today marks the most shocking day of Qing Lian's life. The man before her, clad in a raincoat and hat, engaged in a fierce contest. Victory! This man actually won. Today marks the most shocking day of Qing Lian's life. The man before her, clad in a raincoat and hat, engaged in a fierce contest with the heavens and emerged victorious. Phew! The endless fierce winds quickly receded, the purple lightning above the ancient forbidden area vanished, and the world seemed to return to tranquility. However, the heavy snowfall continued to swirl, enveloping the endless rivers. Ye Sifan sensed something and slowly opened his eyes, only to find not the primitive jungle before him, but a vast expanse of white, boundless open land. Ye Sifan's chest heaved as he exhaled, repeatedly revealing a smile of relief and barely contained excitement. He had come out. Ye Sifan had finally emerged. 18 years. A full 18 years. Had it not been for the little girl intruding into his life, he might never have left that courtyard. Ye Sifan could hardly believe his eyes. As an ordinary mortal, he had truly traversed the vast sea of trees and stepped into this world among myriad beasts. He gasped, breathing in the fresh air outside, as if the air here was far more refreshing. Ye Sifan was exhilarated. Hundreds of miles away from the border of the ancient, forbidden area, a different scene unfolded. The endless terror lord struggled to breathe, his lungs inflating as he stared intently at the three figures before the ancient forbidden area jungle. Disaster! The one who disrupts the eternal era. A terror lord gasped, fixating on Ye Sifan hundreds of miles away. Could this man who emerged from the ancient forbidden area be the one referred to as the disruptor of the eternal era by the mysterious master Shen Taiqing? The endless terror lord stood in the void, his scalp tingling. In another direction, on the nameless war chariot, Jun Lintian and Yan Huang trembled all over, unable to help but take half a step back, their eyes filled with endless shock. Yi! Young Master Yi! Jun Lintian's eyes widened in disbelief. Even though he was psychologically prepared, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Yan Huang was even more dazed, his head spinning. It is him. Truly him. In that instant, the words of the Master Tianshi echoed in Yan Huang's ears, especially the last line, "He is of the chaotic ancient times, while you are the beginning of chaos." The two generations of heavenly masters predicted the prophecy. He is of the chaotic ancient times. Young Master Yi is that chaotic ancient being. And we are the beginning of chaos. Yan Huang's eyes filled with terror and confusion. When he looked again at Yi Sifan hundreds of miles away, he felt as if a vast mountain weighed down on his heart, almost suffocating him. At the same time, in Tongguan Luocheng, an elderly figure approached, slowly exuding an aura that brushed past 1,000,000 forbidden troops, as if he did not exist at all, like a realm devoid of people. The 1,000,000 forbidden troops automatically ignored the old man, allowing him to pass through, as if his existence was invisible. The old man moved with a step, a moment's pause, and each step seemed like a lotus blossom. His pace was incredibly slow, yet his speed was astonishing, almost akin to teleportation. In just a few flashes the old man had passed through the million forbidden troops, traversed the Luocheng gate, distanced himself from the Tongguan checkpoint, and floated outside the wall, vanishing in the hazy snow, leaving behind several afterimages, heading straight for the place where the endless terror lord stood. This old man was none other than the mysterious master of the ancient Xia, the one who arrived late, the enigmatic elder. As the old man made his way among the multitude, he caused no stir at all, as if he did not exist among the crowd. The old man hid among the many lords, concealing himself from the world, his aged and weary eyes gazing towards the border of the ancient forbidden area hundreds of miles away. Their endless ancient trees stood, and a vast forest stretched out, blanketed by heavy snow. Before the seemingly boundless forest, in the vast expanse of white snow stretching for 100 miles, three figures appeared, relatively small compared to the snowy landscape. Though they seemed relatively small from a high vantage point, they were exceptionally conspicuous. The view gradually drew closer. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, a figure covered in snow was seen carrying a little girl accompanied by a black dog. Both man and dog gazed at the vast earth with eyes full of emotion. In the hazy snow, Ye Sifan steadied himself for a moment, finally slowly lowering the little girl, squatting down to gently remove the tightly wrapped raincoat and hat from her. "Little girl, what do you see?" Ye Sifan gently asked the little angel. In the ancient forbidden area where rain had not fallen for 18 years, snow was even more impossible. The little girl must have never seen such a beautiful snowy landscape. Upon hearing this, the little girl slowly opened her sparkling beautiful eyes, gazing at the snowflakes dancing in the sky, and the vast white world. Her stunningly beautiful pupils suddenly sparkled with surprise and joy as she looked at the endless snow and the falling snowflakes. "Brother, it's so beautiful. Brother, this place is magnificent." The little girl had never seen such beautiful scenery. In her memory, there was only the desolate primitive forest. The little girl was deeply captivated by the sight, before her stretching out her delicate little hands, allowing the snowflakes to brush past her fingertips or land in her palms. "Brother, what is this?" "Little girl, you've never seen it before. This is called snow. It's my first time seeing it here too." Ye Sifan gazed at the vast snowy sea, smiling brightly. The little girl was filled with joy upon hearing this, cheering and exclaiming, "So this is snow. I know I heard old monkey uncle mention it, just like what he said, it's white and beautiful." Looking at the heavy snowfall, the little girl was exceedingly curious and enchanted, as if she had longed to see snow for a long time. The silver monkey uncle mentioned by the little girl was naturally familiar to Ye Sifan. It must be the big gorilla that had brought her to his courtyard. The little girl had learned about snow from the gorilla. In the boundless snowy field, heavy snow fell from the sky. Soon the sound of the little angel's cheerful laughter rang out in the snow. The little girl danced gracefully in the snow, tossing a handful of snowflakes into the sky, exuberantly circling around Ye Sifan. "The little girl sees snow, oh! The little girl sees snow!" Amidst the heavy snowfall, the little angel played joyfully, while the big black dog joined in, darting around the little girl, bouncing and jumping, accidentally plunging headfirst into a snowbank, getting his head covered in snow. After shaking off the snowflakes, the big black dog continued to joyfully frolic around the little girl. Ye Sifan watched the innocent little girl, a warm smile spreading across his face. This was his first time seeing snow, and the first time he saw the little girl so happy. After more than half a year of companionship, Ye Sifan grew increasingly fond of this little angel, and his heart ached for her. For children, outside snow was a sight they could see every year, but the ancient forbidden area was different. Just as the little girl and the big black dog were joyfully surrounding Ye Sifan, two graceful figures slowly walked from the jungle. Xue and her companion happened to witness this heartwarming scene. The adorable little angel, the lively big black dog, the man in the raincoat and hat with his back turned to them, a combination that was utterly ordinary. Yet Xue and her companion were somewhat mesmerized, because the scene was too warm and too rare. Such a moment was seldom seen by cultivators, usually only appearing in the mundane world. Regarding the appearance of Ye Sifan, the little girl and the big black dog Xue and her companion were not too shocked, instinctively classifying them as mortals. The border of the ancient forbidden area was not without mortals stepping in, but it was extremely rare. They should not be here at this moment. However, both were quite surprised by the little girl's appearance, as it was rare to find such a lively girl in the mundane world. What the two girls did not know was that at this moment countless terror lords were also watching this scene. After pausing for a moment, the two girls slowly stepped out from the jungle, their gazes still fixed on this mortal combination. But as Yun Shui moved, Ye Sifan's profile gradually came into view along with the Qing Lian he was holding in his hand. Dressed in white ethereal and otherworldly, Yun Shui initially caught sight of a single green lotus leaf, vibrant and striking, and thus couldn't help but take notice. However, as Yun Shui moved forward, the blue lotus gradually revealed its leaves, followed by the next stem, and finally the entire plant. The moment Yun Shui saw the complete blue lotus through the falling snow, her previously calm heart suddenly trembled, her delicate body shivered, and she came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Xiaoya noticed Yun Shui stop and couldn't help but turn around to look. At this moment, Yun Shui was stunned, her body enveloped in mist for the second time in her life, her astonishing beauty displaying sheer shock, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Is this the blue lotus I know? The ninth patriarch of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland, the Chaos Blue Lotus. Yun Zui's beautiful eyes widened in horror. While the world believed the Chaos Blue Lotus had vanished for centuries, she knew it had been hidden in the Eastern Wasteland, and had visited the Return Cloud sacred land years ago, maintaining a good relationship with it. During that visit, Yun Shui had the fortune to consult the Blue Lotus, and theoretically, she could be considered a half-disciple of the Blue Lotus. Thus Yun Shui was able to recognize the Blue Lotus at first glance. Indeed, this Blue Lotus before her was the 9th patriarch shocking the Eastern Wasteland. As she thought of this, the shock in Yun Zui's heart surged even more. In fact, she could accept encountering the Chaos Blue Lotus. What she couldn't accept was, the Blue Lotus had become a potted plant, and it was being held by a man who appeared to be immortal. Yun Zui's breath became increasingly rapid, just as she was about to speak. Yun girl, there's no need to be overly alarmed, just act as if you haven't seen me. Suddenly the Blue Lotus communicated telepathically with Yun Shui, having understood some things during the half-year spent with Ye Sifan. Some things may be great fates. There is a reason for their existence. For instance, the man who shocked the Blue Lotus yet believed himself to be immortal surely has some terrifying connections which even the Blue Lotus could only follow. Moreover, perhaps this man had simply forgotten his astonishing identity due to some terrifying reasons, choosing to believe he was merely immortal while deep down he knew everything. Compared to any supreme hidden existence, the Blue Lotus at this level believed more in the cycle of cause and effect. Everything that seems unreasonable is often the most untouchable. The stronger the cultivator, the more they fear the power of cause and effect. Therefore, the Blue Lotus chose to follow Ye Sifan discreetly, not wanting to get involved in any undesired cause and effect. At this moment, seeing Yun Shui recognize him, the Blue Lotus communicated telepathically to stop her. Upon hearing the Blue Lotus telepathic message, Yun Shui appeared utterly astonished. Senior, is it really you? Indeed, it is me. With the Blue Lotus confirmation, Yun Zui's eyes widened, struggling to comprehend. Senior, how did I become a potted plant? Exactly as you see, I am now just a potted plant belonging to the person before you. So just consider me as if I do not exist. What? A potted plant belonging to the person before her? Hearing the Blue Lotus say this, Yun Shui was completely stunned, her heart churning with immense waves, and she couldn't help but slowly look toward Ye Sifan. Could it be that the person before her was not just any mortal but rather a supreme being? The 9th patriarch of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland willingly acted as a backdrop for him, leaving Yun Shui feeling it was utterly absurd. On the other side, Sister Shui, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xiaoya, unaware of the exchange between Yun Shui and the Blue Lotus, found the saintess' behavior peculiar and confusing. Sister Shui. After several calls, Zhang Xiaoya finally pulled Yun Shui back from her shock. It's nothing. Yun Shui responded cheerfully, yet her gaze was fixated on Ye Sifan. The conversation between the two also caught Ye Sifan's attention. He turned his head slowly, and in the vast snow, he noticed 2 graceful figures had appeared at some point, one of whom had an astonishing beauty, making her even more enchanting amidst the hazy snowflakes. At the moment Ye Sifan looked back, Yun Shui and the others also saw each other. From the perspective of Yun Shui and the others, the man in white, donning a rain cape and hat amidst the snowy landscape, had a clean and handsome face that was truly stunning. His features were not overly pronounced, yet they were pleasing to the eye with a tranquility akin to still water. This was no ordinary handsomeness. To describe him as handsome would be overly simplistic. This man exuded an aura of grace. With his clean and handsome exterior paired with an indescribable charm, he gave off an ethereal and otherworldly illusion, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, or as if he were a clear spring in the world. Zhang Xiaoya and Yun Shui were momentarily lost in thought, not out of infatuation but rather, seeing the two women. Ye Sifan politely nodded slightly, offering a calm smile, before gently pulling the timid and anxious little girl who had been hiding behind him, saying softly, "Nana, let's go." Nana did not respond to Ye Sifan but obediently nodded. Since the moment Yun Shui and the others were discovered, she had been hiding behind Ye Sifan, looking at them with wide eyes filled with fear. On the other side, Yun Shui gazed at the calm Ye Sifan, her heart fluttering slightly. In their earlier exchange, she had only read a moment of surprise and unexpectedness in his eyes but not a hint of admiration. After seeing her unparalleled beauty, this man merely seemed momentarily stunned before completely regaining his composure. Yun Shui couldn't help but feel her confidence waver. Could it be that her beauty wasn't enough to astonish him? Or was it that she wasn't enough to move him? What Yun Shui didn't know was that in Ye Sifan's eyes they were all high-ranking cultivators, and no matter how beautifully they cried out, it had nothing to do with him. Watching Ye Sifan lead the little angel, and to haze slowly into the snowstorm, Yun Shui couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment amidst the hazy snow. As Ye Sifan walked, he removed the heavy rain cape and hat that had weighed him down for the past half-month, making movement quite cumbersome. As he shed the rain cape, Ye Sifan handed the blue lotus to the little girl. The little girl received the vibrant blue lotus pot, holding it in her arms, and playing with it, taking little steps forward alongside Ye Sifan. Seeing this scene, Yun Shui suddenly recalled the blue lotus, and as her thoughts returned, her heart shook. What kind of identity did this man have? Why would the 9th patriarch of the 8 ancestors of the Eastern Wasteland willingly act as a backdrop for him? Moreover, why did he not mind the little girl's playfulness? Yun Shui stared at the man, her breath growing increasingly rapid. At this moment, Ye Sifan had already shed the heavy rain cape and hat, slowly disappearing into the vast snow, leaving behind only a white robe as pure as snow, appearing even more ethereal and transcendent. Zhang Xiaoya looked at the dazed Yun Shui, her eyes filled with disbelief. Could Sister Shui be? Zhang Xiaoya was immensely shocked, unable to believe, as she gazed in the direction where Ye Sifan had vanished. What kind of fortune did this man in white possess to receive the attention of the first saintess of the Return Cloud Sacred Land? Zhang Xiaoya was quite stunned, inwardly acknowledging that this was indeed a rare man. It's just a pity that he was merely a mortal. If he were some saint, perhaps he could truly achieve a remarkable tale. The heavy snow continued to fall as people walked on. Ye Sifan, along with Nana and Ahei, moved forward step by step, while Yun Shui and Zhang Xiaoya also walked toward Tongguan, maintaining a subtle distance, unaware that ahead loomed an endless terror encompassing almost half of the Eastern Wasteland. The panic of the many masters upon meeting, hundreds of miles away from Ye Sifan and the. At this moment, the Lord of Endless Terror stood like a rock, seemingly forgetting time, as if forgetting everything, standing still in the heavy snow, allowing the snow to pile up on his shoulders, entirely oblivious to the need for defense. With their cultivation, the masters could perceive every blade of grass and tree hundreds of miles away, let alone the green lotus in the little girl's hands. Everything that happened in the outer jungle of the ancient Forbidden Zone had long been seen by the masters, each feeling a chill run down their spines, utterly shocked, their hearts surging with tumultuous waves. The 9th ancestor. Did he not leave the eastern wilderness hundreds of years ago? How? Several terrifying masters were left speechless. To them, the green lotus had vanished from sight hundreds of years ago, with rumors saying it had left the eastern wilderness. Why would it emerge today from the ancient Forbidden Zone? The elder of the great Peng sacred land stared wide-eyed, filled with shock, fixedly gazing at the green lotus. Is it the ancient green lotus? All the terrifying masters were restless and terrified. Anyone who mentioned the green lotus would be well known among the endless terrifying lords of the eastern wilderness. Back in the day, the green lotus swept through the eastern wilderness, killing enemies like weeds, earning a fearsome reputation. Even without an inheritance, it was not taken lightly, being considered a nightmare for the entire eastern wilderness, a disgrace for many terrifying masters throughout their lives. The powerful of the eastern wilderness referred to it as the 9th ancestor of the eastern wilderness, highlighting the green lotus high standing in the hearts of the masters. The Lord of Endless Terror increasingly recalled the past, their shock intensifying. The 9th ancestor, who had been silent for hundreds of years, actually had become a potted plant of the chaotic ancient beings. At this thought, the masters felt a heavy weight in their hearts, waves surging, staring intently at that hazy figure. In the midst of the hazy sea of snow, a figure in white glided gracefully, moving through the snow, as if coming from another world, as if from a different era. The masters fixed their gazes on that ethereal figure, their breaths coming in frantic waves. Among them, on the nameless war chariot engulfed by the vast snow, Jun Lintian and Yen Huang instinctively stepped forward, supporting the nameless chariots while gazing intently, fearing to miss any detail. Regarding the green lotus, the two had seen it before, and were not overly alarmed, but the appearance of Ye Sifan, however, was shaking Jun Lintian's mind to its core. Yi Gongzi, is he not the one who caused chaos in the ancient era? Jun Lintian murmured, watching Ye Sifan walk step by step across the millions of miles of snowy land, his mind racing with countless thoughts, still feeling his hairs stand on end, every pore of his body infinitely expanding, unable to express his shock. He had considered the possibility that the person was an unparalleled existence, even thought that the person might not be a being of the eastern wilderness or even not of this era. Yet he never expected that the person would be one who caused chaos in the ancient era. However, the one most alarmed was not Jun Lintian but Yun Zhongtian, one of the 10 terrifying masters of the Guiyun Sacred Land, and the current law elder of the Guiyun Sacred Land, the uncle of the first holy maiden Yun Shui. Yun Zhongtian looked at his niece Yun Shui, who was walking behind Ye Sifan, feeling his heart leap into his throat. The first person, the one who caused chaos in the ancient era, met after emerging from the ancient forbidden zone, was his own niece. Yun Zhongshan's heart raced like thunder, his mouth dry. If Shui were to develop any ties with the chaotic one, the more he thought, the more anxious he became, but he did not dare to act rashly. If he forcibly created ties between others, he would be tainted by even more terrifying karma, which he could not bear. Time flew quickly. Ye Sifan led the little girl who held the green lotus, accompanied by Dehei, a peculiar combination, heading east, directly pushing towards Tongguan. Ye Sifan gradually became anxious. The food he carried had already been consumed. Although there were still some spare nuts left, it was clear they wouldn't last for many days. Here, looking up, all was white. He did not know how much longer he had to walk to see any signs of human habitation, only knowing that the nuts would last a few days. Hundreds of miles flying might take just a blink of an eye, but walking was exceptionally time-consuming. Behind Ye Sifan, in the hazy snow, Yun Shui still followed at a leisurely pace, her beautiful eyes never leaving the figure ahead. The green lotus willingly accepted this. This person must be extraordinary, yet no matter how she looked, he remained an ordinary person. The more she could not see through him, the more terrifying Yun Shui found him. After all, the green lotus was the best proof. Meanwhile, not wanting to leave, xianxia could only follow. She was unaware of what Yun Shui was thinking. The title of the Ice Mountain Holy Maiden of the Guiyun Sacred Land was not unfounded. With Yun Zui's character, she would naturally not proactively reveal anything. Thus Yun Zui's actions deepened Zhang Xiaoya's misunderstandings. Sister Shui must have truly taken a liking, otherwise why would she be so reluctant to leave? Zhang Xiaoya sighed inwardly, clearly able to fly yet insisting on accompanying the ordinary person. Was this not being infatuated? But in the end, an ordinary person was still just an ordinary person. They were not beings from the same world as cultivators. No matter how outstanding, how could they be worthy of the first holy maiden of the Guiyun Sacred Land? Thinking this, Zhang Xiaoya felt a great deal of emotion, and her gaze towards Ye Sifan was slightly approving, but only slightly, as she maintained the high posture of a cultivator. In this world where the strong are revered, ordinary people are like ants, one of the lowest beings, an unchanging law through the ages. However, when a few of them crossed a slope, it marked the moment when Zhang Xiaoya's perspective began to change. The vast land extended towards Tongguan, presenting a low and flat layout. Ye Sifan and the others initially found themselves in a lowlying area, a blind spot, and even Yun Shui had not discovered the endless terrifying masters hundreds of miles away. But as time passed, that line of elevation slowly drew near. On the horizon, at the end of the endless snow, Ye Sifan's figure gradually emerged. Crash! When Ye Sifan completely stood on that horizon, gazing at the vast land, the endless terrifying masters felt a shiver run down their spines, involuntarily retreating a half step. Setting aside the intimidation of the green lotus, just the identity of the chaotic ancient being alone was enough to make the endless terrifying masters feel extremely anxious, full of dread. On the other side, as Yun Shui and Zhang Xiaoya emerged above the horizon, their bodies trembled endlessly. The two girls stared blankly at the scene hundreds of miles away, stunned. They saw amidst the heavy snow indistinct figures standing tall. Upon closer inspection, even Yun Shui found it hard to believe. The figures standing in the snow were all super overlords who had shaken the eastern wilderness for thousands of years. Any one of them, with a stomp of their foot, could make the eastern wilderness tremble. The hearts of the two girls completely boiled over, their heartbeats accelerating.
The reason they could see the scene from hundreds of miles away was that the cultivation of the practitioners was in a subconscious state of release, thus enhancing their vision. Terrifying indeed. However, under the natural state, Ye Sifan could not see this scene at all. In Ye Sifan's view, all that lay ahead was just the vast sea of snow and the boundless land. Not far from Ye Sifan, Yun Shui and the other girls stood still on the horizon, suddenly feeling their steps becoming exceptionally heavy, finding it hard to move forward. The feeling of being watched by the endless terrifying masters was quite uncomfortable and oppressive. At this moment xianxia looked at the incredibly calm Ye Sifan, feeling a bit envious. Ignorance is bliss indeed. Regarding the appearance of the endless terrifying masters, although Yun Shui and xianxia were immensely shocked, they could accept it. After all, a change occurring at the periphery of the ancient forbidden zone would naturally attract the attention of powerful beings. However, in the next moment, an astonishing scene that left the two girls in utter shock. The Yang family army is formidable, majestic, dominant, just half a day after the launch. Ranked 5th in the new book bestseller list. Ranked 31st in the new book monthly ticket list. Dare to challenge the monthly ticket list. Excited? Thank you all for your support. I am immensely grateful. Only writing can repay. Although there is still a large gap compared to other books, the lineup is decent. At least we have a captain now, right? Owes the captain a chapter of bonus updates. No more to say, just thought to give a brief report. After all, this is everyone's collective effort. I will go back to writing now. Finally, I ask for monthly ticket subscriptions and rewards. If there are no further developments, I won't open a single chapter for thanks, as it would affect the reading mood of my readers. To those who have given rewards, I won't list them all here. I remember each one in my heart. Wouldn't it be better to use this time to write a bit more, right? No more to say, no more to say. In the end, I ask for monthly ticket subscriptions. Really, no more to say. In the end, I ask for. Too ordinary, filled with doubt and confusion. Vast and boundless. Outside the endless ancient forbidden zone jungle, snowflakes dance in the air, covering everything in the world. From one side of the clouds looking down, the Lord of Endless Terror stands amidst the rolling snow dust, quietly gazing at the almost ethereal figure in white who stands against the vast snow sea ahead. The camera zooms in. Ye Sifan, dressed in white, stands atop the horizon, snowflakes drifting gently beneath his feet. Among them, one snowflake stands out gracefully and slowly descending against a backdrop of countless snowflakes, landing softly on Ye Sifan's ancient cloth shoes and the hem of his white robe. As the snowflakes fall, Ye Sifan's robe flutters slightly, and he steps forward, stirring up a few snowflakes into the air. At that very moment of his step, whoosh, at the end of the heavy snow, the Lord of Endless Terror wears a look of panic and retreats in unison. In the eyes of the multitude, what is approaching is not a white-clad man, but the endless terror of causality, a figure from a chaotic future, the source of causality in the present. For those who reach their level of cultivation, the most dreaded and the most untouchable is that unseen yet real cycle of causality existing in the universe. The fear in the hearts of the multitude swells like the ocean, an unprecedented dread, fearing to be tainted by the power of causality. In the endless snowfield, Ye Sifan, feeling inexplicably touched, abruptly stops after taking his first step and gazes up at the swirling snowflakes ahead. Just earlier, a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart, as if countless pairs of eyes were watching. Upon seeing Ye Sifan stop, the Lord of Endless Terror trembled suddenly, his scalp tingling, breath quickening in a panic as he stared at Ye Sifan, his pupils filled with boundless alarm. Meanwhile, not far from Ye Sifan, Yun Shui and xianxia were petrified in the heavy snow, staring dumbfounded at the scene unfolding in the world, their beautiful eyes reflecting endless shock. Everything that just happened fell into the eyes of the two women, especially the terrifying sight of the Lord of Endless Terror retreating in unison as Ye Sifan took his first step. Xianxia gasped, her chest rising and falling, looking at Ye Sifan's back, taking a sharp breath, unable to believe her own eyes. Why did the Lord of Endless Terror suddenly retreat the moment that man took a step? Could it be that they feared him? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The terrifying beings before them have been a fearsome presence shaking the eastern wilderness for thousands of years. How could they show fear towards a mere mortal? Zhang Zioya's heart was restless, her gaze growing increasingly astonished. Compared to Zhang Xiaoya, Yun Shui appeared even more flustered. Already seriously doubting the terror of this person, her heart suddenly leaped. Amidst the heavy snow, Ye Sifan gazed for a moment, then suddenly shook his head with a smile. Perhaps it was just an illusion. However, this smile in the eyes of the multitude was full of charm. Is this disdain? Or is it mockery?
Inner demons began to arise in the hearts of the multitude, their fear intensifying. Ye Sifan, after thinking this, paid no more attention, and slowly took his second step. Whoosh! With the second step taken, the Lord of Endless Terror retreated in shock once more. Xianxia, witnessing this astonishing scene, felt a chill run down her spine. These are all supreme existences in the Eastern Wilderness, including the leaders of super sects, and even the masters of legendary inheritances, many of whom are historical figures of the Eastern Wilderness. How could such a group of terrifying beings be so afraid of a mere mortal? Xianxia's heart erupted with endless thunder, her beautiful eyes widening, nearly gasping in surprise. If at this moment she were still to view this man through the eyes of a mortal, Xianxia would feel foolish. As Ye Sifan quickened his pace, the multitude gradually calmed their minds, forcibly suppressing their inner terror, no longer retreating but cautiously holding back their breaths, trying to avoid any entanglement with causality. Behind Ye Sifan, Yun Shui remained standing in the heavy snow, her beautiful eyes never leaving Ye Sifan. After a long while she finally regained her Tao heart and restrained herself from following him. Snow! Are you tired? Xianxia gasped, wanting to call out to Yun Shui. Her Tao heart was far inferior to the first saintess of the Guiyun sacred land, feeling her legs heavy, as if they were weighted down by thousands of pounds, making it difficult to move. The Lord of Endless Terror, whom Xianxia viewed as a devil, gradually appeared, extremely terrifying in her eyes, instilling a desire within her to escape. Yun Shui, who usually appeared as cold as ice upon seeing Xianxia's state, remarkably halted her steps, waiting until the latter regained her composure before following closely. Yun Shui and Xianxia kept a distance while following this time. Meanwhile, Ye Sifan led the little girl eastward, the siblings, and the big black dog, weaving through the snow-filled world, giving an impression of a hazy dream. Time flies and the days pass like arrows. The horizon gradually darkens as night begins to fall. After long observation, the crowd's confusion deepens. Although Yun Shui and Xianxia knew this person was extraordinary, they could not discern what made him so unusual. After following for so long, they gained nothing, even starting to feel troubled. Ye Sifan's every move was extremely ordinary, hardly different from any mortal traveling. The endless terrifying beings were equally restless, their hearts drumming louder. A being who disrupts the ancient era. Where is the sign of disruption? Why is he so unremarkable? If this person truly is the embodiment of chaos throughout the ages, why is there not a hint of anomaly? Countless question marks rose in the hearts of the crowd. Only the seemingly invisible master of the ancient Xia Emperor was glaring at Ye Sifan's every gesture, shaken to the core. This? What is this? Suddenly the ancient Xia Emperor's master trembled violently. The Tao! This is the Tao! The old man's eyes sparkled with millions of lightning bolts, stunned into speechlessness. From the figure who emerged from that ancient forbidden zone, he actually saw the shadows of the 3,000 paths. With every gesture, Tao rhythms accompanied, evolving into 3,000, constantly alternating, rising, falling, being born and perishing. The master of the ancient Xia Emperor trembled continuously, his mind blank. Only those who reach a certain threshold can see the Tao that surrounds Ye Sifan dimly visible. Cao Youde was one of them. Qinglian was second. It is evident that the master of the ancient Xia Emperor is the third person. Time passed second by second. Nightfall completely descends. Yet the world is a blanket of white with pristine snow covering the earth, connecting to the sky. Black and white intertwined, the heavy snow continues to fall from the dark night sky, resembling an endless river of stars, exuding an indescribable tranquility and unique beauty. In the vast snowy landscape where black and white are reflected, the little angel yawns continuously amidst the countless drifting snowflakes, drowsy and sleepy. Nuan, are you tired? Ye Sifan stopped in his tracks, crouched down, and gently asked the little girl. Today she seemed unusually happy, perhaps enchanted by the beautiful white snow walking far on the snowy ground. The little girl rubbed her tired, beautiful eyes and nodded obediently. Ye Sifan smiled warmly in response, looking around and seeing the area was empty. He couldn't help but chuckle, relieved not to have to search for a place to spend the night. With that thought, Ye Sifan took out some fabric from his bundle, laid it on the snow, sat down, and opened his arms. The little girl naturally nestled into her brother's embrace, curling up against his knee, and soon fell asleep. In the midst of the night, filled with swirling snow, at the center of the boundless snow, a figure in white sits cross-legged, a little person lying in his arms, beside him a black dog, and a quiet blue lotus bonsai placed on the snow, creating a stunning tableau. Not far away, Yun Shui and Xianxia halted, standing amidst the hazy night and the blurred snowy landscape, increasingly puzzled by this pair of siblings. In another part of the night, the Lord of Endless Terror also began to feel something was amiss. The multitude could not see the Tao in the eyes of Qinglian, and the others thus their questions intensified feeling that the embodiment of chaos throughout the ages was far too ordinary, almost seeming to be merely a name. However, just as the crowd was filled with confusion and strangeness, amidst the falling night snow after seeing the little girl fall asleep, Ye Sifan also felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, slowly closing his eyes. As Ye Sifan closed his eyes, a terrifying scene unfolded. One of the sources of chaos suspected to be from an ancient fairy accompanied by Ye Sifan's closed eyes. A horrifying scene follows. Under delicate observation, one's scalp tingles. If the camera were to zoom in closer and closer, one would see amidst the boundless sea of snow Ye Sifan in white, his eyes weary, slowly opening and closing. And at the very moment his eyelids completely closed, a deep heavy sound abruptly echoed from the heart of the endless master of terror. Indeed, it resonated from the hearts of the people, not from between heaven and earth. This sound was akin to striking a tiger-skin drum, enclosed within a chamber, a muffled resonance penetrating the confines. At the moment the sound erupted, coinciding with Ye Sifan's closed eyes, the snowflakes that were originally drifting down abruptly froze in place. Frozen in place. The very first to freeze were the few snowflakes before Ye Sifan's gaze, and then the stillness began to spread in all directions, enveloping the endless night sky. Just as that muffled sound from the heart of the endless master of terror came to an end, in mere moments, all was silent, without a sound. The heavy snowfall halted, suspended in the night sky, no longer falling, as if time had frozen at that. The onlookers beheld this scene, their eyes nearly falling into the snow, each of them staring wide-eyed, utterly speechless, feeling their scalps tingle in waves. Not far from Ye Sifan, Yunshui and xianxia were equally stunned, their beautiful eyes filled with shock, and xianxia even covered her mouth in astonishment. How could this be? Why did the heavy snow in the night sky suddenly freeze? It is the power of rules. How could this be? Why did the heavy snow in the night sky suddenly freeze? It is the power of rules. In the center of the endless master of terror, the ancient emperor of the Xia dynasty gasped for breath, his gaze filled with endless panic as he stared at the suspended snowflakes above. The power of rules. This is the power of rules. That person carries the power of rules. The falling snowflakes are a natural law, the order of heaven and earth, the rules of the higher realm. And the stillness of the snowflakes is the rule of the one who emerged from that ancient forbidden zone. The elder's chest heaved rapidly, as if witnessing an endless terror. How could a person possess the power of rules? Could it be that he is the higher realm? This is absolutely impossible. The higher realm is ethereal, can be a rule, can be order, can even evolve into the great path, but it can never be a single person. He is not the higher realm, yet carries the power of rules. He himself is a law, he himself is an order, he is the evolution of rules. Does such a person truly exist? Yet he truly exists right before the eyes of the endless master of terror. The waves rising in the elder's heart could engulf his billions of years. Not only the elder noticed, but the endless master of terror also gradually sensed this was the power of. The power of rules is not like the Tao, it is not ethereal. As long as one exists in the world of heaven and earth, they live within the rules, following the laws of rules. Much like a cultivator can have unparalleled means yet will inevitably face the day of exhaustion. Even if there exists a terror that defies heaven and gains longevity, is not longevity another form of the rules of the higher realm? As the strongest cultivator, the most familiar thing is the power of rules. But how could such a power appear on a single person? In an instant, the endless master of terror felt a terror so great it nearly melted his gaze as he looked upon the vast sea of snow. Under the night sky above the snow sea, the endless snowfall stood still, truly earth-shattering. And amidst the motionless misty snow, a pot of green lotus gradually emitted an astonishing azure glow, as if a unique brilliance on the vast earth or a blue lamp in the endless night, strikingly magnificent. The endless master of terror gazed at this scene, waves rising in his heart, utterly shaken. That green lotus, it is comprehending the Tao. Comprehending the Tao amidst the endless power of rules. Moreover, the green lotus has begun to derive its own rules and order. Although not quickly, it is slowly evolving. The one who disrupts the ancient epoch is indeed the one who disrupts the ancient epoch. The ancient emperor of the Xia dynasty, dry-mouthed and terrified. The source of chaos, so this is one of the sources of chaos. The ancient emperor of the Xia dynasty discovered that the green lotus could comprehend the Tao through the rules and order of the chaotic ancient being, but he could not. There is only one possibility, that the green lotus has formed an endless cause and effect with the chaotic ancient being. Only those who form a cause and effect with the chaotic ancient being can become a part of the chaos. In another direction, on the nameless war chariot, at the moment when the heavy snow froze in the air, Jun Lintian and Yen Huang both shuddered simultaneously. Although the two could not see the Tao in the eyes of the Green Lotus and the ancient emperor of the Xia dynasty, they could feel the enhancement of the power of rules. Their Tao hearts resonated loudly, inexplicably entering the state of enlightenment, and many unresolved difficulties in their usual cultivation became clearer. Jun Lintian and Yen Huang exchanged astonished glances, their minds restless. Without any need for verbal communication, both understood that they feared they had already become part of the chaos. The ancient emperor of the Xia dynasty seemed to sense something, turning to look at Jun Lintian and Yen Huang, as if he could see through their state of enlightenment, further confirming his suspicions. In the vast snow sea, Yun Shui and xianxia were still struggling to awaken from their shock. They did not know how long had passed. Finally Yun Shui slightly opened her beautiful eyes, dazedly gazing at the countless snowflakes frozen under the night sky. Beneath the boundless black sky, the snowflakes filling the four corners, as if inlaid with stars, creating an extraordinarily dreamlike scene. Yun Shui could not help but slowly step forward, her white attire weaving through the still snowflakes, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The heavy snow hung suspended motionless, crystal clear, with delicate ice columns, resembling deer antlers, hanging from the hexagonal snowflakes, extremely beautiful. And this was indeed caused by the man before her. Yun Shui seemed to suddenly understand everything, understanding why the Green Lotus would willingly become a pot plant, understanding why he remained unmoved upon seeing her stunning beauty. It was not that she was not stunning enough, but rather that the other party's magnificence was not inferior, even surpassing hers. Just as Yun Shui was trying to locate Ye Sifan in her heart, suddenly, an anomaly abruptly came from within the endless ancient forbidden zone. At the end of the endless night, deep within the ancient forbidden zone, bang! Bright beams of light, the endless strange phenomena flickering, reflecting in the void. Yun Shui, Zhang Xiaoya, and the endless master of terror all felt the sensations, gazing in unison. There, high above the unreachable depths of the ancient forbidden zone, a hazy and ethereal world of mountains and rivers coalesced into view, within which green mountains, lakes and pavilions emerged, from which a group of unparalleled fairies slowly walked out. Each fairy floated gracefully, their astonishing beauty captivating. Jun Lintian and Yen Huang, witnessing this bizarre phenomenon, had their pupils infinitely constrict. The two had seen these fairies once before. They were the same figures that appeared during the Great Chaos at the edge of the ancient forbidden zone half a year ago, suspected to be fairies from ancient times. Jun Lintian and Yen Huang remembered vividly. At that time there were also the cries of countless ancient beings, but later they were suppressed and dissipated by the stone tables and chessboards that flew into the depths of the ancient forbidden zone, yet now they reappeared. Several figures seemingly from ancient times emerged from the same ethereal pavilion, heading towards the periphery of the ancient forbidden zone. Yun Shui stared blankly at those figures, her heart trembling. These breathtakingly beautiful fairies seemed to be coming towards that person in the snow. The endless master of terror also felt his scalp tingle. Suspected to be the long-lost fairies from ancient times. Why do they manifest now? Could it be that the ancient fallen fairies also have a cause and effect cycle with the chaotic ancient being? How could this be possible? The endless master of terror was immensely shocked. The person on the road is as exquisite as jade, a young master unmatched in the world. From the boundless sea of snow one can see in the distance. Beyond the snowfield, deep within the forest above the ancient forbidden zone, lies a world shrouded in still hazy snow. A somewhat ethereal fairy gracefully walks through the vast expanse of snowflakes embedded in the sky, her long hair fluttering as beautiful as the landscape itself. Strangely, no matter how these fairies move, it seems as if they are separated by an endless river of time, as if trapped within the map of mountains and rivers, forever unable to step out of that pavilion. As the master's hearts grew restless, several astonishing figures gracefully halted in the courtyard of the pavilion, lifting their heads to gaze. These fairies wore different attires. One donned a flawless white dress, another in light purple garments, yet another in delicate pink silk, and one more in a mix of blue and white, all with long hair cascading down to their waists, embodying unparalleled elegance. Even the masters could not help but be captivated by their extraordinary beauty. But strangely, while the masters could see the fairies' faces, their memories could not retain them, as if shrouded by an aura of destiny. They could admire the fairies' grace yet remain oblivious to their true appearances. At the very moment the fairies stood in the courtyard, a profound melancholy suddenly radiated from them, enveloping the world like an ocean of sorrow, stirring the hearts of all, evoking an uncontrollable sadness. When Yun Shui and Zhang Xiaoya first encountered this sorrowful sentiment, a faint tinge of sadness also emerged within them, as the subtle understanding among women struck deep in their hearts. This feeling was akin to the fairies who, despite their unparalleled beauty, had all simultaneously fallen in love with someone they should not have, becoming entrapped in an eternal love, willingly devoting their lives to silently wait for their beloved, only to find that they were eternally out of reach, drifting further away until they finally embraced each other and ended their lives together. A group of fairies stood in the courtyard of the pavilion, each raising their extraordinary faces, seemingly gazing at the one they all loved dearly, their eyes filled with unspoken sorrow and grief. And the one whom these breathtaking fairies gazed upon was none other than the ancient figure in the snowfield. Xianxia stared blankly at the numerous fairies, her heart trembling endlessly. Compared to these fairies, although her appearance might rival theirs, she felt inferior in grace and uniqueness. They seemed like celestial beings capable of shielding the heavens, while she remained merely a mortal cultivator. Could the one whom these seemingly fallen ancient fairies cherished be that same graceful figure in white amidst the sea of snow? At the moment when Xianxia's heart was stirred, above the ancient forbidden zone, a group of ancient fairies gazed longingly at the figure in white amidst the snow, resembling lovesick maidens yearning for the one they could never have, evoking a sense of deep love mixed with humility. Amidst this atmosphere of deep love and humility, an endless lament and willing resonance slowly arose from the depths of the ancient forbidden zone. This voice was melodious and mournful, filled with complex emotions of longing and solitude, as well as an unwillingness to part, and a desire that could not be fulfilled, like a sigh from the ancient fairies. The person on the road is as exquisite as jade, a young master unmatched in the world. The person on the road is as exquisite as jade, a young master unmatched in the world. Endless affection, endless reluctance. The voice seemed to come from antiquity, echoing through the river of time. Upon hearing this ancient sigh, the masters suddenly experienced an interference from ancient causes. Chaotic images inexplicably surfaced in their minds, seemingly remnants of memories, expelled from the obsessions of these ancient fairies. The memory images were extremely vague, yet they clearly conveyed a sense of longing, faintly revealing a group of stunning fairies, deeply saddened, bidding farewell to their one true love with no regrets. Through the ancient fairies' eyes, everyone seemed to see a figure in white standing at the pinnacle of the firmament, an unparalleled elegance that eclipsed all in the world, a sight forever out of reach for all beings. No wonder several ancient fairies felt deep love coupled with humility. It turned out that they waited in vain, realizing that no one in the world could match the young master. The person on the road is as exquisite as jade, a young master unmatched in the world. Such words used to describe the one they love indicate that their regretful love has undergone a quality. The masters were filled with endless emotion. A generation in white had captivated the enchanting fairies, causing them to relinquish their regretful love for the unmatched young master. Just how extraordinary was this figure in white? Could it be that the one the ancient fairies longed for across the river of time was indeed the ancient figure in the snow right now? A sense of overwhelming horror rendered them utterly speechless, deeply engrossed in the remnants of the fairies' memories. Unfortunately, while they could admire the fairies' grace and witness their deep affection, they could not replicate the fairies' appearances in their memories. At the juncture when the overwhelming horror was deeply immersed, an unusual sound came from a certain direction. Under the vast snowy night sky, atop an unnamed war chariot. At first the Emperor Yearn was no different from the others, deeply shocked by the unmatched young master reflected in the eyes of the ancient fairies. But suddenly, the Emperor Yearn discovered a terrifying and shocking matter. As he gazed at the multiple figures suspected to be ancient fairies, his pupils suddenly constricted with shock, his eyes wide in disbelief. He stumbled backward, his body trembling uncontrollably, almost falling off the chariot. Junlin sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly supported the Emperor Yearn, his expression slightly changing as he said, "Your Highness, what happened?" Upon hearing this, the Emperor Yearn gasped for breath, panting heavily, clutching Junlin's hand, trembling involuntarily, slowly turning to look at Junlin, his eyes filled with panic as he exclaimed, I saw Yenping, I saw Yenping." The Emperor Yearn repeated it twice, a storm of emotions surging within him. Just moments ago he had spotted the figure of Jun Xiaoxiao not amidst the crowd but among those ancient fairies. Although the Emperor Yearn could only admire the fairies' grace, and could not discern their appearances, he recognized one pink dress worn by one of the ancient fairies. This dress was embroidered with a symbol crafted by the Emperor Yearn himself, the only heirloom left for Jun Xiaoxiao by her mother, which Jun Xiaoxiao treasured as a gem. Junlin looked around, furrowing his brow as he asked, "Xiaoxiao, where is she?" The Emperor Yearn slowly turned his gaze toward the depths of the ancient forbidden zone, above his scalp tingling as he exclaimed, "The fairy in the pink dress among those fairies is Yenping." "What?" Jun Linshan's body shook violently upon hearing this, his breath quickening, staring at the Emperor Yen in disbelief. How could this be possible? Isn't Jun Xiaoxiao perfectly fine in the palace? How could she end up in the ancient times? Even leaving behind an eternal obsession. Could it be that these fairies are not from antiquity but from the future? Jun Linshan's eyes blazed with anger. Your Highness, look closely, are you sure one of them is Xiao? Jun Lintian asked repeatedly, his mind echoing with thunder. That pink dress is the only heirloom left by Xiaoxiao's mother, embroidered with the symbol I crafted myself. I cannot be mistaken. Boom! Jun Lintian felt as if struck by lightning, staring blankly at the depths of the ancient forbidden zone above. If Jun Xiaoxiao truly is among them, then these fairies who crossed the river of time to appear in the ancient forbidden zone could not possibly be from antiquity but rather from the slowly passing future. In other words, these fairies may not yet be fairies today but simply beautiful mortals like Jun Xiaoxiao. Yet if that is the case, doesn't that mean that these future fairies are not only unparalleled but also able to interfere with the future? If that is true, then who could these fairies' unmatched young master refer to? Jun Lintian and the Emperor Yen were in a state of turmoil. Both were hurriedly using secret methods to contact the current Jun Xiaoxiao. However, there was no response for a long time. On Qingyun Mountain, the presence of Qingyun emerges, and within Qingyun town the flying immortals are. Father, what is it? Xiaoxiao, I must ask you, do you still have the pink dress that your mother left you during her lifetime? The Yen Emperor inquired sharply, his gaze fixed on the peerless fairy in a pink dress in the night sky of the ancient forbidden area. Father, why do you suddenly ask about this? That was the only thing my mother gave me, and I have kept it all along. Are you sure that dress is still there? Hearing the tone of the Yen Emperor, Jun Xiaoxiao sensed something. Father, please wait a moment, I will go check. After a brief moment, Jun Xiaoxiao's voice sounded again, and after receiving a positive reply, Jun Lintian and the Yen Emperor were even more shocked, standing in place in a daze. Jun Xiaoxiao's dress has always been there, never lost, now quietly lying in the imperial city. Since Jun Xiaoxiao's dress is still there, the fairy in the night sky of the ancient forbidden area must undoubtedly be the future Princess Yen Ping. Jun Lintian was completely petrified. He could not imagine that if these fairies came from ancient times, he could still understand these illusions might be the lingering thoughts of the fairies left in the forbidden area from countless years ago. But if they came from the future, wouldn't it mean that these were extraordinary women capable of interfering with the past? You must understand, leaving behind eternal obsessions and interfering with the past are two completely different concepts. Obsession can extend into the future, yet the past has long vanished, not truly existing. To leap across the river of time and return to the former days, what kind of astonishing means would that require? The Yen Emperor and the others felt increasingly terrified as they looked towards Ye Sifan in the sea of snow. It is the person before them who will shape the future Jun Xiaoxiao. A person on the road like jade, unmatched in the world, refers to young Master Yi. Jun Lintian murmured to himself, suddenly enlightened. The Yen Emperor also felt restless, gazing at the future fairies, his thoughts swirling. Jun Xiaoxiao is one of them. Who might the other astonishing fairies be? As their minds were in turmoil, Ye Sifan in the sea of snow slowly opened his eyes. And at the moment he opened his eyes, a strange scene descended again. In the instant Ye Sifan opened his eyes, the world transformed, the night sky rapidly receded, as if time had sped past in a moment. In the mere instant of opening his eyes, the night was no more. The fairies retreated. The originally motionless vast snow also began to fall once more. Everything seemed to vanish without a trace. Turning back felt as if it was a lifetime away. The Lord of Endless Terror looked at the vast snow. The sky had already brightened, as if an entire night had passed in an instant. It is the power of rules. The power of rules has led us to mistakenly believe it was night, but in reality time has quietly passed. The law elder of Guiyun sacred land, Yun Zhongtian, suddenly realized, marveling the previous night was merely the rules of the ancient chaotic beings solidified, creating their own laws. In fact, outside it was already another morning. The group felt quite dazed. Everything seemed as if it had never happened yet. They were already shocked to the core. In the vast snow, after Ye Sifan woke up, the green lotus in the snow also returned to calm. Dehe got up from beside, wagging its tail. Ye Sifan looked up at the already brightening sky, carefully stretched, and smiled at the sleeping little girl. The lethargic little girl would likely not wake up for a while. Ye Sifan had no choice but to pack his belongings and carry the little angel forward. Yun Shui and Jiang Xiaoya followed from afar, their hearts unable to settle from what they heard and saw last night. In the next 2 days, the little girl occasionally woke up, sometimes fell asleep, yet their pace in traveling never halted. The hazy snow covered the earth, and Ye Sifan once again entered a state of ordinariness. The terrifying phenomena of the night did not appear every night. As Ye Sifan advanced, the Lord of Endless Terror quietly concealed himself amidst the wind and snow, gazing at the figure in white for 2 entire days. On that morning, Ye Sifan finally beheld the Tongguan stretching across the heavens like a giant dragon. Several dozen miles away from Tongguan, a figure in white stood in the snow, leading a little angel accompanied by a large black dog, all gazing towards the magnificent ancient city ahead. "Brother." The little girl clutched a small green lotus potted plant, looking at the vast Tongguan, while holding Ye Sifan's hand with the other, softly spoke. Ye Sifan turned to look at the little girl, and was taken aback to see her eyes full of panic, shaking her head continuously. "Little girl, do not be afraid, brother will not enter Tongguan." Ye Sifan squatted down to look into the little girl's eyes. He could sense the unease in her heart at that moment. After calming the little girl for a while, Ye Sifan led her to change direction, choosing not to enter the Great Yan Dynasty, but to head in another direction, going north along Tongguan. If I remember correctly, Boucher Tian once said one only needs to go north along Tongguan to reach Qingyun Mountain. Perhaps that place is more suitable for the little girl. Thinking this, Ye Sifan no longer hesitated. "Qingyun Mountain is the best choice for me." According to Bu Shishan's words, beneath Qingyun Mountain is Qingyun Town, and beneath Qingyun Sky is a mundane city. Qingyun Mountain is located outside Tongguan of the Great Yan Dynasty. At the foot of the mountain lies a town called Qingyun Town, inhabited by countless ordinary people. It is a true mundane realm. Even Qingyun Mountain itself is just a barren green mountain. Apart from Boucher Tian and his disciples, it is nearly impossible to see cultivators. Then it's Qingyun Town. Ye Sifan murmured to himself, choosing to head towards Qingyun Town. As for the Great Yan Dynasty, Ye Sifan thought better of it. This kind of celestial realm of cultivation is not a place for me and the little girl. Since it is a great dynasty, it should be considerable in size. It must be at least as large as the former Huaxia, right? Going to the Great Yan Dynasty is unwise. It is easy to get lost. Qingyun Town is a more suitable choice. For one, Qingyun Town is a gathering place for mortals, and mortals are definitely easier to get along with than great cultivators. For another, Qingyun Town has familiar people like Boucher Tian and his disciples, making it easier to get acquainted with the area, and Boucher Tian does not seem to be at the level of a great cultivator. He appears to be a bit better than mortals, making him approachable. Therefore, Ye Sifan felt there was no place more suitable to go than Qingyun Town. The siblings kept a distance from Tongguan, traveling north, and on the horizon sparse mountainous terrain gradually emerged, appearing exceptionally tranquil. Caw! A cry of an eagle echoed through the heavy snow. A snow eagle soared against the wind, flying over Ye Sifan's head, and disappearing into the heavy snow ahead. The snow eagle flew for a while, its bright purple-blue eyes gradually reflecting a vast mountain range, uneven and indistinct. Among them, one mountain stands exceptionally high and tall, yet is quite ordinary. In the low-lying area several miles from the mountain lies a small town, not small in size, with over 3,000 households hidden within the mountains, giving off a sense of being somewhat isolated from the world. The mountain is Qingyun Mountain. The town is Qingyun Town. From a high altitude, the hazy snow envelopes the vast earth, shrouding the mountain and the town, creating a rather pleasant scene. At this moment, as Ye Sifan approached, the clouds above Qingyun Mountain gradually thickened. Endless azure clouds unknowingly began to gather, making the entire mountain even more hazy. Moreover, the azure clouds spread across the sky, enveloping Qingyun Town. Various illusory scenes began to emerge atop the great town. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that Qingyun Town was also gradually becoming hazy. Blinking one moment seemed to reveal an immortal ascending from the town, then blinking again, there was only the heavy snow. The 3,000 households in Qingyun Town were living their lives as usual, unaware that the arrival of one person would completely change the future trajectory of Qingyun Town. At this moment, at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Boucher Tian was sitting alone on a white stone at the foot of the mountain, watching the endless wind and snow, sighing. Since parting at the outskirts of the ancient forbidden area last time, the master and disciple had not gained much from that sword domain. To put it simply, their foundation was weak and their talent was poor. What a pity, such a grand opportunity, yet I have no fortune to enjoy it. I wonder how young Master Yi is doing now. If I could see him once more, I would have no regrets in death. Boucher Tian sighed deeply, stating that what is destined will come, and what is not destined should not be forced. At the peak of Qingyun Mountain, the figure in green and a graceful silhouette stood on the mountaintop. The silhouette watched the master below, shaking her head repeatedly. Is the so-called expert of yours really that extraordinary? Master seems to have returned this time, as if he has lost his soul. The nameless senior brother, intoxicated with wine today, speaks of a beauty who is none other than his own sister, the biological sister of the one in green attire, one of the female disciples lured by Bu Shirtian many years ago. The first talented girl of Qingyun Town, Mu Shai. Her beauty is breathtaking, her aura astonishing. Although her status and cultivation are inferior to Yun Shui, her looks are equally captivating, especially in her flowing white robe with 3,000 strands of hair cascading over her shoulders standing amidst the wind and snow. Her cultivation may not yet be transcendent, yet her visage is already that of an immortal, as if she does not partake in the mundane world. Mu Shai is undoubtedly the most beautiful in the eastern wilderness, and her talent is terrifyingly extraordinary. She has managed to achieve minor success merely through a low-grade technique obtained by Bu Shirtian at the cost of his entire fortune. In Qingjia's eyes, among the 5 students of Qingyun Mountain, aside from herself and her master who possess poor talent, the other 3 are all unparalleled geniuses. Needless to say about Mu Shai, the little junior brother Yi Jifeng is also exceptionally gifted, diligently practicing day and night, determined to escape the mountains. As for the senior brother, he is a nameless orphan, known to the people of Qingyun Town as Nameless Senior Brother. Over time, he has truly become nameless. Nameless possesses an extraordinary talent in swordsmanship, loves his sword passionately, yet is as devoted to drinking as to life, forever indifferent to cultivation. He is drunk 2 out of 3 days and sleeps 3 out of 5. In truth, Qingyi understands that the senior brother is not uninterested in cultivation. Rather, he has already completed the cultivation of his master's technique. Whenever powerful cultivators fly by on their swords above Qingyun Mountain, no matter how intoxicated he is, he rushes to the peak, hoping that an unparalleled sword cultivator would recognize his prowess, yet his luck has been poor. At the peak of Qingyun Mountain, hearing her sister's doubts, Qingyi hurriedly explained, "Sister, you don't understand. Young Master Yi is a reclusive supreme being raising phoenixes at his doorstep, and with a single sword he startles the great yearn. If you were to witness his abilities, you would know why Master has been so distraught." Mu Shai smiled sweetly at the sound, thinking that her master and sister had been deceived again. Raising phoenixes at the door, startling the great yearn with a sword. Most likely they've encountered an illusionist. It is not that Mu Shai is inherently suspicious, but over the years Bu Shirtian, eager to cultivate, has frequently sought out so-called opportunities, and has indeed been deceived countless times. Though she thought this way, Mu Shai said nothing more, wanting to keep a sliver of hope for her master. However, just as the 2 sisters finished speaking, in the wind and snow not far away, young Master Yi, a reclusive expert, has Master ever returned from a trip without encountering a high figure? If even once it were true, we wouldn't be in this situation. A man in plain clothes holding a sword in his arms lay against a rock, a green gourd in hand with the aroma of wine wafting through the air. The man, unkempt with disheveled hair, appeared lazy and nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Qingyi looked towards the man in the snow defending Ye Sifan, senior brother. This time, it is true, young Master Yi is indeed a reclusive supreme being. Both Emperor Luo and Emperor Yan treat him with utmost respect. How could it be false? Emperor Yan, Emperor Luo. Nameless chuckled and shook his head without looking at Qingyi, lazily saying, "We commoners who has seen the current emperors of the 2 dynasties. Have you seen them? Or has Master seen them? How rare is it to glimpse the true form of an emperor? In the mortal realm of the great Yan dynasty, how many can actually see them? Perhaps it's just a wandering sorcerer playing pretend." Qingyi, seeing this, turned red with anxiety. Facing Nameless, she could only stomp her feet angrily and roll her eyes, ignoring him. The senior brother, proud and arrogant, holds a grudge against Master's previous deceptions, making it impossible to reason with him. Mu Shai, seeing this, also ignored Nameless, having long gotten used to their personalities. Amidst the heavy snow covering the earth, at the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Bu Shirtian, feeling dejected for half a day, was about to get up and head up the mountain, but just as he stood to leave, he suddenly saw 3 blurry figures slowly approaching through the thick snow not far away. At first, Bu Shirtian didn't pay attention. It was common for people to come and go at Qingyun Town, and the foot of the mountain was a necessary passage, so he assumed they were townsfolk. Bu Shirtian, who was already absent-minded, had no doubts and turned to head up the mountain. But as he walked, he suddenly felt something was off and quickly turned back to look. This time he saw clearly, stunned for a moment. In the next instant, Bu Shishan's scalp tingled and disbelief filled his eyes, as he actually saw young Master Yi's figure emerging from the snowstorm. It's over. It must be from overthinking leading to a problem with my eyesight. How could young Master Yi possibly appear at the foot of Qingyun Mountain? Bu Shirtian thought he was just seeing things, not daring to believe his eyes. He rubbed them vigorously, and then stared ahead. Upon looking again, Bu Shirtian suddenly breathed rapidly, his aged body shaking thrice in the wind, and snow, every hair standing on end. Ye young master, Bu Shirtian tentatively called out, and the moment he spoke those 3 words, he felt it was almost on the other side. Upon seeing Bu Shirtian, Ye Sifan let out a slight breath, relieved that he had not gone to the wrong place, and then called from afar, "It is indeed Ye. It's so good to see you." Hearing Ye Sifan's response, Bu Shirtian stood there dumbfounded. If seeing young Master Ye was due to his failing eyesight, then this voice could not be false. Ye young master has come to my Qingyun mountain." Bu Shirtian was incredibly shocked, nearly overwhelmed with joy, staring blankly at Ye Sifan. Ye young master, is it really you? Yes, it is young Master Ye. Truly is young Master Ye, the reclusive supreme young Master Ye. The young Master Ye he has longed for day and night. Bu Shishan's breath quickened, a sense of exhilaration unprecedented. Ye Sifan led the little girl forward, looking at Bu Shishan's astonished expression, feeling both amused and grateful. It was indeed pure luck that he and the little girl survived the treacherous beasts in the outer regions of the ancient Forbidden Zone, something even Bu Shirtian found unbelievable. Thinking of this, Ye Sifan smiled wanly. "You haven't seen wrong. It really is me. I did not notify you all in advance of my visit this time." It was indeed a bit abrupt. Ye Sifan felt a bit embarrassed, but Bu Shishan's mind was a cacophony, his aged body feeling as though struck by lightning after a moment of daze. He hurriedly said, No, not at all. Not abrupt. It is an honor for Qingyun Mountain that young Master Yi can come." Upon hearing this, Ye Sifan felt greatly relieved. See, that meal was indeed not for naught. It seems choosing Qingyun Town was the right decision. Just then Ye Sifan encountered Bu Shirtian. At the top of Qingyun Mountain, Qingyi inadvertently glanced down the mountain, her delicate body trembling, suddenly her eyes wide open in astonishment. Ye young master. Sister, it is young Master Yi. Oh my goodness, young Master Yi actually came to our Qingyun Mountain. Qingyi tugged at Mu Zaiyi's sleeve, pointing in shock at the mountain below, overjoyed. Mu Shai and Nameless both looked down the mountain, and sure enough there was a man in white leading a little girl, and a black dog speaking with Bu Shirtian. Nameless frowned slightly, staring at the figure below for a long time. Although the person was dressed in snow white, exuding extraordinary grace, he bore no tangible cultivation aura indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Upon seeing this, Nameless instinctively shook his head, slowly getting to his feet to leave. Senior brother young Master Yi has come to Qingyun Mountain. Want you come to meet him with us? Upon hearing this, Qingyi felt anxious. To avoid seeing a high figure is a great disrespect. However, Nameless did not turn back but raised his wine gourd nonchalantly, and said, "Today I drink for today." After saying this, Nameless shook his head and smiled. What reclusive expert! It was just another scam. If it were a few years ago, perhaps I would have joined you in this farce, but how many so-called high figures have come and gone in the past few years? You all enjoy yourselves. I cannot accompany you. Qingyi watched Nameless disappear into the snow, shooting him a glare before pulling Mu Shai down the mountain. Sister, if you had seen young Master Yes' abilities, you would surely be dumbfounded at him. Coming to our Qingyun Mountain is a tremendous opportunity. With your talent, if you could receive a bit of guidance from him, you would surely soar. You must seize this chance. Mu Shai, hearing this, smiled bitterly, not rejecting. Who told her to be soft-hearted? Every time Master was deceived, she was the one to expose it, and this time would be no different. Speaking of those illusionist scammers, even Mu Shai felt a bit repulsed. Perhaps it was time to use this opportunity to thoroughly awaken her master's awareness. As Mu Shai and Qingyi descended the mountain, Ye Sifan was also conversing with Bu Shirtian, currently walking down the mountain path. However, Dehe did not follow immediately. Instead, he paused, watching the two walking up the mountain. Only when Ye Sifan disappeared from view did Dehe slowly turn around, gazing at the endless swirling snow above. And deep within the falling snow, the terrifying master was watching this scene. What an exhilarating feeling. Dehe gazes upon the Lord of Endless Terror. Above the boundless void amidst the hazy snow, Yun Shui and Jiang Xiaoya had already rendezvoused with Yun Zhongtian. Shui greets. Yun Shui slightly bowed. Few in the entire Guiyun sacred land deserved the respect of the saintess, and Yun Zhongtian was one of them. Not because he was her biological uncle, but because his personal strength was astonishing, rivaling even the Guiyun Saint Lord. Seeing Yun Shui, Yun Zhongshan's heart rippled with countless thoughts. His niece had emerged from the periphery of the primordial Forbidden Zone, and had contact with people from the chaotic era. She must know something. He wondered how many times she had met that person. Thinking this, Yun Zhongshan's breath quickened. He immediately asked, "Girl, uncle asks you," before that person walked out of the primordial Forbidden Zone forest, "had you ever met him?" Was the area outside the Forbidden Zone your first meeting? Yun Zongxian's intention was to ask if the snowy ground at the periphery of the primordial Forbidden Zone was their first meeting, and if she had any prior interaction with that person. However, these words sounded somewhat shy to Yun Shui. What did he mean by our first meeting? Even the renowned first iceberg saintess of the Guiyun sacred land felt her earlobes redden. She said in a low voice, "Uncle, what are you saying? What first meeting? I am not acquainted with that person." Hearing this, Yun Zhongtian seemed slightly disappointed and heaved a deep sigh. What? Does uncle know this person? Seeing this, Yun Shui pressed on, as she had too many unanswered questions. Yun Zhongtian shook his head solemnly, gazing into the distance at Qingyun Mountain, and said unhurriedly, "I do not know him, but Master Shantian once deduced that he is the one who will bring calamity across the myriad ages." What? Zhang Xiaoya, who was beside them, opened her small mouth, slightly, her pretty face filled with shock. A calamity across the myriad ages. How could this be possible? Yun Zui's delicate frame also trembled. A look of unprecedented terror appeared in her beautiful eyes. Gazing at the two figures slowly ascending the mountain path amidst the wind and snow, she murmured, "Eh? A calamity across the myriad ages." A monstrous wave surged in the hearts of the two women. That man in white, elegant yet seemingly mortal, was the one to bring calamity across the myriad ages. As the two women were in shock, suddenly a divine sense transmission resounded in the mind of the Lord of Endless Terror, tinged with a hint of contempt and mockery. "Gentlemen, having escorted us for 100 li, why haven't you left? Don't tell me you want to stay and play with your dogmaster here." Dehei stood tall amidst the wind and snow, confronting the Lord of Endless Terror. The various lords were shocked by the voice, staring dumbfounded at Dehei below, who was full of vigor and spirit. "Stop staring. Dogmaster knows he is dashing and handsome. No need to be so infatuated. Scatter now." Dehei transmitted again, exuding an unparalleled canine majesty. Yun Zhongtian and the other lords of the Eastern Wasteland were so angry their eyes nearly split. None of them had paid much attention to Dehei before, but now they were all astonished, as if seeing a celestial being. Zhang Xiaoya was especially stunned, her beautiful eyes wide, as she pointed at Dehei, stammering, "Elder. Elder, is that dog? No, I mean Elder, it's that dog. That dog is speaking." Hearing this, Yun Zongxian's face darkened with displeasure. "With so many prominent figures from the Eastern Wasteland present, if you can't speak properly, then shut up. I can hear perfectly well." Despite his thoughts, Yun Zhongtian and the other lords were horrified, looking at Dehei as if he were a divine being. A mongrel dog could also transmit with divine sense. What is happening here? This dog was pitch black, somewhat resembling a husky. What difference was there from an ordinary mutt? Could it be that even the dog of someone from the chaotic era was extraordinary? At the foot of Qingyun Mountain in the snowy ground. After speaking, Dehei turned around and transmitted again with his divine sense. "Dogmaster doesn't want to make a move. Just disperse the way you gathered. As long as I am here, I won't allow any of you to disturb my master. If you take my words for mere dog farts, I don't mind playing with you." As Dehei's words fell, a black dog was seen slowly disappearing into the wind and snow. The lords were all dumbfounded, wondering if they were hallucinating. What a grand canine authority. Truly grand. We are all fearsome lords of the Eastern Wasteland, figures who have shaken the ages. How have we fallen to such a state today, to be ignored by a mere mutt? A great humiliation, a great humiliation. Some of the fearsome lords were about to roar in anger when their pupils abruptly contracted. Because at that very moment two figures were descending. Jun Lintian and the Yen Emperor, with smiles on their faces, landed in the thick hazy snow. They looked up at Ye Sifan and Bu Shirtian halfway up the mountain, then clasped their fists at Dehei, saying, "Senior dog, please wait." This address of "Senior dog, please wait" instantly forced back the simmering anger of many. The Lord of Endless Terror stared with blazing eyes full of disbelief. 2 generations of human emperors from the great Yen dynasty were actually addressing a dog as senior. Something was wrong, very wrong. The lords grew wary and decided to watch how things unfolded. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Dehei turned his head at the sound. Seeing it was Jun Lintian and the other, he turned around and asked with surprise, "What did you just call me?" Jun Lintian and the Yen Emperor were taken aback, looking somewhat reluctant. However, when Jun Lintian recalled Dehei's overwhelming divine might that day, he felt there was nothing inappropriate. In this world, the strong are revered and all races cultivate together. For any being who has attained the Tao, a title of senior is not degrading. There were even old immortals who called Qinglian Ancestor 9. Calling this dog senior was hardly surprising. Thinking this, Jun Lintian quickly felt at ease. He clasped his fists respectfully and said, "In this great age the strong are honored. Senior Dog has achieved profound cultivation. It is only right that I Lintian address you as Senior." Senior Dog. Dahei's eyes spun rapidly, his canine heart trembling slightly. It was the first time he felt such respect, an incredibly exhilarating feeling. Dog Master has been by my master's side for 18 years. It has truly been too difficult. Those little brats never treated me like a dog. No, they never treated me like a master. Those 9 phoenixes were even worse, looking down on me my whole life. When had Dog Master ever received such treatment? Ahem. Dahei coughed dryly twice, swept his gaze across the peak of the boundless void, then straightened his body, placing his front paws behind his back, exuding the bearing of a true senior. "Speak, what business do you have with me?" "Senior, the two of us had a very pleasant conversation with young Master Yi. Meeting him again today, we wish to go up the mountain together to catch up. Would Senior Dog be so kind as to grant us this convenience?" Jun Lintian spoke immediately. Since Dahei was driving away the lords, he must be fully aware of everything happening in the void. Young Master Yi was likely already aware of their arrival. If they left now, they might offend the young master. Hearing this, Dahei shook his head, pondered for a moment, and then said magnanimously, "Very well. I see that you too understand the ways of the world. Since that is the case, follow me." Thank you, thank you." Jun Lintian and the other were overjoyed and repeatedly expressed their gratitude. However, just as the former finished speaking, Dahei cleared his throat. Ahem. Dahei coughed, puffing out his chest and holding his head high. Jun Lintian and the Yen Emperor exchanged a glance, the corners of their mouths lifting slightly. "Thank you, Senior Dog." Hearing this, Dahei looked thoroughly pleased. With his paws behind his back, he turned and led the two up the mountain, walking upright all the way, seemingly untiring. The 2 men and 1 dog slowly disappeared into the wind and snow. Dahei walked with his paws behind his back, chatting with Jun Lintian and the other. "I indeed deserve this title of senior, but if that dog could be dropped, it would be perfect. Oh, our mistake. Please forgive us, Senior." That's much better." As the 3 figures gradually vanished, Dahei's slightly authoritative voice suddenly resounded in the minds of all the lords. "You bunch of ingrates, why haven't you scrammed?" The moment the word scram fell, a sky covering might burst forth from the heavy snow, crushing down upon the peak of the boundless void like an overwhelming ocean. The young master is overly suspicious, which is truly laughable. A group of ignorant fools, why don't they just leave? At the pinnacle of the endless void, amidst the hazy snowfall, a terrifying aura reverberated through the mind of the supreme terror, while a vast pressure like that of the stars crushed the heavens and the earth, causing the snowflakes to tremble. A tumultuous wave surged within the hearts of the masters, leaving them with a feeling of their scalp splitting, their hair standing on end. The terrifying pressure was so immense that it seemed capable of suppressing everything in the world, making it hard for them to breathe. Such a frightening level of cultivation this dog. Yun Zhongtian was filled with terror, his eyes revealing an immense fear. Under that pressure he felt as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vastness of the world, or a droplet of water in the boundless ocean. Just a dog, yet so formidable, what a monster. No wonder the 2 emperors of the Dian dynasty were willing to refer to it as a senior. Such a terrifying existence would certainly be something the 8 ancestors of the eastern wasteland dread. Yun Shui and Jiang Xiaoya were equally astonished, their beautiful eyes widening. This pressure was far thicker and more astonishing than that of the 9 ancestors. A seemingly ordinary mutt turned out to be an incredibly terrifying existence. How could this be possible? In a fleeting moment, the image of Dahei standing amidst the endless sea of snow surfaced in everyone's minds, suddenly becoming towering like a colossal entity gazing at the past and future from the end of the river of time. In comparison to Yun Zhongtian and Yun Shui, the supreme terror also stood frozen, his shock no less than that of the 3 individuals. Especially those terrifying beings who were about to reprimand Dahei. At this moment, they all felt a chill run down their spines, with ominous winds swirling around them. It was evident that throughout history strength earns the hearts of the people. Dahei's overwhelming pressure swept across the hazy peak of snow not long after, and numerous figures began to slowly retreat, not daring to show any negligence. The masters retreated uneasily, some several hundred to 1,000 miles away, most feeling restless, avoiding contact with one another, and acting independently. Among them, most terrifying beings returned to their respective holy lands and super sects to discuss future strategies, for who knows how many strong individuals were standing at the peaks of their own mountain gates, gazing at the heavy snow of the eastern wasteland, waiting for their news to be brought back. 800 miles away from Qingyun Mountain, amidst the falling snow. What? Aren't you returning to the Yun's sacred land with your uncle? Yun Zhongtian looked at Yun Shui, who was stunning amidst the snow, his brow slightly furrowed. The absence of the first saintess of the Yun sacred land returning could have some impact on the disciples of the Yun sacred land. Hearing this, Yun Shui gazed toward the forest at the edge of the endless ancient, forbidden area, thinking of the person who played the zither, and smiled lightly at Yun Zhongtian, saying, Uncle Shui still has some personal matters to attend to. After handling them, I will return to the Yun sacred land. You need not worry about me. As Yun Shui finished speaking, xianxia, after a moment's consideration, also expressed her desire to stay and accompany Sister Shui, hoping for the elder's permission. Yun Zhongtian glanced at the two young girls for a moment. As the first saintess of the Guiyun sect, Yun Zui's status was not inferior to his own, and since it was a matter of the saintess, it was naturally not appropriate to inquire further. Thus Yun Zhongtian pondered and nodded. Staying is fine, but you must not approach Qingyun Mountain carelessly. If that individual has any unusual movements, report it to the sacred land immediately for a decision. Shui has her own judgment. Oh, uncle need not worry. Thank you, elder. The two girls bowed in assurance, and while Yun Zhongtian slightly nodded, he felt a tinge of oddness in his heart. The saintess of the Guiyun sacred land and xianxia had completed their mission, but did not return, causing some disturbance within both the Guiyun sacred land and the Guiyun sect. Although Zhang Xiaoya's status was far inferior to Yun Zui's, she was not to be overlooked in the eastern wasteland. After all, she was the second pride of the Guiyun sect, and the most likely candidate to enter the Guiyun sacred land as the next saintess. Otherwise, the sacred land would not have allowed Yun Shui to take her out for training. Since you have your plans, I will not interfere too much. Be careful. The sacred master is still waiting for me to return to the Guiyun sacred mountain. I won't say any more. I shall take my leave. After finishing his words, Yun Zhongtian stepped forward, leaving no trace in the snow, and vanished into the wind. The emergence of the ancient beings was an unprecedented major event, and he too needed to discuss future plans with the elders of the Guiyun sacred land and several sacred masters. As the other masters temporarily retreated, Qingyun Mountain, the heavy snow sealed the mountain, a vast silhouette. In the middle of the mountainside, Ye Sifan and Bu Shishan's figures were hazy as they ascended the mountain. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang followed closely behind under Dahei's guidance. However, this dog moved too slowly, often teasing the two by calling them seniors, its eyes showing no disguise of enjoyment. Senior young Master Yi is just up ahead. Shall we quicken our pace a bit to walk alongside him? Jun Lintian spoke calmly, not in a hurry but inwardly. He was bitterly smiling. This dog was too peculiar. Upon hearing this, Dahei stood upright, supporting itself with its paws, its expression exceedingly reluctant, and reassured the two, saying, No need to rush, there's plenty of time. It's not about this moment. Hearing this, Yan Huang and the others exchanged glances, their faces filled with helplessness. With their cultivation, how could they not see Dahei's intention? This title of senior seemed to be addictive. At first it didn't seem like much to refer to a dirt dog as senior repeatedly, but gradually Jun Lintian felt uncomfortable in his heart. If the citizens of Dian saw this, where would the dignity of the emperor be? At first it didn't seem like much to refer to a dirt dog as senior repeatedly, but gradually Jun Lintian felt uncomfortable in his heart. If the citizens of Dian saw this, where would the dignity of the emperor be? In the future they must never be alone with it. Just as Jun Lintian was musing not far ahead, he exclaimed, What? Young Master Yi Yu, are you planning to stay at Qingyun Mountain? During the conversation, Bu Shitian trembled with excitement, his eyes wide, and upon learning that Ye Sifan had such intentions, he was filled with shock and joy. Happiness came too suddenly. My old heart can't take it. Seeing Bu Shishan's demeanor, Ye Sifan asked, If it's inconvenient for you, just pretend I never said anything. No, it's convenient, very convenient. How can it not be? Bu Shitian spoke immediately, his old face flushing, unable to contain his excitement. It's just that Qingyun Mountain is too barren and somewhat shabby. I fear, young Master, ye may not find it to your liking. Ye Sifan smiled in response, saying, I am already accustomed to living in desolate mountains and wilds. I find this Qingyun Mountain quite good with its talented people and spiritual essence. That's wonderful, wonderful. On behalf of the Tianxian sect, I welcome young Master Yi. Please don't stand on ceremony. You may choose wherever you like on Qingyun Mountain. Bu Shitian immediately assured, fearing that Ye Sifan might change his mind. If Ye Sifan chose elsewhere, that would be a tremendous loss. Ye Sifan felt somewhat relieved upon hearing this, leading the girl while saying, There's no need to worry about that. The Tianxian sect has many disciples and I prefer peace and quiet. If possible, I just need to find a place at the back mountain. Ye Sifan spoke sincerely. In his mind, even if a cultivation sect were less than ideal, it would still have a considerable number of people. The girl was shy and had some apprehension toward humans, so naturally the fewer people around the better. This was also why Ye Sifan chose not to directly stay in Qingyun town. Bu Shirtian was slightly taken aback by this. His old face turned red. The young master is overthinking. The entire sect, including the poultry, truly could not be called numerous. To put it bluntly, there were only 5 people, one of whom was his master. Ye Sifan did not notice Bu Shishan's awkward expression, and continued walking when he abruptly realized something was missing. Where is Dahe? The imperial favor is vast, but where is Dahe? Ye Sifan noticed that Dahe had not kept. Fearing that the foolish dog might get lost, he immediately searched around. Upon hearing Ye Sifan call for him, Dahe's eyes perked up, his front paws quickly retracting. As he resumed his earthy dog, looked the moment of senior demeanor evaporating as he dashed around the corner, wagging his tail to meet Ye Sifan. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang watched this scene at the corner, finding it both amusing and puzzling. Indeed, one creature can subdue another. Young Master Yi is simply the nemesis of this gigantic beast. Fortunately, young Master Yi has kept it in check, or otherwise, if this fellow were to roam the world, the eastern wilderness would surely descend into chaos. I fear that the great Yen will suffer first. Young Master Yi should keep a close watch. Jun Lintian and his companion were deeply moved, having briefly assessed the dog's temperament, and it was clear it was not a good creature. Seeing Dahe wagging its tail, as it approached through the heavy snow, Ye Sifan felt a wave of relief. Due to the blind spot around the corner, he and Bu Shirtian had not seen Jun Lintian and his companion, and Dahe had just reached Ye Sifan. Suddenly, young Master Yi, welcome to Qingyun Mountain. In blue attire, Mu Xiai and Mu Xian descended from the mountain peak. The heavy snow blanketed the forest, making their figures particularly striking. Ye Sifan turned to look at the sound, momentarily stunned. What a stunning beauty, captivating and ethereal, dressed in white like a celestial being that has fallen to the mortal realm untouched by the mundane world. Mu Xiai floated gracefully, her white robe brushing past the trees, similarly assessing Ye Sifan amidst the swirling snowflakes, both figures appearing hazy to one another through the dense forest. The Mu sisters soon approached Ye Sifan, who was captivated by the scene. The woman before him was no less enchanting than the immortal he had encountered at the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. Compared to Yun Shui and Jun Xiaoxiao, Ye Sifan found Mu Xiai to be more authentic, as she was closest to immortal yet possessed an astounding beauty. Bu Shirtian was initially delighted to see Mu Xiai coming down the mountain, and upon noticing Ye Sifan's gaze on her, he felt a surge of joy. Young Master Yi, allow me to introduce, this is my most outstanding female disciple, Mu Zai's elder sister. After introducing her, Bu Shirtian urged Mu Xiai, quickly greet young Master Yi. Mu Xiai smiled sweetly upon hearing this, internally wary of the world's deceivers, yet her extraordinary talent and grace forbade her from being rude. I am Mu Xiai from Qingyun Mountain, honored to meet you, young Master Yi. Mu Xiai slightly bowed, her beauty breathtaking, her voice like celestial music, her eyes sparkling like stars, captivating, yet not overtly flirtatious. Ye Sifan was somewhat astonished. Those eyes weren't they just like those of the little dragon girl from his... Although their faces were not similar, her beautiful eyes were extremely expressive, with long eyelashes that could mesmerize anyone, further enhanced by her exceptionally handsome features, a rare sight indeed. My dear Miss Mu, there is no need for excessive courtesy. As I am a newcomer to this esteemed place, I hope you will look after me. Ye Sifan returned the courtesy, exuding an air of charm and elegance. Mu Zai's brows slightly furrowed as she heard this. It would be one thing to deceive, but why did the young master want to stay at Qingyun Mountain? Young Master Yi. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang stepped forward, showing their respect by not using their abilities, approaching on foot. We have come to see you, young Master Yi. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang approached Ye Sifan, cupping their fists in greeting. Everyone turned at the sound. Upon seeing Jun Lintian and Yan Huang, Bu Shirtian and Qinjia's eyes flashed with panic as they knelt down. I am Bu Shirtian from Qingyun Mountain, and this is Qingyi. We pay our respects to His Majesty, wishing you health and the great Yen prosperity. The master and disciple recognized Jun Lintian and Yan Huang. They were the emperors of the great Yen dynasty, ruling over vast territories in the eastern wilderness, the supreme rulers among the human race. The arrival of the two emperors from the great Yen dynasty to the borderland of Qingyun Mountain was something Bu Shirtian and his disciple could hardly dare to imagine. However, Mu Xiai had not witnessed the majesty of the emperors and did not recognize the current ruler. Yet upon seeing Jun Lintian and Yan Huang, Mu Zai's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, deeply shaken by their aura. Though both wore simple garments, they exuded a natural majesty, their kingly presence palpable. "Sister, what are you standing there for? This is truly the current emperor of the great Yan dynasty. You should kneel." Qingyi, seeing her sister still standing, felt a surge of panic and quietly tugged at Mu Zai's skirt, whispering. Mu Xiai snapped back to reality at the sound, looking at her kneeling master and sister, instinctively moving to follow suit. "No need, you all may rise. Bu Shirtian, from now on you and your disciples need not bow so deeply. It is all unnecessary." Jun Linshan's words interrupted Mu Xiai, who was about to kneel. Bu Shirtian and Qingyi also slowly rose, their hearts racing. "From now on there is no need to bow before the monarch. The emperor is treating himself as a top-tier sect." Bu Shirtian felt as if he were in a different world, his scalp tingling, fully aware that all of this was thanks to the young master. Meanwhile, Mu Xiai was equally bewildered, her heart gradually swayed. Over the years she had encountered countless deceivers, but she had never seen one with such an overwhelming presence. Not only that, but Mu Xiai could also vaguely sense the immense fluctuations of spiritual power within Jun Lintian and Yan Huang. Their cultivation was terrifying. Could it be that her master truly encountered a master this time? Were these two really the rulers of billions of mountains and rivers, the current emperor of the great Yan dynasty? Mu Zai's heart trembled. "Lord Luo, Yan Huang, why are you here too?" Ye Sifan was quite surprised. Compared to everyone else, he seemed quite casual. Firstly, it was not their first interaction, and secondly, Ye Sifan was not a citizen of the great Yan dynasty, so according to the customs of the eastern wilderness, there was no need for any formalities and he felt no pressure. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang were startled at the sound, recalling Ye Sifan's various methods, their respect surging within. Both appeared slightly at a loss. What did the young master mean by that? Could it be that he did not want them to disturb him? Otherwise, why would he ask such a question? With this thought, both felt a bit flustered. "Young Master Yi, we came to visit because we saw you here. If you find it inappropriate, I shall take..." Ye Sifan chuckled upon hearing this, looking at Bu Shirtian and the others, saying, "Lord Luo is joking. This is Qingyun Mountain. They are the true masters here. I am the one intruding." Jun Lintian turned to look at Bu Shirtian and his disciples, realizing the young master meant this. "Master Bu, we are here uninvited, and we apologize for the intrusion. Please do not mind." Jun Lintian addressed Bu Shirtian, who was flustered, repeatedly waving his hands, insisting there was no intrusion at all. What a joke! The two emperors had personally arrived at Qingyun Mountain, a great honor for Qingyun Mountain, and there was no notion of disturbance. After a little while, everyone ascended the mountain together. Mu Xiai did not stop them, her heart filled with endless confusion and shock, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at the figure in white. She could hardly believe her eyes. If those two were truly the emperors of the great Yan dynasty, why would they show such profound respect to someone in white? Indeed, it was profound respect. Although they tried to conceal it, Mu Xiai could sense it from their every gesture, leaving her utterly puzzled, unable to comprehend what was so special about this person in white. While Mu Xiai was filled with confusion, De He also trailed behind with drooping ears, feeling dejected. Ever since encountering Ye Sifan, he had vanished from Jun Lintian and Yan Huang's eyes. Beauty is always so fleeting. He had no time to enjoy it. Meanwhile, on the way up the mountain... What? Young Master Yi, you want to stay at Qingyun Mountain? Upon learning that Ye Sifan planned to stay at Qingyun Mountain, Jun Lintian and Yan Huang felt their scalps tingle, their eyes wide with disbelief. What kind of sect is this? After confirming that Ye Sifan had this intention, Jun Lintian and Yan Huang exchanged glances, both seeing endless astonishment in each other's eyes. The gazes of the two were filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at the disciples of Bu Shirtian. With such a master residing in this mountain, the greatest beneficiaries must be the sect within the mountain. What merit does Qingyun Mountain have to earn the favor of such a master? On the other side, Mu Xiai was perceptive, reading the expressions around her, and naturally caught the glimmer of envy in Jun Linshan's eyes, causing her to glance at Ye Sifan a few more times. Although Jun Lintian and his companion were shocked, how could they dare to question the actions of a master? They all remained silent. Qingyun Mountain towers into the clouds with ancient and elegant paths winding through lush greenery. The snow fell heavily in the forest. Though seemingly unremarkable, the scenery was indeed beautiful. Amidst the envy and jealousy of Jun Lintian and his companion, the crowd slowly ascended the mountain. Qingyun Mountain is a twin-peak mountain with two peaks forming a stepped shape. The second peak is lower while the first peak is slightly taller. The sect of Bu Shirtian is built atop the summit of the second peak, with the first peak, considered the back mountain of Qingyun, relatively higher. When the crowd reached the summit of the second peak of Qingyun Mountain, the terrain suddenly opened up, revealing a flat expanse covered in deep snow. Amidst the swirling snow, the entrance of Tianxian Gate gradually appeared before them. Cough, young Master Yi, we have arrived at the gate. Bu Shirtian, in a flustered manner, blushed deeply, stammering as he spoke to Ye Sifan and the others. Hearing the voice, the crowd looked up and first saw Bu Shishan's flushed face. Just as they were about to be puzzled, the scene before them abruptly came into view. What first caught their eyes was a wooden gate. To call it a gate seems somewhat exaggerated. To put it bluntly, it was just two rotten wooden sticks propping up a broken wooden plaque, and this was the first gate of Tianxian Gate. Upon seeing this gate, everyone suddenly realized why Bu Shishan's face turned red. This gate is truly shabby. The two rotten wooden pillars are riddled with holes, and there are even ants marching along them. The pillars lean precariously, barely supporting the broken plaque above, causing concern to arise. One feared that a strong gust of wind might come and blow away the gate of Tianxian Gate. After examining the pillars, the crowd couldn't help but look at the plaque, which was crooked and uneven, clearly erected not long ago, inscribed with three elegant characters, Tianxian Gate. These three characters exude a delicate charm, quite beautiful, and it is evident that they were written by a woman. However, one cannot deny that these characters are indeed beautiful, flowing with grace like water. Jun Lintian and the others were almost left dumbfounded. Initially thinking that this was already quite shabby, they didn't expect even shabbier things awaited them behind the gate. Behind the gate, 5 thatched cottages stood far apart, shrouded in hazy snow. This is the residence of Tianxian Gate, the base of the sect. Jun Lintian and the others were completely stunned. Each one looked on with wide eyes. The sect is a bit shy. Please forgive us, young master and your majesty. Bu Shirtian observed the crowd's reaction, feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang were also in a daze, nearly in tears, especially Jun Lintian, who had once been the prince of Tongguan. Today I have truly broadened my horizons. I never expected that our grand eastern wilderness 4 great empires would still have such a myriad of sects. What rank does this sect belong to? Surely it cannot be a reputable sect. At least establish a sect. Even if the foundation is poor, couldn't you at least make an effort to present it better? What kind of sect is this? It's too embarrassing. Thinking this way, Jun Lintian secretly glanced at Ye Sifan. With the master present, he could only swallow his thoughts and forced a smile, saying the scenery is pleasant and the location is excellent, though slightly rustic it is. Still a good place, no? Jun Lintian's final inadvertently turned toward Yan Huang, as if asking a question. It is not bad. Even Yan Huang seemed a bit dazed, taking a long time to respond, hurriedly echoing. After their words, they felt hypocritical and found it hard to believe. Bu Shirtian, hearing the insincere praise from 2 emperors, felt even more embarrassed and awkward. The young woman in blue and Mu Shai behind him also slightly blushed, feeling quite unnatural. It was truly awkward. On the other side, Ye Sifan was quite surprised. He had thought that Bu Shishan's sect was not very large, but he never expected it to be this large. This is truly astonishing. Beside Ye Sifan, the Yan Huang, having regained his senses, wore a wry smile, taking in everything with a look of helplessness, saying, Bu Shirtian, there can't be only 3 of you on this mountain, right? Due to Ye Sifan, both Yan Huang and Jun Lintian had restrained their cultivation and did not recklessly probe further. Bu Shirtian, upon hearing this, immediately began to argue, as this was his only means of saving face. No, there are far more than just 3 people on this mountain. Though the sect is small, there are at least 5, and there are 2 more. Bu Shishan's words abruptly halted. He suddenly realized something, his expression turning despondent. What difference is there between 3 and 5? Bu Shirtian lowered his head and sighed, deeply unable to suppress his emotions as memories of the past flooded back, his expression full of self-pity. After so many years of seeking opportunities outdoors, he had grown weary both physically and mentally, with countless scars. What had supported him in desperately fighting at the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Zone was not the once fervent desire for cultivation, but the future of his disciples on the mountain. In truth, deep down, Bu Shishan's dreams had long been worn away by reality several years ago. He sought opportunities not for himself but for his disciples. The more Bu Shirtian thought, the more despondent he became. He slowly raised his aged eyes and looked at the utterly useless Tianxian Gate, taking a step forward, overwhelmed with guilt and endless self-reproach, saying, it is entirely my incompetence that I could not provide my disciples with a good home. I am unworthy of them. Seeing Bu Shirtian in such a state, both Mu Shai and the young woman in blue felt a pang of sympathy, wanting to speak but holding back. Jun Lintian and his companion witnessing this scene couldn't help but feel moved, recognizing that this bond between master and disciple is rare even among great sects. On the other side, Ye Sifan was equally affected, smiling, gently comforting. There is always a way out. What is destined to happen will eventually come to pass. Do not force what is not meant to be. As long as faith remains unshaken, even in the darkest times, there will always be light. Everything is not impossible. Boom! After Ye Sifan finished speaking, Jun Lintian and his companion suddenly raised their heads, their hearts filled with endless suspicion. What did young Master Yi mean by his words? No way out. What is destined to happen will eventually come to pass. Everything is not impossible. What is young Master Yi implying? Could it be? Is the young master planning to bestow favor upon Tianxian Gate? Upon realizing this, Jun Lintian and his companion were taken aback, standing frozen in place. The more they thought about it, the more horrified they became. Surely it must be true, or otherwise why would the young master choose Qingyun above all the magnificent mountains and rivers? In a daze, Jun Lintian seemed to see a holy mountain rising from the ground, destined to dominate the world. Bu Shirtian was also momentarily stunned by these words, quickly coming to his senses, his breath quickening, utterly speechless with excitement. Does young Master Yi mean? Is there still hope for my Tianxian Gate? Upon hearing this, Ye Sifan felt a bitter smile rise within him. He couldn't bear to shatter an old man's hopes and simply replied ambiguously, what? Is Tianxian Gate unwilling to borrow the good words of Yi? Or does Tianxian Gate lack confidence in itself? As soon as these words fell, the entire place was stunned. This confirmed it. Young Master Yi truly intends to bestow favor upon Tianxian Gate. Bu Shirtian felt as if he were dreaming, his scalp tingling, overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. His face was filled with urgency as he responded, we have confidence, young Master Yi, we have confidence in Tianxian Gate. Confidence? How could there be no confidence in receiving the favor of a master? If they didn't even have this bit of confidence, the master might very well lose interest in an instant. Such a great opportunity. Bu Shirtian had never even dared to think about it. He didn't even dare to dream. Beside the young woman in blue, Mu Xiaoyi looked at the extremely excited Bu Shirtian, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. The imperial report urged immediate retreat. Jun Lintian was quite surprised. Although the Tianxian Gate appeared shabby, stepping inside imparted an inexplicable feeling of being isolated from the world, a sense of tranquility beyond words. This feeling was akin to entering a pure land far removed from the chaos of war. After entering the Tianxian Gate, everyone took a brief rest in the courtyard of Bushi Tian, sipping tea, before heading together to the first peak of Qingyun Mountain, specifically to the back mountain. Bushi Tian led everyone to search for accommodation at the back mountain, as per Ye Sifan's request, from the foot of the mountain. Thus Ye Sifan, Nanan, Qinglian Dahe, Jun Lintian, Yan Huang, Qingyi, and Mu Xiaoyi, under the guidance of Bushi Tian, embarked on the path to the back mountain. Young Master Yi, although we have long resided in Qingyun, we seldom tread the back mountain. Normally only my eldest disciple prefers to cultivate back there, hence the rugged path. I apologize for the inconvenience, young master. Bushi Tian spoke with utmost respect, being careful with his words. Among the 5 at Tianxian Gate, only Wu Ming had ventured into the back mountain. The other 4 rarely set foot there. Even this overgrown path was a trace left by Wu Ming over the years. As for the cultivation mentioned by Bushi Tian, it was a euphemism. Wu Ming's purpose in the back mountain was mostly to drink and sleep. The group proceeded along the mountain path and soon left 5 thatched cottages far behind. The back mountain path initially sloped at a 45-degree angle, which then led to the steep road of the first peak. After crossing the mountain peak, the group traversed a small downhill section before finally reaching a low-lying area at the back mountain. Exiting the forest of the first peak, they were greeted by a vast lowland spanning over 10,000 square meters. Since it was at the peak, the trees and thorns appeared somewhat low and sparse, which made the area feel even more open. The first peak was almost surrounded by rocks towering 100 feet high, perfectly blocking the cold wind, making it warm in winter and cool in summer. When the group arrived at the first peak, it was already blanketed in white, the hazy snow adding to its beauty. Not bad, this will do. Ye Sifan looked at this excellent spot with great satisfaction. As long as young Master Yi is pleased, from now on the first peak of Qingyun Mountain shall be your residence. Unless there is an extraordinary matter, I will ensure that the disciples of Tianxian Gate do not disturb your tranquility. Seeing Ye Sifan's satisfied, Bushi Tian finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Just as the group was discussing where to build Ye Sifan's courtyard, suddenly, clatter, Above their heads on the rock cliff halfway up the mountain a green gourd rolled down. Bushi Tian picked up the gourd, and along with Jun Lintian and the others gazed up at the 30-meter-high rock cliff. They saw that halfway up the cliff a stone platform extending over 10 square meters jutted out, and on that platform lay a figure, the sound of snoring wafting towards them. Wu Ming. Bushi Tian immediately recognized the sleeping person. Who else could it be but Wu Ming? At this moment Wu Ming was dead drunk, one hand resting on the edge of the stone platform, lost in a deep slumber. The green gourd in Bushi Tian's hand must have fallen from Wu Ming's grasp. Bushi Tian looked at Wu Ming and called out a few times, feeling helpless. He smiled wryly at Ye Sifan and the others, saying, "Please excuse young master and the emperor for this. This person is my eldest disciple Wu Ming. He is inherently lazy and addicted to alcohol, falling into a deep sleep after drinking, and no one can wake him." Bushi Tian knew his disciple well. Once he got drunk and fell asleep, even the end of the world would probably not concern him, let alone waking him up. Jun Lintian and Yan Huang did not mind this, instead focusing on the sword marks on the cliff behind Wu Ming for quite some time, their eyes gradually revealing a glint of sharpness. "Bushi Tian, who left those sword marks on the cliff?" Jun Lintian inquired, feeling quite perplexed. Those sword marks appeared chaotic yet were repetitive, disorderly yet orderly, resembling the traces left by a swordsman comprehending swordsmanship, constantly deducing a certain sword technique, and each repetition was a progression. Bushi Tian, hearing the question, casually replied, "Those sword marks are merely the result of a drunken fool's reckless swings. Please excuse the emperor for this folly." As Bushi Tian finished speaking, Jun Lintian and Yan Huang exchanged glances. Although they did not say much, their hearts were filled with astonishment. This drunken youth before them had an extraordinarily terrifying talent for swordsmanship. Throughout the entire Dian dynasty there were very few who could comprehend and deduce sword techniques, let alone someone of such skill and age. Moreover, the sword technique he was deducing left even Jun Lintian in awe. A genius of the sword path. It is known that practicing sword techniques and deducing sword techniques are completely different concepts. The former involves using others' techniques, while the latter is about creation. Even in today's Dian dynasty, the royal collection was most lacking in sword techniques, and even more so in sword masters capable of creating sword techniques, which was why the status of sword masters in Dian was increasingly declining. A sword master may not be powerful, but a sword master who creates a sword technique is undoubtedly terrifying. The birth of a set of sword techniques is inevitably accompanied by the emergence of a great master of the sword path, and the creator's sword path strength is earth-shattering, eclipsing the world. It can be said that if a sword master were to create their own sword technique, even the worst sword technique would possess unmatched strength, and only the creator could unleash the peak power of that sword technique. Even if future generations reach great perfection, they would only be able to exert 1/10 or 1/12 of the original owner's strength. Such a sword genius was almost buried by Bushi Tian, making Jun Lintian lament his lack of ambition. Had it not been for the benevolence of a great master bestowing upon Tianxian Gate, Jun Lintian would certainly have taken Wu Ming away. The group stared at Wu Ming for a moment before no longer paying him any mind. The group circled around the first peak of Qingyun Mountain, and Ye Sifan finally chose a relatively decent spot to build a house. Jun Lintian and the others exhibited their skills, waving their sleeves to clear away the thorns effortlessly, leaving Ye Sifan in awe of their abilities. As expected of a powerful cultivator, constructing a courtyard was done with a mere wave of the hand. According to Ye Sifan's wishes, not long after 3 thatched cottages were already standing amidst the vast snow, one for Nan and one for Ye Sifan, and one serving as a kitchen and firewood room. Even Yan Huang sculpted a block of rock from the cliff, and amidst the flickering sword light a stone table took shape astonishingly fast. Throughout the entire house-building process, the only thing Ye Sifan did was watch in disbelief, as the others effortlessly constructed the cottages without needing to lift a finger. Meanwhile, Dahe climbed onto a rock on the cliff, looking down at the others with a resentful gaze, glaring at Jun Lintian and Yan Huang. "Damn it! The thatched cottage is built, but they forgot to set up a doghouse for me. In the wilderness of the ancient Forbidden Zone I had a place to shelter, and now they act as if I am not even worthy of consideration." Dahe appeared dispirited, scanning the group below one by one. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he perked up, flipped over, and fixed his gaze towards Qingyun town below, disappearing silently. At the same time, in the Dian dynasty, in the capital city, the royal city, Imperial report, urgent immediate retreat. Imperial report, urgent immediate retreat. A soldier of the Dian Imperial Guard rushed into the royal city, racing through with the emblem of the 8 banners of Dian, looking extremely anxious. This soldier wore a 4-colored court uniform with the 4 colors marked with the 8 major characters, representing Dayan 9 dragons, vermilion bird, and ancient xia. The civil and military officials of the Dayan dynasty and the guarding soldiers were shaken upon witnessing this, their faces changing dramatically as they hurriedly made way for a clear path. The 8-banner gate of the Empire. What? The 8-banner gate of the Empire? This is not good, as something major is about to happen in the eastern wilderness. Quickly contact the Emperor, quickly contact the Emperor. At the 8 banners gate the 9 bells rang in unison. On Qingyun Mountain, the first peak. In front of Ye Sifan's thatched cottage, Jun Lintian and others were engaging in cheerful conversation, feeling that a great master is indeed approachable. Suddenly, "I report to your majesty, I have urgent matters to convey." A voice traveled across the vast lands of the Dayan Empire through a secretive method echoing in Jun Lintian's mind. Jun Lintian, who was laughing heartily, furrowed his brows slightly. "If it weren't for an urgent matter, we could discuss it later. Your majesty, it's an emergency. You must return to the imperial city immediately. The civil and military officials have gathered waiting for your majesty." The voice of the messenger was anxious and somewhat flustered. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Jun Lintian inquired through the transmission, "What has happened?" "Your majesty, it's the 8 banners gate." Boom. Upon hearing this, Jun Lintian abruptly stood up, his expression changing dramatically. "What did you say?" "The 8 banners gate." Jun Lintian's pupils constricted, infinitely displaying unprecedented seriousness. Ye Sifan and the others watched as Jun Lintian stood up abruptly, all halting their conversations, looking bewildered. The Emperor of Yen furrowed his brows tightly and looked at Jun Lintian, asking, "What is it? What has happened?" Jun Lintian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his gaze darkened with shock as he stared at the Emperor of Yen, anxious and agitated. "The 8 banners gate." Wow! This statement shocked everyone present. Bu Shirtian and the others reacted by standing up in shock, each one of them dumbfounded, their faces pale. "What? The 8 banners gate?" Bu Shirtian trembled at the sound, his scalp tingling, his eyes wide with disbelief. The Emperor of Yan's expression was similarly chaotic, panic flashing in his eyes, and his breath quickened suddenly. "The 8 banners gate." Everyone was heavy-hearted, their expressions turning increasingly grim and serious. "Young Master Yi, Jun Lintian has urgent matters to attend to. He will visit you another day." Jun Lintian absent-mindedly clasped his fists at Ye Sifan, indicating his intention to leave. "Since it is a great matter, your majesty may go. There is no need to mind me, Ye." Ye Sifan nodded in confusion, assuming that Jun Lintian was merely being polite. After receiving Ye Sifan's response, Jun Lintian and the Emperor of Yen bid farewell and hurriedly left. Bu Shirtian and his disciples were equally stunned. The former sat down heavily, looking rather displeased. Ye Sifan watched the other's behavior, utterly perplexed. "The 8 banners gate? What is the 8 banners gate? Is it not a terrifying demonic sect that strikes fear across the world?" After pondering for a moment, Ye Sifan could not help but ask, "Is the 8 banners gate a demonic sect? Why did you all look so lost after hearing the words 8 banners gate?" Bu Shirtian and his disciples finally came back to their senses, looking at Ye Sifan with eyes full of disbelief. "Young Master Yi, you do not know of the 8 banners gate of Dayan. I am not from Dayan, and technically speaking, I am not even from the eastern wilderness. I know very little about these matters." Ye Sifan appeared extremely calm. Had it not been for his curiosity, these matters were entirely unrelated to him. Bu Shirtian and his disciples, hearing this, felt relieved, while also being extremely surprised. It was indeed reasonable that a great master was not a being of the eastern wilderness and was unaware of the 8 banners gate. "Young Master Yi, you should know that the 8 banners gate is not a sect but the 8 banners of the imperial dynasty, not belonging to any particular power. The origin of the 8 banners gate can be traced back to a long time ago, when the eastern wilderness did not yet have the concept of Dayan 9 dragons and 4 great dynasties, but rather 8 first emperors coexisted in the world. The 8 banners gate was established during that era with an extremely mysterious identity. Even the current Emperor of Humans has no channels to contact members of the 8 banners gate. For millennia, unless someone from the 8 banners gate chooses to reveal themselves, no one can find them." After listening to Bu Shishan's account, Ye Sifan gradually understood the context. Long before the vast ages of the eastern wilderness, before the establishment of the Dayan 9 dragons and the Zhuge 3 great dynasties, there were indeed 8 grand first emperors. However, with the passage of time, apart from the ancient Xia dynasty, which remains strong among the current 4 great dynasties, the other 7 have faded into the annals of history. The 8 banners gate was born during the time of the 8 great first emperors created by them. The purpose of the 8 great first emperors in creating the 8 banners gate was clear: to gain insight into the changing tides of the world in advance, to alert the dynasty before chaos ensued, and to prevent unnecessary suffering among the mundane people of the current dynasty. For the dynasty, although the mundane people are like ants, they are the foundation of the dynasty. Their faith, source of power, and so forth aside, let us focus on the practitioners of the dynasty who are intricately connected to the mundane people. Whether in the first emperor's dynasty or the current dynasty, 80% of the practitioners come from the mundane world. Perhaps practitioners are born as such, yet ordinary people are not forever ordinary. Among countless ordinary people, on average one practitioner will be born for every 10,000. Among a million ordinary people, one genius will undoubtedly come forth. And among billions and trillions of ordinary people there may even be a peerless prodigy born. The mission of the Eight Banners Gate is to protect the mundane people of all dynasties. After 7 of the 8 great first emperors perished, the Eight Banners Gate created by them gradually disappeared into obscurity, and later the newly established Dian dynasty received the favor of one of the gates. The emergence of the Eight Banners Gate is not a good thing, or it often accompanies the onset of war among the dynasties, the collision of countless mountains and rivers, or terrifying upheavals in the eastern wilderness. For example, the last appearance of the Dian Eight Banners Gate coincided with the full-scale war between the Dian dynasty and the Nine Dragons dynasty, with flames of war engulfing countless territories, a scene of utter devastation. It was precisely because of the warning from the Dian Eight Banners Gate at that time that the Dian dynasty promptly initiated a mass migration, relocating millions of border citizens into the heart of Dian to prevent the mundane from falling into a hell on earth. In simple terms, this is an extraordinarily vast, mysterious, and grand organization of insight possessing the entire Eastern Wilderness Information Network and insight, and can be described as omnipresent. They do not obey any orders, nor do they serve any power. They choose their own worthy masters and follow only the organization's tasks. Even the 8 great first emperors who originally founded the Eight Banners Gate would find it difficult to trace their whereabouts. After perfecting the Eight Banners Gate system, the 8 great gate masters followed the initial order of the 8 great first emperors and perished at the peak of the Eastern Wilderness Holy Cliff, and from that moment on the Eight Banners Gate became hidden in the Eastern Wilderness, leaving no trace. Now that the Eight Banners Gate has reappeared heading straight for the Dian dynasty, it is feared that the Eastern Wilderness, which has enjoyed peace for hundreds of years, is about to plunge into chaos. Bu Shishan's face was extremely grim. For the Eastern Wilderness, the Eight Banners Gate was truly a nightmare. Ye Sifan felt a chill run down his spine. From Bu Shishan's few words, it was not hard to hear how vast and terrifying the Dian dynasty's millions of miles of mountains and rivers could be. On the other side, Qingjia's pale face showed no color as she hoped. Master, perhaps things are not as serious as you imagine. Bu Shitian smiled bitterly upon hearing this, letting out a long sigh. Children of chaotic times born at the wrong moment. And what Bu Shitian said was indeed validated. At dusk that day, dong bang bang. Dong bang bang bang. The bell of the Emperor of Yen rang, and the 9 bells tolled together. The bell of the Emperor of Yen resounded through the vast lands of the Dian Empire, with all 9 bells ringing simultaneously. The heavy toll echoed across every inch of land in the Dian Empire, and countless sects raised their heads to gaze, the entire Dian Empire shrouded in solemnity. The Emperor of Yan's bell. This is the Emperor of Yan's bell. The sound of the Yen Emperor bell echoed with all 9 bells ringing simultaneously. What has happened? Why has the Yen Emperor bell suddenly sounded? The countless mountains and rivers of the great Yen raised their heads in unison, their hearts heavy, and the atmosphere was profoundly oppressive, with few daring to speak. The Yen Emperor bell. The foremost ringing bell of the great Yen Empire. Once the Yen Emperor bell tolls continuously, war will ignite and corpses will litter the land. When all 9 bells ring together, the entire empire prepared for war, and the common folk suffered. This signifies that the peace of the empire is no more. The chaotic era of the eastern wasteland has begun, and countless lives throughout the great Yen Empire will be thrown into turmoil with no tribe spared. In an instant, the people of the great Yen Empire were filled with dread, and countless citizens were gripped by fear. As the last glimmer of light between heaven and earth completely vanished, the night enveloped the world. In a moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the hazy snow, resonating from every corner of the great Yen Empire. Countless brightly lit war chariots ascended into the air amidst the vast mountains and snow, creating a deafening sound. At the moment, the war chariots of the great Yen Empire soared into the sky. At the borders of the great Yen Empire, 800 miles away from the Xian Pass, in the boundless vast mountains, the giants of ancient clans were stirred, each stepping into the void, standing atop the endless mountain peaks, gazing over the vast territories of the great Yen. From the boundless heights they looked far and wide. Beneath the great Yen starry sky, among the vast mountains and rivers, the war chariots appeared like countless stars filling the sky. Although the war chariots were separated by thousands of miles, the territory of the Great Yen was vast and boundless, with a terrifying number of chariots rising into the air, overwhelming in scale. And those witnessing this scene were far more than just the ancient clans of the Shen Pass. The Heaven Pass Fox Clan, the Golden Pass Golden Bug Clan, the Python Pass Nine-Headed Silver Snake Clan, the Mountain Pass Eight-Eared Three-Eyed Clan, and nearly 10,000 other tribes, as well as over 100 kingdoms surrounding the Great Yen. Countless clan leaders and kings stood dumbfounded, a chill creeping into their hearts. Atop the Eight-Eared Three-Eyed Clan, the Yen Emperor's 9 bells. What has happened to the Great Yen Empire? What are they planning? The Southern Zhao Kingdom. In the royal palace of the Southern Zhao Kingdom. Come, where is everyone? Where have they all gone? Your Majesty, I am here. Investigate. Immediately send someone to find out. Quickly send someone to inquire. In the Southern West Kingdom. In the royal palace of the Southern West Kingdom. Come quickly, convey my command to contact the diplomatic envoy of the Great Yen Empire, and ask him what on earth has happened in the Great Yen Empire. Yes. What are you waiting for? Go quickly. Yes. The war chariots of the Great Yen rose, and all kingdoms and tribes were shocked, 100,000 in fear. Although usually everyone was restrained and wary of each other for various reasons. But the Great Yen is the Great Yen, the Empire is the Empire, a true behemoth in the eastern wasteland, an unstoppable giant, and once awakened it is like a dragon soaring over the sea with waves crashing. Even kingdoms and tribes would find it hard to bear. Within the Great Yen Empire, colorful war chariots slowly ascended from various kingdom territories, gathering in the direction of the Great Yen Imperial City. Countless citizens of the kingdom territories stood still like cicadas in winter. The sound of a falling needle could be heard, staring blankly as the chariots shot into the sky, piercing through the void. At this very moment, there was no need for the emperor to announce it to the world. There was no need for words to be passed between them. The kings of the Great Yen and the citizens could guess that something terrible must have happened in the Great Yen Empire, or otherwise the bell would not toll. In the memories of the citizens of the Great Yen Empire, it had been a long time since the Yen Emperor bell had rung continuously, long enough for people to almost forget about its existence, until the bell tolled and memories surged forth. Countless war chariots sliced through the night sky, rapidly advancing amidst the swirling snow, causing the endless citizens of the Great Yen to look up in awe. Moreover, within the countless famous mountains and rivers of the Great Yen Empire, 10,000 large sects surged forth like long rainbows, converging toward the Great Yen Empire. At the same time, in Yen City, the Imperial City, the hazy snow engulfed heaven and earth, covering the boundless Yen City. The Imperial City of Yen was filled with solemnity, the atmosphere incredibly heavy. In the Great Yen Imperial Palace, in the Huangji Hall, Your Majesty, countless civil officials knelt in unison, their expressions anxious and downcast. The call of Your Majesty was heart-wrenching. Jun Lintian stood on the dragon platform, gazing at the hazy snow outside the hall, the gravity of the situation unprecedented. He had just learned the intent of the Eight-Banner Gate, summarized in one sentence: the Great Yen Empire is facing an unprecedented crisis. The Nine Dragons Empire, the Emperor of Humanity, is dead and the new Emperor has ascended. Jun Lintian learned from the words of the Eight-Banner Gate that after the Nine Dragons Emperor left the outskirts of the ancient Forbidden Area that day, he died at the borders of the Great Yen Empire, suspected to have been ambushed and killed, reduced to ashes. Upon learning that the Emperor of Humanity, who had protected the Nine Dragons for thousands of years, had died in the enemy's Great Yen, with no bones left, the entire Nine Dragons Empire was filled with rage. Billions of lives beat their chests and stomped their feet, weeping for 3 days. 3 days later, the Nine Dragons Empire, in support of the deeply favored Nine Dragons King, crowned him, and thunderous rage pointed at the Great Yen Empire, as the hatred above the entire Nine Dragons Empire gathered into a cloud, lingering and not dissipating. Even more terrifyingly, it is said that the new Emperor of the Nine Dragons was deeply grieved by the fate of the old Emperor, filled with raging anger, and had secretly invited the Zhuge Empire to join forces to attack the Great Yen. Astonishingly, the Emperor of Humanity of the Zhuge Empire not only did not refuse the invitation, but also agreed to mobilize half of the Empire's forces to assist the Nine Dragons. Your Majesty, the old Emperor of the Nine Dragons was not killed by our Great Yen. The war among the 3 great empires is unprecedented in the Eastern Wasteland. Your Majesty, think carefully, our Emperor, think carefully. Countless civil officials of the Great Yen trembled, anxious and burning with urgency, advocating for Jun Lintian to step forward to explain and seek peace, for if the 3 great empires go to war, the Eastern Wasteland will be thrown into chaos. Your Majesty! All the civil officials prostrated themselves, imploring the Emperor of Humanity. Jun Lintian continued to gaze outside at the hazy snow, remaining silent for a long time. The combined attack of the Zhuge Empire and the Nine Dragons Empire on the Great Yan Empire will mark the beginning of chaos in the Eastern Wasteland. When the three great empires go to war, they will inevitably drag countless kingdoms and tribes into the fray, bringing true suffering to the lives. In the Huangji Hall, countless civil officials knelt in prayer, while countless military generals fell silent. The snow fell relentlessly, and the Eastern Wasteland was enveloped in tranquility. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Jun Linshan's eyes turned red, as if he could already see rivers of blood flowing through the Eastern Wasteland. He slowly closed his eyes and said, "Let them come. Your Majesty, Your Majesty." I said, "Let them come." "But, Your Majesty." Jun Lintian suddenly opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. He shouted at the civil officials, nearly roaring, "The Great Yan is mine to command. If I say fight, then we fight. Do you truly believe this matter is so simple? Do you think that as long as I go out to explain or seek peace, it will bring peace to the Great Yan? Do you think that if I go, they will not fight? Let me tell you, even if I offer my own head, they will still attack. Do you know why? Because the Great Yan has everything they desire, and the Nine Dragons have always been enemies with the Great Yan. How can you still be my subjects of the Great Yan and not understand this simple truth? Or are you all just afraid of death? Have you long since lost the spirit of the people of the Great Yan?" After Jun Lintian finished speaking, a murderous aura surged in his eyes, the majesty of the Emperor of Humanity overshadowing all. Countless civil officials slowly lowered their heads, no longer speaking. Seeing this, Jun Lintian no longer gazed at the civil officials, but slowly drew the Emperor's sword from the dragon platform step by step, walking to the midpoint of the platform, staring at the countless military generals, speaking each word clearly. "I have no choice, the Great Yan has no choice, and neither do you. Kill, 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 kill." As the war cries of countless military generals resounded through the heavens, the war chariots and the 10,000 sex people were rolling in, instantly merging into the vast and hazy Yen city, each representing the Great Yen Empire, their authority towering above. However, upon hearing the cry of kill, the representatives of countless powers trembled all over, horrified, and hurriedly entered the imperial city. The Yen bell tolled 9 times, commanding the world.